This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 100, Clear Conscience. The Black Knight remained motionless for several minutes, silently observing the corpses of his enemies. Drops of blood fell from the blade of his fearsome greatsword, gathering into a puddle beneath his feet. The thoughts of the cruel creature were a mystery. To be honest, Sonny wasn't even sure that this unstoppable mountain of murderous black steel was sentient. In that regard, the monstrous inhabitants of the cursed city were a bit strange. Usually, nightmare creatures of higher classes possessed a perverse form of intelligence, which was often comparable to that of humans, and sometimes even surpassed it. However, that rule did not apply to every monster in this eerie place. From Sonny's observations, the dwellers of the ruined city could be roughly divided into two groups. The first group consisted of various creatures that came here from outside the wall, be it from the labyrinth or from the depths of the dark sea. These abominable things, more or less, followed the unnatural laws of the spell that every awakened was familiar with. The second group was different. These creatures, he suspected, were either created from the remains of the ancient residents of the city or, creepily, had actually been them once. The wraiths, as he called them, were much more unfathomable and dangerous. Their powers and behavior refused to abide by any sort of sense or logic. The Black Knight was one of these sinister revenants. That's why Sonny had trouble predicting his actions. Most of the time, the regal devil was content, simply patrolling the grand hall of the ruined cathedral and killing anything that dared to come inside. Just like he had killed those poor fools. With a sigh, Sonny lay down on top of the support beam and, not paying any attention to the deadly height of his improvised resting spot, closed his eyes. He wanted to take a breath before continuing with his nightly errands. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps informed him that the bastard had resumed his never-ending patrol. Good riddance. Despite the fact that nothing was disturbing his peace anymore, Sonny still felt strangely restless. His inner voice was in the mood to chat. Sonny, aren't you forgetting something?" He frowned. What was there to forget? He was just catching his breath before going out again. He also had to wait for the right moment to scavenge through the possessions of these dead hunters. "You just killed 6 people. Don't you feel guilty?" Sonny was a little startled by this question. Curious, he listened to his emotions and came to the conclusion that no, he did not feel guilty at all. This was his 3rd time killing a human being. Granted, the first time happened inside a nightmare, where people were supposed to be simple illusions. However, Sonny wasn't sure that he believed in this theory. The old slaver's anguish had felt awfully real to be just a figment of his imagination. The second time, well, he didn't want to think about that. That happened in the castle anyway, and that part of his life was over. The 3rd time was the cleanest of them all. Those thugs were going to rob and kill him anyway. Sonny had seen through their intentions long before pulling on the invisible string and sending their leader into the cold embrace of death. He could have tried to run away, but they were very rude. If the thugs had insulted just him, Sonny might have tried to end the confrontation without bloodshed. However, they insulted Nephis. Bastards deserved to die. Despite the fact that his relationship with Changing Star had become strained, he still cared about her a great deal. Leaving the castle did not mean that he had forgotten their friendship. It's just that there were more reasons to leave than to stay. With a sigh, Sonny summoned the beautiful bottle made out of patterned blue glass. This was the farewell gift that Cassie had given him before their parting. He cherished this memory very much. Bringing the bottle to his lips, Sonny took several sips of cold, delicious water and opened his eyes. He didn't want to rest anymore. Better to get moving. Before venturing out again, Sonny returned to his room and walked over to a large iron chest that was standing in one of its corners. Exerting some strength, he lifted the heavy lid and admired his treasure pile. Inside the chest, more than 100 beautiful soul shards were glowing softly in the dark. The sight of them always lifted Sonny's mood. Despite the fact that he himself had no use for the soul shards, they were still a valuable resource. Here on the Forgotten Shore, shards were a form of currency among the sleepers. 100 of them was an unimaginable amount. After a lifetime of being a pauper, Sonny was finally rich. Money, I have so much money. If a person wanted to live inside the castle walls, they had to pay a tribute of 1 soul shard every week. Those who could not afford it were forced to remain outside. living in a makeshift settle. Meant just beyond the gates, which was often attacked by the monsters. Even so, they had to pay for food or go out and hunt themselves, which more often than not led to their deaths. With how much Sonny had gathered in these 3 months, he would have been able to live in the comfort of the castle for years, if he wanted to. Which, of course, he did not. Why would he pay for accommodations when he already had a palace of his own? One with no noisy neighbors, and a fearsome guardian protecting the premises, no less. Putting 2 new soul shards in the chest, Sonny glanced at his dragon hoard one last time and closed the lid with a satisfied smile. Perhaps it was time to visit the castle again and buy a few things? No. He had already bought everything he needed the last time. Spending too many shards would make people doubt that he was as pathetic as everyone thought he was. Of all the sleepers in the castle, only 3 people knew that he was not just good at hiding in the shadows and avoiding danger. They were Nephis, Cassie, and Castor. That damn bastard. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 101, Turf War. Castor had been lucky enough to enter the dream realm near the city and arrive at the castle much earlier than the 3 of them. By the time Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie had found their way to the human settlement, he was already in good standing there. Despite the fact that there were a lot of opportunities for a talented legacy to rise through the ranks of Gunlog's army, he had nevertheless decided to remain independent and eventually join the Changing Stars cohort, drastically raising their combat strength and reputation. Looking back, that was when all of Sonny's problems had really started. That's right, it was all his fault, not mine. Yeah, definitely. Grinding his teeth, Sonny kicked the heavy chest and cursed under his breath. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he smiled brightly and left the hidden chamber once again. Down below, things were getting interesting. Attracted by the smell of blood, several monsters tried to enter the ruined cathedral to feast on the fresh corpses. However, the Black Knight was as full of wrath as ever. Just as Sonny climbed onto the support beams, he was finishing off a large creature that looked like a praying mantis made of human skin. Initially, Sonny planned to take a look at the material possessions left behind by the 5 unfortunate thugs, but the sight of the ferocious battle made him change his mind. He would have to do it later. Besides, his shadow had already looked through the bloody remains and came to the conclusion that there was nothing really valuable among the dismembered corpses. Not wasting any more time, Sonny escaped through the roof of the cathedral and retraced his steps to the place where he had fought the Blood Fiend. The body of the hunting party's leader was still there. Of course, his memories had long disappeared, leaving the bearded man dressed only in rags. The heavy battle axe was gone, too. Sonny sighed. That's why killing people is not worth it. His shadow covered its face with a hand and shook its head dejectedly, trying to express that his wording was nothing short of unfortunate. Sonny frowned. What, it's not? And for him, it was doubly so. When one awakened killed another, they received a considerable portion of the enemy's soul essence without having to shatter their soul shard. Sonny, however, was not an ordinary awakened. His aspect was based on consuming shadow fragments instead. That meant that even if his enemy had absorbed hundreds of soul's shards in the past, Sonny would only receive the number of shadow fragments matching their rank and class, just like he would after slaying a nightmare creature. Since all sleepers were mere dormant beasts, in this case, the number was 1. Just 1 fragment away from 400, Sonny said, a bit disheartened. All that work for nothing. Some small, rational piece of his mind was actually relieved that killing humans was not very lucrative. Otherwise, in his state, no, he wouldn't. Surely. Wouldn't what? Sonny blinked a couple of times, waiting for his inner voice to answer. However, it was strangely silent. Shrugging, he bent down and searched the dead man's body, hoping to find something of value. However, he was left disappointed. There was no pouch full of soul shards as he had imagined. All Sonny found was a strange piece of fabric that had been secretively tucked away into the tall thug's shirt. Looking at the fabric, he noticed crude shapes drawn on it with ink. Some shapes looked strangely familiar. Is that a map? Indeed, it was a primitive map. The shapes he recognized were the various landmarks located in the neighboring parts of the cursed city. Sonny knew many of them by heart and had even explored a few in the past. A treasure map? Suddenly, the strange timing of the hunting party's arrival and their lack of experience made perf. CT sense? They weren't actually hunters. Instead, they were a bunch of fools who had been swindled by some smart person back at the castle into buying a fake treasure map. At least that was the most likely possibility. However, but what if it's real? Sonny blinked, looking at the map with a mix of distaste and avarice. He couldn't decide whether he should try and follow it or throw it away. Luckily, his thought process was interrupted by a thunderous crash. One of the buildings not far from where he was standing suddenly collapsed, filling the street with a cloud of dust and flying debris. A massive shape flew through the air and heavily crashed against another wall, causing an avalanche of stones to fall down. The creature tried to stand up, but then twitched and grew still, spilling rivers of fetid blood all over the pavement. It was unmistakably dead. Sonny quickly hid the map in his armor and dove into the shadows, trying to understand what was happening. Somewhere near, furious roars and the sound of steel clashing against steel could be heard, growing closer with each second. Strangely, there were no human voices. A battle between nightmare creatures. Such things were not rare in the cursed city, but to Sonny's knowledge, there were very few things capable of challenging the current masters of this street and the adjacent square. These creatures were not the most powerful among the inhabitants of the city, but due to their unique characteristics, Sonny tried to avoid them like the plague. He saw several monsters much more powerful than anything he would be willing to take on, ending up sliced and diced into tiny pieces on that square. However, none of them was able to give the protectors of the square as much trouble as they were having right now, at least judging by the desperate sounds of the battle. Intrigued, Sonny decided to take a look. Hidden in the shadows, he climbed up the tall wall of an ancient building and soon arrived on its roof. Watching his footing, Sonny walked forward until he reached the opposite edge of the building. From there, he could see the wide square in all its dark glory. In the middle of the square, a moving statue was fighting against several hulking monsters. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 102, Stone Saint. On a dark square surrounded by ruins of once magnificent buildings, a vicious battle was coming to an end. The remains of its solemn protectors were lying on the cold cobblestones, ruthlessly shattered into pieces. Sonny blinked in shock. They actually lost. He was really astonished. The living statues that used to guard the square were a very tough bunch. As far as nightmare creatures of the cursed city went, they weren't the most formidable in terms of size and physical might. However, their strange bodies were extremely durable and capable of withstanding truly devastating amounts of damage. Aside from that, the stalwart stone warriors were also disciplined, proficient in the use of weapons, and utterly deadly. They were able to perfectly coordinate their movements, using strategy and tactics to silently overwhelm opponents whose power far surpassed their own. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's why Sonny had always avoided getting into a confrontation with these weird creatures. Even though they were fallen by rank, the stone revenants represented a threat that was enough to make him wary. However, now the ownership of the square was about to change hands. The bodies of the previous masters lay shattered to pieces. In death, they looked just like broken statues. Even their metal armor and weapons had turned to stone after the wielders were destroyed. There were 5 or 6 of these stone piles scattered around the square, while the attackers seemed to have lost only 3 of their numbers, including the massive monster that had been sent crashing through a building earlier. Each body towered above the dark cobblestones like a small hill. The invaders were of a type of the nightmare creature that Sonny had never seen before. These new menacing monsters looked like giant spiders with bodies covered in thick plates of wrought iron. They moved with terrifying speed and force, sending cracks running through the cobblestones with each step. There were currently 2 of them left on the square, circling around the lone surviving stone warrior. The last of the living statues seemed to be a female. Compared to the spiders, she was almost comically small in stature, standing no taller than Sonny himself. The graceful stone creature was armed with a sword and a round shield, wearing a plate armor that covered most of her body, leaving only the eyes exposed. Or rather, 2 rubies burning with crimson flames that these creatures had instead of eyes. Her armor and weapons were black in color, forged from some unknown and incredibly heavy stone-like alloy. Of course, in reality, they were made out of the same stone as their wielder. However, the dark force that had turned the granite body of this nightmare creature into the strange approximation of flesh had also turned the stone armor into metal. Currently, the last of the living statues was standing with her shield raised, the blade of the sword resting on its rim. Her head was lowered, ruby eyes silently following the movements of the two spider monsters. Sonny didn't know for sure, but he suspected that these spiders were both fallen beasts. In any case, the stone woman was doomed. Her enemies were just toying with her, savoring the helplessness of their victim before finishing the job. He didn't really care. In fact, he was waiting for the show. Watching nightmare creatures slaughter each other was one of his favorite pastimes, and the best thing about it was that it didn't matter who won. Come on, get her. However, in the next moment, he was surprised. In a strange turn of events, the stone monster lunged at the spiders first. Calmly striking her sword against the rim of the shield twice, she dashed forward with grim determination. The spider she was aiming at was a second too late to react. However, due to its superior physical form, it was still able to meet the sudden onslaught with a vicious strike of its own. One of its legs shot forward, threatening to shatter the stone body of the attacking living statue into tiny pieces. The smaller creature deflected the blow with her sword and bashed the spider with the round shield, putting all of her weight and inhuman strength into the strike. Sonny blinked as the massive body of the fallen beast was thrown back and toppled over. The black sword immediately lashed out, sending a shockwave through the spider's guts. A rain of strikes fell on the iron surface of the monster's abdomen, filling the square with the clangor of metal. The stone warrior attacked with savage ferocity, using both the sword and the shield to inflict as much damage as possible in a short amount of time. Just as the iron plate protecting the soft innards of the monster cracked, the second beast joined the fray. The following bloodbath was nothing short of horrifying. Despite the fact that the spiders were much faster and stronger, the steadfast stone wraith kept up with them for a while. Her indomitable will and ruthless resolve were enough to give the fearsome creatures pause. Moving with the deadly precision of a bloodthirsty killing machine, the living statue completely disregarded self-preservation in favor of making her enemies suffer. It seemed as though she was determined to take them to the grave with her. Soon, the terrible wounds on her body accumulated, making the stone creature look like a vandalized piece of macabre art. However, the spiders were no better. Their fetid blood was spilling everywhere, painting the whole square red. Severed limbs and shards of cracked iron littered the ground, mixing with the shattered remains of the fallen stone warriors. Finally, one of the spiders fell heavily to the ground and twitched, drawing its last breath. The remaining beast lunged at the staggered stone monster, its countless eyes burning with fury. The round black shield rose one last time and then flew aside, torn away along with the right arm of the stalwart living statue. However, almost at the same time, the blade of her sword pierced through the massive beast's skull, ending its life just a moment before breaking apart and turning to stone. Sonny shook his head. What an impressive sight! A lowly awakened creature slaying two fallen beasts. Midnight Shard would have liked that fierce last stand a lot. Come to think of it, this was nothing short of inconceivable. However, the graceful stone warrior paid dearly for performing the bloody miracle. Staggering once again, she fell heavily to the ground, clearly done for. The battle for the ownership of the Dark Square was over. Nobody won. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 103, Coup de Grace. As the dust settled, Sonny abandoned his hiding spot on the roof of one of the buildings surrounding the square and jumped down. Avoiding the puddles of fetid blood, he walked among the corpses littering the ground and approached the dying stone monster. The nightmare creature was lying on her back, her body battered and broken. From up close, Sonny was able to see it better. The black armor of the strange monster was slowly turning to stone. In its gaps, he could see her slightly lighter skin. It was smooth like polished granite and dark gray in color. Streams of ruby dust was flowing from the terrible wounds, looking almost like blood. Two crimson gems that served her as eyes slowly moved, focusing on Sonny. There was no particular expression in them, just tired stillness. The flames that used to burn inside were slowly dimming. The statuesque creature stared at him without making a sound. In fact, Sonny wasn't sure that these monsters were even capable of producing sounds. Throughout the whole fight, she had remained eerily silent. He sighed. Life is not fair, huh? With these words, he summoned the midnight shard and thrust it through the visor of the dying creature's helm. Even at the death's door, the stone-like flesh of the living statue proved to be extremely tough. However, he put enough strength into his strike, not wishing to make the poor thing suffer more than necessary. He was always glad to kill a nightmare creature, but this one deserved a quick death. To be honest, he was very impressed by the small stone warrior's desperate last stand. They didn't know who they were messing with, but you showed them. At that moment, the familiar voice of the spell resounded in the darkness. You have slain an awakened monster, Stone Saint. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny smiled. That's 4 shadow fragments, finally 403. However, in the next second, he forgot what he was thinking about, because the spell wasn't done talking. Whispering into his ear, it slowly said, You have received an echo, Stone Saint. Sunny's eyes opened wide. Did he hear it right? An echo? He had finally received another echo. Cautiously looking around, Sunny lowered his voice and said to the Shad, You heard it too, right? The shadow stared at Sunny in exasperation, then gestured at its mouth, lowered its hands, and didn't say anything. He smiled. Exactly, that's what the spell said. Humming a song, he paced back and forth for some time, then suddenly flinched. Oh, right, I should get out of here. Now that the stone people are gone, who knows what kind of horrors will try to make this square their nest. He made a move to leave, but then stopped and looked at the scene of slaughter with avarice. However, I really should get some mementos first. It's not every day that you stumble upon that many dead nightmare creatures before the carrion eaters arrive to feast on the corpses. This was a chance he won't get any time soon. Sunny hesitated for a few seconds, trying to decide which monsters to approach first. The spiders were obviously much stronger. If they were really of the fallen rank, their soul shards would be incredibly valuable. However, buying anything with a bunch of ascended soul shards would be very suspicious. Plus, it would take a while to find the crystals inside the massive bodies of the giant beasts. The living statues were of the lower rank, but their shattered remains were easy to search. The other inhabitants of the cursed city could arrive at any minute. So, with a deep sigh, Sunny ran to the nearest pile of shattered stones and kneeled beside it, hoping to notice the gleam of the soul shards as soon as possible. He was barely done with the second dead statue when a sudden noise made him stop. Knowing that greed had doomed a lot of people to their deaths, Sunny suppressed the desire to linger here to the last possible moment and quickly dashed away, putting the last crystal he had managed to find inside his armor on the run. Summoning the kunai, he threw it into the air and then pulled on the invisible string, making the dagger spin around a stone column. As soon as the string coiled itself around the column, he jumped and made the string contract, sending him flying up. Just like the golden rope, the invisible string that connected the kunai to his wrist was incredibly sturdy and capable of changing its length at will, which allowed Sunny to use the throwing dagger as an improvised grappling hook from time to time. Using the top of the stone column to jump even higher, he grabbed onto the cracks in the wall of one of the ruined buildings and quickly climbed up. By the time he reached the roof, the noises produced by the approaching creature were already loud enough to make him shiver. Whatever that thing was, Sunny didn't want to find out. The sound it produced while moving made him think of a giant snake one with countless mouths, each hissing the notes of a strange, maddening tune. Luckily, he left the wide square just in time to never meet that abomination. By the time Sunny had returned to the ruined cathedral, the night was already coming to the end. The eastern horizon was growing lighter, and the sound of the black waves crushing against the city wall was growing restless. Walking across the support beams stretching above the grand hall, he caught the glimpse of the marching Black Knight and sighed. One day, he was going to kill the bastard on some glorious day. But not this day. Today, he had other things to do. Reaching the safety of his hidden lair, Sunny put the soul shards into his treasure chest and then sat down on a magnificent wooden chair. There was an excited smile on his face. It was finally time to find out what was the difference between a normal echo and one transformed into a shadow. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 104, Soul Arsenal. Not wasting any more time, Sunny dove into his soul sea. Despite his changed mental state, it was as calm as always. The Sile. Expanse of still water stretched into the empty distance, with the shadow core hovering above like a dark star. Tiny spheres of light floated in the air around it, reflecting on the surface of the tranquil sea. The silent shadows were still there, standing motionless at the edge of darkness. Compared to before, their ranks had swelled. Monsters of all shapes and sizes were among them now, making Sunny's collection of slain enemies look increasingly impressive. Walking past them, he glanced at one or another from time to time, recalling the thrilling battles with a mix of dread and pride. This was his personal museum, a dark monument to all his sins. Wait, sins, why sins? Just at that moment, Sunny stumbled and stopped. Not too far away from him, a gaunt shadow stood among the menagerie of terrifying creatures, silently staring at him with empty eyes. That shadow once belonged to a young man not much older than Sunny himself. He had lived in the ramshackle settlement beyond the castle's gates, struggling to survive like everybody else. Before. Sunny looked away. Don't you look at me like that. It was your own fault, fool. You shouldn't have asked me all those questions. Out of the 3 people he had murdered with his own hands, this kill was the only one that made Sunny feel something, because it wasn't done in the heat of the battle or to settle a personal score. This one was done in cold blood. It was why he had to leave the castle, among other things. Sunny grimaced. I said stop looking at me. Just stay dead and don't bother me with your nonsense. Huffing angrily, he turned away. Soon, he walked past the shadows of the Blood Fiend, the hunting party's leader, and the deadly Stone Saint. Glancing at the statuesque figure of the stone monster, Sunny forgot all about the gaunt shadow and smiled. He was here to take a look at her echo, after all. The prospect of having another echo under his command was already very exciting. The loyal and strangely personable scavenger had been of great help to Sunny in the past, tremendously increasing his combat performance. After all, despite having a divine aspect and a uniquely powerful ability, Sunny was still just a dreamer, one whole rank below the echo. The scavenger, however, was merely a beast, while the Stone Saint was a monster. Her power was comparable to that of the ferocious carapace centurions, far surpassing anything that Sunny could ever hope to achieve in this cursed place. The strange nature of the steadfast living statue made her even more formidable. Having a servant like that would make many impossible things possible. However, Sunny wanted even more. He was waiting to see what miracle his aspect was going to perform, hoping that the results would surpass his wildest expectations. Soon, he was standing under the black sun of his shadow core, observing the spheres of light that represented his memories. There were 9 of them now. The ones that he actually used were the puppeteer's shroud, the midnight shard, the prowling thorn, the ordinary rock, and the endless spring. Savoring the anticipation, Sunny summoned each of them one by one and read the glowing runes surrounding the memories. He had gotten the heavy kunai after defeating a peculiar creature that resembled a monstrous armored porcupine. The rain of jagged bone quills had left several holes in Sunny's body, but the reward was well worth it. Memory prowling thorn. Memory rank awakened. Memory tier II. Memory type weapon. Memory description: this flying dagger is as unpredictable and fickle as the affection of a young beauty, but perhaps not as deadly. Memory enchantments: rose of betrayal. Enchantment description: the prowling thorn is connected to its wielder by an invisible string. This string is strong but mercurial, just like the treacherous bond of sentimental attachment. After reading this description for the first time, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if the spell had been scorned by a lover once. The runes practically exuded bitterness. Next on the list was his most dangerous memory, the talking rock. Memory ordinary rock. Memory rank awakened. Memory tier I. Memory type tool. Memory description: just an ordinary rock. Memory enchantments: not really. Enchantment description: the word is mightier than the sword. The rock is mightier than the word. The funny thing was that the ordinary rock, which was capable of repeating various sounds, had fallen into the hands of a person who was unable to tell lies. It was now the most honest memory in 2 whole worlds. It had also made Sunny think twice before opening his mouth. Sometimes, The last memory he decided to take a look at was, perhaps, the most precious to him. It was the beautiful glass bottle that Cassie had given Sonny as a farewell gift. Memory endless spring. Memory rank dormant. Memory tier IV. Memory type tool. Memory description. A lovesick devil had once imprisoned a mighty river in this fragile glass. Bottle, it was his gifted to a beautiful desert spirit. Memory enchantment's gift of water. Enchantment description. This bottle contains enough water to make flowers bloom in the desolate heart, the most lifeless of deserts. This one was sort of romantic. It seemed as though the spell was all over the place when coming up with these descriptions, to the point where Sonny couldn't even tell if it was being serious. With a sigh, he dismissed the sphere of light containing the endless spring and glanced up. The other 4 of his memories were not very useful. They were an incredibly heavy tower shield, a suit of armor that was worse than the puppeteer's shroud in every regard, a glass eye capable of producing bright beams of harmless red light, and the obnoxiously loud silver bell, the first memory he had ever gotten. The remaining 3 had been awarded to him for killing comparatively weak monsters on the streets of the cursed city. He was hoping to trade them for something more suitable during his next visit to the castle, whenever that might be. Forgetting about the memories, Sonny finally focused his attention on the brightest sphere of light that was floating in the dark emptiness above his head. The one containing his new echo. He willed it to descent and watched as the sphere glided down, softly touching the surface of dark water a few moments later. It slowly dimmed, revealing the stone figure hidden within. Here in the dark silence of the Soul Sea, the stone saint looked just like a statue. She was approximately as tall as Sonny, looking miniature in comparison to the rest of the nightmare creatures he had to face on the forgotten shore. She was also uniquely human-like in appearance. If not for the dark gray hue and the stone-like nature of her granite skin, Sonny might have even mistaken the strange monster for a sleeper, provided he couldn't see much of her body behind the graceful dark armor. The nature of these strange creatures remained a mystery. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 105, Living Stone. Previously, Sonny had considered the living statues to be just that, monuments brought to life by evil spirits. There were a lot of revenants like that walking the streets of the cursed city. Take the Black Knight, for example. Sonny was almost sure that the bastard was actually just a suit of armor with a vengeful wraith imprisoned within it. He had no proof that there was an actual body in that moving steel fortress, at least. However, after watching the stone saint die right before his eyes, he wasn't so sure that she and the Black Knight were the same anymore. There certainly were similarities. Even the design of their armors was somewhat similar, as though one had originated from the other. But the stone warrior's armor seemed much more ancient. And then there was the ruby dust that flowed from the stone creature's wounds instead of blood. Since when did statues have blood? It was almost like these strange creatures were designed to possess their own weird form of life. Come think about it, the stone warriors resembled artificial beings brought to life by some dark magic, much more than they resembled undead creatures. Mysteries, mysteries, mysteries all around. Perhaps the runes describing the stone saint would provide him with some answers. The echo, meanwhile, was coming to life. 2 magenta flames ignited in her gemstone eyes. The stone of her armor suddenly gleamed with subtle metal shine. The smooth surface of her granite skin turned slightly less rigid. Silently turning her head, the saint gazed at Sonny through the narrow split of her helmet's visor. Let's see. He concentrated on the runes. Echo Stone Saint. Echo Rank Awakened. Echo Class Monster. Echo Attributes Battle Master. Stalwart Mark of Divinity. Sonny blinked. Mark of Divinity. That was the same as his original attribute. What business did a nightmare creature have walking around with the traces of divinity left in its evil, corrupted soul? And what with these other attributes? Battle Master Attribute Description born on the battlefield. The Stone Saint is proficient in all forms of combat. Stalwart Attribute Description. The Stone Saint is highly resistant to all forms of damage, as well as being fully immune to mind and soul attacks. Bewildered, Sonny shook his head. No wonder these silent stone warriors were so deadly. They were literally a bunch of killing machines created to last as long and deal as much damage as possible on the battlefield. but who had created them. Leaving the attributes alone, he lowered his gaze and read the next line of runes. Echo description deep in the cavernous halls of his dark domain, the last child of the unknown had created them from stone to quell the fire burning in his resentful heart. However, that fire only grew hotter. Designed to bring peace, they were instead born into an endless war. The unknown again, or rather their children, it seemed like his theory was. Correct, the stone saint was either an artificial being or a descendant of one. In any case, that was before she was corrupted by, well, whatever it was that had corrupted all the nightmare creatures, and especially those in the cursed city. Now even gods wouldn't be able to describe what exactly she was. Not that it mattered, a monster was a monster. Sunny was more interested in the fact that the traces of divinity that the stone warrior bore had to have come from their original creator, who was at least partially one of the unknown. Which meant that the unknown, indeed, were closely related to the gods and to divinity itself. Just like mysterious Weaver. Looking away from the runes, Sunny studied the motionless Echo with his altered eyes. What he saw made him smile darkly. Just like the memories, the true essence of the Echo was weaved from the countless diamond strings that formed an infinitely complex pattern. Only in its case, the pattern was even more elaborate, dwarfing anything that Sunny had previously seen. 2 embers were burning inside the stone saint's body, serving as anchors for the endless strings. One of them was situated in the place where her heart should have been, the other in the lower part of her abdomen. Sunny closed one eye and looked more closely. And there, behind the shining pattern of the diamond strings, he noticed another, much more primitive and crude system of adamantine threads. They pierced the stone flesh of the Echo, resembling a human nervous system. These strings were also seemingly made from diamond, but they were much less ethereal. In fact, they were entirely corporeal. Sunny frowned. Makes sense, that makes sense. Wait, how does it make sense? The memories and the echoes were created by the spell. They were artificial. The stone saint, too, was artificial, but in a much more mundane sense. She was made by a child of the unknown, just like her Echo was made by the spell. Which meant what? That the technique that had been used to create the stone saint was eerily similar to the technique that the spell used, although it did look extremely primitive in comparison. Could that mean that the spell itself had come from the unknown? Sunny grimaced and shook his head. No. Although it was a sound theory, there was too little information to actually consider it substantiated or even remotely believable. He needed to find out more, learn more, uncover more before even beginning to understand the true story that connected the spell, the gods, the unknown, and his own life into one nightmarish tapestry. But there would be time for it later. Right now, he had something equally as interesting right within his grasp. Glancing one last time at the graceful stone monster, Sunny gulped and licked his lips. Then he said timidly, Let's do this." Taking a step forward, he hesitated and then carefully put his hand on the breastplate of the stone saint's armor, right across from the place where the main nexus of her spell weave was situated. To his surprise, the breastplate felt like stone and was warm to the touch. It was as though a furious crimson flame was burning inside the nightmare creature's chest. As soon as Sunny touched the Echo, a new string of runes appeared in the air in front of him. Transform Echo into a shadow. He hesitated, once again afraid to make the choice. What was he going to do if the process made the stone saint weaker or even useless? Trying not to think of this possibility, Sunny sighed and forced himself to say, "Yes." An imperceptible change happened to the Soul Sea, as though a gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The tranquil dark water seemed to simultaneously stay still and move restlessly. Then, a sudden pressure came from somewhere above. Raising his head, Sunny saw 2 dark beams descending from the depths of the shadow core. One of them fell on the Echo, while the other landed on one of the silent shadows that stood motionlessly behind his back, as though connecting them together. Bathed in the dark light, the shadow of the dead stone saint slowly dissolved into it. And then the Echo began to chain. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 106, Creating a Monster. Under Sunny's watchful eyes, the Echo began to change. The light falling from the shadow core seemed to seep into the flesh of the stone creature, making it shine with dark radiance. Wisps of shadowy fog emanated from beneath her impervious plate armor, slowly merging with it. It looked as though the stone saint was engulfed in ghostly black flame, being remade by it. What little color there was on her body was washed away and replaced with nothing but darkness. Only two crimson fires burning in her ruby eyes remained, slightly changing their hue and becoming more menacing. Of course, all these changes were happening on the surface. If not for the traumatic transformation that Sunny had gone through to inherit a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage, this would have been all he saw. However, with his eyes altered by the agony of consuming the drop of divine blood, he was able to see much more. Beneath the surface, the essence of the echo was being changed as well, in a way much more fundamental than its outer appearance. The shining embers that served as anchors for the weave of diamond strings had lost their radiance, becoming as transparent and empty as the shadow core itself. The diamond strings were gone, replaced by a sea of darkness. That darkness had a form, a shape that perfectly followed the lines of the stone saint's body. It was as though a living shadow was now inhabiting it, usurping the role that had been played by the pattern of the sorceress strings once. Although similar in appearance to the original echo, this new creature was a completely different type of existence. Sunny had never seen anything like it before. It was created by his aspect, after all. The process of transformation, meanwhile, was coming to the end. The ray of dark light cast by the shadow core was disappearing, its reflection drowning in the calm water of the silent sea. The black flames were already fully absorbed by the stone-like armor of the saint, gone with the dark radiance of her smooth granite skin. Sunny observed the stone saint. Clad in the lusterless black armor, with two ruby flames burning in the deep shadows of the visor, she looked like an incarnation of pure darkness, a noble demon sent to wage war against heaven from the depths of hell. What changed the most, however, was her presence. Before, the echo felt like an empty shell, a magical tool rather than an actual being. Now, however, there were hints of mysterious will in her crimson eyes, a subtle sense there was a nascent spark of sentience burning somewhere deep within her lightless soul. Or whatever it was that the menacing monster had instead of a soul. This was a shadow. Just as this thought appeared in Sunny's mind, the faintly familiar voice of the spell resounded above the dark waters of the Soul Sea. "You have created a shadow monster, Stone Saint." Hearing these words, Sunny smiled. However, a second later, the smile disappeared from his lips, replaced by a pained expression. Only now, after the process was complete, he felt a subtle emptiness permeating his whole body. He felt weakened. The loss of 100 shadow fragments was finally making its effect known. He had suspected that spending them in this way would reverse the process of power accumulation that had consumed him for these last few months, but it was still an unpleasant feeling. He was much stronger than he had been during the journey through the labyrinth. However, some of his physical might was unmistakably gone, leaving him with a bitter feeling of regret. No, he had known that this would happen, and decided to proceed with the experiment anyway. It was well worth it. Forgetting about the change in his physical state, Sunny walked around his shadow and observed her from different sides. The stone saint's eyes silently followed his movements, sending glints of crimson light reflecting from the black surface of the tranquil sea. "This is amazing. I wonder what she is capable of." Summoning the runes, Sunny immediately noticed that there was a new cluster shining right beneath the one describing his echoes. Shadow's Stone Saint. Excited to learn more about his new pet monster, Sunny was about to concentrate his attention on the runes, but then stopped and glanced down at his own shadow, a little embarrassed. Sorry, how are you feeling, buddy? You aren't, jealous or anything." The shadow looked away and pretended that it didn't know him. It was seemingly indifferent to the appearance of a new shadow creature in his service, even though this new shadow had a capital letter to its name. "Well, I just wanted to say that you shouldn't be. I still value you very much. Even though the Stone Saint is probably capable of slicing powerful monsters into tiny pieces with her sword, while you're still just a useless piece of an incredibly capable scout and my most trusted confidant, I still appreciate you. Yeah." He stared at the shadow for a bit, and seeing that it didn't react in any way, turned away. This guy, he'd better step up his game, ha. Focusing on the runes, Sunny summoned the description of the shadow and read. Shadow Stone Saint. Shadow rank awakened. Shadow class monster. Shadow attributes battle master, stalwart spark of divinity. Sunny blinked. It seemed as though Stone Saint's divine attribute had evolved to match his own. Was it because he was her master? This was a nice surprise. However, he still didn't see how she was different from before. Frowning, he continued to look through the shimmering runes. Shadow description: Shadow Saint was created by the treacherous lost from light in the cursed darkness of the forgotten shore. Again with this whole treachery stuff. Can I get another epithet, huh? But in the next moment, he forgot all about this little frustration, because the following line of runes showed him something really unexpected. Just beneath the description, a familiar set of runes shined in the air. Shadow Fragments 0200. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 107, Growing Shad. Sunny stared at the runes, perplexed. Then a sudden light of understanding appeared in his eyes. He finally realized what was the principal difference between an echo and a shadow. It was really very simple. The echoes were mere replicas of the creatures that had left them behind. They were molded in their image and never changed, always remaining the same as the originals at the moment of their deaths. Shadows, however, were different. After all, they were mercurial by nature, always changing their forms and shapes depending on the environment. And so, a shadow was capable of change to some extent, too. It was capable of growth. His eyes widened. By slaying nightmare creatures, he was able to absorb their shadow fragments and become stronger. Eventually, his shadow core was bound to evolve, turning from dormant to awakened and beyond. The jump in power that came with this evolution was nothing short of unmatched. Granted, he wasn't sure about the particular details of this process, not to mention that, as a human, he could only become an awakened after returning from the dream realm into the real world, which was impossible to do in this godforsaken place. He also didn't know what would happen if he actually managed to accumulate the 1,000 shadow fragments that the runes demanded. But no matter what happened, if he were to continue walking forward on the path of the awakened, he would eventually outgrow his memories and echoes, rendering them weak and useless against the enemies of the comparable rank. He would then be forced to discard them and try to find suitable replacements, with no guarantee whatsoever that he would actually succeed. This problem was not as dire when it came to memories, which were comparatively easy to get. The echoes, however, were exceedingly rare. Once an echo grew too weak to accompany its master, replacing it was an extremely tall task. But shadows were capable of growing with him, becoming more powerful just as he grew more powerful. As long as Sunny was willing to put in the work, his shadow would never fall behind. The possibilities that this simple quality opened up were truly endless. It was enough to completely change his plans for the future. In the past, Sunny always envisioned himself as the main force on the battlefield, only relying on memories and a stray echo or two to support him. That was because echoes of higher ranks and classes were so unimaginably hard to come by. Although much more rare than memories, there were still many dormant echoes around, and a fair number of awakened ones too. They were mainly shared among masters and saints, who were capable of defeating the nightmare creature of these ranks with comparative ease. But battles against fallen and corrupted monsters, not to mention anything even more dreadful, were never easy. As such, there were not enough trophies brought back after killing creatures of their kind to make the idea of acquiring an echo of a higher rank a realistic possibility. For everyone except for Sunny, he could slaughter weaker monsters, get lesser echoes, and then cultivate them into unstoppable beasts of slaughter. Not bound by the laws of probability and diminishing chances, he could slowly build an army of powerful shadows to fight his battles for him, and then watch them destroy his enemies from a safe distance while sipping on a cocktail. That's what rich people drank, right? Not to mention that monsters were not bound by the need to pass nightmares to raise their rank, at least not to Sunny's knowledge. To be honest, he had no idea how nightmare creatures evolved their cores. Carapace Demon had seemed to do just fine just by eating the fruits of the soul tree and slowly absorbing large amounts of soul essence. In any case, there was a possibility that he would be able to make the Shadow Saint much more powerful than he himself had the chance to become on the Forgotten Shore. Perhaps even powerful enough to make his life here truly tolerable. Looking at the Shadow with excited sparks dancing in his eyes, Sonny grinned from ear to ear. You and I are going to accomplish great things together, buddy. If his own shadow wasn't worried about its place in his heart yet, it would be smart to start worrying about it right about now. The question that was consuming Sonny's thoughts now was this: how, exactly, was he supposed to feed the Shadow Saint with fragments? If he could simply transfer some of his own to her, he would do it without a second thought, even though that would diminish his personal strength even further. However, there seemed to be no way to do so. No amount of looking at the runes, touching the silent stone creature, or trying to talk to the spell did the trick. Sonny even asked for advice from his own shadow, but that guy was in no mood to talk. The scornful word, traitor, was written all over his expressionless dark spot of a face. At least that's what Sonny read from it after being met with the silent treatment. In all the excitement, he failed to remember that the shadow was physically unable to speak. Scratching the back of his head, Sonny paced around the Soul Sea and tried to come up with a reasonable way to stuff some shadow fragments inside the taciturn stone monster. Well, the most obvious answer is to go and make her kill some nightmare creatures. However, will it work? When my loyal scavenger killed something, it was I who received the fragments, not him. Wait, him? Did Cassie infect me with her childish desire to assign human qualities to everything? It not him, it was I and not it. Right, that's better. Wait, what was I talking about? Glancing at the outside world, Sonny frowned. It was currently the day there. Usually, he would be sound asleep by now. Going out during the day was dangerous. He would have to walk outside the shadows, allowing all kinds of fallen horrors to lay eyes on him. He only survived for so long in this hell by being extremely cautious, cowardly, and only hunting during the night. He paid a harsh price to learn these lessons, almost losing his life in the process. But still, should he risk it? Source: WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 108, Test Dummy. Still undecided, Sonny dismissed the Stone Saint. He was curious to see if the slumbering shadow would become a sphere of light just like an echo would. However, she did not. As soon as he gave the command, the ornate armor of the stone creature was immediately engulfed in black flame, and with a gust of ghostly wind, she was gone. It seemed as though the shadow was returned into the embrace of the shadow core that had created her, and was now sleeping in its depths, bathed in the invisible waves of nurturing dark flames. Sonny scratched the back of his head. So, the shadows literally dwelled within the deepest part of his soul. He didn't really know how to feel about this, but felt that it was strangely fitting. He was a child of shadows himself, after all. With a thoughtful sigh, Sonny emerged from the Soul Sea and looked around his secret lair. Outside the ruined cathedral, the sun was shining above the cursed city, but none of its rays could reach this tranquil hidden chamber. Sonny suspected that once, long ago, the secret room served as the private quarters of a venerated young priestess who performed sacred rites in this temple. He had found some of her things in the modest wardrobe that was hidden behind a stone panel, somehow preserved in pristine condition despite the thousands of years that had passed since the city had fallen to the curse of darkness. If not for the lamentable disparity of their genders, he would have had a whole collection of clothes to wear, instead of spending every waking hour dressed in the same good old puppeteer's shroud. There were limits to the amount of abuse that even a fifth-tier armor could withstand. However, in a sense, he was lucky. At least his armor was made out of soft fabric. It would have been much worse if he had to wear a suit of plate armor or a rusty chainmail instead. That priestess, of course, had not used the same extravagant method to enter her private quarters. There actually was a doorway that led outside the room and into a concealed corridor that ended with a narrow stairwell. However, the stairs had long collapsed, leaving only a deep vertical shaft behind. This was Sonny's route of escape in case someone or something would find his lair. Standing up from the magnificent wooden chair, Sonny paced around for a bit and then lighted the fire under a makeshift stove, planning to make himself some late supper. The orange flames illuminated the hidden chamber, sending shadows dancing on its walls. Oh right, I never got fresh meat. The night was so eventful that he had completely forgotten the initial purpose of his hunt. Throwing the last few strips of meat on the grill, he seasoned them with salt and sighed once again. The desire to simply venture outside and get into a fight with the nearest nightmare creature seemed more attractive with each minute. No, that's how you end up dead. To distract himself from these seductive thoughts, Sunny decided to summon the stone saint into the material world and perform a few experiments in the safety of his secret lair. Standing up, he willed the shadow to appear. The secretive chamber was submerged in deep shadows. His own was hidden in one of them, standing with its arms crossed on the cold stone wall. In Sunny's vision, it appeared as a silhouette made from a deeper shade of black. Usually an echo would appear in front of the summoner, weaved from the countless sparks of moving light. However, the stone saint entrance was completely different. Instead of materializing out of thin air, she stepped out of his shadow like a sinister dark night. Wreathed in darkness, her elegant figure emanated a sense of danger and foreboding. First, two ruby eyes ignited in the depths of the shadow. Then, the darkness came to life and surged forward, taking the form of the deadly stone monster. The sole of her stone-like soleret touched the floor with a loud clang, and a moment later, the shadow saint was standing in the middle of his room, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword. Sunny grimaced, feeling a slight headache. So the shadow was hiding in a shadow, and then the shadow came out of the shadow to stand with it in the shadows. This is starting to get out of hand. I really need to come up with better terminology. He felt that this was a vital problem, but no suitable words came to his mind. Glancing at the silent duo, Sunny hesitantly asked, "Any ideas?" Sadly, both his shadow and his shadow were mute and unable to voice their opinions even if they wanted to. Left with no assistance whatsoever, Sunny sighed. "All right, I'll think of something later. For now, let's see what you're capable of." Summoning his shadow, he wrapped himself in its comforting embrace and faced the stone saint, preparing to test her strength. Inhaling deeply, he focused and gave the menacing monster a command. "Strike me." Sunny expected that the shadow would hesitate for a moment, maybe even requiring some persuasion to turn on her master. Instead, the stone saint immediately leaned forward and punched him in the chest without a second thought. With his physical prowess enhanced by the shadow, Sunny was sure of his ability to withstand one blow from the awakened monster, at least to a certain degree. However, he was wrong. So wrong. Before he could even react, the armor-clad stone fist crashed into his ribs, making Sunny feel as though he was hit by a train. In the next second, he found himself lying on the floor, surrounded by numerous pieces of broken wood. Oh no, my chair. The magnificent chair was gone, ruthlessly turned into splinters and firewood by the impact with his back. It was completely unsalvageable. Sunny's back wasn't doing much better. Turning onto his stomach with a moan, Sunny spat a bit of blood on the stone floor and weakly raised one hand, giving the shadow saint thumbs up. Good, well done. 10 out of 10, just like crap, that really hurts, just like I expected." Casting a furtive glance at the elegant stone knight, he forced a smile out and tried to stand up. "I think I need to amend some details of the future experiments." Next, Sunny was planning to enhance the stone saint with the shadow before getting her to strike him again. However, on second thought, there were better ways to measure her power. Source: WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 109, Soulmates. Picking himself up from the floor, Sunny staggered and found his way back to the fire burning under the improvised grill. Glancing at the motionless stone knight, he spat a bit more blood and groaned. As the appetizing aroma of roasting meat filled the air, the blood weave got busy repairing his body. By the time his supper was ready, Sunny was able to breathe without wincing. Putting the meat on his prized possession, the luxurious silver plate, Sunny prepared to eat. On the forgotten shore, simple everyday necessities like plates were rarer than enchanted swords and magical suits of armor. In the whole cursed city, only Gunlog and his 5 lieutenants were able to dine with as much decorum as Sunny. Granted, he had yet to find even a single pair of chopsticks in this whole damn place, let alone something more technologically advanced like a spoon. Of course, Sunny could try and make one himself, but that wasn't the same thing. The Shadow Saint was silently looking at him with her burning ruby eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under her mysterious gaze, Sunny glanced at his plate, then at the menacing stone creature. You want some?" He raised a piece of meat and offered it to the taciturn monster. However, the stone saint showed no reaction at all. "Well, suit yourself." Using the prowling thorn as a kitchen utensil, Sunny dug in, devouring the juicy meat like a starving animal. With not a single human soul around, he didn't bother with table manners at all. That's the life. His perpetually hungry outskirt self would have been really shocked to see this extravagant feast. That was real meat. He had hunted and prepared it himself, no less. More than that, he got to enjoy a similar type of luxury food almost every day. Of course, that real meat had come from a revolting horror of a monster, but these were just small details. Chewing on the last piece with a sense of deep satisfaction, Sonny thoughtfully looked at the stone saint. It was time to continue. Earlier, he wanted to see if there was a possible synergy between the different powers that his aspect possessed. Namely, if the enhancement provided by shadow control could be applied to shadows. Sonny knew that his shadow was able to enhance his body, his memories, and with lesser effect, various inanimate objects. However, it was unable to enhance other humans and memories that belonged to them, as well as any living creature except for Sonny himself. He had secretly tested it during his travels with Nephis and Cassie to come up with this conclusion. More importantly, it couldn't affect echoes. But what about shadows? Giving a mental command, Sonny sent his shadow in the direction of the stone saint and held his breath. Flowing like water, the shadow silently grasped the statuesque monster in its dark embrace. Then it seemed to disappear, as though absorbed by the stone flesh of the tenebrous night. A moment later, Stone Saint's ruby eyes blazed with crimson fire. Her smooth granite skin shined with dark radiance once again, smoky wisps of the ghostly gray fog oozing from beneath her stone-like armor like dancing flames. Suddenly, it felt as though the temperature in the hidden chamber dropped by a couple of degrees. Shadows around the menacing creature seemed to swell, becoming deeper and darker, like a vast mantle sown from boundless empty blackness. The elegant stone saint had always looked dangerous and deadly, but now she was downright fearsome. Even without having the shadow saint strike him again, Sonny could tell that the experiment ended in a resounding success. It was apparent that the two types of his shadows were practically created for each other. Her power was increased twofold, at least. A bit peeved, he looked down and sighed. Why does she look so much cooler than I do when using the shadow? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I'm the true divine shadow, hear me. Where's my aura of mysterious coolness? Shaking his head, Sonny lamented his lack of good looks and simultaneously congratulated himself on becoming the master of such a stylish monster. Technically, it didn't matter how his shadows looked, just as long as they were powerful. However, he was secretly glad that his first shadow was not only powerful, but also a darkly beautiful sight to behold. Killing monsters was great, but killing monsters while looking good was even better. Wait, if she can use my shadow, what else can she use? Suddenly excited, Sonny finally swallowed the half-forgotten piece of meat and dismissed the stone saint. Then he shifted his perspective to look at the soul sea and summoned her again, this time inside it. The shadow appeared in the whirlwind of black flames and stood motionlessly upon the still waters of the silent sea. Her mysterious ruby eyes stared at him through the narrow visor of her stone helmet. Not wasting any time, Sonny looked up at the spheres of light circling around the shadow core. What if I can equip her with actual memories? What to choose, she was extremely strong and very proficient with her round shield, so wasn't it logical to assume that a tower shield would suit her even better? Coincidentally, he happened to have one of those. Sonny summoned the memory that he had gotten in one of the fights on the streets of the cursed city. It was a large, square tower shield that was almost as tall as him. The thing was too heavy and unwieldy to actually use in combat, at least not by Sonny. Plus, he wielded a takai, which could only perform to its full potential while held in both hands. Grabbing the cumbersome shield, Sonny walked over to the Shadow Saint and handed it to her with a hopeful smile. Here, take this, please. The shadow stared at him for a few moments, then lowered her head and glanced at the tower shield. Come on, take it. His heart skipped a bit when the statuesque creature slowly raised her hands and grasped the memory with her stone gauntlets. Yes, that's right, now use it. The stone saint obediently brought the shield to her chest, and then shattered it. Sonny froze, his mouth hanging open. Your memory has been destroyed. What? The shards of the broken memory turned into a river of tiny sparks of light, just like the echo of the carapace scavenger, and the azure blade had done before disappearing forever. My tower shield. Sonny felt a sharp dagger of sorrow stab at his heart. Yes, the shield was of no use to him, but it would sell for so much money in the real world. Why did this evil thing have to break it? Why? Wasn't his beautiful chair enough? He gazed at the tiny sparks, wanting to cry. However, a moment later, his eyes widened. Because the river of sparks did not disappear. Instead, it circled around the stone saint's body and then suddenly flowed through it, separating into two streams. Each stream was then absorbed by one of the dark embers burning in the depths of the living shadow that was hiding inside the monster's body. Sonny blinked. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Or say WebNovel, updated by Wuxia World. Chapter 110, Memento. Sonny stared at the Shadow Saint, dumbfounded. The storm of emotions that the destruction of the tower shield had produced was still tugging on his heartstrings. But now, an equally powerful feeling was slowly welling up in his chest. Not knowing how to process all of this, he simply blinked a couple of times and said in a flat tone, So let me get this straight. He gave the shield to his pet monster, hoping that she would be able to use it. And she did, sort of. It's just that instead of wielding the memory, she ate it. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, wondering if he had finally lost it. But no, the echo of the spell's voice was still resounding above the dark waters, whispering the same phrase over and over again. Stone Saint has grown stronger. With a heavy sigh, Sonny summoned the runes and found the description of the shadow. Down at the very bottom of it, the runes were slightly changed. Shadow Fragments 200. A wild gleam appeared in his eyes. 2 fragments. He had received the memory of the tower shield after slaying a particularly hardy wraith, who, despite its frightening appearance, had turned out to be merely an awakened monster. For killing it, Sonny himself had received 4 shadow fragments. But that was because his own shadow core was dormant, and as such, he always got double the reward in battles against creatures of the higher rank. 2 for each soul core that an awakened creature possessed. The Stone Saint was such a creature herself, so it was logical to assume that she would not receive the same treatment. The tower shield had come from a monster with 2 awakened cores, so she received 2 fragments for consuming its memory. Which meant that, with a fire of excitement burning in his eyes, Sonny hurriedly summoned another memory. A disgusting eye with a menacing vertical pupil appeared from the dissipating brightness of the descending sphere of light. That eye came from a basilisk-like creature that Sonny had killed a few weeks ago. To survive the battle, he had to fight it with his own eyes closed, relying solely on the shadow sense to move through the rubble and dodge the attacks of the deadly beast. In the end, he had beheaded the vile thing with a slash of his swift blade seconds before being ripped apart by its claws. It was a fine test for his nascent combat skill. Sadly, the memory came with none of the powers that the actual beast had possessed. It was only capable of producing a harmless beam of red light, which could only be used for creating mood lighting, at least in the case of Sonny, who could see in the dark. Grabbing the eye, he held it out for the Stone Saint to take. The shadow grasped the disgusting thing, brought it to her chest, and then crushed it in her armored fist. Once again, the memory disintegrated into countless tiny sparks of ethereal light, which were then absorbed by the darkness hiding inside the elegant creature's body. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Sonny grinned, then threw his head back and laughed. So that's how it was. The shadows fed on memories. They consumed them to receive power, just like he killed nightmare creatures to consume the remnants of their shadows. To make sure, he glanced at the runes again, and saw exactly what he had expected to see. Shadow Fragments 200. Tear on awakened memory, 1 fragment, makes sense. Giddy with anticipation, Sonny summoned the next memory. A bulky suit of rusty plate armor appeared from the sphere of light and hovered in the air in front of him. This one he had received after burning the towering nest of monstrous, flesh-devouring termites to the ground. Creating a bonfire in the absolute darkness of the Forgotten Shores night was a dangerous endeavor, but he had hoped to receive hundreds of shadow fragments by eviscerating the whole swarm of these tiny gluttonous creatures. Judging by the amount of bones littering the ground around the nest, they were a real plague. Sadly, the entire colony had turned out to be a single demonic being, landing him only 6 fragments. He even had to retreat without collecting the soul shards from the smoldering remains of the hive. scared away by the approach of several fallen horrors that had been attracted by the bright flames. The memory was of little consolation, since his own puppeteer's shroud was superior to it in all regards. But now, finally, it could be of use. The stone saint devoured the armor just like she had devoured the over 2 memories. Once again, the spell announced that the shadow monster had grown stronger. The runes changed again. Shadow Fragment 6200. Every time the numbers changed, Sonny felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His menacing stone knight was becoming more fearsome with each second. He suspected that gambling addicts felt something similar in the throes of a rare winning streak. Caught in the moment, he grasped the next memory, but then stopped and stared at the small silver bell that lay silently in his hand. This one was the first memory he had ever received, barely holding on to life in the bitter cold and terror of the first nightmare. It was the weakest memory he had, but also the most meaningful. Sonny had killed one human to receive it, and had used it to kill another. The silver bell was a reminder. With bleak eyes, he read the runes that shimmered in the lightless emptiness of his soul. A small memento of a long-lost home, which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Suddenly drained of the excitement that had been consuming him just a few moments ago, Sonny sighed heavily and dismissed the memory. There was a dark expression on his face. Glancing at the motionless shadow saint, he turned away. "That's enough for today. Ah, what a long day. I think I'll go to sleep now." Leaving the soul sea, he stood silently for a few minutes, then slowly walked to his bed and fell on it. Dismissing the puppeteer's shroud, Sonny wrapped himself in the blanket and closed his eyes. He was so tired. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 111, Lesser Creature. Sonny woke up from the oppressive feeling that drowned the whole world. The sunset was drawing near, and with it, the abyssal shadow of the Crimson Spire had once again fallen on the cursed city. The distant spire could be seen from anywhere in these somber ruins, looming over the forgotten shore like an eternal dark omen. It was cyclopean and unimaginably high, with its roots growing from the endless sea of crimson coral and its peak lost somewhere beyond the veil of gray clouds. In these past few months, Sonny had gotten accustomed to its presence and learned to not pay it any attention. Thinking about the spire was a sure road to madness. After all, somewhere inside that inconceivable structure lay their only hope of ever returning home. And hope was a poison. Yawning, Sonny stood up and stretched his arms. His good mood, which he had momentarily lost for some strange reason, was already returning. Now that he had some time to put the events of the previous night into perspective, he understood even more clearly how amazing his luck had been recently. The acquisition of the Stone Saint and her following transformation into a shadow were nothing short of miraculous. His life was about to change for the better. However, Sonny had to think things through thoroughly. He was in uncharted waters in regards to how to cultivate his pet monster. The initial excitement he felt after realizing that the Shadow Saint was capable of consuming memories to collect shadow fragments was gone. In its place, there now was a series of uncomfortable questions. Sonny had spent somewhere around 6 months on the Forgotten Shore. In all this time, he had only been able to collect 3 memories that were suitable to be fed to the shadow, giving her mere 6 shadow fragments. With the current speed of progression, he would have to wait for 16 full years to see his labor bear fruit, and find out what exactly was going to happen once the Stone Saint had accumulated all 200 shadow fragments that the runes demanded. Even among the elites of Gunlog's army, there was no one who had survived on the Forgotten Shore for more than 10 years. The king of the castle himself had only been here for 8, and only lived that long in large part due to luck. Granted, Sonny's battle ability would grow dramatically once the deadly Stone Knight was added into the equation, but still, it was too long. He had to think of something. While he was doing the math, Sonny's eyes fell on the iron chest that stored his painstakingly accumulated fortune of soul shards. Distracted, he froze for a few moments, then hesitantly approached the chest and stared at its lid. By the standards of the Forgotten Shore, he was an incredibly rich man. His fortune could buy him a lot of things in the castle, from comparatively simple to increasingly rare and hard to come by. Some of the things that could be easily bought in that pit of despair, he didn't even want to think about. What interested him the most, however, was the possibility of acquiring a large amount of memories. Powerful memories with useful enchantments were not cheap. In fact, they were extremely expensive, but he didn't really care about the quality. Since Stone Saint could get the same amount of fragments from the most useless of memories, all he needed was quantity. If he were to spend all of his shards, her power would instantly leap by a considerable amount. In the future, he would be able to cultivate the shadow at double the speed. Half of the materials coming from the memories he would be acquiring from slaying monsters. The other from the memories he would be buying with the soul shards the monsters had left behind. That would potentially reduce the overall time frame to a somewhat sensible period. However, there was a big problem with this plan. Once Sunny began to spend a large number of soul shards, he would inevitably draw a lot of attention. Dealing with random daredevils who would try to rob him, while not pleasant, was not a big problem. But if Gunlog himself were to become interested in his exploits, that would spell disaster. And then there was Nephis, whose presence made any sort of planning futile for reasons that only she and Sunny knew. Everyone else seemed to be blind and deaf to the truth, which was the source of the problem. Sunny frowned and turned away from the chest. I might come back to this idea later, but first I'll have to check if consuming memories is the only way for a shadow to grow stronger. He still wanted to know if the Stone Saint could absorb shadow fragments by slaying nightmare creatures, just like he could. Some time later, Sunny was cautiously moving through the stone maze of the Forsaken City. Able to become one with the shadows, he had a certain advantage over anyone else who would dare to explore these cursed ruins in the absolute darkness of the night. However, even he was always just one step away from death. Attracting the attention of the real masters of the streets, the fallen creatures who dwelled here from the ancient times, would be the end of him. Sunny had no illusions about that. Humans only survived here by learning how to avoid the fallen ones and seek out weaker monsters to hunt. There weren't a lot of lesser creatures who were able to secure a foothold in the cursed city, so hunting them was always dangerous. Nevertheless, that was what Sunny had made into his profession, and that was what he was doing now. Finally, he reached the area where he had observed a particular creature in the past. Surprisingly, Sunny was intimately familiar with that type of monster. After all, one of them had almost cost him his life in the past. Somewhere around this particular street, a lone carapace centurion had made its lair. Climbing atop a tall stone column, Sunny stood motionlessly in the darkness and waited for his prey to appear. Time moved excruciatingly slowly, but a good hunter had to have a lot of patience. His dark eyes pierced the veil of night, observing the ghostly ruins. 1 hour passed, then another. Sunny waited. Soon his patience was finally rewarded. From the deep darkness of one of the toppled buildings, a familiar hulking shape appeared in all its menacing beauty. The carapace centurion stepped onto the cobblestones, his black carapace decorated with crimson patterns, 2 terrifying bone scythes scraping against the stone. Sunny smiled. The carapace centurion only had time to take a single step before 2 crimson flames suddenly ignited in the deep shadows that consumed the ruined street. Then a graceful stone knight stepped out of the darkness. Raising her shield, she rested the blade of her sword on its rim. Wisps of ghostly gray fog were seeping from under her armor, a strange, dark radiance emanating from her skin. The darkness around seemed to move, as though wanting to embrace her like a dark mantle. The 2 monsters, one massive and savage, one small and steadfast, froze opposite each other. And then all hell broke loose. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 112, Duel of the Monsters. Just like in the battle against 2 fallen beasts, the Stone Saint attacked first. Striking her sword against the rim of the shield twice, she dashed forward without fear or hesitation. Of course, Sunny was not sure if shadows were even capable of feeling fear. The carapace centurion reacted swiftly and savagely, lunging at her in a furious onslaught of adamantine chitin and jagged blades. In front of this towering creature, Shadow Saint looked meager and slight. The 2 monsters collided in the middle of the street, a small shockwave spreading outward from the point of their impact. Dust and small pieces of gravel were sent flying through the air. Sunny watched the battle with vigilant eyes. He suspected that these 2 nightmare creatures were somewhat equal in terms of power. The Centurion was much bigger and heavier, the impenetrable carapace making it an especially deadly adversary. All carapace creatures were unnaturally tough and strong. It also had the advantage of reach and mass. The Shadow Saint was equally as resilient due to her heavy armor and stone-like nature. Despite her small frame, the graceful knight possessed a stunning amount of strength. Sunny also had to keep reminding himself that she was not actually human, and as a being made of stone, weighed much more than a human would. The disadvantage of her size was bridged by battle awareness and skill, making the outcome of the fight unpredictable. However, that was only true if he failed to account for the dark embrace of his shadow. With its reinforcement, the Stone Saint was unimaginably more powerful. Sunny was pretty sure that the Centurion stood no chance. Meanwhile, the two monsters were entwined in a ferocious battle. The Shadow Saint withstood the onslaught of bone scythes by bashing one away with her shield and evading the other. Not losing her momentum, she brought the shield down and slammed its edge into the Centurion's carapace, causing the hulking creature to stagger. The force of the impact was so grievous that it sent cracks running through the impregnable carapace. Sunny marveled at the sight, congratulating himself on the decision to not test the augmented monster's strength on himself. Using the opening that she had created, the Stone Saint twisted her torso and delivered a backhand blow with the boss of the shield, striking the same spot again. The already damaged chitin plate splintered, revealing the soft flesh beneath. A moment later, she was already moving to evade the fierce retaliation of the savage carapace creature. The graceful knight was miserly in her movements, dodging each strike with measured precision. Although Sunny was only a novice in the art of combat, he had learned enough to be able to recognize the hints of a distinct battle style in how the Stone Saint fought. Her whole technique was based in simplicity and economy of movement, each action calculated and efficient. Combining hard blocks, dodges, and deflections with grounded footwork and well-timed ripostes, the Shadow was able to create a stark contrast between defense and offense, the former being solid and indomitable, the latter abrupt and inevitable. It was very different from the flowing and unpredictable style that Nephis had used, and that he himself had been taught. Only now did Sunny realize that the basic katas and forms he had practiced were, in fact, very unique and unusual. Where did his fighting style come from? There was a lot to consider here, both in terms of how to improve his current technique and how to incorporate new elements into it. However, that was a task for the future. Right now, he was more interested in the outcome of the fight. The Stone Saint was already suppressing her monstrous enemy. A few of the Centurion's legs were either broken or severed, streams of azure blood gashing out of the terrible wounds. However, it was still resisting furiously. But no matter how enraged it became, the silent and menacing poise of the graceful Shadow Knight was much more terrifying. Just at that moment, the Shadow Saint sidestepped a downward slash of one of the Centurion's scythes and then pinned it under her greave. Using her weight to immobilize the enemy's weapon, she delivered a vicious blow with the rim of her shield and shattered the bone blade into pieces. The carapace monster screeched, dazed by the loss of its scythe, and immediately tried to eviscerate the loathsome little fiend with the remaining one. However, he was a fraction of a second too late. With one side of its body left defenseless, the Stone Saint now had much more space to attack. Deflecting the scythe with the shield, she dashed forward and lashed out with an upward slash, severing it near the joint. Continuing the motion, she then stepped through the rain of azure blood and mercilessly thrust her sword into the opening in the Centurion's armor that had been created by her at the start of the fight. The stone blade pierced through the flesh of the monster and devastated its spine. The force of the blow was so immense that the tip of the sword broke through the chitin on the Centurion's back. Pulling the sword out of the dying creature's body with one sharp motion, the Shadow Saint shook the blood off the blade. Then, she indifferently stepped back and froze, seemingly turning into a dark, motionless sculpture. Only the crimson fire still burning in her ruby eyes betrayed that the shadow was alive. Sunny held his breath, waiting for the spell to speak. Soon he heard its faintly familiar voice. "You have slain an awakened monster, Carapace Centurion. Your shadow grows stronger." Slightly disappointed, he summoned the runes and checked the number of the shadow fragments in his possession. Shadow fragments 307, 1000. Guiltythree left to 400, he thought automatically. Then, just to be sure, Sonny glanced at the description of the stone saint. Shadow fragment 6200. So, just like with the echoes, the kills performed by the shadow benefited her master instead of the monster herself. It seemed as though consuming memories was truly the only way to feed the stone saint. Sonny frowned. Well, that complicates things. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 113, Dark Well. After the Shadow Saint had ruthlessly eviscerated the Carapace Centurion and confirmed Sonny's suspicion that he wouldn't be able to cultivate her in that way, he was left with nothing much to do. The night was still young, but he had already achieved his goal. Now he was free to do whatever he wished, however. There weren't very many options available in the cursed city. He could continue to hunt, reveling in the newfound power. With the stone saint at his command, Sonny would be able to bath. Either ruins in monster blood. However, that thought, no matter how seductive, left him uneasy. Hunting in this hellish place required patience and preparation. He only survived this long by carefully scouting the potential battlegrounds in advance and studying his prey from the shadows to learn its strengths and weaknesses, not rushing into a fight until he was absolutely sure that there was a solid chance of victory. Shadow Saint or not, betraying these principles would still get him killed. And with his mental state slightly unstable, Sonny didn't trust himself to stay cautious once the easy wins kept piling up. He had to proceed slowly. Looking around the quiet ruins, Sonny smiled slightly. Actually, he wasn't that far from the library. He had indeed turned hunting nightmare creatures into a sort of profession, but it was just that, a job. Like any well-adjusted young man, he also had a hobby. In his free time, Sonny liked to explore the ruins. The warm feeling of satisfaction he had experienced after finding the hidden nest of the vile thieving bird never left his memory. There was something deeply engaging in uncovering fragments of long-lost history and piecing them together. Maybe Sonny had inherited this passion from teacher Julius, or maybe it had always been slumbering deep within his heart. In any case, he enjoyed exploring the ancient city a great deal. It was full of all kinds of mysteries, both large and small. After thousands of years had passed, most traces of the past had been erased by the merciless flow of time. But by looking in the right places and exercising critical thinking, insight, and imagination, it was possible to piece together tiny shards of truth. Every time the seemingly disparate clues clicked into a coherent picture, Sonny felt a pleasant rush. Interestingly enough, it didn't matter whether that picture pertained to something important or completely useless. In fact, he enjoyed learning about the small details of the daily life, that the inhabitants of the ancient city had once led much more than he enjoyed learning about the possible origins of the catastrophe that had befallen them, despite the fact that the latter was directly related to his own survival. For example, he was very curious to learn more about the young priestess whose private quarters he had made into his secret lair. The things she had left behind told him a lot about how the people of the city used to dress and think about the world, filling his imagination with colorful pictures of crowded streets and solemn cathedrals. But it was still not enough. His latest exploration project was the ruins of a grand library. Of course, none of the books and scrolls had survived the thousands of years in the cursed darkness. Luckily, the people who used to live in the city before its fall were very fond of stone engravings. He spent a lot of time studying the intact wall carvings, as well as fragments of surviving frescoes. One fresco in particular was especially grandiose and tantalizing, covering the entire floor of the library's main hall. Sadly, it was almost completely buried under rubble. Sonny had managed to clear some of it away, but most pieces of the collapsed roof were too heavy for him to lift. Maybe the Shadow Saint would have more luck. It was a suitable plan, but for some reason, Sonny felt strangely reluctant to return to the exploration of the library on that particular night. What else can I do? He jumped down from the stone column and approached the dead Carapace Centurion to carve out some meat and the soul shards. Come to think of it, the spot marked on the crude map that he had found on the body of the strange hunting party's leader was not that far away, too. Maybe he could check it out. Sonny vehemently shook his head. No, the map has to be fake anyway, right? Trying to suppress the unhealthy fire of curiosity burning in his chest, Sonny concentrated on the task at hand. Once the meat and the shards were in his possession, though, the persistent desire to follow the map returned. And if it's not fake, that's even worse. Who knows what kind of horror those fools were searching for? Surely there wouldn't be any treasure or important secrets hidden there. This whole thing smelled of nothing but peril. In fact, it reeked of something sinister, terrifying, and utterly evil. Sonny sighed. But honestly, what's the harm in taking one tiny look? It's just one look. What's the worst that can happen? Quietly stepping through the stone rubble, Sonny cautiously approached the spot marked on the map. For some strange reason, very few nightmare creatures seemed to choose this remote part of the city as their hunting grounds. It was as though they were compelled to avoid this place. Come to think about it, that fact alone would be enough to scare Sonny away. In normal circumstances, but with the stone saint hiding in his shadow, he felt a bit braver. He would be able to run away if anything happens, at least. Approaching a large building that had been magnificent once, Sonny climbed over the collapsed wall and found himself in a dark and secluded courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there was a well. Its round mouth loomed like an open wound in the stone, filled with nothing but empty blackness. The well was covered with a strange, ornate iron grate. It must have weighed several tons at least, as though someone desperately wanted to prevent anything from ever lifting it from its place and leaving the well open. Sonny gulped before approaching and looking through the grill of the grate. The silent well was so deep that he couldn't see its bottom. Maybe there wasn't one. Picking up a small stone, Sonny dropped it down. The black mouth of the well swallowed the stone, making it disappear. Many seconds passed, but there was no sound of the rock hitting anything. Sonny was almost ready to try again, but then the well spoke. A melodic, strangely enchanting voice resounded from its dark depths, filling Sonny's ears with sweetness. Aragesti. He staggered back, his eyes opening wide in fear. Nope, not doing that. Sonny wanted to turn around and run away, but something stopped him from following his instinct. He sensed that leaving without finding out more was going to be a wrong decision. And the voice sounded so human-like. It was like the voice of someone you would want to be your friend. He shook his head, breaking free from the reverie. What were those damned fools up to? What are they doing there in that damn castle? I need to warn Nephis. No, wait. I need to find out more first. I'll try to understand what is going on here, but if there's any sign of danger, I run. Gritting his teeth, Sonny forced himself to stay still. A moment later, the well whispered. How wonderful. I haven't been fed in a long, long time. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 114, Voice of Darkness. The enchanting voice came from the well in a wave of whispering echoes. It was soft and charming, flowing like a smooth, silken melody. It seemed to belong to a young man, if mere humans could even possess such a voice. A divine being would suit it more. Or a profane one. Sonny wasn't in the mood to appreciate the smooth and rich texture of the voice, though. He was covered in cold sweat. The echoes whispered, Time, time, time. In all his time on the forgotten shore, Sonny had only met one other creature capable of mimicking human speech. The memory of that encounter still made him tremble. The thing that had come from the depths of the dark sea in a mantle of fog and stolen Cassie's voice was by far the most terrifying being he had ever met. He didn't even want to remember the utter horror he had felt when the swarm of whispering voices had surrounded him. On that night, Sonny had only been able to keep his sanity intact because of the blind girl's timely warning. He had only survived the meeting with the creature that possessed a human voice by keeping his eyes tightly shut. And now here was another. Why were those hunters searching for this ancient horror? He frowned. If something sinister was brewing inside the castle, he had to warn Changing Star. But he couldn't do anything before establishing at least some understanding of the entire situation. That's why Sonny forced himself to stay still despite the fact that every instinct in his body screamed for him to run away. Instinct was not always the best advisor. Humans possessed intelligence for a reason. The black fissure of the well loomed in front of him like a pool of darkness. Suddenly, he was incredibly grateful for the immensely heavy ornate grate that kept the charming talker imprisoned in the lightless depths. Sonny licked his lips and tried to regain his composure. Ready to summon the stone saint and the midnight shard at any moment, he took a step forward and gazed into the dark emptiness once again. Then he slowly said, "It's nice to meet you." He couldn't quite believe that he was trying to communicate with the terrifying prisoner of the well instead of running away without looking back. Life was sure full of surprises. Until the moment it gave you the last one, of course. A soft chuckle resounded from the well. After its melodious murmur disappeared in the darkness of the secluded courtyard, the voice said, "Oh no, the pleasure is mine." The echoes whispered, "Mine, mine, mine." Sonny was considering his next words very carefully. My life might be depending on what I say next. He couldn't help but remember old fairy tales about terrible monsters that liked to play riddles with lost children. One wrong answer, and the children were devoured, never to be seen again. Was he going to end up in similar danger? It was still not too late to turn back. However, before he could ask his question or make the decision to retreat, the thing in the well spoke again. It said, "So, are you guys going to feed?" "Me or not to offend anyone, but lately you've been very tardy. I have been sitting here by my lonesome for 3 days already. Or have you decided to try something new?" Sonny blinked. What? That wasn't exactly what he expected to hear from the mouth of an ancient evil. The thing sounded so human. He was almost tempted to believe that it actually was. "That's how it gets you, fool." Sonny forced himself to remain vigilant. What did he know about how primordial evils were supposed to talk, anyway? If it was able to steal the knowledge of human language from his head, it would surely be able to steal some other things, too. While Sonny was trying to comprehend what was happening, a few seconds flew by. The voice waited for a bit, then returned. "Oh, I see. So we are going with starvation now. Well, I have to give you guys some credit. This is your best idea yet. Sadly, it won't work. Do you even know what type of diets we trainees have to follow to debut? I guess not. Actually, I have to thank you. This is a great opportunity to work on my BMI." The echoes whispered, "BMI, BMI, BMI. Wait, what?" Sonny stared into the well, dumbfounded. His eye twitched. Don't tell me that there is really just some guy sitting on the bottom of that damn well." Feeling like the world suddenly stopped making any sense, he rubbed his temples, then asked in a strange tone, "Who are you?" The well fell silent. Sonny tried to remember what the charming voice had told him before. Something about not being fed in a long time. It surely sounded ominous and creepy in the moment, but if he looked at it a bit differently, if the group of hunters he lured to their deaths had been on its way to deliver food to a prisoner, then that would explain why the poor guy had to skip a few meals. But why would they keep someone imprisoned in this remote area of the ruins? Meanwhile, the voice spoke again. This time it sounded tense. "Wait, you're not. Oh gods." Sonny covered his face with his hand, realizing what was going to happen next. "Oh gods, it's not a human. Heavens, I'm going to die. Those damn fools finally got me killed." From the perspective of a sleeper locked inside a well in the middle of the ruins, only two types of beings could come here to find him, either his captors or nightmare creatures. Sonny revealed that he wasn't one of the captors by asking his last question, which left only one other possibility. The fact that he came to the well during the night, alone, and not using anything to light the way only made the conclusion easier to make. Wait, it speaks, oh gods. I've only ever heard of one other creature on the Forgotten Shore that can mimic human speech. No, not like this. Damn, he really does have a nice voice. It's beautiful even when full of despair. What? It's just a voice. Why am I so enamored with, Was he so desperate to hear a human voice? Why, he was doing fine on his own. Great, even better than ever. Focus on the task. But what exactly was the task? Sonny had never expected to find a human at the end of the crude map. What was he supposed to do now? I guess the first step would be to find out who the guy in the well is and how he got there. Then I can decide what to do with him, or if I should do anything at all. But there hid the problem. First, Sonny had to convince the young man in the well that he was actually a human, too. Sonny glanced at his shadow, feeling somewhat helpless. The shadow was bent over, holding its stomach. Its shoulders were shaking. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 115, Nightingale. Sunny could really understand how bad the situation looked from the perspective of the young man, with a beautiful voice. The only thing that could be worse than approaching a terrifying dark well while thinking that there's an ancient and utterly evil creature hiding inside was to actually be locked inside that terrifying dark well while thinking that some abominable thing was looking down on you from above. At least Sunny had a chance to escape if things were to turn really bad. The poor guy in the well literally had nowhere to run. Of course, there was still the possibility that all of this was just a cunning act performed by some incredibly horrifying monster. Sunny had to keep that in mind while exploring the other theory. So, if he is indeed a human, how do I make him believe that I'm not a monster? That wasn't a very simple task for Sunny. He had never been good at communicating with people in the first place, and 3 months of complete isolation did not make things any better. In fact, they had made everything worse. Now, even Sunny sometimes felt uncomfortable when talking to himself. What would Cassie say? He cleared his throat. Are you a human? I am too. I'm a human too. We are both humans. Great job, idiot. After that abhorrent attempt, Sunny wouldn't be even surprised to find that he was not, in fact, a human who talks like that. The young man in the well grew silent. Then he silently said, Yeah, it's definitely all over for me. Oh well, I had a good run, I guess. Sunny sighed heavily. Stop panicking, you idiot. I really am a human. The owner of the charming voice laughed. Please forgive me if I don't believe you. He was using respectful honorifics, as though recognizing Sunny as an elder, which was logical, given that he believed him to be an eldritch horror. An eldritch horror would technically count as an elder, all things considered. Sunny groaned inwardly. Why are you using honorifics? I bet I'm younger than you. The young man, imprisoned in the well, hesitated. Wait, you really are a human. Sunny smiled with excitement, feeling that he was making progress. Yes, I really am. The voice returned a dozen seconds later. How come you're here alone and in the middle of the night? You also don't seem to have any source of light with you. Please don't get angry, Sir Monster, but that's not exactly something a human would be able to do. Maybe you should work on your story a bit more next time you venture out to devour innocent souls. Just a piece of friendly advice. Sunny sighed. Very funny. I'm able to walk around the city at night because my aspect allows me to hide in the darkness. I can also see through it too. How did you end up in this well anyway? The young man lingered before answering. How does one usually end up in these situations? A bunch of thugs decided to shake me down for my memories. I politely refused, and here we are. They've been keeping me here for a couple of weeks, trying all kinds of methods to get me to transfer the memories to them. But I must say, their attempts were very clumsy. In terms of knowing how to terrorize people, these fellows are not even anywhere near the laziest of sassings. Sunny didn't know what a sassing was, so he just assumed that it was some kind of a horribly malevolent nightmare creature. The rest of the story was somewhat easy to believe. Of course, it would take a very special kind of fool to choose the ruins of all places to keep a prisoner, but thugs were not known for their intelligence. Plus, their plan seemed to have worked pretty well right, until the moment they had the misfortune of stumbling onto Sunny. Well, now he knew what this whole thing was about, just some tiresome human business. How disappointing. Nephis and Cassie were also not in any sort of danger, at least not with regard to this mess. The mystery was solved. He had wasted a whole night on this nonsense. I see, well, goodbye. With an annoyed sigh, Sunny turned around and began to walk away. However, the owner of the beautiful voice stopped him. Wait, are you really human? Sunny grimaced. I am, I've told you already. The young man imprisoned in the well hurriedly asked. Can you maybe get me out of here? Those guys are not coming back tonight, I think. If you help me escape, I'll make it worth your while. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then frowned. In what way? After a short pause, the charming voice returned again, this time somewhat hesitant. Well, you might not know this, but I am quite a rich person. I have a whole stash of soul shards back in the castle. Some might even say that I have a small fortune. Half of it is yours if you get me out of this pit. That's 10 shards at least. Sunny suddenly got an idea. Of course, he did not need the 10 shards that the young man was offering. The fact that he had these shards, though, that was potentially very useful. If he wanted to avoid unnecessary attention when buying memories with his hoard of soul shards, he would need a suitable proxy. A sleeper with a lot of shards of his own, one that was indebted to Sunny no less, was a perfect candidate. He smiled. "Do people know that you have a fortune?" The young man answered, a bit of surprise in his voice. "Do they know? Yeah, I guess they do. I'm known to spend a lot from time to time. On entertainment as well as some other things. I'm a patron of arts, one can say." Perfect, so no one would be surprised if he suddenly begins to spend shards on memories. However, there was a small problem. Sunny could remove the grate, but he had no way of helping the poor guy climb out of that unimaginably deep well. Even if he was to use the prowling thorn, he doubted that the invisible string would reach that far. Its maximum length was not that impressive. And he certainly was not going to climb into the creepy well himself. Plus, he still held a bit of suspicion about the charming young man's identity. He was almost certain that he was human, but the remaining tiny bit of doubt was enough to make his paranoia ring the alarm. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny said, "What's your name?" The melodic voice answered, "It's Kai." Sunny sighed. "Well, Kai, I don't know how to tell you this, but unless you can fly, I aren't be able to help you escape." The young man grew quiet. After a long pause permeated with deathly silence, he then said in a strange tone, "I can." Sunny blinked. "What?" Did he hear wrong? No, that was unlikely. Maybe Kai was just willing to say anything in his desperation to escape. The prisoner of the well chuckled. "I can fly, that's my aspect ability." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 116, Deal with the Devil. Sunny considered Kai's words. An ability that allowed the awakened to fly was not unheard of, but it was rather rare. And here on the forgotten shore, where a cursed flood of darkness devoured the world every night, it was nothing short of priceless. Sunny couldn't even imagine how easier it would have been to traverse the labyrinth with someone like Kai by his side. Suddenly, it made a lot more sense why someone like him would possess a small fortune of soul shards. It also explained why his captors were so gentle in their attempts to force the memories out of the young man. He was much more valuable alive. Sunny remained motionless for some time, thinking things over. After a while, Kai spoke again, his pleasant voice tinted with a bit of apprehension. "Well, will you help me?" Sunny sighed and walked back to the dark fissure of the well. "All right, I'll remove this grate and you can fly out. However, I don't really need your shards. If you want to come out of there alive, you'll have to do something for me instead." The prisoner of the well hesitated, then cautiously asked, "What?" Sunny smiled. "I'll tell you when you need to know. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just need help completing a few errands inside the castle. So, do we have a deal or not? If not, I'll be on my way. I've wasted enough time here already." Kai didn't have to think about it too long. Soon, his voice resounded from the darkness once again. "We have a deal." It sounded strangely relaxed, as though the young man had become resigned to fate. Sunny slightly frowned and said, "Great, one more thing. If you break our agreement and simply fly away, I will find and kill you. This is not a threat, just facts. Do you understand?" Kai lingered for a bit before answering. "Yeah, no problem." Sunny gazed into the black cavern of the well and hesitated. He was more or less sure that Kai was human, but had to be prepared to act immediately in case he was not. Following his silent command, the stone saint came out of the shadows and kneeled near the well, grasping the grate with her hands. The steel of her gauntlets scraped against the ornate iron, and with some visible effort, she slowly moved the heavy grate to the side. Sunny shivered as he listened to the wrenching sound of iron grinding against stone. The midnight shard appeared in his hands, and he lowered himself into a combat stance with grim resolve. Whatever came out of the well, he was ready to face it. A few seconds passed, each feeling like an eternity. Sunny was tensely staring into the circle of pure darkness in front of him, waiting to see if he was right to trust the prisoner of the well or not. Then several more seconds passed. And then a few more. Nothing happened. Ugh. Sunny tilted his head, then asked with some irritation, "Aren't you going to come up?" After a bit of a delay, the charming voice resounded from the darkness once more. You see, I just thought of something. Sunny sighed and lowered his sword a little. What is it? Kai was silent for some time, then answered with a bit of wariness. It's just that this grate is so heavy that it wouldn't even budge when I tried to move it. It took all 6 of my captors to put it in place, actually, and they were all big, strong men. So, he hesitated. I know that we have already established that we are both human, and it's not that I doubt your honesty, but would you mind explaining to me how is it that you were able to remove it all by yourself? The honorifics were back. Sunny cursed under his breath. This guy was even more paranoid than him. He was unwilling to reveal his hidden ace to Kai, but the cautious prisoner left him with no other choice. Glancing at the Shadow Saint with a dark expression, Sunny said, "That thing is too heavy for me too, but I was lucky enough to get a very strong echo." Kai seemed to suddenly become very curious. "Oh, that is indeed lucky. Very few people in the castle have an echo. I think I know every one of them by name." After a short pause, he added, "By the way, what is your name?" Sunny rolled his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Sunless." This conversation was entering dangerous waters. Depending on what Kai was going to say next, Sunny might be forced to climb into the well after all. Not to save the young man with a beautiful voice, but to silence him forever. Meanwhile, Kai suddenly laughed. "Sunless, that name does not sound like something only a soul-devouring demon would be called at all. Zero chance of that, right?" After saying thaw, he laughed again, this time with a hint of desperation in his voice. However, even then Kai's laugh was very pleasant to the ear. More pleasant than his charming voice, even, but Sunny was in no mood to appreciate its melodious sound. "Got him it." Sunny rubbed his temples. Why didn't anyone ever trust him? He was such an honest young man, the most honest young man in the world, really. Annoyed, he said in a flat tone, "Very funny. Now come out of that well before I change my mind." Eventually, Kai stopped laughing and said, "There's no one in the castle with that name, at least no one with an echo under their command. Do you maybe live in the outer settlement?" "Oh, come on." Feeling the pressure of the flaw growing in his mind, Sunny closed his eyes and answered truthfully, "No." Kai cleared his throat. "So you are someone who walks the cursed ruins alone at night, possesses the strength of at least 6 men, dwells in the darkness beyond the castle walls, and calls himself Sunless. Did I miss anything?" Sunny grimaced. "Not really." For a few moments there was silence. Then the prisoner of the well said with a voice full of dark humor, "Would you climb out of this well to meet a creature like that?" Hidden in the darkness of the cursed night, Sunny smiled with a bit of menace and said, "If I was in your shoes, I would, and I think that you should do it too. Do you know why?" After a small pause, Kai asked with sincere interest, "Why?" Sunny stopped smiling and allowed a cold indifference to seep into his voice. "Because I can put that grate back any time." Without waiting for Kai's response, he ordered the stone saint to move the grate a little. A moment later, the horrid sound of iron scraping against stones invaded his ears once again. Almost immediately, the prisoner of the well changed his tune. All right, wait, stop." The Shadow Saint released the grate, allowing silence to reign over the lonesome courtyard once again. Kai was quiet for some time, and then said with dejected reluctance, "You'd better not be a demon, all right? Stand clear, I'm coming out." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 117, Cruel Injustice. Sunny felt a soft breeze lightly caress his cheeks, and then something moved in the darkness of the well. Gripping the hilt of the midnight shard tightly, he prepared for the worst. On the other side of the dark fissure, Shadow Saint slowly raised her shield and rested the blade of her sword on its rim. However, they had nothing to fear. A few moments later, a graceful figure appeared in the air, rose above the well, and then gently landed on the stones in front of it. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. The owner of the charming voice was indeed human. It was a young man wearing a light lamellar armor, with luscious dark auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes. His well-fitted armor was made out of burnished brown leather, with deep blue embroidered garments beneath. However, for a moment, he wished that Kai actually turned out to be a demon. Because the damn guy not only possessed the most charming voice he had ever heard, but was also drop-dead gorgeous. Honestly, it was simply unfair. Kai was tall, slender, and incredibly handsome. His face was small, perfectly shaped and beautiful, with high cheekbones and flawless ivory skin. His green eyes were nothing short of electric, and his lips were soft and full like a what am I thinking? What's more, he seemed to possess that special type of warm charm that made some people almost irresistibly attractive. Sunny wouldn't be surprised to find out that droves of girls simply fell to Kai's feet every time he happened to casually walk by. Perhaps a few guys, too. Even worse still, the bastard looked like a genuinely nice person, without the smallest trace of arrogance or entitlement on his pretty face. There were playful sparks of humor hiding deep within his eyes, and one could be absolutely sure that when Kai smiled, cute dimples would appear on his cheeks. You couldn't even hate the damn guy. 2 weeks spent in the deep, dark pit did nothing to lessen his glamour, too. In short, Kai was the most beautiful person Sunny had ever seen, even compared to other awakened. He looked like one of those screen idols that people love to obsess over, only somehow even more attractive in person. Sunny glanced at himself, feeling a strong desire to grind his teeth in outrage. Well, this is just a cruel injustice, simple as that. Meanwhile, Kai noticed the Shadow Saint's burning ruby eyes, which were the only source of light in the absolute darkness of the night, and flinched back with a paled expression on his face. Oh no, it's a demon after all. Sunny got distracted from his self-pity and blinked. Then, feeling somewhat spiteful, he said, "I'm behind you, idiot." Kai froze, then slowly turned around to face him. Sunny didn't fail to notice that the young man held one of his hands out, obviously ready to summon whatever memory he used. As a weapon. Blinded by darkness, Kai couldn't see him, of course. Well, good. Let's not let this fellow know that I'm not as, good-looking as he is for a few more moments. Pretending to be perfectly composed, Sunny asked in a calm voice, "Haven't I told you that I had an echo? It's her over there. Well, sort of, that is to say, those aren't my eyes." The handsome sleeper hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "Sunless, you really are a human." Up until that moment, both of them were just disembodied voices to each other. But now, while Sunny had already made sure that Kai was not some ancient horror, or at least didn't look like one, the former prisoner of the well was still in the dark, both literally and figuratively. Last time I checked, I was still human, yes. If you have a memory to produce light, you can summon it and see for yourself. Kai lingered. Won't the nightmare creatures be attracted by the light? Smart and cautious, I like him. Sunny shook his head. Usually they would, by this courtyard is really secluded. Plus, there are not a lot of monsters in this area. I guess that's why those thugs chose this particular place to keep you imprisoned. With a sigh of relief, Kai summoned a paper lantern that glowed with soft yellow light. Sunny hissed, "Arg damn." Relying on shadow sense to keep track of the young man's movements, he raised a hand and covered his eyes. Accustomed to the darkness, they weren't ready for such a sudden appearance of light. Of course, Sunny knew that this would happen. He allowed himself to be momentarily blinded to give Kai some sense of safety and better convince him of his human nature. "Oh, sorry." The beautiful young man lowered the lantern a little and looked up, trying to finally lay eyes on his mysterious liberator. Then, with a bit of surprise, he slightly lowered his head and looked down. Great, that is not humiliating at all. Kai stared at Sunny for a few seconds, and after realizing that he was indeed a human, offered him a dazzling smile. His smile was as charming as the rest of him. Even the cute dimples that Sunny had imagined would inevitably appear on his cheeks were, indeed, there in all their glory. It was nothing short of obnoxious. "Well, what a surprise. I was almost certain that you will turn out to be a terrible monster. But you are. You really are a human and such a cutie, too." Sunny coughed. "Wah, did he just call me a cutie? How dare he? I mean, thanks. What is happening?" Meanwhile, Kai frowned. "But Sunless." "What?" The beautiful sleeper blinked a couple of times. "Can I ask something? If you really don't live in the castle or in the outer settlement, then where do you live?" Sunny shrugged. "I mean, are there many options left? I live in the city." Kai hesitated for a bit, but then, suddenly, a light of realization ignited in his mesmerizing green eyes. Oh, I think I've heard of you. Aren't you that crazy kid that lives alone in the ruins? Sonny stared at him with murder in his eyes. Why does everyone keeps calling me kid? Why does everyone keep calling me crazy? I'm not crazy. With a deep sigh, he answered, Indeed, that's me. You can call me Sonny, by the way. Once you get to know me better, you'll realize that I am not, in fact, that crazy. Kai looked at him with doubt. Noticing that, Sonny grinned. He decided to tease the obnoxiously gorgeous young man a little. Of course, with the limitations of his flaw, that was going to require a bit of finesse. Putting too much enthusiasm in his voice, Sonny said, And I don't actually live alone. I have plenty of creatures to keep me company, you might even call them my friends. There's a talking rock that sometimes tells me to do stuff. There's also my shadow. It has a lot of interesting opinions. He stared at Kai with a sincere smile. When the young man's handsome face became a little pale, Sonny laughed. Gee, relax, man. I'm just joking around with you. Then he looked down at the shadow and added in a dark, angry tone. They're not really my friends. I actually can't stand that rock, and the shadow and I barely talk these days. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 118, Mirror Image. Perhaps joking around with Kai was a bit cruel, but Sonny was really annoyed by how ridiculously good-looking the other sleeper was. Plus, he had not talked to another human in such a long time that his already lacking communication skills had become truly rusty. Since they were going to visit the castle soon, Sonny had to prepare himself for the inevitable moment when he would be forced to talk to strangers. Stretching his flaw to its limits was a good practice. He wouldn't want for something like that accident to happen again. The unpleasant memory soured Sonny's mood. Meanwhile, Kai was staring at him with a very strange expression on his face. Sonny cleared his throat. That was a part of the joke, by the way. The handsome young man continued to stare, his full of doubt. Did I go too hard on this poor guy? He must have been scared out of his wits already. He's probably in an utter panic now. Who wouldn't be a bit apprehensive about meeting a madman? Yeah, maybe it wasn't as funny as I thought. Kai cautiously shook his head. It's not that. I just feel like I have to inform you about something. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Yeah, about what? Kai hesitated, then said in a very calming tone. It's about my flaw. I can actually tell when someone is lying to me. So, when you said that there's a rock that tells you what to do, I knew that it was true right away. Sonny glared at the beautiful young man with an incredulous expression. Internally, he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Flaw? How is that a flaw? That's a damn superpower, you despicable bastard. Why was that Kai so lucky? He had the charming voice, the tall stature, the perfect face. Even his flaw was a damn blessing. Coincidentally, it was also a perfect counter to the better half of Sonny's tricks. If Kai had not informed him about this strange flaw of his, Sonny would have gotten himself into really big trouble pretty soon. Luckily, the beautiful young man happened to be a very honest guy. What an angel! While Sonny was seething in outrage, Kai said in a gentle tone, So, Sonny, what exactly does that rock ask you to do? Do you maybe want to tell me? Sonny sighed. I'll have to be really, really careful and watch what I say around this guy. Well, you're no fun at all. The talking rock is actually a memory capable of repeating words. I use it as an alarm occasionally, so it mainly tells me to wake up. As for that stuff I told about my shadow being opinionated, that's also true. But you already know, I suppose. My shadow has a bit of personality due to its function within my aspect. Kai thought about it, then smiled. Oh, I see, so it was really a joke. Very crafty, sorry to ruin it with my flaw. Sonny scowled. Don't you patronize me. Then he stopped, thought about something, and said angrily, Wait, if you can tell when someone is lying, then why did I have to spend half an hour convincing you to get out of that well? Kai blinked a couple of times, looking innocent and hurt. Well, how do I know if my flaw works on nightmare creatures? I've never had a conversation with one before. A person can never be too careful when making deals with ancient horrors, you know. Sonny covered his face with a hand. Yes, I know. Kai looked at him with concern. Sonny, are you all right? This is those cursed strings of fate screwing with me again. What are the odds of meeting a person whose flaw is almost the exact opposite of mine? And why is he so goddamn stunning? Is that supposed to be the opposite of how I look, huh? Huh. I am anyway, let's get down to business. Kai sighed. Of course, a promise is a promise. I will help you do whatever it is you want to do in the castle. Shall we go together? Sonny shook his head. Not yet, I'll have to stop by a place first. Do you know the big ruined cathedral to the south of here? The other sleeper thought for a bit, then nodded. I think I do. I fly over that part of the city often and it's hard to miss. Are you taking me there? Good question. On one hand, Sonny didn't want anyone to know where he lived. On the other hand, he didn't trust Kai enough to simply let him return to the castle and wait there. But moving through the city with a source of light was not something he was prepared to do either. Was there a compromise? I can't take you anywhere with that lantern of yours. I survive by hiding in the darkness, remember? So you can go on and fly to the cathedral on your own. Wait for me on the roof. Kai looked south, remembering the location of the ruined temple, and nodded. All right. Sonny raised a hand, stopping the young man from flying away. Wait, whatever happens, don't go inside the cathedral, okay? I'm not joking. There's a fallen devil residing inside, so if you do, he'll butcher you just like he had butchered that bunch of idiots who had kidnapped you. Kai stared at him in shock. What, they are dead? Sonny shrugged. How do you think I found you in that well? One of the dead thugs had a map on his body. I thought there'll be treasure hidden in the marked location. But the beautiful sleeper smiled. But it was something much better. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I'll be careful not to enter the cathedral, rest assured. Sonny stared at the smiling Kai for some time, then shrugged in exasperation. Sure, off you go then. And remember, if you break our agreement, I will. Find and kill me, yeah. Don't worry, Sonny, I never break a promise. With these words, Kai raised his head and looked up. A soft gust of wind touched Sonny's skin, and in the next moment the charming sleeper suddenly soared above the ground, quickly disappearing into the sky. Soon, only a tiny dot of his paper lantern could be seen, mauve, ing south through the black skies like a lonely star. Suddenly, Sonny trembled. A cold feeling of dread grasped his heart like an iron grip. Following the dot of light with his eyes, he whispered. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. He stood for a while in the darkness, motionless. If Sonny didn't know better, he would have thought that this part of Cassie's prophecy talked about Kai. But he did know better. He had known the truth of that prophecy for some time now. Lowering his head, Sonny licked his lips and asked the voiceless shadow in a raspy voice. Is it already starting? Like always, the shadow did not answer. What a stupid question. Of course not, it had started a long time ago. Right at the moment when the three of them had entered the ruined city. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 119, A Fistful of Soul Shards. It took Sonny some time to find his way back to the cathedral. With the approach of the dawn, the nightmare creatures that hunted at night grew restless. He had to be especially careful as he lurked through the narrow streets, keeping to the darkest patches of shadow. Even though there was no moon or stars in the lightless night of the Forgotten Shore, many of the monsters here had their own ways of perceiving shapes moving through the darkness. Their ability to see in the dark was somewhat offset by Sonny's Child of Shadows attribute, which allowed him to become indistinguishable from any shadow that he dove in. However, he still had to be cautious. In this cursed place, nothing was ever certain except for danger, death, and terror. Some time later, he climbed the familiar pillars of the cathedral and appeared on its vast roof. Walking on the wide ridge separating two slanting expanses of ancient tiles, he approached Kai, who was standing nervously some distance away. The beautiful young man was grasping a longbow made of horn in his hands, staring into the darkness with a tense expression on his pale face. Sonny stopped a few steps away from him and looked at that bow for a long time. There's not much time left. To avoid getting an arrow between his eyes, Sonny decided to announce his arrival with a gentle greeting. Hey Kai, I'm here. The archer turned around with a startled expression and raised a hand, as though trying to summon his lantern. However, he thought better of it, afraid to attract unwanted attention. Instead, Kai gulped and whispered, "Lower your voice. What if that fallen devil hears us?" Sonny blinked. "Oh, right, he's a very careful person," which was a great personality trait to have as far as he was concerned. The more paranoid, the better. Smiling inwardly, he said, "Relax, he won't." Kai stared at him with doubt, then asked, "Are you sure?" Sonny gave him a nod. "Yes." He was prepared to explain the reason behind this confidence, but surprisingly, Kai immediately believed him and calmed down. Right, he knows when people are lying to him, which means that he also knows when they're telling the truth. And since I can only tell the truth, he can pretty much believe everything I say without the need to ask unnecessary questions. Come to think of it, that flaw of his was actually very convenient. Meanwhile, Kai cautiously looked around and asked, "So, what are we going to do here?" Sonny gestured at the group of shattered tiles not too far away from them, and answered in a calm tone, "I'm going to climb into that hole and retrieve something from the temple. You just wait here until I return." Kai's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? What about the devil? What about that bastard?" Sonny couldn't help but fantasize about slaughtering the damn creature for a few seconds. "The day will come." Returning to the present situation, he said, "What about him? I told you I'm good at hiding. As long as I know who I'm dealing with, they won't be able to notice me unless I want them to." He had learned that first part of the sentence the hard way. Actually, it was the bastard who taught him that even concealment of shadows had its limits. That's how Sonny ended up with his insides on his outside and in possession of this vital piece of information. Some lessons you only needed to receive once to remember them forever. Kai was looking at him with a strange expression again. Sonny frowned. "What?" The beautiful young man shook his head. No, it's just that. It's an awesome ability. I wish I had an ability like that, to be honest." Sonny glared at him and uttered through gritted teeth, "Says the guy who can fly. Why would you want to hide your perfectly symmetrical face anyway? Tired of being ogled by love-stricken supermodels?" Kai sighed. "Something like that, how did you know?" Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it again. "Anyway, wait for me here. I won't be long." Throwing a glance at the charming sleeper, he shook his head and walked over to the hole hidden behind several broken tiles. Soon he was back in his secret lair. Looking around with a bit of apprehension, Sonny sighed and removed the rucksack fashioned from the skin of a monster from his back. Then, he unloaded the strips of carapace centurion's meat on the silver plate and walked over to the iron chest. To be honest, he really didn't want to go anywhere near the castle. The idea alone made him long to stay in this dark, quiet, familiar room forever. But he couldn't. If he wanted to make the Shadow Saint stronger, he had to return to the human settlement and risk facing his fears. "Whatever, I'll just go in and out. Kai will be the one doing all the work anyway." With a heavy sigh, he raised the lid of the chest and began loading his rucksack with soul shards. Dozens of beautiful crystals were soon glittering inside. Sonny only took half of them, but the amount was already enough to drive many people to murder. He couldn't really blame them. On the Forgotten Shore, shards represented money, and money represented life. Without it, you couldn't buy yourself a place within the safety of the castle or procure food without having to risk death in the cursed maze of the city. Anyone would be willing to commit murder in order to survive. Keep telling yourself this. With an angry grimace, Sonny shut the rucksack tightly, made sure that no light seeped through its seams, and turned around. Glancing at his peaceful hidden lair one last time, he shut his eyes for a moment and then walked away without looking back. It was time to return to the castle, and all the terrible memories he had left there before running away. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 120, Approaching the Castle. Washed in the ghostly light of the nascent dawn, Sonny and Kai were walking through the ruins of the cursed city. The night was slowly crawling away. Its retreat made one of them feel safer, while the other one grew uneasy without the familiar veil of darkness hiding him from the world. I have almost forgotten how mournful this place looks when the sun is up. Somewhere in the distance, the waves of the dark sea were halting their eternal assault on the stone walls of the ancient city. These walls had withstood thousands of years of wear and abuse without allowing even a single drop of black water to seep through. Sonny suspected that they would stand unbroken for 1,000 years more. Suddenly uncomfortable, he turned his head west and found the distant silhouette of the Crimson Spire. The menacing structure was looming over the forgotten shore like an evil omen, spelling doom to anyone who would dare approach it. Maybe not. Sonny had chosen a complicated and meandering route to reach the castle. Kai, who was less familiar with the cursed city, simply followed behind. The charming young man was alert and collected, his bow ready to send arrows flying at any moment. They had to circle around many areas where especially terrifying creatures were known to dwell and hunt, making slow progress. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. At some point, Sonny raised his hand, gesturing for his companion to stop. He peered into the distance with a deep frown on his face. Kai glanced at him and whispered, "What is it?" Sonny brought a finger to his lips before answering. "SHH, listen." Soon they heard an eerie sound that resembled stifled, heart-wrenching weeping. It was as though there was a crying woman in the fog ahead of them, slowly drawing closer. Her trembling sobs made both sleepers shiver. Kai looked at him and asked without much confidence, "What are the chances that it's actually a human girl?" Sonny gave him a crooked smile. "Low." Without needing to discuss it, they hid behind a large pile of rubble and waited. Pressing himself against the cold stones, Sonny sent his shadow to climb the building and observe the surrounding streets. Kai saw the shadow off with a bewildered look, blinked a couple of times, but didn't say anything. A minute or two later, Sonny glanced at him and asked, "Where are your arrows?" The charming young man hesitated, then said, "I usually carry a quiver with a few dozen arrows that were specially crafted for me by one of the best blacksmiths in the castle. But the gentlemen who put me in that well, may they rest in peace, weren't kind enough to let me bring it." Sonny gave him an amused look. "So that bow of yours is actually useless?" Kai lingered for a few moments before answering. "I also have arrow-type memories." "How many?" The elegant archer lowered his gaze in embarrassment. "Two, will that be enough?" Sonny was silent for a bit, and then answered in a flat tone. "No, I don't think that will be enough." Out there in the fog, his shadow was looking at the creature that had been producing the heart-wrenching weeping. It was not a human girl. A massive, four-legged beast was walking through the morning mist. Its flesh was rotten and emaciated, from the bones like a tattered coat. Sonny could clearly see the white arcs of its ribs through the holes in the rotting hide, the unnatural darkness hiding behind them, and the powerful jaws of the partially bared dog-like skull that were full of terrifying teeth. One didn't have to be a genius to understand that the horrid creature was one of the fallen masters of the ruined city. As he was looking, the beast opened its maw and produced another long, human-like sob, then stopped and listened, as though waiting for an answer. When nothing happened, it lowered its head and slowly continued on its way. Luckily, although their hiding spot was somewhat close, it wasn't actually on its path. If nothing changed, the fallen would walk past without even noticing them. They just had to wait. Sonny sighed. "We'll have to stay here for 10 minutes at least. Get comfortable." Once again, Kai didn't ask anything, simply taking Sonny's word for it. It seemed as though his strange ability to sense lies made the charming sleeper less prone to having a lot of questions. Which was a wonderful quality to have, as far as Sonny was concerned. With nothing to do but wait, they had a bit of time to rest and catch their breaths. Sonny summoned the endless spring and took a few sips of cold, sweet water. Noticing that Kai was staring at him, he hesitated, then passed him the beautiful glass bottle. The charming young man drank greedily, as though someone dying from thirst. Come to think of it. Feeling a little guilty, Sonny asked, "When was the last time they gave you water?" Kai detached himself from the bottle, wiped his lips, and smiled in pure delight. 2 or 3 days ago, I think, thank you kindly." He returned the bottle and looked at Sonny with curiosity. "Hey, Sonny, can I ask you something?" Sonny tensed up and gave the charming archer a dark look. "You can." His eyes, however, hinted that he shouldn't. But Kai either didn't notice the menacing glare or wasn't bothered by it. "You came to the Forgotten Shore this last solstice, right?" "Yeah." Sonny held his breath, guessing what the beautiful sleeper was going to ask him. how they had survived in the labyrinth, why he had abandoned the castle, how he had survived in the ruins. Each of these questions could potentially lead to a disaster. Kai leaned forward with excitement in his eyes, hesitated for a second, and then said, What's the top music video in the charts out there right now? Sunny blinked. Oh, what? That was absolutely not what he had expected to hear. Noticing that the charming young man was staring at him with anticipation, he shifted and answered with a bit of uncertainty. I have no idea. Kai sighed, clearly disappointed, but then suddenly smiled again. The smile was wide and dazzling. Can I ask you another question? Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 121, Graveyard of Hope. In the next 10 minutes, the foundations of Sunny's worldview were shaken to the core. Kai had drowned him in a torrent of questions, all of which had nothing to do with anything even remotely important. What interested the charming sleeper were very strange things like what types of shoes were in fashion, which celebrity wore what to some pompous award ceremony, who of them had a scandal, and what was that scandal about, what was the latest dance craze, and so on. He was endlessly curious about that type of stupid crap, and absolutely indifferent about all of Sunny's dark secrets. It was almost insulting. What's worse, Sunny felt like a complete fool because he couldn't provide even a single answer. What did he know about fashion and high culture? Nothing. After a while, Kai's enthusiasm had waned. Looking at Sunny with a comically disheartened face, he sighed and gently asked one last question. Sunny, tell me honestly, were you a hikikomori in the real world as well? Sunny blinked. What is this fool talking about? A what? Kai cleared his throat and offered him an apologetic smile. A recluse, a shutin, someone who lives under a rock. Sunny stared at the gorgeous young man, feeling like the world completely stopped making any sense ever since they had met. What are you talking about? Why would I live under a rock? You would freeze to death. I lived in a cargo container once, but it had 4 walls and a roof at least. Kai sighed one more time and turned away. I see. Well, sorry to bother you. It's just that I've been stuck in this place for about 2.5 years now, and life here is so monotone. His beautiful profile was radiating melancholy and sadness, as though Kai was lamenting something serious, as opposed to utter rubbish. 2.5 years? That dimwit survived here for 2.5 years. Sunny was surprised to hear that. Kai seemed like a nice guy, but not exactly someone well-suited for the ruthless nightmare of the Forgotten Shore. Perhaps he had underestimated the charming sleeper, or perhaps there was another, much simpler reason. Sunny frowned. There was a group of people who tended to live here the longest. Suddenly suspicious, he asked in a cold tone, Are you a part of Gunlog's gang? Kai looked at him with surprise. Then he chortled. Gods no, if there's one thing I absolutely despise, it's bullies like him. I would rather die than become one of Gunlog's minions. Plus, the man has no style. That armor of his is the most hideous thing I have ever seen. However, after saying that, he suddenly grew quiet and added after a few seconds in a dejected voice. But I do accept jobs from his lieutenants from time to time. That is the reason why he tolerates my existence, so I don't really have a choice. Sunny hesitated for a bit, but then decided that he believed the other sleeper. He really didn't look like one of Gunlog's thugs. Besides, if he had been one of them, no sane person would have dared to kidnap and imprison him. Members of Gunlog's cohort were nearly untouchable. Which meant that Kai was, indeed, much more capable than Sunny had given him credit for. Interesting. Noticing that the eerie sobs of the fallen beast had grown sufficiently distant, he shifted his perspective to the shadow and made sure that the terrible creature was already far away. Standing up, Sunny dismissed the glass bottle and said, We're safe now, time to move. Once they were ready to leave, he summoned the shadow back and prepared to take the first step forward. However, then Sunny suddenly stopped and glanced at the charming young archer with hesitation. Hey Kai, can I ask you a question as well? The older sleeper smiled, honesty and eagerness written all over his face. Of course. Sunny was silent for a couple of seconds, then said in a strange voice, That armor of yours, do you wear it because it's the best one you could get, or because it looks good? Kai looked at him with confusion. Raising one exquisite eyebrow, he said, "I don't understand the question. Is there a difference?" Sonny closed his eyes, sighed, and turned away. "Never mind, let's go." As the sun rose above the horizon, they went deeper into the city, slowly approaching its center. The castle stood on a tall hill in the middle of the cursed city. It was grand and magnificent, with dozens of towers rising into the air, each supported by a number of elaborate arches and columns. Grotesque gargoyles were staring down on the ruins from under the eaves. The road leading to the castle was as impressive as the castle itself. It was narrow and heavily fortified, circling the hill in a way that allowed the defenders of the castle to endlessly rain arrows down on any possible attacker. At the end of the road, a grandiose staircase led to the gates of the castle. In front of it, there had once been a vast stone platform, meant to serve as the gathering ground for the soldiers in case the enemy was to somehow breach all but this one last line of defense. Now the platform had turned into a makeshift settlement, with small shabby buildings made out of stone, wood, and anything else the inhabitants of this slum could get their hands on standing chaotically here and there, forming messy groups and narrow alleys. This place did not look like the outskirts where Sonny had grown up, but it had the same unmistakable air of misery, fear, and desperation. As the two of them approached the outer settlement, several sleepers greeted Kai with friendly smiles. "Hey, Knight, glad to see you, man. Where have you been lately?" Kai smiled in embarrassment. Flying around. What about you, pal?" While the charming young man was exchanging pleasantries with his acquaintance, Sonny cautiously looked around. The place had imperceptibly changed since the last time he was here. The settlement itself seemed to be almost the same, with just a few buildings slightly changing shapes. The people, however, somehow seemed more energized and confident, as though the ever-present fear of death and starvation was not as pressing anymore. However, there was a strange sense of tension in the air. I guess she was busy in these 3 months, too. Finally managing to end the conversation, Kai turned to him and smiled apologetically. "Sorry about that." Sonny frowned. "Why are they calling you Knight?" The charming young man stared at him, then cleared his throat and said with a bit of strangeness in his voice, "Oh, you really don't know? Well, it's a nickname of sorts. Nightingale, that's how I am known around these parts." What a stupid nickname, Sonny thought, and decided to get things done as quickly as possible. He couldn't wait to leave this depressing place. "All right, since we're here, time to make good on your promise." Kai gave him a nod. "Sure, what do you need me to do?" Sonny looked around, making sure that no one could hear them, and said, "It's simple. Go into the castle and find out about who is selling memories and what the price is. Then come back and report to me." His companion blinked a couple of times, clearly surprised, then shrugged. "No problem, but it's going to take a while. If you want the best information possible, of course." Sonny grimaced. "Do as you see fit. I'll be waiting for you in that alley over there." Kai looked at him one last time, smiled, and walked away. Feeling nervous and tense, Sonny walked to a secluded alley and rested his back against the wall. He tried to become as small and unnoticeable as possible. Being here was making his skin crawl. Maybe his decision to come back was a mistake after all. Maybe he should simply turn around and walk away. However, he didn't. Deep down inside, he knew that he had to take this opportunity to gather as many memories as possible, so that his shadow could become stronger as fast as possible. Perhaps he would never get this opportunity again. Time slowly passed. An hour went by, then another. Kai was certainly taking his sweet time gathering the information Sonny had asked from him. However, nothing bad had happened, yet. Sonny was almost starting to believe that he was nervous for nothing. But then, of course, the thing he dreaded the most became a reality. A calm, painfully familiar voice suddenly resounded from somewhere behind him. "Hi, Sonny." He froze, feeling like a beast caught in a trap, and then slowly turned around. A strange, complicated expression appeared on his face. Forcing out a smile, Sonny licked his suddenly dry lips and said, "Hey, Neph, long time no see." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 122, 4 months ago. Nephis changed a lot since the last time Sonny had seen her. Outwardly, she looked almost the same, tall, firm, and strangely distant, as though existing slightly apart from the rest of the world. She was still wearing the Starlight Legion armor, which accentuated the graceful lines of her slender, lithe body. Only now, there was also a white cloak draped over her shoulders, close in color to the pristine metal of the elegant plate armor. Changing Star's silver hair was much longer now, almost reaching her shoulders. Without the short, tomboyish cut, she looked strangely mature and feminine, making Sunny's heart beat a little faster. Her calm gray eyes were as striking as ever. The true changes, however, hid much deeper. Perhaps only a person who knew her as well as Sunny did could notice them, or perhaps it was precisely because he had come to know her so well that the veil of detached indifference shrouding her true self cracked, revealing the deeper feelings beneath. Nephis seemed to be much more alive now, much more present. Her eyes shined with resolve and determination, radiating an almost infectious feeling of temperate confidence. This was her power, the power of conviction. Sunny shivered under that gaze. Neph was the person he longed to see the most, and at the same time hoped to never see again. She was the true reason why he had to leave the castle. Stirred awake by this fated meeting, a torrent of memories rose to the surface of his mind. If only he had known at the time. Well, it would not have changed anything, really. 4 months ago, on the night that they had ventured into the cursed sea on a boat made of demons' bones, Sunny was shivering in the wind. After an eternity spent in the cold embrace of darkness, the endless night of their escape was finally drawing its last breaths. He shifted and turned to the east, where a ghostly line of pale lilac appeared over the horizon. Trembling, he licked his lips and said in a raspy voice, Cassie, it's morning." After he uttered these words, the last remnant of strength that had kept Sunny going disappeared, and he slumped on the stones, his chest rising heavily and then falling. A new dawn was ready to bathe the desolate hell of the forgotten shore in warm sunlight. They had survived. The 3 sleepers were perched on a giant stone hand that protruded from the black waves, as if held above the lightless abyss by a goddess. Sunny and Cassie were holding each other for warmth, while Nephis was lying in the center of the stone palm, still unconscious. Visible through the gaps in the shattered armor, her ivory skin was pale and listless. "We did it." They had escaped the clutches of Soul Devourer, sailed through the cursed darkness, and even lived through a battle with the horrifying Dweller of the Depths, by some miracle. Sunny couldn't quite believe that they had actually managed to pull their daring escape off. From the moment he had learned about the enthrallment hex put onto their minds by the ancient fiend, he felt that the chances of ever saving themselves from the gluttonous evil tree were more than slim. Perhaps because it had taken away his most dangerous and tested weapon, his mind. And yet somehow they had succeeded. Utterly exhausted, Sunny closed his eyes and listened to the dark sea as it retreated to hide from the coming sun, without even noticing it. He slipped into the embrace of sleep. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Sunny expected to feel crippled now that adrenaline had left his battered body, but to his surprise, he wasn't in even half as much pain as he had anticipated. Blood weave was truly a miraculous attribute to have for someone as prone to disasters as he was. Even his broken finger wasn't hurting that much anymore. Sunny still had to groan while sitting up, though. Cassie was sleeping by his side, as drained by the events of the previous night as he was, perhaps even more so. Her delicate face seemed vulnerable and pale, twisted in an anxious frown. Sunny sighed. Nephis had yet to regain her senses. At some time while he slept, the blind girl had used her cloak to cover Changing Star, helping her to preserve some warmth. Neph lay still and motionless, her face drained of all color. Only the quiet sound of her breathing told Sunny that she was still alive. He trembled, remembering the harrowing sight of her mangled flesh restoring itself in the crucible of purifying flame. Unleashing that flame always took a heavy toll on Nephis, bringing her unimaginable pain and suffering. Who knew what price she had paid to pull herself away from the doors of oblivion? He had not even realized before that she could use it to heal herself. Perhaps there was a reason why she had never done so in the past. Only time could tell. It's time to assess the situation. Turning away from Changing Star, Sunny looked around, trying to discern their current circumstances. His heart was heavy. If they had survived the attack of the tentacle monster and the ensuing shipwreck, only to find themselves stranded in the middle of the cursed sea. With no way to continue forward, that would be a truly macabre twist of fate. To the east of them, there was nothing but the empty expanse of the colossal crater. Same thing for the... Sonny froze, noticing a dark line in the distance. That was the western edge of the crater. They had almost crossed it. Feeling a strange excitement grasping his heart, Sonny quickly turned around and looked west. His eyes widened. For a few moments his head was silent and empty. Then a single thought appeared in it. We were so close. He sat quietly for a long time, forgetting about everything else. A few hours later, Cassie finally woke up. Feeling that he wasn't next to her anymore, she called in a frightened voice. Sonny. He licked his lips. I'm here. Cassie sat up and stretched her hand out, finding his shoulder. Why do you sound so strange? Sonny blinked, then slowly turned his head to look at the blind girl. A tentative smile found its way onto his face. Cassie, we found it. We have found that city you saw. In the end, Nephis had remained unconscious for 2 whole days. Sonny was really starting to worry about her. But then, on the 3rd day, Changing Star had finally come back to her sense. At the time, he was sitting on top of the giant hand's index finger, staring west with a warm, excited feeling in his heart. They did it. They were finally going to go home. Sonny couldn't wait to return to the real world. He didn't even care about becoming an awakened and the corresponding leap in power and status that much anymore. All he cared about was his soft bed, mountains of delicious food, and limitless hot showers. Sonny lowered his head and glanced at Nephis, trying to determine if there was anything wrong with her. In the webtoons, one of the characters was bound to suffer from something like amnesia right before things were about to take a turn for the better. But Changing Star seemed to be fine. She was still the same Nephi had known, tall, firm, and strangely distant, as though there was an invisible barrier separating her from the rest of the world. When the gaze of her striking gray eyes fell on him, Sonny felt his heart beating a little faster. He smiled. Thank gods. Nephis frowned, lowered her head, and then asked in a flat tone, Why are you smiling? Realizing that he was grinning from ear to ear like a fool, Sonny blinked, then tried to shrug with false indifference. Abort, divert her attention. Look behind you. The sight of what lay in the west was one of the reasons for his good mood, so it was that much of a stretch. Neph stared at him for a few moments, then sighed and turned around. Behind her, a tall city wall built of gray polished stone towered above the slopes of the colossal crater. That wall was a sign that all their suffering was not in vain, and that all their dreams were about to come true. It was hope. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 123, Helping Hand. Soon after Nephis had finally come back to her senses, they prepared to leave the shelter of the giant stone hand. The morning had just begun, so there was plenty of time to cross the remaining distance and climb out of the deep and vast crater. If all was going to go well, they would meet the next. Sunset on top of the tall wall of the mysterious city. Of course, numerous things could go wrong between now and then, but for some reason, Sonny felt optimistic. This was a rare moment for his cynical, paranoid heart. Just like before, Sonny and Neph took turns climbing down a few dozen meters and lowering Cassie to one another with the help of the golden rope. However, they had grown considerably stronger since the last time they had to do it. Sonny remembered how tiresome it was to descend from the giant knight's statue in that way and chuckled. Now, he felt as though he could do it 3 times in a row and considerably faster, too. Even though he had spent the last few days in an endless nightmare and brought his body to the point where it was about to shut down, now there was nothing but resilient strength filling his muscles. These 2 months that they had spent in the perilous hell of the Crimson Labyrinth, constantly fighting for their lives and slaying monsters that no sleeper should ever face one after another, had made all 3 of them much more powerful. Sonny doubted that a lot of awakened had ever gone through this ruthless of an initiation and lived to tell the tale. Once he returned to the real world, he would most likely be considered one of the elite representatives of the current generation. That might actually be a problem. Well, he could always blame everything on Nephis. She was already close to being a mythical existence, the last daughter of the legendary Immortal Flame clan. one of the few awakened in history who had managed to receive a true name in the first nightmare, the top student in her batch of sleepers in the academy, and so on. People would easily believe that a prodigy like her had been able and willing to carry two pathetic weaklings on her back all the way to the gateway. Sonny just had to choose his words carefully when describing the events leading up to their triumphant return. Luckily, in that regard, he was a master. Entertaining himself with such thoughts, he didn't even notice the flow of time. Soon, they were already approaching the ground. Just before jumping into the soft black mud, Nephis looked at Sonny and said, "Stay vigilant." She didn't have to remind him. Sonny knew that the last stretch was often the most dangerous, mostly because it was natural for people to allow themselves to relax in these moments, falsely believing that the worst was already behind them. Numerous awakened perished tragically with their goal already in sight. He wasn't planning on becoming one of them. Sonny carefully lowered Cassie down, watched as Neph helped her step out of the rope loop, and jumped down. He landed on the ground in a nimble roll, immediately jumped to his feet and outstretched one hand, ready to summon the Midnight Shard at a moment's notice. However, nothing was trying to kill them. Sonny and Nephis exchanged tense looks, and then slowly walked forward. With each minute, the distant gray wall was growing closer. At some point, Sonny gestured for Changing Star to stop and turned around, curious to take a look at the statue whose hand had saved them from drowning in the dark depths of the cursed sea. Out there on the slope of the colossal crater, slightly tilted to the side, a giant statue of a slender woman dressed in a light-flowing robe towered over the black mud. She was lovely and graceful, with a slim waist and delicate arms outstretched to the skies, as though trying to embrace them. At least that was how she had looked once, a long time ago. Now one of the arms was broken off, with only its shoulder remaining in place. Luckily, the other one was still there, and had served as a safe haven for the three sleepers in their moment of desperate need. Just as Sonny expected, there were 7 shining stars carved into the stone surface of her robe. What piqued his curiosity the most, though, was the fact that just like the giant knight, the graceful woman seemed to be missing her head. Once again, Sonny wondered if these stone titans were created without faces to begin with, or if something had beheaded them much later in a fit of destructive rage. 7 severed heads guarding 7 seals, he thought, remembering Cassie's frightening vision. The mystery of that vision was nothing short of tantalizing. However, it seemed as though it was destined to remain unsolved. Sonny doubted that he would ever come back to this cursed place after returning to the real world. There were many regions in the dream realm, and almost every one of them was far better than the hellish Forgotten Shore. To hell with all this crap. Sending silent gratitude to the statue that had saved their lives, Sonny turned around and headed west. As they approached the section of the slope that was almost vertical, something dangerous finally happened. Just as Sonny was about to step on a wide stone buried in the mud, the stone suddenly shifted and rolled to the side. A horrible roar resounded across the vast emptiness of the colossal crater, making him shiver in fright. Fearing that something was crawling from under the soil, Sonny jumped back and summoned his sword. To his side, Nephis was doing the same, while Cassie swiftly stepped back to not be in the way. However, there was nothing moving in the mud. No giant beast rose from it to feast on their flesh. No horrifying abomination had extended its limbs to pull them underground into its maw. Then what made that terrible roar? Just as Sonny was trying to understand what was happening, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his right leg. Looking down, he saw. The damn stone was chomping on his shin. The stone, which turned out to be a bizarre nightmare creature, revealed a mouth full of long, sharp teeth on its surface. It awkwardly rolled a couple of times to reach Sonny, and then tried to dig its fangs into his soft flesh. It might have bitten Sonny's leg clean off, but luckily, the leather boot of the puppeteer's shroud turned out to be too tough for the stone's jaws, so it was just munching on the leather in powerless resentment. The situation was painful, but not at all dangerous. Sonny stared at the stone, then raised his head and glanced at Nephis in bewilderment. Her expression was as indifferent as always, but after all the time they had spent together, he was able to recognize the similar kind of amusement written clearly on her face. Ugh. Sonny strained his muscles, raised the trapped leg into the air and shook it a couple of times, trying to send the stupid stone flying. However, the weird monster was really stubborn. With another thunderous roar, it doubled its attempts to gnaw on Sunny's shin, its stone teeth on the verge of shattering from all the pressure exerted on them. What a pathetic thing. The only hope of killing me it has is if I die from annoyance, Sunny thought with a confused frown. How could a nightmare creature like this even exist? I guess there are losers even among their kind, eh? Shaking his head, Sunny allowed the shadow to wrap itself around the midnight shard and brought the tip of the blade down on the hungry stone with all the strength he had. The tackeye was met with some resistance, but managed to pierce and shatter the monster's stone body in the end. The bizarre creature died while still trying to take a bite out of Sunny, defiant till the very end. As the shattered remains of the stone fell into the mud, the voice of the spell whispered, "You have slain an awakened monster, rolling stone. Your shadow grows stronger." "You have?" Seeing a strange expression on Sunny's face, Nephis asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at her and blinked a couple of times. I just received a memory." Changing Star raised her eyebrow and said in an uplifted tone, "That is great. What type of memory?" Sunny scratched his head, hesitated, and then answered, It's a rock, an ordinary rock." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 124, Desolation. Soon they were standing beneath the impregnable stone walls of the mysterious city. Behind them, the great chasm of the vast crater stretched to the horizon. Somewhere ahead, the lone human citadel in this loathsome region of the dream realm awaited. It promised to deliver them from this dark place and bring them home. Sunny really couldn't wait to be finally done with this nightmare. The city wall was built from massive slabs of gray granite. Still wet from the cold touch of the cursed sea, the ancient weathered stones looked almost black. Despite the thousands of years that passed since the mysterious builders of the wall had disappeared into the fog of time, it still looked monumental and unassailable. The joints between the granite slabs were barely wide enough to insert a narrow blade. Looking up, Sunny tried to guess the height of the wall. It had to be 60 meters tall, at least twice as high as the awakened Academy defense barrier, which was constructed with the help of both modern technology and various aspect abilities. For a few moments, he wondered about the people who had erected this wall, the city behind it, and the giant statues that still stood lonesomely on the desolate shores of this cursed land. Their creations had withstood the onslaught of darkness and time, but the creators were gone. Who had they been? What terrible fate had befallen the citizens of the ruined city? But then Sunny angrily shook his head. These mysteries had nothing to do with him anymore. He was going home, never to return to this awful pit of horror and despair. Let someone else solve them. After a short rest, they decided that it would be easier to climb the wall instead of circling it in search of an entrance. Even if they were to find a gate, there was no guarantee that it would be open. Climbing the wet granite was not an easy task, but they somehow managed. When there was nothing to use as a hold, Sunny and Nephis resorted to using their swords by inserting them into the joints between the slabs. A few unpleasant cuts later, they found the right rhythm and made quick progress. Enhanced by the consumed soul shards and shadow fragments, as well as the ruthless training regimen of the never-ending battle for survival, their bodies were full of strength and endurance. Both of them were at the peak of human physical ability. Pretty soon, they had reached the top of the massive wall and climbed over its edge. Without even needing to catch his breath, Sunny hungrily crawled forward, jumped to his feet, and gazed down. In the ensuing silence, he could hear the sound of the golden rope scratching against stone. However, his heart was beating louder. Soon, Nephis and Cassie joined him. The blind girl grasped his shoulder and asked, her voice bright and full of hope, "Sunny, what do you see?" He licked his lips. Beneath them, an expansive city lay in ruins. The beautiful stone buildings were broken and shattered, many of them turned into mere piles of rubble. There were no people walking along the wide streets, no clamor of voices to drive away the silence. Under the cold gray sky, the ruined city looked dead and mournful. It was impossible to say what terrible disaster had happened here, but it was clear that it was not natural. Many of the collapsed houses were blackened by fire, with claw marks cut into the still-standing fragments of walls. Here and there, monstrous bones of ancient horrors protruded from the ground, telling tales of desperate battles that must have had taken place on these streets once, a long time ago. Looking closer, Sonny felt cold sweat running down his back. There were strange shapes moving through the rubble and even more hiding in the shadows. Seeing them filled him with an icy sense of dread. The ruined city was teeming with nightmare creatures. There is a vast, ruined city built of weathered stone, and there are numerous monsters wandering its streets, just like you said there would be. The tall city wall they were standing on was as wide as a road. It stretched endlessly in both directions, enclosing the vast ruins into a strangely perfect circle. Every so often, there were towers built into its impenetrable granite body, serving as bastions against potential enemies. Who would have thought that one day this great barrier would serve not to repel the horrible monsters, but to keep the true horrors imprisoned inside? But Sonny was that interested in the wall. He wasn't even too interested in the monsters. Instead, his eyes were drawn to the tall hill towering above the ruins. On that hill, there is a magnificent castle standing on a hill in the middle of the ruins. It looks like something out of a legend. Its walls are built from radiant white stone, with tall towers and majestic spires piercing the sky. It stands above the city like a symbol of hope, the only thing in this hell that seems to be untouched by the darkness and. A wide smile appeared on Cassie's face. Yes, this is the castle I saw. However, Sonny didn't hear her. Just as he was describing the splendor of the bright castle to the blind girl, his gaze accidentally slid behind it. Now all he could see was the dark silhouette of a cyclopean tower that loomed above the world like an unholy spear made out of solidified blood. As soon as Sonny saw it, his heart was gripped by an unexplainable fear. This was the Crimson Spire. The feeling of horror it emanated was enough to make him never wish to gaze at it again. And yet, he wasn't able to look away. By his side, Nephis was staring at it too, her thoughts a mystery. There was a tense, dark expression on her face. After a few seconds had passed, Changing Star was finally able to compose herself and turned away. Looking in the direction of the castle, she frowned and said, "The final stretch of the way to the citadel might be extremely dangerous. We must not hurry. Let's find a way down first." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 125, A Feast in Time of Plague. Neither Nephis nor Sonny wanted to climb down from the wall, because that would leave them with no path of retreat should something terrible happen. Without the need to discuss it, they had decided to explore the nearest tower and see if there was a suitable way to descend from the wall inside of it. They followed the slightly bending wall north, keeping an eye on the ruins below. From time to time, Sonny was able to notice the shapes of creatures moving through the desolate streets of the ancient city. However, nothing seemed to be interested in scaling its tall granite bulwark. For the time being, they were safe. However, he didn't feel safe. Instead, he kept glancing at the distant axis of the Crimson Spire and shivering. That thing was seriously way too ominous. Good thing we will be out of here soon. That was the only thought that kept him from falling into an irrational panic. Their journey through the Forgotten Shore was about tea. They had endured a lot and survived through a lot. At times, he had not even been sure that they were going to make it out of here alive. But now, all their suffering was about to be rewarded. The path to freedom was already in their sight. They just had to overcome this one last hurdle to return home in glory. Soon, they were closing in on one of the mighty towers built into the wall. The structure was round in shape, rising above the main embankment by a good dozen meters. There was a wide wooden gate leading inside the tower, which was broken a long time ago, with only a few splinters remaining on the ancient iron hinges. Behind the doorway, there was nothing but darkness. Sonny felt that the sight of this entrance was a bit creepy. Of course, darkness was nothing to him, and yet. Suddenly, Cassie tugged on his shoulder, forcing Sonny to stop. Both him and Nephis turned to her, their hands outstretched and ready to summon their swords. "What is it, Cassie?" Sonny asked, alarmed. In some situations, the blind girl was able to recognize danger before they could. Her keen hearing and sense of smell allowed her to sometimes perceive things that normal humans would not be able to. Now there was a scowl on Cassie's face. Turning her head slightly, she whispered, "Listen." Sonny held his breath and followed her words, straining his hearing to the limit. Soon, he was able to discern a strange sound coming from inside the tower. Chomp, chomp, crunch, chomp. It sounded like something was being devoured there, flesh and bones being ground by sharp teeth. The nauseating sound of meat being torn and chewed made him grimace. Sonny and Nephis looked at each other, then summoned their swords. Like usual, before the two of them moved forward, Sonny sent his shadow to investigate the potential enemy. The shadow glided on the stones, quickly approaching the tower. Then, it dove into the darkness and concealed itself in the vast shade that permeated the structure. Sonny was able to see inside. The first thing he saw was several dead monsters lying on the stone in puddles of blood. The bloody trails left on the stone floor suggested that their massive bodies were dragged here by something very powerful. They were cut apart and eviscerated, as though dressed down by an enthusiastic butcher. Then he saw a large pile of gnawed bones lying on the stones. Some of them still had pieces of meat stuck to them, while others were split apart and emptied of even the marrow. The next thing he saw was a fire burning in a circle of stone shards, with several skewers of monster meat roasting above it. Next to the fire, the source of the chomping and crunching sounds was sitting on the stones, munching on a well-roasted rib. It was a human. In fact, it was a young woman. She seemed to be only slightly older than the three of them. Sonny blinked. The young woman was tall and attractive. She had hazel eyes and beautiful brown hair currently tied in a simple braid. Her build was extremely athletic, with perfectly defined lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin with each movement. And there was a lot of skin on display, since she only wore a provocatively short white tunic, augmented with bronze greaves, vambraces, and a cuirass with leather terrages. While Nephis was slender and lithe, this stranger radiated a sense of vitality and vigor. Everything about her was lavish and generous, screaming of strength, potency, and power. The strangest part, however, was that there was an absolutely relaxed, comfortable, and happy expression on her face. In the months spent on the forgotten shore, Sonny had never, even for a second, allowed himself to lower his guard completely. Neither had Nephis or Cassie. Even in the rare moments of rest, sheltered in reliable safety, they were always slightly tense, expecting all kinds of horrors to fall on them in an onslaught of teeth, poison, and claws. Even while under the hex of the soul devourer, there was always an invisible shadow in their hearts. However, the young woman seemed to be completely content with being in this cursed place. In fact, she looked happier than Sonny had ever been, even in the real world. As Sonny watched, the young woman messily devoured the meat of the unfortunate monster. The juices were flowing down her face and fingers. Done with the meat, she bit on the bone itself. His eyes widened. The adamantine bone of the nightmare creature was easily crushed between her teeth, and closing her eyes in pleasure, the girl proceeded to suck out the marrow, then chew and swallow most of the bone itself. Crunch, crunch, chomp, crunch. Finished with the rib, she threw its remains into the disturbingly sizable pile of bones at her feet, loudly burped with no decorum whatsoever, then immediately stretched her hand out to pick up another piece of monster meat from the fire, and sunk her teeth into it. Sonny blinked a couple of times more, then shifted his perspective back. ND looked at Nephis. "What did you see?" He lingered for a bit, and then said in a hesitant tone, "Well, it's either a very hungry human girl, or a very gluttonous demon." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 126 FE. Nephis stared at him for a few moments, then turned her head to Cassie and said, "Follow behind us." The three of them cautiously approached the entrance to the tower and lingered there, uncertain of how they should proceed. In their minds, there were two outcomes to this unexpected situation. One, the mysterious young woman would turn out to be a local awakened. In that case, all their problems were going to be solved. If an awakened happened to meet a group of sleepers in the wild reaches of the dream realm, it was customary to guide them to the nearest human citadel. Of course, exceptions happened, but in general, awakened strive to take care of sleepers. In this alien land, humans had to band together. It was not only a moral obligation, but also in their own best interest. Two, the stranger would turn out to be a nightmare creature. In that case, they were going to have a tough fight on their hands. Since the rank and class of the enemy were unknown, it was impossible to predict the result. They just had to risk it. Drawing a deep breath, Sonny followed Nephis into the cool darkness of the tower. Immediately, the appetizing smell of roasting meat hit his nostrils. His stomach growled. Crap! Before Sonny could react, a piece of bone flew past his head and hit the wall with enough force to shatter into tiny pieces. Belatedly, he raised the midnight shard and assumed a defensive stance. But it was a little too late. The young woman had already been alerted of their presence. Raising her head, she bared her teeth in a wide grin and murmured, "Is someone hiding in the shadows? Why don't you come out to play?" Her voice was deep, smoky, and had a raspy huskiness to it. But what mattered the most was that she was speaking in the human language. She was human. Probably. The stranger was still sitting in a relaxed pose, but Sonny didn't miss the subtle tension in her carved muscles. He had no doubt that the alleged awakened could explode into a whirlwind of violence at any moment. It was better not to provoke her. Glancing at Neph, he followed her example and dismissed his sword. Then, the three of them hesitantly stepped into the circle of light cast by the bonfire. The young woman looked at them in surprise and raised her eyebrows. Humans, unexpected. Then she smiled and shook her head. Where are my manners? With that, she lightly rose to her feet. The white fabric of her tunic shifted slightly, revealing even more of her toned, powerful thighs. Sonny blinked. He had assumed that the stranger was tall, but only now did he realize how imposing her true height was. The woman stood considerably taller than even Nephis, not to mention Sonny himself. Complete with her robust physique, olive skin, and archaic armor, she looked like an ancient goddess. Craning his neck to look her in the eyes was sort of irritating, though. But Sonny had no choice. If he were to just look straight, his line of sight would land directly on her shapely, The young woman, meanwhile, wiped her dirty face with a forearm and gestured at the fire. Here, would you like to take a seat? Despite the polite invitation, they hesitated. After several seconds passed in awkward silence, Nephis finally took a step forward and asked the question that had been tormenting all three of them. With her voice uncharacteristically tense and full of suppressed emotion, she cautiously said, Are you human?" The stranger stared at her with a blank expression, then blinked a couple of times. "What else would I be? A horse?" With that, she threw her head back and laughed loudly, amused by her own silly joke. Nephis and Sonny glanced at each other, confused as to what to do. Meanwhile, the young woman giggled a few more times and looked at them with sparks of glee dancing in her eyes. "Of course I am human. Why are you even asking? Anyway, come sit. My neck is tired from looking down on you." With that, she sat down near the fire and assumed a relaxed pose. Nephis, Sonny, and Cassie finally approached and lowered themselves to the stones, looking at the tall girl with hungry flames burning in their eyes. She looked them over, then frowned a little. "Haven't seen you guys around. Are you new?" Nephis gave her a nod. "Yes, we have just reached the city." She was trying very hard to act like a normal, well-adjusted person. It seemed that her endless attempts to improve her social skills had not been in vain. If Sonny didn't know how awkward and clumsy Neph's natural state was, he wouldn't have suspected anything. The young woman grinned. "In that case, my condolence. Wait. You guys survived for 2 whole months in the labyrinth." She whistled and looked at them with newfound respect. "That's a real feat. Congratulations." "NS." Nephis lingered for a few seconds, then said, "I'm Nephis, and these are my companions, Cassia and Sunless. We are sleepers who came here during the winter solstice." The young woman gave them a wide, friendly smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Effie. Well, at least that's what people call me. I'm also a sleeper." Sonny frowned, so the beautiful giantess was not an awakened, just a sleeper like them. Strangely, he didn't remember ever seeing her in the academy. Still, too impatient to remain silent, he leaned forward and said, "Are you from the castle? There are people living there, right?" Effie glanced at him. In her eyes, there was a hint of a strange emotion. It almost looked like pity. "There are indeed people living in the castle, yes." Nephis and Sonny exchanged excited looks, then Changing Star cautiously asked, "Can you take us there?" Effie shrugged. "Sure, no problem. Do you guys have shards?" Sonny blinked. What did soul shards have to do with any this? They had retrieved 2 from that weird stone he had killed at the base of the wall. Was she going to ask for payment? Nephis retrieved the soul shards and showed them to the tall girl. We have two. Effie sighed. Only two? Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. Keep them, you'll need them later. Not quite understanding the meaning of her words, Changing Star lingered, then said uncertainly, We were hoping to reach the Citadel and access the gateway as soon as possible. How long will it take? The young woman stared at them for a long time, and then suddenly bent over in a fit of hysterical laughter. She laughed so long and hard that tears soon appeared in the corners of her eyes. Unpleasantly surprised, the three sleepers stared at her in shock. None of them understood the reason for this bizarre behavior. Is she insane? Sunny frowned, reevaluating the situation. Previously, the local girl just seemed to be a bit eccentric, but maybe there was more to it. Effie's laughter stopped as abruptly as it had started. Wiping her tears, she shook her head and said in a strange tone, Sorry guys, I just couldn't help myself. Please forgive my lack of manners. Then she straightened her back, looked them heavily into the eyes, and said, I can take you to the castle, but there is no gateway there. In fact, there's no way out of this cursed hell at all. I've been stuck here for 3 years myself already. So, welcome to the Dark City, I guess. Abandon hope all ye who enter here and all that. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 127, Abandon all hope. Shell-shocked by her words, the three of them stared at the young woman with pale faces. Sunny felt something brittle and precious shattering in his heart, piercing it with an almost physical feeling of pain. No, it can't be. It just couldn't be true. How could all of this have been for nothing? How could all of his hopes, dreams, and desires just be destroyed with a couple of words? How was it possible? Somewhere beside him, Cassie suddenly said in a tiny voice, What do you mean there is no gateway? Effie shrugged. It's very simple, really. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, but deep down inside you must have known already. Didn't you? The Forgotten Shore, it's not really a place where humans are supposed to survive. That's why you have never heard of anything like it in the school or the academy. Sunny's face got contorted with anger. Of course, the answer was always within his grasp. He was just too naive and foolish to grasp it. The dream realm was vast and strange, with most of its regions barely explored by humans. However, there was at least a small amount of information available about them. Some were even fully under human control, with large citadels like Bastion providing shelter to hundreds of thousands of awakened. And yet, when he had first come to the Forgotten Shore, Sunny didn't recognize any of the unique characteristics of this place. At the time, he had thought that his patchy education was to blame. He should have realized the truth when neither Nephis nor Cassie managed to succeed where he had failed. Why would a region as unique as this one be utterly unknown? The most logical explanation would be that no one had ever returned from this deadly abyss to the real world to tell others about it. What a fool he was. Just a few weeks in the comfortable life in the academy, and he had completely forgotten that the world never played fair against people like him. The truth was always worse than his worst expectations, so why would this time be any different? The world was a predator that always waited for an opportunity to devour you. Why would he even expect anything else? A familiar bitter taste appeared in his mouth. Meanwhile, Effie continued in a gentle tone. 15 years ago or so, a group of powerful and desperate sleepers managed to reach this city and claim the castle for themselves. Not because it had a gateway, but because it was the only place that could keep them safe, at least for a while. Ever since then, a few lucky or resourceful people would find their way to the castle each solstice, only to get stuck here with the rest of us. Nephis was sitting quietly, with only her clenched fists betraying the storm of emotions raging in her heart. Cassie was taking the news harder than both of them, though. After all, it was her vision that led them into this trap. Her face was deathly pale, with an expression of pain and shock contorting its delicate lines. Closing her eyes, she whispered, But that is not fair. Effie looked at her with pity. Then she chuckled, smiled darkly, and said, When was anything ever fair? She was right, of course. Justice didn't really exist outside of the ethereal realm of human imagination. Sunny had learned that lesson a long, long time ago. While he was stewing in his indignant despair, Effie's smile suddenly lost its grim undertone and turned into a happy grin once again. Leaning forward a little, she said, "But it's not all bad. At least you have met me. You guys are incredibly lucky, really. If you hadn't run into a local, you would have been dead already." Nephis stared at her and asked in a flat tone, "Yeah, why is that?" Her awkward manner of speech was back again in all its glory. Effie sighed. The Dark City is simultaneously the safest place to be on the Forgotten Shore, and also the deadliest. It is safe because no sea monster can cross the wall, let alone reach the castle. But at the same time, it is far more dangerous than the labyrinth because almost every nightmare creature here is of the fallen rank. Sonny blinked, feeling a cold shiver permeate his whole body. Fallen creatures were immeasurably more powerful than awakened ones. Dormant humans like them had no business fighting against the latter, let alone the former. One awakened demon was already more than they could handle without resorting to summoning a true terror from the depths of the cursed sea. Something much more powerful than the carapace demon would simply wipe them out from existence in a matter of seconds. Remembering countless shapes moving through the ruins, he couldn't help but tremble. Was each of those shapes a fallen monster? How would anyone survive even a day in this cursed city? They would have to be insane to even try. Slowly, the magnitude of the perilous trap they had found themselves in began to seep into his mind. Effie smiled. "But you guys managed to stumble into me before descending from the wall. Otherwise, the fallen ones would have been feasting on your souls already. Lucky, very lucky. There are very few people in the castle who go out hunting in the ruins, let alone venture so far away from it. Meeting an experienced hunter like me was probably your only chance to avoid finding out about the true face of the Dark City a second too late." She shook her head. "That's like 1 to 1,000, 10,000, a million. At any rate, the odds were really not in your favor. Fortune is definitely in love with at least one of you guys, so cheer up. Do you want some meat? I had a truly amazing hunt today. It was so amazing that I don't even mind sharing." Nephis didn't even look at the roasting meat and instead leaned forward, her words filled with intensity. "If there is no gateway here, why didn't you try to leave?" Effie blinked a couple of times and looked at her with sincere confusion. "Leave and go where?" The meat was about to become burnt, so she leaned to the fire and removed the skewers, then replaced them with a couple of new ones. Then, with a sigh, she turned to Changing Star and said, "You've been to the labyrinth, so you know what it's like. There's nothing else but that damn coral and cursed sea for months of travel in every direction. You can't go on foot, you can't swim. You can't even fly because there are swarms of dreadful flying abominations hiding in the clouds. But try to leave. Yeah, many have tried. They're all dead now. Actually, that's how the initial master of the castle had perished." Sonny gritted his teeth. "So what? You guys just hide in the castle and wait for death?" The beautiful young woman laughed. "Of course not, doofus." Then she pierced him with an unexpectedly grim look of her hazel eyes and said, "Most of us can't even get into the castle. The king demands his tax, you know, so we just wait for death outside." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 128, King of the Hill. Sonny stared at her, trying to understand the meaning behind the strange words. "What do you mean?" Effie shrugged. "The castle belongs to a man named Gunlog. If you want to enter and live in the safety of the castle walls, protected and provided for by his hunters, you need to pay a tribute, 1 shard each week." Of course, there was exploitation going on even in this pit of despair. What else did he expect, as long as there were people sown? Eon was going to end up as prey. Sonny sensed a familiar dark feeling rising up from the depths of his soul. At some point, he had lulled it into a slumber and forgotten it, but now it finally returned to its rightful place. A corner of his mouth curled up. "What happens if you can't pay the tribute?" The huntress glanced at him with confusion. "What do you think? You are not allowed to step anywhere near the gates. There's a small settlement for us unfortunate wretches beneath the castle walls, where we make do with what little we have and tremble in the night, hoping that nothing comes out of the darkness to devour us. That's pretty much it." He hesitated. "But how are people even supposed to get soul shards in this cursed place?" Effie gestured to the corpses of the monsters she had slain. "By hunting. One can find awakened creatures here and there in the city. The trick is to find and kill them without stumbling into something far more deadly. Gunlog's people form parties and go out to hunt, with experienced pathfinders leading the way. They bring back food, memories, materials, and shards. Nothing stops people from attempting the same. She fell silent for a few moments, and then said in a darker tone, "Of course, without good memories, vast amounts of accumulated soul essence and intricate knowledge of the city, those people usually don't live long. Most of them either die or turn to other ways of earning shards. There's very few independent hunters with more than a couple of successful hunts to their names. Ones that are still alive, I mean." Sonny glanced at the dead monsters, each of them large enough to give him pause. "What about you? How many did you survive?" Effie smiled. "More than a couple." With a chuckle, she raised her hand and began folding fingers, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Let's see, 1, 2, 5. Running out of fingers on one hand, she scratched her head and said with a bit of uncertainty, "I'm not really sure, but it should be around 100 or 2. Yeah." Sonny's eyes widened. 200. If what Effie had said was true, then she was a force to be reckoned with. Slaying even one awakened creature was worthy of respect. Slaying hundreds of them, however, was nothing short of remarkable, perhaps even heroic, and a little fearsome. Especially since she had hunted them alone in the middle of a cursed ruin full of fallen abominations, unaided, with no one to rely on except for herself. The easygoing huntress was not as simple as she appeared. He frowned. "If this is true, then you should have had no problem paying the tribute to stay in the castle. This doesn't make sense. Why haven't you?" Effie shrugged with ambivalence. The topic didn't seem to interest her. "Let's just say that I don't like the ambience there." Sonny wanted to learn more, but suddenly Nephis spoke again, her voice strangely tense. "You said that there were other ways of earning soul shards. What are they?" The huntress turned to her and was silent for a while, a hint of some dark emotion in her eyes. However, it was quickly erased by her usual laid-back smile. "Well, there's a few ways. If you have a useful utility ability, you can become a craftsman or an artifacts in the castle. There's not a lot of such sleepers, so they are well regarded and cared for. If not, there are other opportunities, too. Boys can become Gunlog's soldiers, while girls can enter his harem. Pretty ones like the two of you especially. No one will force you, of course." Nephis scowled. Sonny could see white sparks dancing in her eyes. "So you can either become his soldier, his servant, his plaything, or die. But that is your own choice. No one is forcing anyone to do anything, of course." Effie grinned. "Smart girl, you get it." Changing Star looked down, her indifferent face turning hard and cold. Her fists were clenched so hard that they seemed bloodless. "So why hasn't anyone killed him yet?" The huntress laughed. "Kill Gunlog? Oh, many have tried. Great people, terrible people, and everyone in between. You can see their skulls above the castle gate, actually." She shook her head. "I like your train of thought, Princess, but you should forget it. Just consider him to be immortal. He practically is. Believe me when I say that no sleeper can defeat Gunlog ever. It's simply impossible." Effie sighed. "Plus, no matter how much I hate the bastard, he is the only thing that holds this place together. Despicable as he is, without him, we would have all been dead already." Sonny watched Nephis, waiting to see her reaction. What he saw did not make him happy at all. On her beautiful ivory face, there was nothing but cold indifference and resolve. It was the same expression he had seen on it before the battle with the Carapace Centurion first, and the Carapace Demon later. Without even needing Cassie's pathetic ability, he could easily imagine what was going on in her head. This is going to become a problem. As th. All sensing the same thing, Effie grimaced. "No, seriously. Trying to go against Gunlaugh will only get you killed if you're lucky. Don't even think about that. Thinking too much is not good for your health here in the Dark City anyway." Then she smiled and gestured to the fire. "Just have some of this delicious meat instead. Life is good when your stomach is full, right? Let me tell you, this is most likely your last chance to eat anything for free. Food is a real rarity in these parts. Can you believe it?" Sonny sighed, then leaned forward and picked up a sizzling piece of meat. No matter what happened, they had to keep going, one step at a time. This was the only way to survive. "Of course I can believe it. I'm from the outskirts, you know. I didn't even know what real meat smells like before entering the academy." With that, he handed the piece of meat to Cassie, took another one, and began devouring it greedily. Nephis lingered for a bit, but then followed his example. Effie giggled. "That's the spirit, see, Doofus gets it." It seemed as though Changing Star had listened to her advice. At least on the surface, she had accepted that defeating the current master of the castle was impossible. But Sunny knew that, deep down inside, she remained unconvinced. After all, Nephis was in the habit of making impossible things happen. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 129, Solace. After the shocking revelation about the cruel futility of their long and arduous journey to the Dark City, the desire to reach the promised castle that kept the three of them going for so long had diminished significantly. However, they still wanted to get there as soon as possible. There was a tiny remnant of hope still burning in Sunny's heart. Perhaps Effie was lying to them, or wrong about everything. Somehow, he didn't really believe it, though. The beautiful huntress seemed sincere and competent, if a little eccentric. More than that, her words made too much sense. But Effie wasn't in a rush to leave the granite tower. There's not enough daylight left to traverse that much distance. Moving through the ruins is a slow ordeal. Get comfortable and rest. We'll leave tomorrow at dawn. After that, she got busy dressing down the monster carcasses with a long knife that appeared in her hand. She even summoned a memory that looked like a leather apron to avoid getting blood on her tunic. Whistling an upbeat melody under her nose, the vigorous young woman looked like an enthusiastic gourmet chef. Nephis, Sunny, and Cassie were in no mood to talk. Each of them sat somberly by themselves, trying to digest the awful reality of their new situation. Sunny was utterly disheartened. He felt as though someone had pulled the batteries out of his body, leaving him with no strength or desire to do anything. The world had become dim and tiresome. "That's hope for you." He didn't even have enough motivation to get angry. It was as though he had run an exhausting marathon and crossed the finish line, only to find out that there was another race waiting for him on the other side. In fact, he would have to keep running forever. He would never meet Master Jet and Teacher Julius again to thank them for the advice and teachings that had helped him survive, and maybe even repay their kindness. He would never become an awakened and learn more mysteries of his strange aspect. Most importantly, his dreams of becoming rich and spending the rest of his life in comfort were also not meant to be. Which hurt the most? Figures. Crestfallen, he made an effort to find some semblance of solace in this disastrous fiasco. "Well, if you think about it, I'm still alive. That has to be worth something, right?" His shadow glanced at him, not entirely convinced. "Plus, I can easily stay alive for the foreseeable future. Yeah, the big picture changed for the worst, but our immediate situation has actually improved a lot. We are safe from the constant threat of drowning or being devoured by the dwellers of the deep, dark sea. We have also found a strong community of humans. No matter how things were run in the castle, there were hundreds of people living there. Numbers and experience meant everything in the dream realm. By becoming a part of a human collective, they were going to shed most of the burdens that had been silently crushing them all this time. Compared to the infernal gauntlet of the labyrinth, life in the castle was going to be like a dream. If they were willing to submit to its thug of a master, of course. If Sunny was alone, he probably would. Now, however. But even if they were to refuse, there was still the outer settlement. Effie seemed to be doing just fine as an independent hunter. She didn't even seem miserable. In fact, she might just be the most contented person I've ever seen. Seriously, how can she be so laid back and cheerful? Is she insane? He cast a sidelong glance at the unreasonably tall huntress and frowned. Well, let's ponder about it. She has a roof over her head and a limitless supply of delicious food, provided that she hunts it down herself. That is already better than my life in the outskirts. Come to think about it, remaining in the Dark City for the rest of his life was not how he had envisioned his future, but it was not that different from struggling to survive in the slums of the real world. Actually, in a lot of senses, it was way better. So maybe, the situation seemed to be so bad not because it actually was, but because it simply didn't fit his inflated expectations. Perhaps Effie didn't expect anything from life at all, and that's why she was so damn happy and lively even in the middle of this odious hell. Yeah, that must be it. Problem solved. Easy. The shadow shook its head and turned away. Sunny sighed. Despite his somewhat rational attempt to find the bright side in this calamity, he didn't feel any better at all. In fact, thinking about how inescapable and bleak their future was only made him more tired. Suddenly his skin crawled. The familiar sensation of dread and unease flooded his mind, only now it was so much more profound and invasive. The shadow of the Crimson Spire had fallen on the dark city. Soon the sound of waves crashing against stone informed them of the coming of night. Not in the mood to even stand up, Sonny silently sent his shadow to take a look outside. As the last rays of the falling sun colored the world in the shades of red, the cursed sea was surging out of the great crater. Sonny watched as the distant statue of the beautiful faceless woman was slowly drowned by the darkness, until only her open hand remained above the waves. Then he shifted his gaze and looked down. The undulating black surface of the cursed sea stopped mere meters beneath the edge of the granite wall. It seemed as though he could almost touch it with his hand. On the other side of the stone barrier, the ruined city lay submerged in shadows, dozens of meters below the water level. Trapped between the endless expanse of the dark sea and the vast emptiness of the ruins, the mighty wall seemed to be as thin as a sheet of paper. And yet, it silently withstood the crushing pressure of the black waves, serving as a dam that protected the city below from being erased by the terrible flood, just like it did for thousands of years. However, Sonny couldn't help but imagine all that crushing weight bursting through the collapsing wall in an all-consuming torrent of darkness. He felt shivers running down his spine. Commanding his shadow to return, Sonny finally forced himself to stand up and walked over to Nephis. Changing Star was sitting with her back against the wall, a dark expression on her face. Hearing his footsteps, she raised her eyes. Sonny sat down beside her, lingered for a while, and then said, "What do you think?" She was silent for a long time, simply looking at him with an inexorable expression. Just when he was about to think that there would be no answer, Neph finally spoke. As she did, white sparks ignited in the depths of her cold gray eyes. "We will find a way to return. No matter what has to be done, we will." Her words echoed inside the granite tower, making shadows on the walls dance in sinister glee. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 130, Strength of a Dozen Men. In the morning, they set out for the castle. Before leaving the safe haven of the granite tower, Effie gave them a list of instructions. "Follow behind me. Listen to everything I say. Don't make any noise, don't bleed, don't think too much. Some of the creatures out there can hear noisy thoughts, others can sense strong emotions, so don't feel fear either." Sonny stared at her with a grim expression. How was he supposed to control what he feels? The vigorous huntress grinned. "What, you never tried to solve math equations in your head to impress a lovely lady? Just do the same." As Sonny's SHEEKS began to turn bright red, she giggled and turned to Cassie and Neph. "Correction, the two of you try not to feel fear. Doofus, you try not to get too excited. If walking behind me turns out to be too much, ask to get slapped, all right." Sonny scowled and uttered through gritted teeth, "That won't be a problem." Effie blinked a couple of times, then smiled. "Ah, playing for the other team? I see, I see. What was that supposed to mean?" Trying to get his emotions under control, Sonny took a deep breath and counted to 10. "Math equations, my ass. Who does she think she is? Wait, why am I counting?" Making sure that they understood her instructions, the huntress turned around and rolled the massive slab of granite that blocked the exit from the tower to the side. Lean muscles tensed and moved under her olive skin, making for a picturesque view. Sonny stared at her back and gulped. That slab of granite had to weigh a couple of tons at least. How strong was the beautiful giantess exactly? Catching a glimpse of his stare, Effie raised an eyebrow and winked. "Like what you see." He answered on autopilot. "Yes, wait, no. I mean, that's not why I was looking. How are you that strong?" She glanced at the granite slab, then at him. "Oh, that's my aspect ability. It's a strong all-around physical enhancement." That was a very rare and powerful ability to have. While not as flashy as many others, it was practically the ultimate warrior ability. With not only her strength but also her speed, agility, endurance, and resilience boosted, Effie was like one of those ancient heroes Neph sometimes talked about, especially since that boost seemed to be so extravagant. Plus, she had most likely absorbed a very large amount of soul essence over the years of hunting monsters in the Dark City. All those shards, the recalcitrant huntress refused to pay as tribute to the tyrannical lord of the castle, had to go somewhere. But why would she just admit what her ability was? Sharing secrets like that was not a wise thing to do, especially not in the ruthless reality of the Forgotten Shore. Noticing his surprise, Effie grinned. What? It's not like it's a great mystery. Around here, anyone with a pair of eyes knows what my ability can do. Do you want me to tell you what my flaw is as well? There was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yeah, right, as if anyone is insane enough to share there. It's very simple. My aspect not only enhances all my physical attributes, it also does the same with all my physical needs. Why do you think I ate enough meat to create a literal pile of gnawed bones for the fun of it? She laughed and shook her head. Well, it was fun, not gonna lie. So the price for having the strength of many men was to have the hunger of many men as well. Out here in the Dark City, where food was scarce and hard to come by, it was a dangerous flaw to possess. It was a curse that could force a person to hunt more, and therefore risk injury and death more than anyone else would have to. Most people would scoff at its severity, but not Sonny. He knew what hunger, real hunger, felt like, what it could do to a person. Perhaps that was the reason why Effie was out here in the first place. Perhaps she had become a huntress not because she wanted to, but because she simply didn't have a choice. What other physical needs do people have? Sonny thought, a little confused. Air, then water, and food, then Hey, I said not to get excited. Sonny flinched and looked up at Effie, who was staring at him and cackling. Embarrassed, he gritted his teeth in anger. Don't flatter yourself, Beanpole. However, when he noticed that Nephis and Cassie were observing them with amusement clearly written on their faces, his anger somewhat subsided. Belatedly, Sonny realized that perhaps the experienced huntress had been joking around with him not just out of pure mischief. Perhaps she was trying to lighten the mood to get them into the right mental state, thus making traversing the cursed city less perilous. Meanwhile, Effie grinned. What, no answer? Sonny glared at her and said, Don't distract me. Then he forcefully changed the flow of his thoughts and reluctantly added, I'm solving equations. A minute later, they left the granite tower and stepped onto the streets of the Dark City. Effie had summoned the helmet of her archaic armor before venturing forth. It was of the Corinthian design, with a tall crest of blue horsehair and a narrow visor that left only her eyes and lips exposed. On her back, there was a leather bag containing the meat, bones, and hides of the monsters she had slain during the hunt. Sonny knew for a fact that this bag was much larger on the inside than it seemed from the outside. Otherwise, in order to accommodate all of F's trophies, it would have had to be comically big. However, it still weighed way too much for an ordinary person to carry. Including the armor, the long knife, and the black leather apron, it was the fourth memory he had seen the huntress summon. He wondered how many more did she have in her arsenal. He had yet to see what weapons Effie used. In the ghostly light of early dawn, they entered the cursed ruins. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 131, Traversing the Dark City. The mournful ruins of the once great city sprawled around them like a desolate stone maze. With gray skies above and nothing but dead silence surrounding the cohort of 4 tense sleepers, it seemed as though they were walking through a vast, cyclopean graveyard. Sonny had to constantly remind himself that there were countless horrors hiding in the ominous shadows of the Dark City. One wrong turn could land them in dire peril. In this ancient ruin, they had no choice but to entrust their lives to the hands of their guide. Luckily, the guide in question was not a morose dead poet, but a tall, extremely attractive young woman clad in a pleasantly revealing archaic armor. In their current circumstances, Unni much preferred the company of a warrior to that of a useless scribbler. In fact, circumstances had nothing to do with it. He was having trouble imagining any situation where a writer would be helpful to have around. From what he knew, all writers were lazy, talentless hacks whose only real skill was finagling money out of honest people while getting off on torturing them with sadistic cliffhangers. Not to mention that none of them had a backside like Effie. Oh, wait, what? Getting his mind out of the gutter, Sonny frowned and reminded himself to keep his emotions in check. In a sense, this harsh necessity was a blessing. The perilous reality of the ruined city prevented them from concentrating on the bitter despair that had taken a stranglehold on their hearts after the grim revelation of the previous day. They just had to put one foot in front of the other and not think too much about anything. One step at a time, that was how he was going to survive. With a heavy sigh, Sonny glanced around and continued walking. Just like Effie had said, traversing the ruins turned out to be a slow ordeal. The huntress led them through the complex maze of wide and narrow streets, following a strange, convoluted path that only she knew. Often they would have to stop and hide, waiting for some unseen danger to pass. Sometimes they walked under the empty sky. Sometimes they dove into the weathered buildings and spent some time crawling through the piles of rubble inside. Other times, Effie was able to lead them straight through half-collapsed houses to emerge into secluded alleyways on the other side. Once or twice, they had even climbed to the rooftops and proceeded forward by walking on precariously rickety tiles or bared support beams, jumping across vast chasms and balancing on half-written planks of wood that had been placed there by someone to bridge especially wide gaps. During these moments, either Neph or Sonny would carry Cassie in their arms. Sonny was surprised to discover that the interiors of some buildings were incredibly well-preserved. It was as though the inhabitants had just left a few days ago, as opposed to the thousands of years that had passed in reality. Because of that, he was able to catch glimpses of how the citizens of this ancient city had lived all that time ago. It was a strange and eerie sight. He was also able to clearly understand that Effie indeed knew the ruins very well. Everywhere they went, there were signs of her previous visits and preparations. From the planks placed across the gaps between roofs to the heavy slabs of stone used to hide improvised passages, it was apparent that she had spent years of meticulous effort turning large parts of this lethal maze into her own private hunting grounds. He had gained a new respect for the seemingly carefree young woman. She almost made traveling through the cursed ruins look safe and easy. However, he knew that this couldn't be farther from the truth. In fact, he suspected that death was constantly breathing down their necks, only barely held at bay by Effie's knowledge and timely judgment. Several freshly eviscerated carcasses that they had stumbled on served as a clear sign that Dark City was teeming with harrowing life. Even terrifying nightmare creatures were not safe here. More than once they heard the distant sounds of claws scraping against stone, sensed the ground trembling under heavy footsteps, or noticed swift shadows falling through the clouds. In those moments, Effie would change their course on the fly or find a perfectly concealed hiding spot without fail. Meeting her had indeed been a rare stroke of luck. But with each hour that passed, Sonny grew increasingly somber. No matter what kind of future awaited them in this cursed place, he had no doubt that they would have to hunt for food as well. That meant that he was going to have to learn all the same things that Effie had learned, and maybe even more. The task seemed incredibly daunting. He wasn't even sure that he would be able to accomplish it. At least he wasn't going to do it by himself. There was Changing Star to partner with and Cassie. Their presence calmed him down. Living in this terrible hell alone, he didn't even want to think about it. Such a wretched existence would surely kill him, and if not, at least drive him insane. At that point, he wouldn't wish to be alive anyway. Who would want to endure that kind of misery? Why think about something that is never going to happen? Glancing at Nephis and Cassie, Sonny hid a smile and hurried to catch up to Effie. Come to think about it, he had it way better than the recalcitrant huntress. There were reliable allies with whom he had forged bonds of trust and companionship at his side. The three of them made each other stronger. More than that, his own aspect was able to provide him with a similar comprehensive physical enhancement ability, albeit a lesser version of it. It was much more versatile, though, allowing to transfer the enhancement effect onto memories and inanimate objects, not to mention his invaluable ability to move and scout around without being seen. Sonny would offer the services of his shadow to Effie, but he wasn't sure about how safe that would be. If there were creatures in these ruins capable of sensing thoughts and emotions, what were the chances that some of them would be able to sense the gaze of the shadow as well? He would have to learn more and experiment before allowing it to wander around on its own. These thoughts had cheered him up a little. Soon, as the sun began to fall toward the horizon, they had finally reached the base of the hill on which stood the magnificent castle. Sonny looked up, sensing his heart beating wildly. A heavy and anxious feeling took hold of his mind. Depending on what happened next, their fates were going to change forever, either for the better or for the worse. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 130, End of the line. In the center of the cursed city, a tall hill towered above the ruins. At its base, an arch made of pristine white marble stood amidst the devastation. It was unscathed and spotless, as though protected from the entropic touch of the all-consuming darkness by some sublime force. Beyond the arch, a wide road paved with white stones scaled the hill. Sunny looked up as they passed beneath the arch, trying to imagine crowds of festively dressed people doing the same in the distant past. It was hard and a little heartbreaking thinking about how the ancient city must have looked before the mysterious calamity. Not turning her head, Effie said in a wistful tone, "There are areas in the ruins that many nightmare creatures tend to avoid for some reason. The castle is one of these places. I was told that back when the original group of sleepers came here hoping to carve a foothold in the city, there was only a single spire messenger nesting in the throne room with no other monsters around. Those madmen actually managed to kill it." Nephis gave her a glance. "Spire messenger?" The huntress chuckled. "Big ugly bastards with black feathers and pale bodies. You must have seen them hunting in the labyrinth. They come from the spire." Changing Star hesitated. "What are their rank in class?" Effie shivered a little. "Fallen beasts. That's why I said that those guys were a little mad, but they were a powerful bunch." She grew silent and then added in a quiet voice, "It must have taken a lot to kill them in the end." Brought into a solemn mood by that last statement, they continued forward in silence. The stone road coiled around the hill, slowly climbing its sheer slopes. Here and there it was broken by long stretches of stairs and formidable but strangely graceful fortifications. No one was standing guard, though. The whole road was empty. Sunny gestured to one of the stone barricades and asked, "Why are there no watchmen?" Effie shrugged. "Gunlog has barely enough people to man the castle walls. They will notice anything that approaches the hill, though. The whole city is in clear view from up there, and there are different protective measures put in place. They have already spotted us, too." Sunny shifted his body a little, not enjoying the feeling of being watched by some unseen, potentially dangerous strangers. After a long time walking up the coiling road of white stone, they finally reached the zenith of the hill and saw the mighty castle in all its glory. Up close, it looked even more magnificent. Built from the same pristine marble as the arch at the base of the hill, it stretched into the sky like a white mountain made by human hands. The frontmost tower was wide and imposing, with a tall decorated gate and a grandiose staircase leading down from it to a vast stone platform that the road ended with. On both sides of the frontmost tower, brought slightly forth, two others stood as bastions, connected to it with arched aerial bridges and accompanied by smaller companion towers of their own. Behind them, the main keep soared even higher, as though trying to challenge the menacing crimson spire that loomed above the world far in the distance. Smaller towers, spires, and wings stood here and there, forming a complex and strangely harmonious formation. The whole structure was incredibly beautiful, striking, and at the same time radiated a feeling of unassailable firmness. It was as though the castle was built for gods, not mortals. The only thing that spoiled the picture were dozens of human skulls hanging above the gates on rusty chains. Sunny grimaced, brought down to grim reality by this ghastly sight. His gaze fell lower, only now noticing dozens of crude, makeshift hovels huddled on the stone platform. They were built from fragments of rubble, rotting wood, and pieces of monster hides, chaotically clinging to the stones as if afraid to be blown away by the wind. An unpleasant, strangely familiar smell hit him in the nose a few moments later. It was the motley but unmistakable stench of the slums. That stench was nothing like the poisonous reek of the outskirts, and at the same time exactly the same. Sunny couldn't help but smile crookedly. "Gee, I'm home." Between the hovels, gaunt and emptied people were busy eking out their pitiful existences. They were dressed in a strange mix of dirty rags and shiny memories, with those wearing armor standing out among the rest like rare oddities. Most of them were extremely young, barely older than Sunny himself. He could smell their exhaustion and desperation even from where he was standing. Sunny really wanted to laugh. After everything he had been through ever since becoming infected by the nightmare spell, the cycle had finally completed. He was right back to where he had started, only much worse off. Wasn't that the funniest thing ever? If this wasn't fate, then he didn't know what was. Oh, the irony. Changing Star's voice tore him away from his reverie. "Sonny, are you okay?" He blinked a couple of times, then slowly turned to face her and said after a brief pause, "Yeah, I was just reminiscing." Something in his voice must have sounded strange, because she gave him a long look before turning away with a short nod. "Good, don't relax just yet." Then she turned to Effie and asked, "What do we do now?" The huntress looked around and shrugged. "It's going to get dark soon, so I would advise you to find a shelter before that. Look around for an empty hut. With how many people die each season, there's always plenty of those. Otherwise, 2 of you can pay the tribute and go into the castle, but the 3rd one will have to stay." Changing Star lingered, then said, "What about you?" Effie grinned. "What about me? That luxury 1-bedroom cottage over there is mine. Mind you, it was built from the best kind of crap you can find here, although it's still crap. Anyway, I am going home, preparing myself a hearty supper, and then going to sleep. I'm dead tired from these last couple of days. Sorry, I don't host guests." Nephis stared at her, obviously wanting to say more, but then simply nodded. "I see, thank you for everything you have done for us. I won't forget it." Effie smiled, patted her on the shoulder, and turned to Sunny and Cassie. "Bye, doofus, beau doll, see you around." With that, she began whistling a cheerful melody and walked away. The 3 of them were suddenly left alone, lost and unsure about what to do. The inhabitants of the outer settlement didn't pay them a lot of attention, only occasionally throwing an indifferent glance at the 3 young strangers. Only Cassie's beauty attracted a couple of intense, darkly fascinated gazes. After a minute or so passed in disoriented silence, Changing Star hesitantly took out the 2 soul shards that they had collected from the remains of the rolling stone and looked at the glimmering crystals lying in her hand. They had to make a decision. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 133, Farewell. Nephis held the shimmering crystals, looking at them with a heavy expression. Sunny was also staring at the shards, his head full of dark thoughts. The remnants of shattered souls glowed softly in the dim twilight of dusk. Around them, the inhabitants of the outer settlement were hurrying to get inside their pitiful hovels before the coming of night. The sun was already hidden behind the cyclopean silhouette of the crimson spire, drowning the world in its eerie shadow. The air was full of fear and worry. He grimaced. "What are you thinking about?" Changing Star sighed and looked up. Her ivory face was harsh and thoughtful. She remained silent for a while and then said in her usual calm tone, "We need to split up." Sunny couldn't help but laugh. "You do know what usually happens when people split up in these kinds of situations, right?" She stared at him with no humor in her cold, gray eyes. "This is not a drama, Sunny. We have the means to provide 2 of us with food and shelter for a week. There's no reason to pass on this opportunity." Cassie turned to her, a confused expression on her face. But what about the 3rd?" An uncomfortable silence hung between them, broken only by the whistling wind. Sunny looked at the blind girl, then at Nephis, and finally glanced at himself. Which one of them was going to remain hungry in the bitter cold, while the other 2 would be eating their fill in the comfortable safety of the castle? He thought that he had an inkling. What else did I expect? It was less than 10 minutes since they reached the human civilization. Well, whatever passed for one in this loathsome purgatory. And the tentative connection that had been established between them in the crucible of the labyrinth was already coming apart at the seams. Just as he had expected, the nature of their relationship was going to change now that they weren't essentially the last 3 people in the whole wide world, with no one else to rely on but each other. Was it strong enough to endure without that desperate need? He wasn't sure. Throughout his whole life, Sunny had never managed to last long in any group. He didn't know if this time was going to be any different. Just as his insecurity threatened to break out of control, Nephis sighed and handed him the soul shards. "Here, take Cassie inside." He stared at her hand, then looked up sharply. A strange storm of emotions erupted in his heart. There was surprise, joy, concern, but at the same time, irrationally, a dark sense of shame and resentment. Not knowing how to deal with all these feelings, he scowled and asked, "Why me?" Changing Star simply raised an eyebrow. Shaking his head, Sunny offered her a crooked smile and added, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not refusing. I'm just curious, why are you so kind all of a sudden? Is it out of some misguided sense of nobility?" Nephis looked at him for a while, and then said with indifference, "I have never been noble, I have never been kind." He blinked, struggling with the desire to pinch Neph and make sure that she was awake. Had she met herself? If she wasn't noble, then who was? Meanwhile, Changing Star shrugged and looked away. "It is simply the best choice. Right now, we need information the most. With the help of the shadow, you will be able to learn much more about what is going on in the castle than I ever would. While you are gathering information inside, I will do the same here. We will meet in a week, share our findings, and decide what to do next." Sunny just stared at her. Did Neph just reveal herself to be as cynically pragmatical as he was? Once again, he felt a weird mix of emotions. He was simultaneously elated and hurt by her lack of sentiment. However, the fact that she simply assumed that they were going to continue working together, as though it was a given, had not avoided his attention. For some reason, this small detail gave Sunny a warm feeling. Nephis looked at him and added, "Besides, the terms of our trade have come to an end. Your promise was to give up on your share of spoils on the way to the castle. Well, here we are. That stone creature was your kill, so these shards are yours by right." "Trade? What trade?" Oh yeah, the trade he had made with Changing Star to get her to teach him swordsmanship and hide the fact that he had no way to absorb soul shards. He has almost forgotten about it. But she didn't. Now that Sunny had been reminded of its existence and realized that it was over, he felt a sudden pang of regret. It was as though one of the few strings that connected them together had been suddenly severed. With a sigh, he took the soul shards from her hand and gripped them tightly. "All right, then I'll meet you in a week, I guess." Sunny opened his mouth, wishing to say something else, but then just turned away. Stepping aside, he gave the girls some privacy to say their goodbyes. Soon, Cassie's delicate hand found his shoulder. Sunny glanced at the blind girl, remained silent for a bit, and then asked, "Are you ready?" She hesitated before answering. When she did, there was a hint of sadness in her voice. "Yes." With that, they walked away and left Nephis behind, standing alone in the surging darkness of the descending night. Guiding the blind girl, Sunny approached the grand stairs that led to the ornate gates of the magnificent marble castle. Out here, there was nothing but the howling of the wind and the encroaching veil of darkness. It seemed as though the dwellers of the slum were not allowed to build their hovels on the wide stretch of stone that separated the marble steps from the outer settlement. "Be careful, there are steps ahead." After warning Cassie, he sensed a cold feeling grasp his heart. For some reason, it felt as though once he stepped on these stairs, there would be no way back. Gritting his teeth, Sunny took a step forward and began his ascent to the castle. Soon, they approached the apex and stopped in front of a couple of unfriendly guards. Both of the young men barring their way wore armor-type memories and wielded their weapons in the open, as though trying to warn anyone approaching to not test their patience. They looked at Sunny without even trying to hide their disdain. "What do you want, rat?" Sunny hesitated, then held out the soul shards. One of the guards glanced at them and grinned. "Well, would you look at that? The rat has brought us a present." Chuckling, he took the glimmering crystals and waved a hand. "Come on in, someone will meet you inside." Struggling to not glare at the armed sleepers with murder in his eyes, Sunny forced out a pale smile and cautiously walked past them. Then, looking up at the dozens of human skulls swinging above them on rusty chains, he sighed darkly and led Cassie through the gates of the castle. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 134, Bright Castle. As they passed through the ornate gates, a large hall opened up before them, hearing a strange rustle from. Above, Sunny raised his head and saw tall windows with stained glass panes soaring to the distant ceiling. During the day, the hall must have been filled with cascading rays of beautiful light. Currently, though, several young women were nimbly moving from one window to another, draping them with thick sheets of crude fabric. The makeshift wooden ladders they used creaked and cracked, creating a strange and almost melodic sound. It seemed as though the sheets of fabric were being fastened in a way that prevented even the smallest glint of light from escaping the castle during the night. Sonny suspected that every window in the marble fortress was currently being covered in the same way. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a loud noise thundered behind their backs. Turning around, he saw the ornate gates closing. The two guards who had met them outside were already sliding a heavy iron bolt into the sockets, their faces red from strain. The massive bar must have weighed more than the two of them combined. The castle was now sealed from the outside world, ready to face the onslaught of cursed darkness. Suddenly, Sonny felt like an animal caught in a cage. Trying to calm himself down, he looked around and noticed an opulent wooden desk that looked completely out of place in the grand hall. It must have been dragged here from some other part of the marble citadel. Behind the desk, a gaunt young man with nervous eyes was writing something down on a piece of parchment. The whole thing looked strangely similar to a reception desk in a luxurious hotel, or rather, to what Sonny imagined such a thing would look like. He had never actually been to a hotel, of course. Hesitating for a few moments, he walked over to the desk and addressed the young man. "Hey, we've been told that someone will meet us inside." The castle receptionist flinched and looked up from his paper, a fearful expression appearing on his face. When he realized who was speaking to him, though, the fear disappeared, replaced by a tentative smile. The young man had a thin face and a pale, unhealthy complexion. He looked hungry and weak, much more like those poor souls in the outer settlement than someone who lived in the castle. His clothes, however, were clean and tidy, without any signs of wear and tear like that of the people outside. "Ah, guests, sorry you gave me a fright there. Welcome, welcome to the bright castle. Whoa, you were just in time. A couple of minutes later and the gates would have been closed." Saying that, he threw a tense glance at the two guards and then quickly looked away. "Anyway, my name is Harper. I'm responsible for guest accommodations today. Let's get you— Oh, I don't seem to recognize you guys. Is this your first time paying the tribute?" Sonny stared at him for a couple of seconds, feeling Cassie squeeze his shoulder a little tighter, then said, "Yes." Harper smiled. "Congratulations. You might not even suspect it, but I was once in your shoes myself. In fact, it was just a few months ago. But ever since Lord Gunlog graced me with his kindness, I've been living in the safety of the castle. You'll love it here too, I'm sure." "Right." Sonny didn't know if the young man was sincere in his gratitude to the local tyrant, or was simply saying these things for the guards to hear, and honestly, he didn't care. What piqued his interest, though, was that Harper did not seem as surprised by the timing of their arrival into the dark city as Effie had been. But then he realized that people living in the castle might not have known who came to the outer settlement, and when. They would probably assume that he and Cassie had entered the dream realm close to the ruins, and then spent the last 2 months scrounging for soul shards to pay their way into the castle. This was a good detail to know, since Sonny didn't want to announce the true extent of their competence just yet. Judging by how impressed Effie was by the fact that they had managed to carve their way through the labyrinth, this would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. He smiled with the corner of his mouth. "So what do we need to do now?" Harper picked up his quill and opened a large ledger. "That's very simple, really. I'll just need your names to mark when the two of you paid the tribute, and that's pretty much it. We have a lot of spare rooms here, especially in the Tower of Dusk. It is very quiet, so how about I settle you there?" There was a nervous glint in his eyes. Tower of Dusk probably means that it's in the western part of the castle, facing the Crimson Spire. No wonder people don't want to live there. But to Sonny, fewer people meant less danger. He gave the gaunt young man a nod. "Sure, no problem." Harper smiled. "Great, that's great. So your names?" Sonny interrupted him, trying to avoid dangerous questions. "I'm Sunless, and this is Kasha." The young man wrote their names down and marked the date of their arrival. Sonny stared at Hi's neat handwriting, his eyes locked on the short strings of numbers. So it had actually been exactly 77 days since the night they had arrived on the Forgotten Shore. The three of them had scrupulously kept track of time for a while, but after their harrowing experience with the Soul Devourer, Sonny had lost the grasp on the actual count. Out there in the real world, the spring was already starting. A whole season had passed. It felt like a lifetime. Not paying any attention to the storm raging inside Sonny's heart, Harper closed the ledger and offered them a polite smile. All done, now leave your worries behind and follow me. Between these walls, you are completely safe. Nothing is going to hurt you. His tone was jovial, but Sonny didn't miss the quick glance Harper threw at the menacing guards standing silently by the sealed gate. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 135, Cohabitation. Harper led them through the castle, explaining small details about the rules and customs one had to follow once inside. He was a talkative and friendly guy, so Sonny quickly got the gist of it. In general, it was very simple. They were free to do whatever they wanted unless it broke the basic rules of cohabitation, with a few small caveats. There were areas in the marble fortress open to everyone, and areas that only members of Gunlog's host could enter. Those were marked by the symbol of a serpent coiled around a tall tower. As they walked, Sonny noticed several crude tapestries with that symbol woven on them. The cloth of the tapestries was black, with a stylized white tower and a golden serpent embroidered in their center. He guessed that this represented the Dark City, the Bright Castle, and its lord, respectively. Apart from that, there wasn't much to know except for when and where to find food, water, and other necessities. The last thing Harper said was about how they should behave around other inhabitants of the fortress. People here are very nice, but you still must remember to have manners, especially when you are interacting with the guards and the hunters. These guys protect us and risk their lives to provide for us, so they deserve our respect. If one of them, if there's a misunderstanding, be mindful of their burdens. Yes. Sonny threw a dark glance at the gaunt young man and translated that statement to "Don't mess with Gunlog's people. And if they are messing with you, just swallow it." How wonderful. Meanwhile, he was able to catch a few glimpses of how people actually lived inside the castle. To Sonny's surprise, they didn't seem nearly as put down and miserable as he had expected. In fact, everyone seemed to be more or less fine, going about their business with mundane casualness. Of course, there were signs of worry, stress, and pressure on their faces, but the same could be said about people in the real world. All in all, the inhabitants of the castle looked surprisingly ordinary. I guess humans can adapt to anything. And as Changing Star had taught him, adaptability was the greatest strength. As long as there was some semblance of stability, humans would find a way. And it seemed as though the tyrannical master of the ancient fortress, hateful as he was providing the sleepers trapped on the forgotten shore with that stability. Effie's words about how the bastard was the only thing holding this place together echoed in Sonny's mind. Perhaps he's a necessary evil. Finally, they reached the westernmost tower of the castle. Indeed, it was mostly empty and quiet. Few people seemed to want to stay here, driven away by the unnerving vision of the crimson spire looming in the distance. However, for the two of them it was perfect. Cassie couldn't see at all, while Sonny was long accustomed to the presence of the spire because of his sensitivity to shadows. Plus, right now, all the windows in the tower were closed, hiding it from sight. Harper suddenly stopped and said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, I forgot to ask, would you guys be needing one room or two?" Without thinking too much, Sonny and Cassie answered at the same time. "One, two." Then they froze and turned to each other with petrified expressions. Cassie blushed, while Sonny became even paler. He didn't mean anything untoward by requesting a single room for the two of them. It's just that over the months spent camping together, being close to Cassie in case she needed help with something had become his habit. More importantly, he was unwilling to let her leave his sight even for a second in this unpredictable castle. He didn't trust anyone here. But in these new circumstances, requesting a single room suggested a different meaning. But there was. Clearing his throat, Sonny looked at Harper and said, 2 rooms if they're next to each other. That is not possible, then 1. The skittish young man scratched the back of his head, and then answered in a somewhat surprised tone. "Oh, all right, I think I can. And find 2 adjacent rooms for you. Follow me." With that, he began walking forward. Sonny glanced at Cassie, then shook his head and followed behind Harper. She won't misunderstand, right? Soon they were standing in front of 2 sturdy wooden doors. Harper handed Sonny 2 iron keys and smiled. Here we are. The rooms are not very big, but they're really, cozy. Enjoy your first night of safety, guys. You must have not felt safe in a long time. I know I never did before entering the castle. Thank heavens that time is behind me. Anyway, food will be served 1 hour after sunrise tomorrow in the main hall of the keep. See you there." With that, he glanced at them one last time, smiled sheepishly, and walked away. Sonny and Cassie were left alone in awkward silence. Still feeling a little embarrassed, Sonny sighed and said, "I hope you didn't think that I was." Cassie suddenly giggled. "I know, I just didn't expect it. Let me guess, you distrust every single person in this castle and therefore are going to watch me like a hawk to scare them all away. Like an overprotective, mean, violent big brother. Right." With a smile, she turned her head this way and another, and then added, "To be honest, I don't feel safe here either, so thank you. Although I must say this place seems almost like a hotel. My parents took me on a mountain vacation once and we stayed at a really old hotel. What was it called, Overgaze? Overlook. Anyway, this place is exactly like that." Sonny grinned. "Right, I've never been to a hotel, but that was my first thought as well. Of course, that was if the hotel in question was populated by hundreds of nightmare spell carriers, with a murderous tyrant for an owner, and not a single police officer around to call for help if something happened." Funny. Sonny had spent most of his life scared of the policemen and trying to avoid them at all costs. But now he actually missed them a lot. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 136, Reflection. On the other side of the sturdy door, there was a tiny room with stone walls and a single, narrow window that was closed with wooden shutters and draped in thick cloth. Harper had warned them not to open the windows during the night, but out here in the Tower of Dusk, no one would want to stare at the view anyway. Allowing any amount of light to seep out of the castle at night was considered to be a severe crime, so he had been pretty emphatic on that point. Of course, the gaunt young man didn't know that neither Sonny nor Cassie required light to move in the dark. They could open the windows as wide as they wanted, not that they had any reason to. Inside the room there was a bed with a straw mattress, a flimsy chest, and a tiny desk. On the desk there was a basin filled with water, a few strips of clean cloth, and an oil lamp. There was even a small round mirror made of polished bronze. Sonny caught a glimpse of his reflection and flinched, as though seeing a stranger. In these past 2 months, he had seen himself through the eyes of the shadow plenty of times, but it wasn't the same. He had changed a lot. His face was much sharper and angular now, the last remnants of youthful roundness chased away from it by the harsh gauntlet of the labyrinth. Although Sonny never had a lot of that to begin with. It was thin and pale, with dark circles under his eyes and other signs of extreme exhaustion. His black hair was longer, falling over his eyes in a dirty mess. What changed the most, however, were the eyes themselves. Deep in their dark depths, there was a glint of calm, heavy, bleak coldness that had not been there before. With a startling realization, Sonny understood that he, too, now possessed the look of a seasoned fighter. The type of calculating coldness hiding in the eyes of such men was known as the murder math in the outskirts. Hero and Nephis had that quality, too. Only in their case it made them seem like true warriors. Sonny, on the other hand, Sonny had the eyes of a killer. And even deeper than that, visible only to him, golden threads of weavers in human legacy glowed mysteriously in the darkness. Staring at his reflection, Sonny grinned darkly and said in a strange, hoarse voice, "Looking good, Sunless." Leaving his shadow to guard the door to Cassie's room, Sonny fell on the soft mattress, wrapped himself in a blanket, and tried to get himself to sleep. Here in the safety of the mighty castle, surrounded by hundreds of people, lying on a real bed, it was hard to believe that just a few days ago he was traveling through the cursed darkness of the deadly sea on a rickety boat, fighting terrifying monsters in the bizarre landscape of the coral labyrinth, and losing his mind piece by piece to the gluttonous hunger of an ancient soul-devouring tree. It all seemed like a feverish dream. This isn't bad. With that thought, he fell asleep. In the morning, washed and refreshed, he waited for Cassie in the hallway, even tea. He puppeteer's shroud, which finally got a chance to return to the Soul Sea for a decently long period of time and restore itself, looked clean and tidy once again. That poor armor had gone through enough abuse to kill a dozen sleepers, yet it still held fast, saving his life on numerous occasions. Sonny was reminded of how lucky he had been to receive it. The blind girl did not make him wait for long. Soon, she came out of her room, practically glowing with loveliness and freshness. It seemed as though Cassie had done the same things as Sonny. After months spent crawling through blood and dirt in the wilderness, they finally looked and felt like humans again. "Good morning." Sonny blinked. He had almost forgotten how stunning Cassie was. With her delicate features, bright blue eyes, and pale blonde hair, she looked like a beautiful porcelain doll. The blind girl had dismissed the enchanted cloak, leaving her dressed only in a light tunic with leather sandals on her feet. She was nothing short of breathtaking. He closed his eyes and sighed. "This smells like trouble." "Good morning, Cassie." She turned her head to him and wrinkled her nose. Sonny frowned. "Oh, what?" The blind girl knitted her brow. "I don't know, you smell different." He stared at her for a few moments and then laughed. "If this is your way of saying that I used to reek, then thank you, I guess." Giggling, Cassie came closer and put her hand on his shoulder. "That's not what I meant. Anyway, let's go eat." The two of them were in a strangely good mood. Sonny guided Cassie to the main keep of the castle, following the route that Harper had explained to them the previous evening. On the way, he was careful to avoid any doors and corridors marked with the symbol of the golden serpent coiled around a white tower. His shadow was going to take a look at the forbidden areas of the fortress later, most likely. But for now, they had to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Finding the keep was not hard, as many other sleepers were going there to partake in the breakfast too. Meals were served twice a day in the castle, once in the morning and once right before sunset. If you missed one and had no other way to procure food, you would have to remain hungry for the rest of the day. Sonny observed the sleepers with curiosity, sometimes describing them to Cassie in a low voice. The inhabitants of the castle were very different from the desperate dwellers of the outer settlement. They generally seemed healthy, or at least well-fed. The amount of armor-type memories here was also much higher, although many still wore clothes made of mundane fabrics. Almost all of them were young and beautiful, with only a couple of the people he had seen looking like they were past their early 20s. Despite that, few could compare to Cassie in terms of looks. Finally, they entered the main hall of the keep, where long wooden tables were placed to accommodate the morning crowd of hungry sleepers. Suddenly, hundreds of eyes turned to stare at Cassie and Sonny. Feeling cold shivers running down his spine, he gulped. "Crap." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 130, 7 All Eyes on Me. The main hall of the mighty castle was grandiose and majestic in appearance. The gentle light of the morning sun was cascading through the tall windows and reflecting from the white marble walls, filling it with a bright radiance. The walls were decorated with intricate carvings that spanned dozens of meters, creating a regal tapestry. At the far end of the hall, a set of stairs led to a dark alcove. The back wall of the alcove had numerous small holes cut through it, and with sunlight shining through them into the deep darkness, it seemed as though a fragment of the starlit night sky was somehow locked within the castle. Beneath that light stood an empty white throne. Sonny stared at the throne for a few moments, then lowered his gaze and glanced at the several hundred people that were looking at them. Long wooden tables were placed along the length of the grand hall, with a motley crowd of sleepers sitting on crude benches behind them, busy consuming their food. There was some sort of hierarchy in how they were grouped, but Sonny couldn't understand it yet. Currently, most of them were staring in his direction. Sonny gulped. It took him a couple of seconds to realize that all these people were not, in fact, looking at him. They were all looking at Cassie, clearly startled by her loveliness. Crap. Just as he had thought, this smelled like trouble. The blind girl, meanwhile, was oblivious to the commotion her appearance had caused. Sensing the sudden tension in his muscles, she asked, "Sonny, why did you stop?" He narrowed his eyes, gave the crowd of sleepers his most menacing scowl, and answered in a flat tone, "Just taking in the view." Then Sonny walked over to the young women rationing the food, received 2 plates of steaming monster meat stew, and guided Cassie to a relatively empty spot at the end of one of the tables. He even got 2 cups of something that closely resembled tea. Sitting down, he put the crudely made utensils into Cassie's hand and stared at his plate. He didn't like all this attention one bit. "Look at that, Cass, they even got vegetables. I swear there's at least 2 pieces of a tomato in my stew. Or is it a carrot? What's that thing that looks like a red potato?" Sonny had only seen vegetables in the academy's cafeteria, so he was not well-versed in differentiating them. Teacher Julius had also only mentioned them in passing, since the chances of encountering a vegetable from the real world in the dream realm were not very high. To be precise, he had briefly showed Sonny pictures of the most common earth vegetables and said that if he ever was to find something that makes him think, "Huh, that thing looks familiar," he should turn around and run. Cassie smelled her stew and said with a smile, "I think it's a beetroot." Sonny blinked. "Never heard of it." While they were innocently chatting, he was observing the sleepers through his shadow, waiting tensely for things to go wrong. And pretty soon they did. Sonny gritted his teeth when 2 rough-looking young men suddenly rose from their benches and headed across the hall toward them with unpleasant excitement burning in their eyes. Here we go. Who would have thought that the thing that landed him in trouble would be Cassie's beauty, of all things? Usually, it was either his sharp tongue or his general obnoxiousness. Never, not even once, had it been his looks. Ouch, I shouldn't be jealous, right? The worst part was that the 2 approaching sleepers were obviously a part of Gunlog's gang. It was apparent from their armor and the fact that they carried their weapons in actual sheaths, like a pair of idiots. Memories could be freely summoned out of thin air, so the only reason to keep them visible at all times was for the sake of intimidation. He had noted that detail after meeting the castle guards yesterday. What had Harper said? If there is a misunderstanding with one of Gunlog's people, remember that these guys carry a heavy burden. Treat them with respect. In other words, swallow it. The young men approached their corner of the table with vulgar smiles. They were clearly undressing Cassie with their eyes. Sonny turned his head and looked up at them. The sleepers sitting nearby turned away with heavy looks, clearly afraid and uncomfortable. Maybe they just want to say hi. Sonny opened his mouth. "Respectful, remember, be respectful," and said, "What the fuck are you degenerates staring at?" The whole hall was suddenly enveloped in silence. Once again, Sonny had found himself in the center of attention. But this time, everyone was actually staring at him instead of Cassie. "I guess that's better." The few nearby sleepers who had pretended to not notice anything a few seconds earlier lowered their heads, as though trying to become smaller and disappear completely. Sonny glanced at them with disdain and turned back to the pair of young men who were currently towering above him, a dark and dangerous light dancing in their eyes. To be honest, his incendiary reaction had caught Sonny by surprise. The anger had taken the better of him for a moment, forcing the words out of his mouth. But the damage had already been done. It seemed as though his brotherly instincts were not only still alive, but also somewhat overwhelming. To hell with this, they want to see dark and dangerous, I'll show them. He glared at the 2 idiots, knowing that at this point there was no way back. Beside him, Cassie turned her head, an alarmed expression on her face. One of the idiots grinned. "Huh, we were just hoping to politely introduce ourselves to this lovely little doll, but hey, we can get acquainted with the ugly little clown first. How about it?" He glanced at the other sleeper, who was looking at Sonny with no humor in his eyes whatsoever. Cassie frowned, then said, "Why are you?" However, at that moment, the second young man took a step forward and growled, interrupting her. "What did you just say, clown? Do you know who we are? Fool, we're Gunlog's men." His hand was resting on the pommel of his sword. Sonny knew that escalating the situation was not a wise thing to do, but at this point, he didn't have a choice. Backing down now would only lead to a disaster. He knew this type of people well. The moment they felt a weakness, it was all over. They understood only 2 things, fear and strength. Outstretching one hand, he scowled, looked the young men right into the eyes, and said, "Congratulations, now get lost before I make you dead men." Perhaps recognizing something in his voice, or maybe in his eyes, the sleeper who had his hand on the pommel of the sword hesitated. For a second, Sonny almost believed that his threat worked. But then the young man furtively glanced around, and this tiny hope evaporated. If they were, he alone, maybe the sleeper would have reconsidered his desire to antagonize Sonny any further. but with all these people watching, he couldn't show fear. Sunny failed to account for one crucial detail. All bullies were cowards, but what they feared the most was people finding out about their cowardice. Gunlog's man bared his teeth in a threatening grin. Those are terribly big words coming from a puny weakling like you. You know what? I think your girl needs to keep better company. Why don't we help her out by making you disappear? Sunny smiled. I guess I'm going to kill a couple of fools today. Cassie, meanwhile, was not happy with what was happening at all. The frown on her face deepened. I'll decide what company to keep myself. Now, please. However, they weren't listening to her. Sunny was already bracing himself for the worst-case scenario, prepared to summon the Midnight Shard at a moment's notice. But then, suddenly, a calm voice sounded from behind his back. Leave them alone, please. They are my friends. Caught by surprise, Sunny hurriedly shifted his perspective to the shadow and glanced back. Behind him, a tall and confident young man stood calmly with his hands resting at his hips. He had brown hair and a gentle, handsome face. His eyes sparkled with friendly humor. It was Castor. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 138, Unexpected Reunion. Without a doubt, it was Castor, the only person Sunny had ever seen defeat Nephis in a fight, even if it was just during training. Back at the academy, Castor had been a star of their batch of sleepers. Handsome and friendly, he was not only popular but also respected. And although it pained Sunny to admit it, that wasn't only because of his lofty status of a legacy. Even other legacies looked up to him. Many even considered him to be the true king of the rankings, speculating that Changing Star had gotten her first place by mistake. Castor was powerful, skilled, and charming. He was also humble and had an amiable personality that made it hard for anyone not to like him. His background was impeccable, and his future was unquestionably bright. Basically, he was the polar opposite of Sunny. Damn, I knew that voice sounded familiar. Sunny turned his head and stared at the handsome young man in utter bewilderment. What was that guy doing here? The two sleepers who didn't even know how close they had come to tasting the sharp edge of the Midnight Shard were doing the same. There was no more excitement on their faces. Oh, it's you. That was my line. Castor looked at them with a silent smile. There was no apparent hostility in his eyes, but for some reason, Gunlog's men seemed to lose their desire to stir trouble. After glancing at each other, one of them said in a hesitant tone, "You know this guy, Castor?" He gave them a nod. "Yeah, we were in the academy together. Don't mind his rude behavior, guys, that's just how he is. Rough around the edges, but really nice once you get to know him well." "Since when do we know each other?" Sunny was irrationally angry at that statement, but forced himself to keep his mouth shut. He understood that Castor was just trying to defuse the situation. Actually, his arrival had been very timely. Sunny was sure of his ability to dispatch a couple of thugs, but what would happen next? He doubted that other members of Gunlog's host would just sit and watch. Becoming involved in a conflict with the masters of the castle on his first day here would have been less than ideal. The thugs in question, meanwhile, had given up. Trying to keep the appearance of being in control, they glared at Castor darkly and backed down. "Teach your friend some manners, Castor. Next time we won't be so lenient." With that, they turned around and retreated back to their seats, throwing menacing looks at anyone who dared to stare at them. Soon, the grand hall was once again filled with the hum of voices. Castor followed them with his eyes and then turned to Sunny, his smile becoming a little somber. "That wasn't a very smart thing to do, my friend." Sunny scoffed. "Yeah, well, who says that I'm smart?" "Wait, no, that didn't come out right." The tall young man stared at him for a few seconds and then sighed. "In any case, it is very nice to see you, both of you." With that, he sat down, as though somebody had invited him. Well, admittedly, there was some connection between them. Wishing to talk to people with whom you had attended academy was sort of understandable. Still, Sunny didn't like it. Throwing a quick glance at Cassie, he smiled coldly and said, "What, are you very shocked to see us alive?" Castor hesitated. "It is good that you managed to survive." It seemed that this was his way of admitting that, yes, he was surprised, but in a pleasant way. It wasn't a secret that Sunny and Cassie had been seen as two walking corpses by all the other sleepers in the academy. Just like Nephis and Castor occupied the top two positio. NS in the rankings, they were dead last. Because of that, the two of them had been shunned and ostracized. Of course, when it came to Sunny, he not only welcomed the cold treatment of his peers, but had actually been the one to engineer it. In any case, no one had wanted to be around them, as though afraid of becoming infected by the invisible aura of death that followed them wherever they went. Sunny himself had been guilty of avoiding Cassie as much as he could in the past. It must have been very strange to see the two of them alive, and well after months spent among the horrors of the Forgotten Shore. Cassie smiled. "Thank you." Castor reciprocated her smile and asked, his tone strangely warm. "You are Kasha, right? And you are Sunless." Sunny gave him a curt nod. "Right, although I'm surprised that you remember our names. Don't think that we've forgotten how you guys used to treat us." Cassie squeezed his hand and said in a disapproving tone, "Sunny." Castor chuckled. No, he's right. We behaved like a bunch of jerks. Looking back, there were a lot of things we did wrong. If only we had known better." His voice trailed off, and after being silent for some time, the handsome young man suddenly smiled with nostalgia. "But still, those days in the academy were not all bad, right? Heh, I still remember the first time I met you, Sunless. You made quite an impression. All those tall tales spitting in the faces of awakened tyrants, slaying sword saints with a shake of a finger." He chuckled, remembering the good old days. Sunny grinned. He was in the mood for some mischief. "What, that trivial stuff? Ha, child's games. You should have seen the things I've done in the labyrinth. Now that's something to brag about." Castor looked at him with humorous sparks dancing in his eyes. "Oh, well, do tell, what else have you done?" Sunny shrugged with profuse indifference. "This and that, let's see." He pretended to think for a few moments, and then said in a bored tone, "I guess the most incredible thing I've done was killing a great devil with just one strike of my sword. Finished him right off, no problem at all. I even got a memory from that kill. But before you ask, no, I can't show it to you. Because, oh, right, I ate it." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 139. Castor stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Even Cassie giggled, entertained by Sunny's earnest delivery. Shaking his head, the handsome young man smiled and said, "I see your sense of humor did not change. Good, that is good. Few people manage to preserve it here." Sunny blinked a couple of times and said, pretending to be offended, "What do you mean, sense of humor? It's the honest truth." He received another bout of laughter instead of an answer. There was food, safety, and laughter, he thought suddenly, remembering how Cassie had described the bright castle after dreaming of it for the first time. She had also seen Sunny leading her through its gates. Her prophetic visions were turning out to be frighteningly accurate. Makes you wonder about that other vision she saw. Not allowing himself to become distracted, Sunny chased away the ominous feeling and hid a smile. Then, with a shrug, he scoffed. "Well, don't believe me if you don't want to. That was just one of my many adventures anyway. Although the other ones were, admittedly, less remarkable, you know. The usual stuff, slaying dozens of awakened creatures, being resurrected from the doors of death by a beautiful princess, summoning ancient horrors from the depths of the cursed sea, outsmarting ancient fiends to escape from their clutches, sailing through the abyss on a boat made of demon bones, fighting gargantuan leviathans underwater, and so forth. Mundane crap like that." As he was talking, Cassie gradually stopped laughing and turned to him with a somewhat startled expression on her face. It seemed as though it was only now, with the harrowing journey already behind them, that she had finally realized how outlandish it all actually was. Put together, the facts of their bloody struggle to survive sounded like something out of a fairy tale, but they both knew that all of that had actually happened. It had happened to them. Castor chuckled. "Wow, compared to you, Sunny, my own story sounds kind of lame. I just entered the dream realm near the city wall and spent a few days running away from a bunch of terrifying monsters, then stumbled on a hunting party from the castle, and that's pretty much it." He sighed. "By the way, when did you guys arrive? I'm sure I haven't seen you around before." There was no reason to lie, and Sunny couldn't anyway. Looking longingly at his monster stew, which was slowly growing cold, he sighed and said, "We reached the Dark City 2 days ago and entered the castle yesterday at dusk." The handsome legacy stared at him, then blinked a couple of times. Wait, what do you mean? Did you guys really spend 2 months? In the labyrinths? You-ho. Finally, the moment he had been wary of came. Sonny really didn't want for anyone to think that he was some kind of a powerful figure. First of all, there was no better advantage than being underestimated by the enemy. Secondly, he still had to hide the fact that Changing Star had not been the only one to receive a true name in the first nightmare. Luckily, he had long thought of an exceptionally convincing excuse. When in trouble, blame everything on Nephis. Laughing inwardly, Sonny pretended to shiver and sighed. Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. That place, it's pure hell. Honestly, if it wasn't for Changing Star, both of us would have been long dead. She wouldn't have survived without his help, too, but Castor didn't need to know that. Sonny was pretty sure that mentioning Neff's name anywhere near the names of two losers like Cassie and him were believed to be would make anyone think that she had single-handedly carried the both of them to safety on her back. As it turns out, he was right. As soon as he mentioned Nephis, something changed on Castor's face. With a strange look in his eyes, the handsome man leaned forward a little and asked in a deceptively calm tone, "Changing, Lady Nephis is alive. She is here." He had already forgotten all about how unlikely it was for someone like Sonny to survive a long journey through the deadly nightmare of the labyrinth. Sonny narrowed his eyes slightly. Castor's reaction was a little bit more intense than he had anticipated. It was on the border of being weird. But then again, the tall and handsome legacy had seemed to be strangely enamored, with Nephis even back at the academy. "You bastard!" Enraged for some unknown reason, Sonny gritted his teeth and said, "Yeah, she's around." Turning her head slightly in his direction, Cassie hesitated for a moment and then added, We only had 2 soul shards when we came to the castle, so she is staying in the outer settlement, for now." Castor leaned back, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face for a fraction of a second. Then he inhaled deeply and said, I see. Sonny took a sip of his tea and asked, "Why are you so interested in Nephis all of a sudden?" The handsome young man looked at him with surprise. "What? Oh, I'm just glad to know that more of us survived." Then he sighed and shook his head. "From what I was able to learn, there were no more than 7 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore by the spell this year. Up until today, I thought that I was the only one to survive. It's good to know that I was wrong." Castor's face grew solemn. "If Lady Nephis was with you, that explains how you have managed to reach the Bright Castle alive. But the other 3, I'm afraid that they are long dead. May their souls rest in peace." Sonny and Cassie lowered their heads, coming to terms with this new information. It was true that they had not been treated well by the rest of the sleepers in the academy. Still, it was also somewhat heartbreaking to know that several of the kids they had known, even if it was just for a short amount of time, were now gone, killed by the vicious crucible of the dream realm. The cruel and ruthless nightmare spell had taken its first victims. Who would be next? Without having to look at each other, they quietly repeated Castor's words. May their souls rest in peace. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 140, True Legacy. Some time passed in silence, with each of them thinking about what their own fates would be in this cursed place. Finally, Sonny extricated himself from this dark reverie and asked, "So you've been here all this time? How are you able to afford to live in the castle? Don't tell me that you have joined this Golden Serpent's army." Castor sighed. No, I didn't. Although I'm going to lie if I say that I haven't been tempted to. One way or the other, all roads here lead to Gunlog and his men. I don't think there's more than a handful of powerful sleepers who have managed to remain independent. Currently, I'm one of them. Sonny stared at him, repeated his question. How so? The handsome young man shrugged. My aspect ability gives me a certain advantage when it comes to escaping the clutches of the nightmare creatures. Not so much with killing them, though. I went on a few hunting expeditions with other independent hunters, but that was a mistake. We barely escaped alive. Still, it landed me a few soul shards. The rest I got from selling a couple of memories. Right, unlike them normal people, the proud legacy had entered the dream realm with an entire arsenal of memories that his clan had prepared for him. He had also started with a somewhat considerable amount of soul essence already absorbed, although it wouldn't have been too much. Unlike memories, which could be brought back to the real world by anyone, actual soul shards were physical objects, and as such, only masters and saints were able to transport them, because they traveled between realms physically, and not just in spirit like sleepers and awakened. That meant that even rich legacy clans couldn't afford to feed too much soul essence to their scions in advance. Masters were a rare breed, after all, let alone saints. In any case, Castor had it better than anyone else on the Forgotten Shore. His ancestral memories were enough to buy him months, perhaps even years of a tranquil life in the castle. He could use this time to learn the ins and outs of the Dark City to become an independent hunter or reconsider his position and join Gunlog's host eventually. Even in this hell, his background gave him an enormous advantage. Lucky bastard. But that still didn't explain why those thugs were so unwilling to get on his bad side. Sonny frowned. Why were Gunlog's men afraid of you? Castor looked at him with irony. Those two, oh right, you have just arrived at the castle. Well, basically there are different kinds of people serving Gunlog. The guys you have so carelessly offended are members of the castle guard. They are at the bottom of the totem pole. They are also the weakest and have little to no real battle experience. What minor reputation I have is enough to make them think twice before messing with me. For a second, there was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Because of Castor's amiable personality, when talking to him, it was easy to forget what the word legacy really meant. Legacies were trained to fight and kill since they could barely walk. Every one of them was a true powerhouse. Sonny had no doubt that Castor's actual reputation in the castle was not as negligible as he would have them believe. After all, he was the only human. No, actually, the only being Sonny knew of that had managed to defeat Nephis in combat. And in terms of personal power, Nephis was as high as one could get in Sonny's heart. No one else could even compare. He was also sure that Castor's reputation was earned by spilling blood. I really hope that I won't have to face this guy in battle one day, Sonny thought, feeling a cold sensation that he desperately hoped was not a premonition. With a sigh, he tried to hide this unease and asked, "So I shouldn't be worried about their retaliation?" The amiable young man gave him a nod. The two guards you have humiliated might try to do something on their own, but there won't be any reaction from the host itself. But I doubt that they will. Just don't antagonize them any further. He suddenly grew serious. However, if they were hunters, or even worse, one of the Pathfinders, even my name would not have protected you. You'd simply be dead. So please watch your actions in the future. This castle, in a sense, it can be as dangerous as the city outside, especially for someone with your, temperament. What's that supposed to mean? Sonny wanted to bite back, but then closed his mouth. Yeah, he really did have a temperament that attracted trouble, guilty as charged. While he was reconsidering his life choices, Cassie suddenly spoke in a quiet voice. Castor, is there really no way out of here? The proud legacy looked at her and remained silent for a long time, a somber expression finding its way to his face. His eyes were heavy and bleak. After a while, he sighed and said, None that any of us can ever hope to reach, Cassia. As it is right now, this is where we have to live. Maybe something will change in the future. But for now, just take care of yourself and try to survive. Standing up, he glanced at them one last time and smiled. It was so nice to see you guys, really. I'll leave you to your food now if that's okay. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come find me. My quarters are in the Tower of Dawn. Quarters, of course that miscreant has quarters. With that, Castor left, letting Sonny finally get to his stew, which was barely warm by that point. Great, breakfast is ruined, he thought angrily, drilling 2 holes in the tall sleeper's back. His fault, it's all his fault, not mine. Yeah, definitely. Sometime later, Sonny was lying on his bed with his eyes closed. The Tower of Dusk was calm and quiet. It was time to send his shadow on a walk. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 140, One Golden Serpent. Other the next 5 days, Sonny mostly stayed in his room while his shadow stealthily prowled around the castle, spying on people and learning their secrets. Slowly, he began to understand the undercurrents that flowed beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of life in this pristine white fortress. Of course, in reality, things weren't peaceful at all, and as far from pure as one could imagine. But that was to be expected from a place where hundreds of lost youths lived with no hope of ever finding their way back home, away from all the restraints of civilization. He wasn't surprised at all. If anything, it was strange to see some semblance of law and order. No matter how detestable and revolting, persevere despite all the obstacles that stood in the way. Somehow, the inhabitants of the castle were able to coexist with each other in a fragile balance. The system was cleverly built in a way that allowed the abused to dream of a better life and restrained the abusers from going too far. Better life meant winning Gunlog's favor, while going too far meant losing it and being banished into the cold darkness of the outer settlement. Both fear and hope were created and firmly grasped by the Bright Lord. Their mere existence kept people in their places. Sonny suspected that the same dynamic, just substituted for a different kind of reality, reigned in the slum outside of the castle walls. The outer settlement seemed to exist separate from the castle, but in fact, both were simply parts of one large ecosystem. People on the outside longed to be allowed inside, while people on the inside dreaded being exiled to the outside. Because the possibility of a better life, or a worse one, existed, they were distracted from the fact that, no matter what happened, they would still be spinning in a circle. Like a serpent biting its own tail, the Bright Castle and the outer settlement created a closed cycle of exploitation and abuse that, paradoxically, kept everyone in the dark city sane and alive. It was nothing short of ingenious. Of course, Sonny wanted no part of it. He didn't know how many people were currently surviving in the slum, but there were somewhere around 500 sleepers living in the ancient stronghold. However, not all of them shared the same status. There was a complex hierarchy in place, separating people into different castes. Some of these groups had a distinct place in the hierarchy, while others were less clearly defined. Most of the inhabitants of the castle, unsurprisingly, were directly serving Gunlog. They were guards, hunters, pathfinders, artisans, and handmaidens. Ruling over them were 5 lieutenants who answered directly to the Lord himself, each responsible for their own aspect of the day-to-day life of the fortress. The castle guard was the largest of these groups, consisting of around 150 men. They were in charge of guarding the stronghold and enforcing Gunlog's laws. Just like Castor had said, they were near the bottom of the totem pole in terms of power and status. Anyone with a remotely useful aspect ability could join the guard, and although their training was rather rigorous, actual opportunities to experience combat were few and far between. That was not to say that their job was not dangerous every time a stray nightmare creature climbed the hill or attacked from above. It was their duty to either kill or chase the monster away. And out here in the dark city, no monster was anything less than terrifying and absolutely deadly. The castle guard was led by a morose giant of a man named Cassie, who was one of Gunlog's most trusted lieutenants, and perhaps the oldest sleeper on the Forgotten Shore. He was just 2 years short of 30. Cassie was a ferocious fighter and ruthless commander, holding his subordinates in an iron grip. Above the castle guard there were hunters. These were the elites of Gunlog's forces, each possessing a powerful combat aspect, rich battle experience, and sharp wit to make use of both. There were around 50 of them, divided into 7 hunting parties. Each morning, as soon as the gates of the castle opened, one of the parties left the safety of the impregnable marble walls and ventured into the harrowing maze of the dark city to hunt and kill awakened creatures. It was thanks to their efforts that people in the ancient stronghold had food on their plates. Without them, none of this would have been possible. Hunters were recruited from the ranks of guards, and becoming a hunter was a dream come true. That was because these professionals enjoyed plentiful rewards from the Lord, such as living in a room of their own as opposed to cramped barracks, better food and access to various luxury items, best memories and tools the Bright Castle could provide, as well as many other things. Of course, the other side of the coin was that their lives were often the shortest. Despite all their experience and preparations, many never returned from the hunts. And the only reason any did at all was the pathfinders. Pathfinders served as guides for the hunting parties. Just as Effie had said, the secret to surviving in the dark city was to find and kill comparatively weaker creatures without stumbling into something far more deadly. They made sure to do just that, track the awakened monsters without leading the pack of hunters into the jaws of fallen abominations. There were so few pathfinders that Sunny even questioned whether they could be categorized as a group. In the whole castle, there were less than a dozen. Each of them was a seasoned veteran who earned his role through surviving long years of bloody battles in the ruins, and thus had a chance to live long enough to learn large areas of the Dark City like his own 5 fingers. Needless to say, all of them were incredibly fearsome combatants and enjoyed lavish, sometimes even decadent lifestyles. Both hunters and pathfinders were led by a charismatic man called Gemma. Gemma came to the Forgotten Shore in the same year as Gunlog and had helped him take control of the castle. Together, these 3 groups, guards, hunters, and pathfinders, formed Gunlog's army, which was simply known as the Host. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 142, Behind the Scenes. There were 2 other groups of people that belonged to Gunlog. The first of them consisted of sleepers with useful utility abilities and their helpers. These people, known as artisans, played a very important role in the life of the castle. They were responsible for creating and maintaining various items that were either vital to survival or made existing on the Forgotten Shore less unbearable, such as clothes, tools, equipment, utensils, and various gear. Each artisan had a small team of less gifted sleepers helping them craft the necessary items. All in all, there were around 100 of them in total, with most of that number consisting of the assistants. They were led by a young woman called Kaido, who was a talented manager and had an ability that allowed her to change attributes of certain plants. The vegetables in Sunny's stew came from her garden. Since such an ability was nothing short of priceless on the Forgotten Shore, where food was scarce and mostly homogeneous, it wasn't surprising that she had become one of the lieutenants despite being much younger than the rest of them. The status of artisans was somewhat of a tense subject in the Bright Castle. Because they were largely non-combatants, guards felt that their position should be inferior to that of people actually risking their lives in vicious battles against nightmare creatures. Artisans, on the contrary, believed that the rarity of utility aspects and the vital role they played in maintaining the living conditions inside the castle should land them more prestige than the castle guard, which basically recruited any random nobody, enjoyed. This conflict had been simmering for a long time and was not going to be resolved anytime soon. Funnily enough, hunters, who risked their lives the most, did not care about the issue one way or another. Their leader, Gemma, however, was silently supporting the artisans and their chief, Kaido, which prevented the guards from being too forceful in their argument. The last group of people who belonged to Gunlog was the handmaidens. These were the young women Sunny had seen quietly performing various chores around the castle, like making sure that windows were properly closed before the onset of the night, or preparing and handing out food during mealtime. They were responsible for maintaining the castle itself, as well as serving the high-ranking members of the host. There were also around 100 of them. From what Sunny knew about the world, these poor girls should have been the prime victims of abuse within the walls of the ancient stronghold, but to his surprise, they were actually strangely revered and even a little feared. The main reason for this was their leader, a mysterious and strikingly beautiful woman known as Seishin. Seishin not only took care of her handmaidens, but also secretly taught them how to defend themselves. The exact extent of their training was unknown, but Sunny clearly saw that members of the castle guard were very careful to behave themselves around handmaidens, most of the time. The other reason was that, like everything else in the castle, the young women technically belonged to Gunlog, and Gunlog was very particular about people laying hands on his belongings without permission. Even if some foolish guard was brave enough to anger Seishin, no one with a desire to live was willing to get on the bad side of the Bright Lord. Sunny, however, was already scared enough by Seishin herself. The first time he had sent his shadow to take a look at what the handmaidens were up to when no one was watching, it had almost gotten caught. That was the first time someone managed to sense his shadow. One moment, beautiful Seishin was calmly standing with her back to the shaded corner where it was concealed, giving instructions to one of her subordinates, and in the next, she suddenly turned around and looked directly at the hiding shadow. Not knowing what else to do, Sunny shut his eyes and shifted all of his perception back. He was fairly sure that no one would be able to directly see the shadow. After all, His innate stealth enhancement was even more pronounced when it came to his silent companion. However, there were a lot of different aspects. Many awakened, for example, were able to feel when someone was looking at them, praying that this was the case here. Sonny waited for a while before cautiously opening one eye. Luckily, this time, he didn't cause too much of a commotion. Confirming that Sation had returned to her conversation, he hurriedly sent the shadow away and made sure to stay away from the mysterious beauty and her handmaidens in general ever since. The last 100 people in the castle were those who paid tribute but didn't serve Gunlog directly. There was no real name for this group, so Sonny simply called them tenants in his mind. There were two types of tenants. A smaller number of them were those who were able to make a decent living by providing Gunlog's men with various services, mostly having to do with craftsmanship and entertainment. For example, there was a man who created something akin to a music lounge, another one who operated a small theater troupe, and even an entrepreneurial girl who owned a gambling den. A larger number of tenants were people like Harper, those who had entered the castle through luck and remained there by the skin of their teeth, desperately trying to earn soul shards for tribute by acting as servants and doing various menial jobs. These poor folks were at the very bottom of the social hierarchy of the castle. And on the opposite side of that hierarchy, there was the Golden Serpent, the master of the castle, Bright Lord Gunlog himself. The man who, by Effie's description, was nearly immortal. On his 5th day in the ancient stronghold, Sonny had finally laid eyes on this loathsome tyrant. He didn't like what he saw at all. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 140, 3 Gunlog. Despite the fact that Gunlog's heavy presence permeated every centimeter of the castle, the Bright Lord himself was strangely elusive. He didn't show himself often, preferring to rule through his 5 proxies. Whether it was out of arrogance, paranoia, or some other reason, Sonny did not know. After the incident with Sation, he was afraid to let his shadow walk too freely and tried to avoid going anywhere near the fearsome master of the ancient stronghold. Because of these precautions, he had not seen Gunlog until their 5th day in the castle. As it turned out, when Golden Serpent did show up, he liked to leave an impression. Sonny and Cassie were about to receive their usual breakfast when the whole grand hall suddenly grew deathly silent. Feeling that something was wrong, they turned to the entrance, just in time to see a torrent of guards pouring inside. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. What's this? Fearing for the worst, he tried to think of the best way to escape, but luckily, the menacing soldiers of the host paid them no attention. Instead, they quickly dispersed around the hall and moved the long tables to the walls, creating a large open space in the middle. Cassie grasped Sonny's shoulder and whispered, "What is going on?" He hesitated, then answered uncertainly, "I'm not sure." Suddenly, he caught sight of Castor standing among the crowd. The handsome young man had a solemn look on his face. His gaze was turned to the dark alcove at the far end of the hall. One by one, all the sleepers turned to face the same direction. Sonny followed their example. Slowly, 5 figures stepped out of the darkness of the alcove and stood at the steps leading up to the throne. They were Gemma, Tessai, Sation, Kaido, and the last of the 5 lieutenants. When Sonny noticed him, an involuntary shudder ran through his body. The 5th lieutenant had no official duties in the Bright Castle, but everyone here feared him the most. It was a strange, pale man with a bony face and glassy, emotionless eyes. His spine was twisted, making him appear deceptively short. The hunchback was wearing simple black clothes with no adornments and holding himself with a bit of awkwardness, as though uncomfortable with all the attention. His name was Harris, and he was Bright Lord's hidden blade and executioner. When someone needed to be disposed of, he was sent to carry out the punishment. If Gunlog wanted everyone to know about his displeasure, there would be rivers of blood left in his wake. If not, there wouldn't be even a single drop. People would just disappear, as though they had never existed. Harris was Gunlog's murderous shadow. Many of the inhabitants of the castle had seen nightmares in which they awoke only to see his glassy, cold eyes staring at them from the darkness. For some, those nightmares became a reality. Harris was willing and eager to follow any command of his master, no matter how vile. What disturbed Sonny the most, however, was that looking at Harris was like looking at a dark mirror. Despite the fact that they were almost nothing alike, For some reason, he couldn't help but recognize traces of himself in the sadistic butcher. Or, to be precise, of a possible future version of himself. In no way I am much more pleasant on the eye. Forcing himself to look away before the hunchback felt his stare, Sonny turned his head and lo, oaked at the tall man who had finally appeared from the darkness. At least he assumed that it was a man, and not some golden demon. Bright Lord Gunnalug was clad in a strange, gilded armor that covered his tall figure from head to toe, not leaving even his eyes exposed. It seemed simultaneously solid and liquid, almost flowing over his mighty muscles and broad, powerful shoulders. In the place where his face should have been, a smooth and empty expanse of polished gold reflected the frightened faces of hundreds of sleepers back at them. Sonny saw his own reflection staring at him and suddenly realized how small and weak he was in front of this brilliant giant. His legs trembled. The pressure Gunnlog exerted on the space around him was almost palpable. All the people near Sonny were going through a similar kind of experience as him. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide, drops of sweat appearing on their temples. Even the lieutenant seemed slightly uncomfortable, affected by this oppressive aura just like the rest of them. God damn it, that's not an aura, that's a mind attack. Protected by the doubtless trait of the puppeteer's shroud, Sonny was more resistant to such attacks than most. Gritting his teeth, he shook off the effects of Gunnlog's psychic pressure and drew in a deep breath. Then he glanced at Cassie, concerned about her well-being. To his surprise, the blind girl was doing absolutely fine. Unlike the rest of them, she wasn't showing any signs of distress. Sonny stared at her and blinked a couple of times. The reflection, this all started when I saw my reflection in the visor of that bastard's weird armor. But Cassie is blind, so... It seemed as though Gunnlog wasn't actually attacking them. It was just an enchantment of that strange golden armor of his. Whoever looked at its mirror-like face was immediately assaulted by a crippling feeling of awe, dread, and the crushing desire to submit. What kind of a memory can practically paralyze several hundred people just from its passive effect? Sonny thought, astonished. How was this possible? Meanwhile, Gunnlog approached the empty white throne and gracefully sat down. The light falling from the numerous holes in the back wall of the alcove reflected from his armor, making it appear as though he was enveloped by a bright radiance. The golden mirror that served him as a face turned to gaze at the rows of sleepers trembling at his feet. A few moments later, a deep and insidious voice resounded from all around them, as though the castle itself was whispering into their ears. Ah, what a nice day it is today. A perfect day for justice, don't you think, my precious wards? I've heard that there's a criminal hiding among us today. Well, am I not fair? Am I not just? Let me show you how just I am. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 144, Rite of Challen. Sonny felt cold sweat running down his back. Shaken by Gunnlog's serpentine voice, he was tempted to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. However, he also understood that every person in the Grand Hall currently felt the same urge. Everyone here had done something that might be considered a crime by the tyrant. He almost expected to hear people begin confessing their sins, but at that moment, a strange commotion at the doors attracted his attention. Moving with menacing determination, two guards dragged a man to the center of the hall and threw him on the floor. The man was dressed in rags and painfully lean, which betrayed his nature as a dweller of the outer settlement. However, there were ropes of powerful muscles rolling under his thin skin, and an angry, fearless look in his eyes that made the man appear proud and defiant. Throwing a contemptuous stare at the guards, he picked himself up from the floor and stood up, his back straight and his head held high. There was no ounce of fear on his face. Instead, there was dark, furious resentment. Gunnlog looked down on the brave man from his throne and slightly tilted his head. The outsider grimaced after seeing his reflection in the golden mask, but still didn't lower his head. That's pure willpower, Sonny thought, impressed by the stranger. Meanwhile, Bright Lord's voice resounded in the grand hall once again. My wards, we have a guest today. This man called Jubei is visiting us from the outer settlement. Recently, he had been heard leveraging an accusation against one of my men. As a just and benevolent lord, I have invited Jubei here to plead his case and expose the criminal. We must get to the bottom of this matter. After all, the law is our only guiding star in this dark world. Despite being free from the psychic pressure emanated by Gunlog's armor, Sonny still felt strangely affected by his deep, soft voice. He even got goosebumps. With or without the golden memory, Bright Lord possessed a powerful and ingratiating charisma. It was hard not to listen to him. But the man called Jubei just smirked. "That's right, I'm here to accuse one of your thugs, Gunlog. Let's see how you'll get out of this one, bastard." With that, he raised one hand and pointed a finger at the group of hunters, watching the proceeding from their usual corner of the grand hall. "That man right there, one of your so-called pathfinders, is guilty of murder. He had killed an innocent kid in the most repugnant of ways. I've been watching you and your minions commit all sorts of vile crimes over these years, but enough is enough. Today, I'll see him answer with his life for what he did." A wave of shocked whispers ran through the crowd. Accusing a pathfinder was not something a sane person would ever do. Due to their venerated status, these men were nearly untouchable. And yet, Jubei seemed unrelenting. Gunlog spoke. "Is that so? That is a heavy accusation, Jubei. Please tell us more." The man from the outer settlement gritted his teeth. "That scum and his people lured a naive kid into their party by promising him all kinds of rewards and riches. They told him that he is going to become one of them and come to live in your damn castle. But in reality, they just fed him to the monsters as bait." He spat on the floor. "You dare to call yourself hunters, you damn cowards. Don't you have any shame?" A heavy silence settled in the grand hall. People were now staring at the group of hunters with dark expressions on their faces. The inhabitants of the castle were used to pretending to be blind to all kinds of wicked deeds, but all those deeds were committed by humans against other humans. What they couldn't forgive was a human being betraying another of their kind to the nightmare creatures. In the dark city, this was tantamount to sacrilege. Gunlog turned his head to face the hunters, who shivered under his gaze. "Is this true?" The oldest of the group, the Pathfinder, glanced darkly at Jubei and scowled. "There must be some kind of a misunderstanding, my lord. The boy in question was a highly valued member of my party. We all had high hopes for his future. His death saddened all of us a great deal." His voice was steady and calm, perhaps even a little too calm. Jubei snarled. "Lies, I happened to be hunting on that day myself and saw everything with my own 2 eyes. I know what you did, bastard." Gunlog turned to face the crows and sighed. After some time had passed, he solemnly said, "What an unfortunate situation. It seems that it is your word against his, Jubei. What to do, what to do? I trust my brave men wholeheartedly, of course. Who would be so ungrateful as to distrust these heroes when they are the ones keeping you all alive? Surely there's no one that vile and wicked among you, my precious wards." Sonny held his breath, feeling singled out by the insidious voice. The chilling threat hidden behind these words was not very subtle. Gunalug was silent for a few moments, battering the crowd with his oppressive psychic aura. Then he turned away, letting the people breathe, and said, "But it would be unbecoming of me to play favorites in such a grave matter. And this matter, oh, it is grave indeed. What a dilemma! How do we uphold justice, my wards?" In the ensuing silence, Gemma, the leader of both Hunters and Pathfinder, suddenly spoke. "My lord, if I may speak, isn't there a law that suits this situation perfectly? It has existed for as long as humans lived in this ancient castle. I'm talking, of course, about the right of challenge." He glanced at Jubei and smiled. "If this brave hunter has any shadow of doubt about his accusation, he should step down. If not, he can challenge the criminal and prove it with blood. Of course, the real culprit here is me. As the person responsible for these men, any crime they commit in their roles as hunters is my fault." Gemma's charismatic smile was wide and friendly. "So how about, Jubei? Will you step down, or do you want to challenge me?" The hunter from the outer settlement glared at him for a while, his eyes burning with fury and contempt. Finally, he spat. "Do you think I'm afraid of you, lapdog? Sure, why not? I challenge you." Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 145, Justice. The whole spectacle was so smoothly orchestrated that Sonny was almost tempted to believe in it. Of course, he knew better. The only thing he didn't know was whether the bits performed by the Pathfinder and Gemma were rehearsed in advance or improvised on the fly to fulfill their lord's desire to maintain appearances, while having the man who had dared to speak openly against him publicly executed. And that was what this was, an execution. Sonny didn't believe for a second that Gunlog was going to give the brave hunter a chance to leave the Grand Hall alive. No, he wanted him dead, and he wanted everyone to see him die. Lest they get the idea that it was possible to run their mouths against him and escape unscathed. And yet, a tiny ember of hope still burned in Sonny's heart. From the looks of it, Jubei was an experienced hunter, a capable, seasoned warrior who faced numerous monsters and ended up on top every time. He was very strong, with enough willpower and resolve to crush rocks into dust. Perhaps a miracle would happen. No matter how small, there was a possibility. That's why Sonny couldn't understand why Gunlog would be willing to risk his right-hand man's life in this farce. As though reading his thoughts, the Bright Lord spoke. A challenge? Ah, so be it. This is a sacred tradition indeed. As long as good men are willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of righteousness, depravity can't win. The crowd of sleepers exploded into whispers. Some of them were tense and somber, others filled with dark anticipation. The corner of Sonny's mouth turned downwards. From what he could see, depravity had already won, or at least gotten the upper hand. But Gunlog wasn't done speaking. However, it would not be suitable for you to represent the accused personally, Gemma. The Bright Castle can't afford to lose you, my friend. Jubei, would you mind if the accused chose another champion? The hunter from the outer settlement simply shrugged and said, Bring your worst, cowards. Bright Lord turned to the Pathfinder and tilted his head. With his suddenly pale face reflected in the eerie mask of the strange golden armor, the murderer remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a quiet voice, I choose Harris, my lord. Everyone suddenly grew silent. Sonny himself felt cold shivers running down his spine. Why did it have to be that creepy, wicked cripple? In the deathly silence, Jubei smirked and spat with grim satisfaction. Even better. It seemed that he had a score to settle with the silent hunchback, too. Harris, who had looked a little bored and uncomfortable through the whole procedure, stared at the Pathfinder who had named him with no particular expression on his bony face, and then slowly walked down the steps. The other lieutenants reacted to this unexpected turn of events differently. Gemma frowned and threw a quick glance at Gunlog before stepping back with a dark expression. Tessie grinned, as though expecting a good spectacle. Kaido grew a little pale and took a little step sideways, trying to distance herself from the descending hunchback as much as possible. Only Seishin remained silent and indifferent, not allowing any emotion to appear on her cold, beautiful face. Realizing what was about to happen, Cassie squeezed Sonny's arm and whispered, Sonny, I want to leave. After a short pause, he answered in a raspy voice, I'm sorry, we can't leave now. Despite the fact that he didn't want to be anywhere near Gunlog's scarecrow, he knew that leaving now would draw too much attention. They couldn't risk that in the presence of all 5 lieutenants, not to mention Golden Serpent himself. What's more, his mission in the castle was to gather as much information as possible. He couldn't miss the chance to see one of the most dangerous creatures in this deceptively peaceful stronghold in action. And there was this dark feeling deep within his heart that one day, somehow, he and Harris were going to end up bloodied, with only one of them walking away alive from the fight. It was as though an invisible thread connected them together. Perhaps it was a string of fate. Meanwhile, the hunchback descended from the steps and stopped opposite Jubei in the empty space that had been cleared in the center of the grand hall. His face was still motionless and a little bored. Sonny held his breath. As Gunlog sat silently on the white throne, Jubei summoned his memories. A flexible armor made out of red scales appeared on his body, complete with a winged helmet and a kite shield. In his hand, a curved scimitar weaved itself from the sparks of light. Its blade was as sharp as a razor. The hunter glanced at Harris and said in a steady voice, Let's see what you're capable of, Butcher. The hunchback just looked at him with his glassy eyes and silently allowed his thick cloak to fall on the floor. Then, he grimaced and straightened his spine as much as he could, suddenly losing the appearance of a small and fragile cripple. At his full height, Harris towered above most of the sleepers in the grand hall, losing only to the giant Tessie. His monstrous, twisted shape radiated a sense of deep, bestial power. He didn't bother to summon any memories, staring at the hunter with the same cold indifference. Jubei scowled. So be it. Full of anxiety, Sonny held his breath. The proud hunter lunged forward, raising his shield, and at the same time slashing with the scimitar. His movements were incredibly fast and nimble, his technique sharpened by years of bloody battles in the Dark City and guided by rich experience. Good, he's good. Did Jubei really have a chance? As Sonny's eyes widened, Horace seemed to miss the attack completely. As though forgetting that he wasn't armed, the hunchback simply raised a hand to meet the razor sharp blade and gripped it with his bare fist, stopping Jubei's strike in its tracks. For a fraction of a second, everyone in the grand hall froze in astonishment, except for the hunter, who immediately tried to wrestle his scimitar from the iron grip of the gunlog's killer. But it was of no use. It was as though the saber was stuck in stone. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. In the next moment, Horace moved forward with a snake-like speed and put his large hand on Jubei's shoulder. Then, with a sickening sound, he effortlessly tore the entire arm off. Somebody screamed. As blood spilled on the marble floor, the proud hunter stared at the stump that had suddenly replaced his dominant arm in disbelief, not yet feeling the terrible pain that would soon follow. However, it never did. Before Jubei could even react, Horace grasped his head with both hands and snapped his neck in one brutal, violent motion. Then, he hit the hunter in the chest, shattering his ribs and sending the body flying back a dozen meters. The broken corpse of the defiant challenger fell on the floor, rivers of blood flowing from its terrible wounds onto the pristine white stones. From start to finish, the whole fight took no more than 5 seconds. Horace looked at his hands, shook a few crimson droplets off, and then silently returned to his place beside the master of the castle, his expression still cold. However, it wasn't bored anymore. Instead, it was full of subtle glee. After all, he had just helped his lord pass down judgment. This was law, this was tradition. This was justice. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 146, Power. Several hundred sleepers stared at the disfigured body, horrified. Jubei's scale armor disappeared in a rain of light, leaving him dressed only in torn, bloodied rags. A surprised, dazed expression was still frozen on his face. Awash in blood and broken, the man who had been proud and defiant just a minute ago was now nothing but a pathetic corpse. He was sprawled on the floor in a glistening crimson puddle, reminding everyone of one simple truth. Never ever dare to disobey Gunlog, the Bright Lord. Or you'll end up just the same. Sonny was probably one of the only 2 people in the grand hall who wasn't looking at the corpse. Instead, he was looking at Horace. Horace himself was staring at the wall, absolutely disinterested in the gruesome fruit of his dark labor. What else was I hoping for? Stupid. Hope is a poison, it will only get you killed. Sonny knew all the facts, but only now had he finally understood how hopeless it was to even think about challenging the Golden Serpent. Everything in the Dark City was designed to make him and his army invincible. That was how the damn hunchback had managed to defeat the experienced hunter from the outer settlement so easily, using nothing but his raw strength. He hadn't even had to show his aspect ability. Why was the divide in their physical prowess so vast? That was because with every human in the Dark City possessing the same dormant core, there were only 2 things that could make someone more powerful than the rest's soul, essence, and memories. And both were monopolized by Gunlog. Only he possessed the manpower and knowledge to freely hunt in the Dark City. This way, he had become the only person with a reliable source of both soul shards and memories in his possession. Whatever crumbs the independent hunters were able to acquire would inevitably end up in his hands, too, because Gunlog also controlled the primitive economy in this cursed place. By providing food and safety in exchange for the so-called tribute, he made sure that all the resources would flow in only one direction. Into his hands. With soul shards and a vast arsenal of memories, he could make his army stronger, which in turn would bring him more soul shards and memories, which in turn would make his army stronger, and so forth. It was a simple, perfect, and harrowing cycle that made his power more and more absolute with each revolution. By the time Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie had arrived in the Dark City, the divide between Gunlog's forces and everyone else here was too wide to ever be bridged. Sonny had no doubt that most of the elite warriors of the host had their cores saturated with soul essence to the brim. There was a limit to how many soul shards a nightmare spell carrier could absorb before reaching the bottleneck of their rank, although few ever did. Advancing to the next rank removed that bottleneck and enhanced their bodies according to the saturation level of the core. But with no way to advance, people in the Dark City could only rely on the raw amount of soul essence to accumulate power. This meant that within these ancient walls, sworn into servitude to a single man, there lived the most powerful group of sleepers to ever exist in human history. And this was the man Nephis planned to kill. With a shudder, Sonny remembered Effie's words, "No sleeper can defeat Gunlog. Ever, it's simply impossible." He also remembered dozens of skulls swinging in the wind above the castle gates. Curse it all, what is she going to pull me into this time? I really have to persuade her to give up for once. My life might depend on it. But somehow, he doubted that changing star even knew how to give up, at least not when it came to her mysterious goal. Curses! Sonny was so consumed by these dark thoughts that he even neglected to listen to Gunlog's farewell speech. He had the general idea of what kind of bullcrap the bastard was proselytizing anyway. Soon, the Bright Lord had left his white throne and disappeared into the darkness behind it. The lieutenants followed, with Harris being the last one to leave. As soon as they were gone, the body of Jubei was unceremoniously dragged away, and a group of handmaidens silently wiped the puddle of blood off the pristine marble floor. The tables were moved back to their places, and the crowd of sleepers was invited to return to their breakfast, as if nothing had happened. However, Sonny had completely lost his appetite. Leading Cassie away, he glanced at the plates full of food and thought without humor. I guess there's a first time for everything. For the remaining 2 days, Sonny had done nothing but frantically gather information. Knowing that he will be leaving the castle soon, he became a little bit bolder in where to send his shadow. He spent a lot of time spying on the hunters and pathfinders, learning their tactics and secrets. He observed how guards were trained. He learned which artisans were important and which were not. The only caste he tried to avoid was the handmaidens. He even studied various engravings and stone carvings that decorated the walls of the castle. Finally, the week they had paid tribute for came to an end. On the dawn of the 8th day, Sonny and Cassie once again appeared in the large hall with beautiful stained glass windows and saw the gates of the castle. Despite the fact that there was nothing outside these gates but a dirty slum, Sonny felt relieved. He couldn't wait to leave this damn place. Why do people even want to live here? As soon as he finished this thought, Sonny realized that he didn't actually know what life in the outer settlement was like. Perhaps the castle was actually a paradise in comparison. I doubt it. How bad can it actually be? I guess they just never lived in the outskirts. Shaking his head, he walked toward the gates, but then stopped when someone called his name. Turning his head, Sonny noticed the familiar young man with a thin face and nervous eyes. Today, Harper seemed to be especially distressed. His clothes were a bit less tidy, and there were a few ugly blotches of ink on his parchment. Ah, son, Sunless and Kasha, right? Goodness, it has already been a week. Ah, where was I? Oh, yes, are you guys here to pay tribute for the next one? Sonny stared at him for a few minutes, then forced out a smile and pretended to be sad. No, we haven't been able to, earn shards, so we're leaving. Maybe we will see each other again someday. Harper opened his eyes wide and stuttered. What? Why would I be? Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry that you couldn't stay longer, but don't despair. Lord Gunlog is truly kind and life is unpredictable. I'm sure you'll be able to come back soon. Sonny gave him a curt nod and turned away. I hope not too soon at least. With that, they passed through the gates and left the bright castle, the promised castle they had spent so much time seeking and dreaming of. What a disappointment it all had been. Standing under the gray skies of the forgotten shore once again, Sonny and Cassie breathed in the cold, fresh air and both smiled. Cassie tugged on his sleeve. Sonny, what do we do now? He looked at the pitiful slum that lay beneath them and answered without having to think for too long. What else? We go find Nephis. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 147, Guild Hall. Cassie smiled, but then suddenly frowned and asked, But Sonny, how do we find her? He thought for a few seconds, then shrugged. I'm not sure. Follow the sounds of mayhem. This place is not that big. I'm sure we'll manage. They descended the stairs and entered the slum, with Sunny looking around in search of the distinct tall figure. There weren't that many sleepers in the outer settlement who possessed an armor-type memory, so he was sure of his ability to notice Changing Star in the crowd. Soon they were surrounded by makeshift hovels and people that had empty, bleak eyes. Some of them stared at them with pity, realizing that the two had just been sent away from the castle. Others openly gloated. Sunny paid them no attention. Once again, he was surprised by the sharp contrast between the castle and the outer settlement. No matter how vile the underside of the ancient stronghold was, people were actually living there, walking around with mostly mundane human worry. Written on their faces. Here in the slum, people were merely existing and barely at that. In their eyes, there was a more dire need and a more consummate fear: the need to find food for the day, the fear of being devoured by some unseen monster in the night. They were all gaunt, cold, and listless. The only time hope appeared on their faces was when their gazes accidentally fell on the bright castle. Hope will get you killed, fools. You have it better here than those poor souls in the fortress. All in all, it was not so different from the outskirts, with the added terror of nightmare creatures waiting somewhere in the shadows. But then there were monsters in the real world as well. They just wore human skin. Sunny was once again reminded of how surprisingly well prepared he was for the trials of the nightmare spell, his lack of education not included. Surprisingly, there was no sign of Nephis anywhere. They walked through the entire settlement before finally catching the glimpse of her. At the very edge of the slum, perched precariously above the vertical fall from the stone platform, stood an uncharacteristically spacious dwelling. It was crudely put together out of slabs of stone that had been unceremoniously scavenged from the ruins, with many of them still bearing the intricate carvings left behind by the original inhabitants of the Dark City. This barbarous atrocity was the closest to the road of white stone out of the entire outer settlement. Perhaps that was why it seemed to be a bit sturdier than the rest of the hovels. The lodge even had a small addition built on top of it, somewhat resembling a second story. Changing Star was sitting on its roof with her legs crossed, gazing at the rising sun and the cursed city below. In the pale light of dawn, her ivory skin and silver hair looked beautiful and eerie. She had dismissed her armor and was wearing a crude tunic with a piece of rope tied around her waist. Sensing their approach, Nephis turned her head and glanced in their direction. Then she stood up and jumped down, landing lightly on the stone surface of the vast platform. Sunny grinned. "Hey, Neph, long time no see." Nephis led them inside the stone lodge, which had turned out to be her new residence. The interior was Spartan and austere, with pieces of broken furniture lying here and there and cold winds sweeping freely through the spacious hall of the first floor. Despite its larger size and superior craftsmanship, the lodge had been empty when she found it. No one wanted to live this close to both the edge of the platform at the threshold of the road, where the risk of being attacked by nightmare creatures was the highest. But Changing Star didn't mind. Looking around, Sunny scoffed. "Gee, this place surely needs some work." Neph shrugged, seemingly not very concerned with her living conditions. Well, they did spend the past 2 months sleeping on nothing but rocks and dirt, so in a sense, even this ramshackle mess was an enormous improvement. With some improvements, it could even become somewhat of a decent place. Suddenly, Sunny felt a little guilty about all the comfort and warmth he had experienced in the castle. He was even fed delicious fresh food twice a day. Speaking of food, Cassie smiled and handed Neph a small bundle. Concerned about her friend, she had not eaten her supper the previous evening, choosing to save it for this moment. "Here, Neph, I brought you something to eat." Changing Star received the bundle with a faint smile and lingered a little before saying, "Thank you, do you guys want breakfast?" With that, she walked over to a flimsy wooden table that stood near one of the walls and removed a piece of cloth from it. Beneath, there was a pile of juicy roasted meat. It was sizable enough to feed 10 people in the castle for a day or two. Sunny stared at the meat blankly, then moved his eyes to stare at Nephis. "Where the hell did you get all this meat? We thought you would be starving here in the outer settlement." She touched her hair in embarrassment. "Oh, a few nights ago, a big monster came from the road. I and a few other people managed to kill it. This is my share of the spoils." Cassie opened her eyes wide. "But I thought that Gunlog's men were supposed to fight off nightmare creatures." Changing Star remained silent for a few seconds. They do if the castle is attacked, either from the slopes of the hill or from the sky. If the monsters come from the road, they usually don't bother to do anything. So that's why all the nearby hovels were empty. Who would want to live in the direct path of attacking nightmare creatures, especially since people who were supposed to fight them weren't going to move a finger to help? Sunny smiled darkly. That's the glorious castle guard for you. Wait. He blinked, then glared at Nephis. If that is true, then why on earth, a dream realm, would you choose to live in this pit of all places? She stared at him for a while, then said in a flat tone, "It's quiet here." Then a small smile appeared on Neph's lips. Turning to a window, she added, "I like it." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 148, Last Harvest. Behind the window, a striking vista of the cursed city sprawled far below. The morning sun washed the ruins in a pale light, making them look menacingly mysterious. Nephis smiled. Besides, what can compete with this killer view? As though answering her words, a ghastly wail resounded from somewhere far away, echoing in the wind like a dying scream. Sunny trembled. I guess she meant it literally. With a sigh, he put Changing Star's strange choice of habitat at the back of his mind and approached the pile of meat. Let's eat first. The three of them sat on the stone floor and ate monster meat, passing around Cassie's beautiful glass bottle between each other. It was just like the good old times, provided that those times were not actually that old, and there had certainly not been anything good about them. Almost. When all three of them were satiated, Nephis looked at Sunny with calm intensity. For some reason, he was reminded of the unseen waves of pressure that Gunlog created anywhere he went. What have you learned in the castle? He sighed. This was going to be a long conversation. Sunny started by describing the general order of things in the ancient stronghold. He told Neph about the 6 different castes and the complex relationships that existed between them, as well as briefly explaining how the members of each caste lived their lives. Sometimes, Cassie would add a few details of her own. Changing Star frowned. Wait, did you say that there were 500 people living in the castle? Sunny gave her a nod. Yes, somewhere around that. Why? She thought for a bit, then said, That doesn't make sense. There are almost as many people here in the outer settlement, perhaps even more. That would put the human population of the Dark City at around 1,000. Most of them are fairly young, too, which would mean that each year, hundreds upon hundreds of us are sent to the Forgotten Shore, with most somehow managing to survive and reach the bright castle. She paused. But I haven't seen a single sleeper of our crop here in the slum. As far as I know, we 3 are the only ones to come to the Dark City after the recent solstice. Sunny scratched the back of his head and said with reluctance, Actually, it's 4. Castor is also here. He's living comfortably in the castle. Nephis suddenly grew strangely animated. Castor of the Hanley clan, he is here. No need to be so enthusiastic, damn it. Sunny tried not to grimace. Yeah, he had been here pretty much this entire time. Actually, Castor had told us that there were only 7 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore by the spell this year. Strange, I know. He paused for a few moments, and then added, Truth be told, I noticed this discrepancy as well. But there is an explanation. You see, there seems to be a pattern to how many people the spell sends here. 15 years ago, when a bunch of crazy humans first laid claim to the castle, there would be just a dozen or so newcomers each year. Then a few dozen, then 100. In the past few years, it was several hundred each time. Sunny gestured at the 3 of them. Until this year, that is, when mere 7 sleepers arrived. Since the spell is obsessed with the number 7, some people believe that this marks the end of a 14-year-long cycle and the first year of a new one. I think it's plausible. Changing Star thought for a bit, then asked, How does Castor know the total number of new arrivals? That was a good question, naturally. One that Sunny had asked himself many times before finally convincing himself to go find the handsome legacy and ask him directly. There's an artisan in the castle with a weird type of revelation ability. She can trace the general location of everyone a person had ever met. Castor paid her a bunch of soul shards to check if any of his acquaintances made it to the Forgotten Shore. She told him there were 6. Nephis was silent for a few moments, then simply said, "Continue." Sonny did. He briefly mentioned the main points of everything he had been able to learn, including all the vile crap he had to witness, and his own thoughts on how things worked under the pristine white surface of the magnificent fortress. Inevitably, he had to describe how ingenious and unassailable Bright Lord's hold over the Dark City was. Cassie grew pale and quiet during his somber account. Changing Star's face grew darker and darker with each word. When he told her about the travesty of a trial that ended with Jubei's harrowing death, and shared his own thoughts on how powerful the host truly was, the corners of her mouth turned downward. Finally, he came to the conclusion. And that is why Gunlog can never be defeated. He controls every facet of life here, both material and abstract. Food, shell. Tur, hope, fear, everything comes under the purview of his authority, and his authority is absolute. Even power itself is his to give and take. Out here, Gunlog might as well be considered a god. Nephis remained silent for a long time, and then quietly said, "He is not a god, he is just an impostor." Sonny chuckled. "In this hell, is there a difference?" She glanced at him sharply and gritted her teeth. After a few minutes spent in tense silence, Neph suddenly, "Still, that only explains why Gunnalug can't be overthrown in a rebellion. Why didn't anyone simply kill him in his sleep? Why didn't one of his lieutenants stage a coup? After all, this is how tyrants usually end, by the hand of their most trusted ally." Sonny smiled darkly. "Ah, well, that is because up until now I only told you about his power as a ruler, which is, by all accounts, nothing short of terrifying, but his personal power." He shivered, then added in a hoarse voice, "It's way, way worse." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 149, Dark Diver. Sonny was silent for a while, then sighed. "Do you remember how Effie told us that he might as well be considered immortal? Well, she wasn't wrong. Apart from the fact that Gunlog has probably absorbed more soul essence and has more experience fighting both Nightmare Creature and Awakened than anyone else on the Forgotten Shore, there's more to him than that." Nephis frowned. "Is his aspect ability uniquely powerful?" Sonny shook his head. "His aspect ability is that he is able to breathe and move with incredible speed underwater, but it is connected to what I am about to tell you." He hesitated. "You see, Gunlog came to the Dark City around 8 years ago. Since his ability was of no use in the ruins, he quickly became an outcast. From what I was able to learn, things were even darker in the castle back then. Strength decided everything, and anyone without strength wasn't even considered to be human." Sonny shuddered. He could imagine it vividly. This was, by far, the most cruel and bloody time in the history of the Bright Castle. Right after the last member of the original cohort to conquer the ancient stronghold had perished, and before Gunlog took control, things balanced at the edge of madness for a while. Say what you want about the bastard, but at least he kept the humans here from turning into animals completely. Sonny continued. But Gunlog, he turned out to be mad even by those standards, because he actually began to hunt in the Dark Sea. Changing Star blinked. "What?" He nodded. "Yes, at dusk, he would dive from the city wall into the black water to scavenge the soul shards from the monsters of the labyrinth that were crushed by the flood, racing against the approaching horrors of the depths. And at dawn, he would dive into the retreating sea to scavenge meat from the remains of creatures that the dwellers of the depths had killed and left behind." Nephis silently stared at him. They had met the abominable existences that hid beneath the black surface of the cursed sea twice, and each of these harrowing meetings had left scars on their souls and minds. To do so twice a day, every day, Gunlog was indeed a madman. But he was also somewhat of a mad genius. Sonny took a deep breath. And this is how he turned from a desperate outcast into the Bright Lord. One day, Gunlog was pulled away by a current, and once the sea disappeared, stumbled onto a mortally wounded, dying Leviathan. The creature was still alive, but just barely. Knowing that the carrion eaters of the labyrinth will soon come to feast on it, Gunlog began cutting the meat of the creature's bones with his knife. He paused, then said in a strangely dark voice, "By chance, the Leviathan happened to die from its terrible wounds at that exact moment. And since Gunlog's blade was the last thing to cut it, the spell happened to attribute the kill to him. And that kill happened to give him a memory. a wondrous golden armor that no human weapon can even scratch. No one really knew a lot about the dwellers of the depths, but Sunny and Nephis had once witnessed two carapace centurions retrieve two transcendent soul's shards from the carcass of one of them, which meant that Gunlog's armor-type memory was at least 3 ranks above the soul cores of every human on the Forgotten Shore. Almost every weapon-type memory they possessed was either of dormant or awakened rank. Even if someone managed to kill a fallen creature and acquire an ascended weapon from it, the weapon would most likely still be ineffective against the transcendent armor. And since that damn armor didn't have any openings, basically, Gunlog was invincible. Sunny sighed. With that armor, he returned to the Dark City, gathered a few supporters, killed everyone who stood in his way, and took control of the castle. No one was able to threaten his reign ever since, and all those who tried, well, their skulls are out there for everyone to see. Winging on chains above the gates of the castle. Nephis remained silent for a long time, staring at the floor. She seemed to be a bit disheartened. Finally, she asked, "What traits does the armor possess?" He shrugged. "Who knows? It's not like anyone who had the opportunity to learn that lived to tell the tale. The only thing widely known about the golden armor is that it is made out of some strange liquid metal and that it emanates a field of crushing psychic pressure. But even that is not entirely true. Actually, it only affects those who look at their reflection in the visor. Cassie wasn't affected at all." The blind girl raised an eyebrow, only now learning that everyone except for her always felt incredibly oppressed in Gunlog's presence. For once, her terrible flaw gave her an advantage. It had also allowed Sunny to learn a valuable secret, but he had no time to be happy about it. The most important part of this conversation was drawing close. He had to convince Changing Star to abandon any idea of going against Gunlog. Otherwise, all 3 of them were going to end up dead. Sunny looked at her and asked in a carefully neutral tone, "So what do you think?" Changing Star was quiet for a while, then suddenly said, "I have also learned something while you were gone." Sunny frowned slightly. Was she trying to avoid this conversation? Feeling heavy and uncertain, he asked, "Really, what is it?" However, in the next second, he had forgotten all about his previous worries, because Nephis looked him right in the eyes and said, "There is a gateway here after all." Something exploded in Sunny's mind. What there is a gateway. Stunned, he stared at Neph with wide eyes. How could this be? Why hadn't anyone ever mentioned it? No, it didn't make any sense. If there was a gateway, why would people just stay in the Dark City? Why were both Effie and Castor so adamant that there was no way out? A familiar dark feeling of unease settled in his heart. Trying to compose himself, Sunny slowly said, "Then why hasn't anyone left? Where is it?" Nephis looked at the window, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered in a flat tone. "Where do you think? It's in the Crimson Spire, of course." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 150, Hunting Party. The Crimson Spire, that eerie and ever-present shadow that had hunted him all this time. The Cyclopean tower that stood at the center of the labyrinth, or maybe was the source of it, emanating a harrowing sense of foreboding. The background for the last part of Cassie's vision. Of course, the damn gateway just had to be in that damn spire. Sunny sighed. This was unwelcomed, but not unexpected news. After all, Inspector Rock did warn them that, should they ever find themselves in a region of the dream realm without an established human citadel, they should look for the gateway either around or inside the most prominent landmark there. The Crimson Spire loomed over the entire Forgotten Shore like an axis connecting heaven to earth. It was hard to imagine anything more prominent. Ever since Cassie had first told them about it, deep down, Sunny always suspected that they were going to end up having to enter that creepy tower at some point. After the revelation that there was no gateway in the human castle, that suspicion only grew stronger. But wait, there was something else that Instructor Rock had told them. Work together to defeat the Gateway Guardians. Wasn't these his words? So who is guarding the Crimson Spire? Glancing at Nephis, he asked darkly, "So what is inside the spire? I gather that it's not something pleasant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 1,000 sleepers choosing to live in a city full of vicious monsters instead of going there." Changing Star nodded. Without changing her expression, she looked away and answered, "A fallen terror. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. A fallen terror, the nightmare creature one whole class above the dreaded tyrants, with 6 mighty soul cores providing it with profane power, would certainly do the trick. So going there is suicide. No amount of sleepers could ever hope to defeat a fallen terror. The possibility of surviving such an encounter, let alone emerging victorious, was zero. It was even less probable than breaking through Gunlog's indestructible armor. Impossible. He chuckled. What irony, to not only be trapped in this hell, but also be forced to stare at the path to freedom every day, knowing that you'll never be able to reach it. That was such a cruel torture. Sunny would even go as far as to say that it was a type of hell in and of itself. No wonder the Tower of Dusk was so unpopular. Living there would simply drive some people insane. They were really, truly stuck here forever. Nephis sighed. The first ruler of the Bright Castle led a large expedition to find a way out of the labyrinth. They all perished. The second ruler, the last member of the original cohort, tried to reach the gateway instead. They all died too. After that, no one tried to find a way out anymore. The 3 of them remained silent for a long time, their mood grim and somber. Now that they had a chance to spend some time in the small human enclave on the Forgotten Shore and gather information, there were no more excuses to deny it. Everything that Effie had told them was true. They were going to spend the rest of their lives here, however long that might be. Sunny sighed, then looked at Changing Star. So what's the plan? Nephis looked at the vista of the ruined city through the window. Sunny was sure that she had already thought a lot about their future. He just hoped that her thoughts were not too crazy. After a while, she said, "We will create a hunting party." Not too bad. Despite the fact that becoming independent hunters was going to be a long and perilous journey, it was at least achievable. They just had to be smart and careful about it. He scratched the back of his head. Going into the dark city blind will be very dangerous. Nephis shrugged, then turned to face him. You are right, we will need to recruit a pathfinder. Someone who was already experienced and could teach them the ropes. That would certainly speed things along and make the whole process safer. Good thinking. Do you have someone in mind? She gave him a nod. As a matter of fact, I do. We will go see her later, but first. Her eyes gleamed with intensity. Tell me every detail of what you have learned in the castle. Every name, every aspect, every ability and flaw you've been able to glean, every grievance people have and every agenda they're hiding. I need to know it all. Sunny smiled. Sure, no problem, but be warned, this is going to take a while. I've been very busy snooping around, you know. For the first time since receiving his aspect, Sunny had been able to do what he had planned to do from the start, gather information without risking his hide, as a real spy should. After months of bloody battles and open confrontations, it was strangely rewarding. Changing Star gave him a nod. There's no hurry. Several hours later, Sunny was finishing his winding report, his voice hoarse from all the talking. Is actually the same pathfinder who the hunter from the outer settlement, Jubei, accused of using another human as monster bait. A real nasty fellow. He is an incredibly formidable fighter and is good at his job, but his personal habits, well, the man is a degenerate gambler. He spends all his shards in Aiko's gambling den, then refuses to pay and hurts anyone who dares to object. He took a breath, then added angrily, some people even say that this whole challenge happened because he wanted to hunt a powerful monster and pay off a part of his gambling debt. The bastard. Then Sunny thought for a while, scratched his head and said, I think that covers pretty much everything. Of course, there are a lot of things I wasn't able to learn at all. Nephis was in deep thought, digesting the mountain of information that Sunny had thrown at her. Her face was cold and distant. Feeling that her friend wasn't going to react, Cassie patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, You've done a very good job, Sunny. This is amazing. He blinked and looked aside, slightly embarrassed. Well, of course it is. That is what my aspect is actually for, remember. The whole monster-slaying thing is nothing but an unfortunate misuse of my talents, honestly. Yeah, I would much prefer to stay hidden somewhere safe and let my shadow do all the work. The shadow slightly turned its head and threw a menacing look his way. It was not amused. Sunny smiled, then looked at Nephis. So, who is the pathfinder you want to recruit? There can't be a lot of experienced hunters in the outer settlement, right? And each of them must have their hunting party already. How are we going to persuade one to join us? Changing Star lingered, then said in a strangely tense voice, "Yes, everyone who is worth something has their own party, except for one person. But persuading her won't be easy." She sighed, then added, "Actually, you already know her. It's Effie." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 151, Head Hunting. Sometime later, they were standing in front of a makeshift cabin. Just like Changing Star's patchwork dwelling, the cabin was constructed out of mismatched stone blocks that had been scavenged from the ruins. It was reinforced with monster hides here and there, and seemed to be built slightly better than the rest of the hovels in the outer settlement. There was a large bestial skull hung above the door, its thick forehead split apart by a devastating strike of some sharp weapon. Glancing at the skull, Nephis took a step forward and knocked on the door. However, no response followed. Sunny sighed. Maybe she's not home. Instead of an answer, Changing Star frowned and banged on the door with her fist. The first strike was somewhat gentle, but by the last, the bestial skull was on the verge of flying off the wall. A sleepy and irritated voice sounded from the inside. "I swear to gods, whoever you are, you'd better be a nightmare creature." A few moments later, Sunny heard the sound of footsteps approaching the door. Before it opened, though, Nephis suddenly spoke. "Sunny, turn away." Hearing a strange urgency in her voice, he scowled and did as she had asked. "Your shadow, too. What is going on? Are we expecting trouble?" As he was staring away from the cabin, the creaking of wood informed him that the door was flung open. "Who the hell is, oh, it's you?" He swore he could hear Neff's teeth grinding against each other. A few seconds later, Changing Star spoke, her tone especially flat. "Put on a memory, Effie, please." "Wait, what? Why would she, oh?" "Oh." When he was finally allowed to turn back, the last glimmers of ethereal light were yet to disappear from the fabric of Effie's provocatively short chiton. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, either. "Here, betters." The huntress was exactly the same as the last time he had seen her, tall, strong, and brimming with vitality. Without the bronze cuirass with leather terrages, as well as other elements of the archaic armor, even more of dewy olive skin could be seen. "So you guys are back together, huh? Judging by how clean and shiny the other two look, I'm guessing that their stay in the castle was pleasant." Sunny glanced at Cassie, then said in a reserved tone, "Not particularly. Just like you said, the ambience there is, well, an acquired taste, I guess." Effie grinned. "Well said. Anyway, how can I help you?" Changing Star motioned at the door. "Can we come inside?" The unruly huntress glanced back, then shrugged. "Sure, why not?" Inside, the cabin was small and cozy. One of its corners was occupied by a large pile of furs that served Effie as a bed. At first glance, it didn't seem that lavish, but once it hit Sunny that each of the furs had come from the corpse of a nightmare creature, he quickly changed his mind. That was probably the most extravagant thing he had ever seen. Also, one could only imagine what went on between those furs. Pure thoughts, Sunny, focus. There was also a fireplace, a table with a single wooden chair, and a pair of sturdy chests. The rest of the space was occupied by various curios that the huntress had scavenged from the ruins over the years. There was no particular logic to this opulent collection, except for the fact that each object had once caught her fancy for this reason or that. After the three of them were seated, Effie returned to her pile of furs, wrapped herself in one of them, and asked, "So, what's so important that you had to come and wake me up this early in the morning?" "Early in the morning? It's already noon." Nephis lingered for a few moments, then said, "You haven't hunted since the day we met, right?" Effie yawned, then said in a languid tone, "Nope, I'll go back into the ruins once my food runs out, which will be in a day or two, I think." What, how? The amount of meat she had butchered off those monsters was enough to feed a person for a couple of months. It was all gone already. Just how much did the vigorous huntress eat? Changing Star nodded. "When you do come with us, be our pathfinder." Well, she certainly doesn't beat around the bush. For some reason, Sunny had not expected Neff to be this direct. He had always imagined this conversation taking much longer before getting to its real purpose. Effie stared at them, then threw her head back and laughed out loud. "Ah, that's a good one. Do you want me to be your nanny, too?" When her laughter died down, she shook her head and said, "No offense, kids, but you have just arrived in the Dark City. You are as green as it gets. Best hunters out here wanted me to become a part of their party, and I refused them all. Do you know why?" Neff nodded with a serious expression. "Most hunting parties share the spoils of their hunts. Each hunter keeps a part to eat and sells the rest to the people in the slum. But because of your flaw, you can't allow yourself to do the same. You need all the sustenance a hunt can provide. The more partners you have, the lesser your share will become, so you hunt alone and never sell the meat of your prey, just their hides." Effie smiled. "I see someone has been doing their homework." Changing Star tilted her head a little, and not paying any attention to the irony in those words, continued. "We can solve that problem by—" However, the solitary huntress interrupted her. "Stop, good guess, but you are wrong. That is not why I refused all those hunters." Nephis blinked, surprised. After a long pause, she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Then why?" The smile disappeared from Effie's face. "Because they are weak. Every one of them is weak. Even the most successful of them are, and do you know why?" Something dark gleamed in her hazel eyes. "They are weak because N-Log will never allow anyone strong to exist outside of his control, so I am not going to be your pathfinder. Sorry, princess." Changing Star froze, obviously flustered by that answer. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again and awkwardly pressed her lips together. No matter how much she had honed her social skills during their journey through the labyrinth, this conversation still seemed to be too much for her. In the ensuing silence, Sonny suddenly spoke, his voice calm and slightly provoking. "He's allowing you to exist." Effie looked at him, raised one eyebrow with a smile, and didn't say anything. Finally, Nephis was able to compose herself. "We might be new here, but we are not weak. Between the two of us, Sonny and I had killed dozens upon dozens of awakened creatures in the labyrinth." The huntress interrupted her once again. "Even if that's true, that was there. Out here in the Dark City, things are very different." The two of them stared at each other, one with a relaxed smile on her lips, the other with stubborn flames burning in her eyes. "Oh, I don't like this." Eventually, Changing Star grimaced and said, "So if we prove that we have strength, you might reconsider." Effie chuckled. "Damn, you say it like it's easy. You do know how many people can't even step a foot into the ruins, right? If you guys survive in this hell for a few years, maybe then we can talk again." Nephis looked at her for a while, and then smiled darkly. "We will talk again in the evening, then you will change your mind." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 152, There and Back Again. Outside, the sun was already moving past its zenith. There was that much time left before the sunset, so Sonny was really unsure about what Nephis could do to change Effie's mind before evening. However, judging by the determined expression on her face, Changing Star wasn't just throwing words to the wind. She had something specific in mind. He hesitated. "So, what exactly are we going to do now?" Neff glanced at him, white flames dancing in the depths of her cold gray eyes. Then she turned away and said, "Follow me." With that, she walked forward in the direction of the castle. "Castle, why are we going to the castle?" Somewhat uneasy, Sonny gently took Cassie by the arm and hurried to catch up to Nephis. When he did, she suddenly threw over her shoulder. "Tell me about that Pathfinder again, the one who was accused of murder 3 days ago." Sonny frowned, then repeated what he knew about the guy. When he was almost finished, she asked, "What's his aspect ability?" He hesitated, then said, "He can make any weapon become incredibly sharp when it's in his hands. Sharp enough to cut stone, maybe even steel. It's a very powerful combat ability." Changing Star was quiet for some time, then said, "What about his flaw?" Sonny shook his head. "That I have no idea about. People are very protective of their flaws, you know. Not everyone goes around telling everyone about their greatest vulnerability like that lunatic Effie." Cassie, who seemed to be very protective of him today, decided to support this claim. "Sonny is right, Neff. We don't even know what his own flaw is, remember? Sonny almost stumbled and had to try very hard to not let any emotion show on his face. Cassie was right, of course. While changing star and she had shared their flaws with him, Sonny never reciprocated the gesture for obvious reasons. That is true, but, can we not talk about that? Nephis silently nodded and didn't comment on it further. It seemed as though her mind was on something else. Phew. Soon they scaled the magnificent stairs and were approaching the gates of the castle. Sonny was growing increasingly nervous about Neph's intentions. What is her plan exactly? Neph, what do you need us to do? She shrugged, then said in her usual indifferent tone. You don't really need to do anything. Just follow me and try to look virtuous. Look virtuous? What is that supposed to mean? The guards standing watch in front of the gates blocked their path with contemptuous and suggestive looks in their eyes. Contempt was directed toward Sonny, while the rest was directed toward the girls, of course. Stop, what business do you have in the bright castle? Want to pay the tribute? Or maybe want to get paid instead, if you know what I mean. Both of them laughed, making Sonny's blood boil. Nephis looked at them with a calm expression, then said, I want to go inside, but I'm not going to pay tribute. The laughter suddenly stopped. The guards looked at them with a bit of amusement, a harsh and dangerous light finding its way into their eyes. Have you lost your mind, wench? Why are you here if you're not going to pay tribute? Stop wasting our time. Changing Star stared at them with no emotion whatsoever showing on her beautiful ivory face. Then, she said evenly, I'm here to invoke the right of challenge. For a few seconds, everyone stayed silent. Sonny's heart was beating like a wild beast in his chest. Mad, she has gone mad. But no, Changing Star was not mad. Although Sonny liked to joke inwardly about how crazy Nephis was, she was anything but. In fact, her ability to remain cool-headed and rational in any situation was one of the main reasons that made her so dangerous, which meant that there was some opportunity she saw here that he didn't. At least he hoped that this was the case. Meanwhile, one of the guards frowned. Stop joking around, little girl. Shut your mouth and get lost if you want to live. Neph didn't move. Instead, she said, I'm not joking. The other guard stared at her, then shook his head. Those slum rats have really all gone crazy, huh? I thought that this recent show would teach them a lesson, but it seems as though it did not. He sneered. Listen, lass, the right of challenge is not a laughing matter. It's a fight to the death. No one is going to go easy on you just because you have a pretty face. Do you understand? Changing Star simply nodded. The guard waited for a while, looking at her tall figure and the crude tunic that she wore. Then he grimaced. I guess we'll have some entertainment today. Such a shame. With your looks, you could have lived in the castle without ever even needing to pay the tribute. Shaking his head, he turned around and gestured for the three of them to follow. The other guard stayed behind, a bewildered and darkly excited expression on his face. With the sound of the rusty chains swinging in the wind invading their ears, Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie passed beneath the hanging skulls and entered the castle. Inside, everything was exactly the same. Even Harper was still sitting behind his opulent desk, writing something on a piece of parchment. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his head and threw a furtive glance in their direction. An expression of confused surprise appeared in his eyes. Sunless and Kasha, what are you guys doing back here? Sonny felt the desire to palm his face. When he had said to the gaunt young man that they might see each other in the future, he certainly did not mean that that future would be on the same damn day. Not knowing about the thoughts raging in his head, Harper smiled. Oh, did you guys get lucky and come into some shards, back already to pay the tribute? Sonny gritted his teeth and forced out a weak smile. No, not exactly. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 153, Guiding Star. By the time the three of them were led to the grand hall of the castle, the news that there was going to be another challenge had yet to spread through the entire fortress. Because of that, there was no crowd there, just a few dozen people who had happened to walk past and heard the commotion. However, their number was growing with each minute. Standing before the entrance to the hall, Nephis was calmly looking forward, her thoughts a mystery. She seemed to be steady and collected. Sunny, on the other hand, was very nervous. Just what was changing star planning? Glancing around to make sure that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, he leaned to her and whispered, "You're not really going to fight one of Gunlog's lieutenants, are you? Because that would be suicide. No matter how talented and strong Neph was, she couldn't hope to win against someone like that, at least not before absorbing enough soul shards to even the odds at least a little. Those people had not gotten to where they were by pure accident, too. They had talents of their own." Nephis didn't turn her head and simply said, "The walls have ears." Sunny gritted his teeth and was about to retort. At that moment, the guard that had led them inside appeared from the grand hall, threw a dark look at them, and spat. "Come on in, fools." Changing Star simply walked forward, leaving Sunny and Cassie no choice but to follow. Inside the hall, a small crowd of people was staring at the entrance. When they saw Nephis, a wave of confused whispers ran through their ranks. "Who is that? Never seen her before. There's something strange about that girl." The whole situation was much less ostentatious and theatrical than that on the day of Jubei's death. Most of the lieutenants weren't even here, not to mention the Bright Lord himself. Only the leader of hunters, Gemma, was sitting on the steps leading up to the empty white throne. On his face, there was a slightly sullen expression. To Sunny's relief, Horace was nowhere to be seen. When the guard led the three of them inside, Gemma raised his head and glanced in their direction with a frown. "Did I hear it correctly? One of you three wants to invoke the right of challenge." Nephis took a step forward, looked him right in the eyes, and answered in her usual indifferent voice. "I do." Her calmness was in direct contradiction with the heavy meaning behind those words. It was the polar opposite of the impassioned, scornful Fu Ryu's speech of condemnation that Jubei had given in this hall 3 days ago. The confused frown on Gemma's face deepened. "You do know what that means, right, little girl?" She continued to stare at him without showing any sign of fear, then repeated, "I do." The tall hunter sighed. "Listen, it is indeed true that anyone has the right to invoke the right of challenge, but throwing your life away is a really stupid thing to do. I'm sure that you had to suffer a lot to make it this far. Everyone here did, pretty much. So how about you think about it some more and reconsider?" His voice wasn't unfriendly. In fact, it seemed sincere, as though Gunlog's lieutenant really did not want to see her die for no reason. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Neph just tilted her head a little and said, "No need." Gemma sighed again, then shook his head. "Fine, have it your way then. Who are you here to accuse?" Sunny already had the idea. That's why he wasn't surprised to hear her next words. "I am here to accuse the Pathfinder known as Andal." Andal was the person whose crime had led to Jubei's challenge, and then death. As another wave of whispers rose from the crowd, Gemma blinked. With an unhappy scowl on his face, he said, "As I've told the last time, I am the leader of both hunters and pathfinders. Any crime they commit while performing their duties is my crime, so I will be the one to answer for it. Are you sure you want to challenge me, kid?" Sunny held his breath, knowing that Neph's next words would decide their fates. Despite the older man's heavy tone, she did not even flinch. However, she did pierce him with a cold gaze, then slowly shook her head. "I'm not here to accuse him of murdering the young man from the outer settlement. I'm here to accuse him of theft. Andal has lost a considerable amount of soul shards while gambling, but refused to pay. That is stealing. Since it was done on his private time and not while performing any official duties, you have nothing to do with it." Gemma stared at her, a bewildered look written clearly on his face. Sunny was doing the same. Well, that was unexpected. Kind of ingenious, actually. Who knew Neph can be so crafty? By shifting the accusation from a crime committed during a hunt to a misdemeanor that had nothing to do with Andal's role as a pathfinder, she effectively prevented any of the lieutenants from fighting on his behalf, at least if they remained true to their claim of being just. But was a seasoned pathfinder any less of a threat than one of Gunlog's proxies? And would Gemma even allow a challenge like that to proceed? As though responding to his questions, the tall hunter raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief, "What, a gambling debt? You wanted did Aiko send you?" Nephis shook her head again. "No, I've never even met her." Everyone in the grand hall looked at her as though she was insane. The charismatic lieutenant was no exception. With some exasperation finding its way into his voice, he asked, "If you don't even know the person Andal owes the shards, why are you here challenging him on her behalf?" Neff simply shrugged. "Do I need to personally know the victim of the crime to punish the criminal?" Gemma stared, clearly finding the whole situation ridiculous. "It's just a gambling debt. I can pay the shards myself, and we all can." However, Changing Star interrupted him. Her voice was still inexplicably calm and even. "It's not about shards. It's about justice and law. After all, the law is our only guiding star in this dark world. Without its light, there's only darkness." Her words echoed in the grand hall and put a grim expression on Gemma's face. By repeating what Gunlog had said here a few days prior, she left him with little choice but to satisfy the request for a challenge. After all, going against it would be tantamount to going against the Bright Lord's will. How devious, did she learn that from me? The hunter looked away with regret, remained silent for some time, and then said to one of the guards in a dark tone, "Go and bring Andal here. Tell that bastard that after he kills this stupid girl, he and I will have a long conversation about his life choices." Then he glanced at Neff and said, "And you say your goodbyes and prepare for battle. Oh, right. What is your name? Tell us. That way you will at least be remembered." Looking him right in the eyes, Nephis stayed quiet for a bit and then answered. Her clear voice resounded loudly in the grand hall. "I am Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan." Suddenly, everything became silent. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 154, Light of the Seven. Everyone grew quiet. Even Gemma seemed to be slightly stunned by that proclamation. The only person to not react to it at all was Castor, who had entered the grand hall a bit earlier and was now standing by one of the walls, watching Nephis with a complex expression. Her full name was shocking to hear for two entirely different but equally earth-shattering reasons. Firstly, she had called herself not by a human name, but by a true one. In the entire history of human civilization, only a handful of awakened had managed to earn a true name in their first nightmare. Needless to say, none of them was among the 1,000 sleepers currently trapped on the Forgotten Shore. Even Gunlog himself did not have one. But Nephis did. And Sunny too, of course, but no one had to know that. Secondly, she had announced herself to be a legacy, and not just any legacy at that, but one from the legendary Immortal Flame Clan. A clan that had been responsible for propelling the entire human species forward not once, but twice, first by helping conquer the second nightmare, then the third. A combination of these facts was enough to set off a metaphorical explosion in the middle of the dark city. If this was true, then she could be considered to be an almost messianic existence here on the Forgotten Shore. Suddenly, the calmness with which she dared to challenge a fearsome pathfinder to a battle to the death did not seem that strange. The dazed looks in the eyes of all the sleepers gathered in the grand hall had slowly begun to give place to a subtle, tentative, weak glow. It was as though a tiny seed of hope was suddenly planted in the dead soil of their lightless, forlorn souls. Either by accident or on purpose, Nephis chose that exact moment to summon her armor. Numerous sparks of light surrounded her in a whirlpool of soft radiance, and when they were gone, a striking black and white armor had appeared on her graceful body. Everyone's eyes were immediately glued to the symbol on its breastplate. On it, 7 shining stars were intricately engraved into the strange white metal. That symbol. Its starlight crest. The crest of the 7. Just like Sunny, many of the inhabitants of the Bright Castle were familiar with the symbol of the 7 stars. Not only was it carved into the robe of the giant statue standing in front of the impregnable city wall, it was also often depicted in numerous stone carvings decorating the walls of the ancient fortress. It seemed to represent the 7 heroes that had once vowed to vanquish the darkness consuming this cursed land and lead its people back into the light. Sunny felt cold sweat running down his spine. What is she doing? Is it all a coincidence, or did Nephis plan everything? Does she not understand how these fools will react to such theatrics? If they get the wrong idea and start running their mouths about how she is some sort of a heavenly savior, Gunlog will soon come knocking on our doors. What did Neff say? Just follow her lead and try to look virtuous. Sonny stared at her back, stumped. How would he even do that? There had never been a single drop of virtue in his entire body. Meanwhile, Gemma had finally managed to compose himself and threw an evaluating look at Changing Star. If there had been nothing but neglect and disregard in his eyes before, now there was a hint of dark wariness in them. Slowly, the leader of hunters smiled. "Ah, in that case, nice to meet you. I must say it's a very impressive name you have there. Makes one wonder where it came from." The implication behind these words was easy to understand. Gemma was insinuating that Nephis was lying. It seemed as though this insinuation had removed a veil from everyone's eyes. Most people quickly lost their wistful expressions, once again looking at her either somberly or with dark anticipation. Only now, there were also hints of mocking disdain on some of their faces. And yet, several of them were still staring at her with expressions full of hesitant, timid faith. Changing Star did not react to any of that in any way. She simply remained calm and indifferent, as though she existed slightly apart from the dirt and despair of this world. Soon, Andal the Pathfinder was led into the grand hall. The Pathfinder was of average height and solid build, with menacing blue eyes and a sharp jaw. His head was shaved on the sides, with the remaining hair weaved into a short braid. He appeared to be slightly older than the rest of the sleepers gathered in the grand hall, with the exception of Gemma himself. Andal was probably around 24 years old. He looked like a skilled, seasoned, and ruthless fighter. Every Pathfinder was nothing less than an elite among elites, and he was no exception. Even those who hated Andal stared at him with fear and respect, even veneration. Entering the hall, Andal threw a dark look at Nephis and walked forward to the base of the steps leading to the white throne. There, he stopped and bowed, showing his respect to the leader of hunters. "I'm here." Gemma stared at him with an irritated, contemptuous expression, and then sighed. "You know why I've summoned you." The Pathfinder smirked. "Some wench wants to challenge me? Good. I was very sad to let Horace have all the fun last time." Several angry whispers sounded from the crowd, but no one dared to reveal their hatred toward the arrogant murderer openly. The corner of Gemma's mouth turned downward. He remained silent for some time, and then said in a dangerous tone, "Fun, did you say fun? Well, Andal, if you lacked excitement in your life, you should have just told me. How about this? After you kill that girl, I will show you what real fun is." With that, he gestured to the guards that the fight could begin. Andal frowned a little, but then turned around with a dark smile on his lips. Sonny and Cassie were led to the side, where they joined the crowd of spectating sleepers. By that point, there was a considerable amount of them gathered in the grand hall. Everyone looked at the fearsome Pathfinder and Nephis with a mix of tension and anticipation. Some were here just to see a macabre show, waiting with excitement for blood to flow. To them, it didn't matter who lived and who died, although none believed that the girl from the outer settlement had any chance of surviving in a duel against the experienced Pathfinder. Others wanted to see Andal punished for his crimes, but even these people seemed to believe that Neph was doomed to die. They just hoped that she would manage to make the bastard bleed a little before she did. Perhaps only Sonny, Cassie, and Castor knew that the result of this fight was not as predictable as everyone seemed to think. Not wasting any time, Andal summoned his weapon and walked toward Changing Star. In his hand, a vicious, crudely forged falchion suddenly gleamed with polished luster, its edge turning sharper than that of a razor. With a shudder, Sonny realized that not even the Starlight Legion armor would stop such a blade. The Pathfinder's movements were soft and deceptive, betraying years of experience in bloody battles against both nightmare creatures and humans. The dark smile had never left his lips, and there was bloodlust burning in his eyes. After years spent hunting monsters, he looked like a monster himself. However, Nephis just stood there calmly and watched him approach, not even trying to summon her sword. What is she doing, trying to mimic Horace? When the distance between them shortened to that of only several steps, everyone held their breaths. Suddenly, Andal flourished his cleaver and lunged forward with astonishing, almost inhuman speed. His push was so powerful that dust flew into the air from under the soles of his boots. Sonny clenched his fists. What is she? Just a fraction of a second before the magically enhanced blade cleaved her apart, Nephis suddenly sidestepped the strike and threw her arms into the air. simultaneously summoning her longsword. The ethereal sparks of light passed through the blade of Andal's falchion, forming into silvery steel only on the other side of it. The Pathfinder's eyes widened. Forever, without anything separating it from the enemy's flesh, the longsword that had just formed from the thin air behind the falchion bit into his neck, cleanly severing Andal's head from his shoulders. As blood shot into the air from the Pathfinder's neck, his head rolled on the floor like a macabre ball and stopped near the steps that led to Gunlog's white throne. It seemed as though all oxygen was suddenly sucked out of the great hall. In the deathly silence, Andal's body heavily fell on the white marble. Everyone was staring at Nephis in utter disbelief. The sleepers, the guards, even Gemma. Honestly, Sonny himself was a bit stunned. Of course, he had suspected that Changing Star might win the duel, but even he did not expect that she would kill an actual Pathfinder, one of the most fearsome warriors in the Bright Castle, with just one strike. Dismissing her sword with a cold expression on her face, Nephis walked over to the marble steps, picked up the severed head by the hair, and looked up at the leader of the hunters. Then, with a well-practiced polite smile, she said, "Oh, it was nice to meet you too." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 155, First Recruits. The blood was still dripping from Andal's severed head when they left the castle. Nephis was holding it by the hair, her face as indifferent as always. It seemed as though carrying human heads was not even something worthy of changing facial expressions. Suddenly, Sonny saw Changing Star in a new light. It was a long time since he had last been wary of her, but now he was starting to wonder. Just how many people had she killed in the past? The facial expressions of everyone else, though, ranged from astonishment to horror. People who had witnessed the duel stared at Nephis as though she was some sort of an avenging angel. The others treated her like a terrifying demon. I wonder how much soul's essence had she absorbed with this one kill. Has to be a lot, right? But those were just the inhabitants of the castle. The reactions of the people of the outer settlement were strangely reserved, but even more intense. They had never seen one of them stroll into the ancient fortress and walk away freely with a severed head of a Pathfinder in their hands. Now, all of them were watching silently, an inexorable, dark, sweltering emotion burning in their eyes. All of it made Sonny very uncomfortable. He wasn't sure if Nephis knew what kind of a storm her stunt had evoked in the hearts of these people. That sort of emotion was dangerous and almost impossible to control. If she didn't know, things could turn really bad really quickly. But it was even worse if she did, and had done it on purpose. Was Neph really capable of such ingenious and effective manipulation? Was this her plan all along? Sonny wasn't sure that he knew this side of Changing Star. Come to think of it, he didn't really know that much about her at all. Consumed by these doubts, Sonny didn't even notice that they were already in front of Effie's cabin. He glanced at the sky, only to see the sun hiding behind the ominous silhouette of the crimson spire. It was evening, just like Nephis had promised. Scary. The unruly huntress opened the door before they even knocked, a hint of irritation in her eyes. What's with all the commotion? Can't a girl spend a day in? Noticing the three of them, she froze. Without so much as batting an eye, Nephis simply threw Andal's head to Effie's feet and asked, "Can we talk now?" Looking down at the macabre present, the huntress narrowed her eyes. Her face darkened. A few moments later, she glanced up and said in a grim voice, "Come inside." As soon as the door closed behind them, Effie asked in a furious whisper, "What the hell have you done, princess?" Nephis tilted her head and slightly frowned. Then she said with a hint of sincere confusion in her voice, "You wanted me to prove my strength, did you not?" The huntress stared at her in disbelief. Misunderstanding her silence, Neph blinked, then added, "Oh, that head belonged to... I know whose head it is. Where did you get it?" Sonny sighed and slumped heavily on one of the sturdy chests. Then he forced out a dark smile and said, "Oh, by the way, you might be the last human in the Dark City to learn this, but standing right in front of you is none other than Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the champion of justice. She just walked into the castle, challenged the bastard, and killed him with one strike of her sword, right under everyone's eyes. By now, this must be the only thing people are talking about." His tone lacked any kind of amusement. If anything, it seemed as though Sonny was just barely stopping himself from cursing out loud. Why did trouble have to follow him everywhere he went? While Neff and Cassie were anxiously waiting for Effie's response, Sonny just stared at his shadow, hoping to find some sympathy. Sadly, there wasn't any to be found. The shadow was just staring back at him, full of jubilant gloating. Effie, meanwhile, blinked a couple of times and looked at them with a strange expression. "That's right, run while you can." Then she threw her head back and laughed out loud. Oh gods, did you really? This is priceless. I wish I'd seen their faces." Sonny watched her with his mouth wide open. That was not the reaction he had been expecting. "Crazy, they're all crazy. I'm surrounded by crazy people." When Effie finished laughing, she glanced at Changing Star with a dark but gleeful expression. "All right, you have proven your point, but there's something you should know. Back when I refused to join the host, Gunlog made it clear that if he can't have me, no one else will. Ever since, any group that dared to invite me to join them ended up regretting their decision. By hiring me as a guide, you will be putting yourself in his crosshairs. Are you sure you want to do this?" So there was more to her story. No wonder she was so solitary. In the ensuing silence, Sonny was the first one to speak. His voice sounded bitter and dejected. "I mean, it's a bit late to worry about that, don't you think?" The next morning, they were preparing to go on a hunt. A small crowd of slum dwellers gathered around to see them off, their dark eyes burning with a strange mix of hope and anguish. By now, the story of Changing Star's clever ruse and heroic battle against villainous Pathfinder, Andal had already flown all over the place, growing more and more unbelievable with each retelling. Now, these people came to witness her with their own eyes. They were especially interested in the Starlight Legion armor and the symbol engraved on its breastplate. Who knew that the memory of a simple carapace centurion would have such an effect on the inhabitants of the Dark City? Sonny was not happy about it at all. The previous evening, he had a chance to ask Nephis a few questions after they had returned to their lodge. However, he kept most of them to himself, not knowing how to properly express his feelings. In the end, he only asked about how she had managed to defeat her human opponent, who was much more powerful in terms of physical prowess, so easily. Changing Star's answer was very simple. She just shrugged and said, "An old legacy trick," which pretty much explained everything and nothing at all. And now, they were going into the Dark City to hunt monsters. When the four of them were ready to set off, a sudden hum of voices made them turn around. The slum dwellers stepped aside, letting a tall young man walk through. Sonny frowned. "Great, what is he doing here?" Walking closer, Castor stopped a few meters away from them and gave a polite bow. "Lady Nephis, Huntress Athena, Kasha, Sonny, good morning to all of you. I, Castor of the Hanley clan, would like to join your hunting party. Will you have me?" Everyone grew quiet for a few moments. Despite Sonny's dislike of the handsome legacy, having him on their side would be an incredible boon. Genius fighters like Castor were hard to come by anywhere, let alone on the Forgotten Shore. He felt torn. A buzz of whispers rose from the crowd. People were shocked to see a warrior from the castle volunteering to join an outer settlement cohort, and one of such fearsome reputation, too. After some time had passed, Changing Star simply shrugged. "If you want." Just like that, the proud scion of the Hanley clan had become the fifth member of their hunting party. It was strange to see their numbers grow after months spent alone in the labyrinth, but that was probably inevitable. What else did Sonny expect? That it would be just the three of them forever? Stupid! Together, the five sleepers left the slum of the outer settlement behind and stepped on the road of white stone that lead into the cursed ruins. And just like that, the fates of every human in the Dark City were sealed. The end had begun. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 156, Free Lunch. Their first hunt was surprisingly uneventful. Guided by an experienced pathfinder and augmented by Sonny's stealthy shadow, they managed to avoid any fallen creatures and arrive at the destination in one piece. There, the group hid in the ruins and waited for their prey to show up. The plan of battle was discussed beforehand. After Effie had described the type of monster they were here to kill, complete with a detailed list of its strengths and weaknesses, Nephis quickly assigned different roles to different people. Sonny had expected that things would work just like back in the labyrinth, but to his surprise, they did not. Just like before, Neph was going to take most of the risk and lure the enemy into revealing its vulnerability. However, Castor was going to be the one to make use of it and deal the fatal blow, not Sonny. Which made sense, really. After all, his ability was not a combat one, at least not officially. It was rational to entrust the role to someone with an incredibly powerful combat ability, as the one Castor possessed. Still, for some reason, Sonny felt angry about it. It felt as though he was being replaced. Not wishing to appear childish, he swallowed his bitterness and remained silent. When the monster did show up, everything went perfectly. Nephis and Castor were able to finish the creature off without sustaining any injuries. Their teamwork, while not effortless, was strangely harmonious, probably because both were legacies and had received similar kind of training. Sonny, whose task was to join the fray if things went wrong, ended up not having to lift a finger. Neither did Effie, who simply stayed with Cassie in case the blind girl needed protection. After everything was over, she laughed. "Ha, this is the easiest meal I've ever earned." Effie's status in the party was a bit strange. Unlike the rest of them, she had not shown any desire to join the cohort officially. Instead, she was somewhat of a hired worker. Her responsibilities included guiding the party through the ruins and providing them with information, and nothing else. She wasn't even required to fight side by side with them. After the nightmare creature was dead, they quickly butchered it and left the scene of the battle loaded with a heavy weight of meat. Before the shadow of the Crimson Spire fell on the dark city, the cohort was already approaching the marble arch at the base of the hill. This was when something unexpected finally happened, and it happened because of Nephis. After giving a fair share of the spoils to the vigorous huntress, she glanced at Sonny, Cassie, and Castor. Then, changing Star said, "I would like for you three to entrust me with your part of the meat." What is that about?" Before Sonny had an opportunity to ask a question, Cassie already smiled and said, "Of course, Neph." Castor did not linger either. With a small bow, he nodded. "As you wish, Lady Nephis." Sonny gritted his teeth. After that, he would have looked like a complete jerk if he were to start interrogating her. Especially because, technically, he had not done anything except for lending his SH. Ado to Effie. Nephis and Castor were the ones who had actually risked their lives. "Fine." Nephis gave them a nod and continued walking up the white road. When they returned to the outer settlement, she separated the remaining share of monster meat into two parts. One much smaller part she handed to Cassie. The other, incomparably larger part, she simply placed on the white stones in front of their lodge. Effie looked at the whole process with curiosity. So did the slum dwellers who had gathered to welcome them back. Sonny frowned. "What are you doing?" Changing Star glanced at him, and then gestured to the small bundle of meat in Cassie's hands. "This is for us to sustain ourselves. We will eat that meat until our next hunt." Somebody from the crowd shouted, "What about the rest? Are you selling it? What is your price?" It was customary for the outer settlement hunters to sell some of their spoils. That was how people here fed themselves. The meat could be exchanged for items, services, or, in very rare cases, actual shards. Neph turned to the people who had gathered around and looked at them with a frown. When everyone grew quiet, she said in a cold tone, "My hunting party will not be selling any meat, ever." Before anyone had time to react, dismayed by that answer, she took a step to the side, gestured to the large pile of meat, and said, "Instead, we will be giving it away for free." A dead silence hung above the edge of the outer settlement. The slum dwellers who had come to catch a glimpse of Changing Star, or in hope of procuring some food, were all looking at Nephis with a dark mix of mistrust, disbelief, and suspicion. After a while, someone shouted, "What trick are you trying to play? People here are hungry, Changing Star, shame on you." Nephis crossed her arm, furrowed her brow, and answered, "There is no trick. Everyone is free to take a small share of the meat to fill their stomach." The young man who had accused her before laughed. "Why would you just hand it out for free? Do you think that we're fools?" Sonny was being tormented by the same question. He often joked about Neph's foolish nobility, but he also knew that she wasn't really stupid. She always had a reason for everything she did, even if those reasons sometimes seemed insane to him. Lately, he even started to suspect that Neph was much more cynical and pragmatic than he had ever given her credit for. It's just that her version of cynicism was very different from his own. What was she doing? Meanwhile, Nephis pierced the shouter with a cold look, scowled, and said, a hint of anger in her voice, "Why am I not a human? Are you not humans? Does a human need a reason to help others of her kind in this cursed place?" She took a step forward and looked at the gathered people, making them shiver under her heavy gaze. Shame on me? No, shame on you all for forgetting who you are. We are people, not beasts. In the real world or in the dream realm, this is who we are. Her words echoed above the white stones, mixing with the howling wind. Now come forward and take some food if you're hungry. The slum dwellers were still not convinced. However, their hunger was stronger than their wariness. Soon, the first of them stepped forward, tentatively took a small strip of meat, threw a furtive glance at Nephis, and then hurriedly walked away. When the others saw that nothing happened to him, they became braver. Young men and women dressed in rags formed a messy line. One by one, they came forward, received their tiny piece of meat, and then disappeared with haste, afraid that it will be taken back. Slowly, a new kind of light appeared on their faces. It was the same timid, weak emotion that Sunny had noticed in the eyes of the castle inhabitants after Neph had announced her name. It was something that precipitated hope, or maybe faith. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny looked up at the tiny silhouettes of guards observing them from the walls of the magnificent fortress. Nephis was right when she said that they were all still people. However, she was wrong about everything else. Because people were much worse than beasts. He did not like what was happening at all. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 157, Wind of Chain. After that day, things moved with a speed that left Sunny disoriented. It was as though he was being pulled forward by an overpowering current, helpless to slow down or change direction. Before he could react to one change, another would happen, making him feel like he was losing control. Everything was happening so fast that he found it difficult to adjust. It was hard not to fear that, eventually, he would simply be left behind. After that first hunt where Nephis had chosen to give most of the spoils away, she led them on several more. Not all of those hunts went as smoothly, but they did manage to return victorious if a little battered. Every time, she paid Effie her share of the meat, took a small amount for tea, hem to consume, and gave the rest to the people of the outer settlement free of charge. Because of how little their own share was, the group was forced to hunt every other day instead of once or twice a month. Sunny did not understand at all why they were taking on all that unnecessary risk. Provided he wasn't exposed to many risks himself. Apart from a couple of short battles where Neph and Castor ended up requiring some backup, he spent most of his time with Effie, serving as her scout and slowly learning the ins and outs of the Dark City from her. With the well of knowledge that the unruly huntress possessed and his nimble shadow, the party rarely met anything they weren't ready to face. This gave them an incredible advantage over all other hunting parties of the outer settlement, and even some of Gunlog's own. Soon, their flawless and intense track record earned the cohort reputation and renown. They weren't seen as newcomers anymore. Instead, people considered them to be nothing short of the strongest hunters in the slum. Many even believed that Changing Star and her people were in no way inferior to the hunters of the Bright Castle. Nephis herself was known to be a fearsome fighter ever since her dramatic duel with Andal. Effie had the reputation as one of the outer settlement's best from a long time ago. Handsome and capable Castor quickly won respect and adoration thanks to his amiable personality, noble bearing, and skill. The three of them were considered to be the core of the party, with Cassie and Sunny existing somewhere on the periphery. People loved Cassie because Neph had entrusted her with the responsibility of handing out the free meat, and also because it was nearly impossible not to love this sweet, exquisitely beautiful and tragic girl. For most of the slum dwellers, she was the welcoming face of the cohort. Sunny, on the other hand, no one really paid him any attention. With no valiant feats of vanquishing monsters of the Dark City under his belt, most considered him to be a mere support member of the party. Inconsequential at best, a charity case at worst. If they even remembered his existence. Sunny was simultaneously happy to live in obscurity and secretly infuriated by this lack of recognition. It was good that no one suspected how powerful he really was. And yet, watching everyone fall over themselves in Castor's presence while completely ignoring his own made Sunny want to kill something, or someone. Especially because, due to the tactical composition of the cohort, Nephis spend most of her time with a handsome legacy. They seem to work especially well together. When this frustration threatened to overwhelm Sunny, he would go away, find a quiet corner, and train his katas until every muscle in his body hurt. Usually, the whistle of the midnight shard's blade cutting air was enough to calm him. He trained his swordsmanship day after day, finding strange comfort in it. At least this was something he could control. Of course, Sunny was never entirely relaxed. In fact, with each day, he grew more and more anxious. Because other things were changing as well. After each hunt, Changing Star would provide the dwellers of the slum with free food. At first, they treated her with distrust, then with gratitude, and finally with something akin to reverence. The strange light that Sunny had noticed in their eyes after that first time was slowly growing brighter and brighter. Some people even started jokingly calling her Saint Nephis, as though she was some sort of an angel. However, he felt that these words strangely contained less and less humor with each day. It was really very creepy, not to mention dangerous. The more people looked at Neph like she was their personal savior, the more he feared how drastic Gunlog's reaction would be. If history had shown anything, it was that kings never went easy on meddling messiahs. And throughout all of that, the same question continued to torment Sunny. Was all of this an accident, or had Nephis done it on purpose? As time went by, more and more random people joined their group. They weren't hunters, just forlorn young men and women from the outer settlement who wanted to help. They tended to monster hides that the cohort brought back from the hunts, maintained various tools and gear that needed to be used, assisted Cassie with handing out food, and did other kinds of small but useful things. Soon the ramshackle lodge was full of them. Sunny didn't even know all of their names. It seemed as though every day someone new would appear, acting as if they had always been a part of the group. What's worse, not all of them seemed to know who he was either. No once and not twice, someone would smile at him and ask in a friendly tone, "Are you new?" Of course, bastards never said the same thing to Castor. Sunny felt like he was slowly becoming a stranger in his own home. The feeling was rather unpleasant, not to mention how perfectly it fit all High's insecurities. What's worse, these new people really made him uncomfortable. He wasn't really sure of whether they were Changing Star's helpers or if they were her followers. Were they loyal or devout? One night after a couple of weeks of this, he was suddenly woken by Cassie tugging on his sleeve. The blind girl was whispering, "Sunny, wake up." A moment later, he was already on his feet, ready to summon the midnight shard. A light coming from the other room told him that Neph was awake, too. "Gunlog, did someone betray us?" "What's wrong?" Cassie covered the candle she was holding in her hand and answered in a worried voice. Something is coming from the road. I've dreamt of it." "A nightmare creature?" Knowing what had to be done, Sunny simply nodded, gripped her shoulder for reassurance, and walked over to meet Nephis. Since their lodge was on the edge of the slum, right in front of the entrance of the ancient road, they had no choice but to fight. That night, the three of them, Changing Star, Sunny, and Castor, battled a devil that had wandered up the hill and fought it off before it could reach the outer settlement. When dawn came, terrified people walked out of their hovels on shaking legs and saw the horrible marks left on the white stones by the beast's claws, as well as puddles of blood, both human and that of a monster, steaming in the morning cold. They also saw Changing Star leaning tiredly on her silver sword. Sunny, who was sitting with his back against the wall of the lodge and breathing heavily, was looking at her too. Back when he was describing to Nephis why Gunlog could never be defeated, he had told her that every facet of life here was under his control: food, safety, hope, fear, even power itself. Now Changing Star had given these people food. By protecting the outer settlement, she had given them safety. She had even given them hope. There was also the fear that the inhabitants of the castle felt after Neph had easily beheaded one of their pathfinders. All that remained was power. Finally, the question that pressed heavily on his mind had an answer. No, none of this was a coincidence. Everything that had happened, from choosing the outermost building in the slum as their base to insisting on giving away the food for free, was part of changing Star's strange but methodical plan. She knew what she was doing all along. But why was she doing all this? What was her ultimate goal? Uneasy, Sunny stared at Nephis and wondered about the future. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 158, Invisible. After about a month of living in the outer settlement, Sunny woke up one morning with the feeling of not belonging anywhere in this world. This familiar feeling had pursued him for most of his life, and had returned recently after being gone for some time. With a sigh, he rose from his narrow cot and summoned the puppeteer's shroud. The stone lodge was already full of sounds and voices. The tempting smell of breakfast filled the air. Coming out of his small room, Sunny saw a bunch of Neph's helpers rushing here and there, busy with various tasks. Some of them stopped to greet him, others did not. He paid no attention to them and went outside to wash his face and take a look at the sky. The gray sky of the forgotten shore looked as it always did. Nothing ever really changed in this loathsome hell. On his way back, Sunny noticed a gaunt figure standing hesitantly near the doors of the lodge. The ragged young man looked very familiar. Reaching into his memory, Sunny identified him as the friendly but nervous receptions from the castle. His clothes were much less clean and tidy than they had been before, and his face had become even thinner. The young man had clearly seen better days. "What is he doing there?" Coming closer, Sunny called out to the young man. Harper, right? How come you're here?" Harper flinched, then looked at him with anxious eyes. "Oh, Sunless, it's so nice to see you." Sunny stared at him for a while, then asked bluntly, "Did they kick you out of the castle?" Harper's face instantly fell. Lowering his gaze, he stayed silent for a few moments, and then said quietly, "I haven't been able to pay the tribute anymore, so yes, I guess they did." Then he glanced up, hesitated, and asked in a weak voice, I heard that I can get some food here." Sunny tried to give him a reassuring smile. "Sure, usually we give out meat after the hunts, but if you're hungry right now, I'm certain there's something we can do. Just talk to a girl with red hair. She's in charge of breakfast, I think." Harper smiled too, the weak light of hope igniting in his eyes. "Really? They will just give me a meal for free?" Sunny shrugged. "Why not? We have enough food right now. Most of those guys and girls are always here anyway. They're like guests that won't doesn't matter. They help around doing this and that to express their gratitude, I guess. If you feel guilty just eating for free, ask them for some chore. This might not be the bright castle, but you'll see that life here can be not bad as well." Guiding the gaunt young man inside, Sunny directed him toward the kitchen and sighed. Even castle dwellers were now coming to their lodge. If this went on, he would have to share his room with some random stranger. What a joke. Entering the main hall, he noticed Nephis and Castor standing near the window, discussing the approaching hunt. This morning, there were several hunters from other parties surrounding them. The cohort had been planning a big joint hunt for a while now, and today was the day. "Did they just start without me?" Hiding his discontent, Sunny walked over to the group of hunters and greeted them. Castor smiled at him, while Nephis simply nodded. The other hunters glanced at the new arrival and didn't pay him much attention. "Fools, if you knew who stands before you." Consoling himself with these childish thoughts, Sunny listened to the discussion. One of the hunters was speaking. "South of the collapsed lighthouse is a good choice, but the awakened creatures living there have an incredibly sharp hearing. Attacking them in large numbers won't be easy." In the past month, their lodge had gone through a transformation. The remnants of broken furniture were long gone and replaced. Some of the new pieces of furniture came from the ruins, some were made right here by the craftsmen of the outer settlement. There were monster hides and decorations hung on the walls, making the space look neat and presentable. These days, the lodge appeared as the headquarters of a small but prosperous awakened cohort. There was even a large map of the Dark City on one of the walls, with various symbols marking all kinds of useful information. Currently, the hunter was pointing at a particular spot on the map. "This spot right here is much more promising. Blood fiends are known to dwell in these parts. They hibernate during the day, so if we manage to find a lair or two." Castor shook his head. "The area you're suggesting is too close to the territory of those strange living statues. We all know how formidable those bizarre creatures are. I still think that south of the lighthouse is better. We just need to think of a way to deceive the hearing of the monsters. Suddenly finding something that he could be helpful with, Sonny said. I have a bell that can. However, his voice drowned in the buzz of the conversation. No one paid attention to his words. Embarrassed, Sonny inhaled deeply, waited for a few seconds, and spoke again. Actually, we can use one of my 2 sound-producing memories, too. But right at that moment, Castor seemed to come up with a brilliant idea. Everyone listened to him, turning their backs to Sonny. It was as though he was completely invisible. What's even the damn point? Sonny stood there for a minute or two, feeling awkward, angry, and utterly stupid. Then he simply turned around and walked away. Finding his way to the roof of the lodge, he climbed on top of the second-story addition and sat there, solemnly watching as the sun slowly climbed up. After a while, Sonny sighed and closed his eyes, letting the shadow slip back into the building. Just as he had expected, no one even noticed his absence. Not surprised, he sent the shadow around the lodge, watching all the people who were busy making Neph's mysterious plans happen. Everyone seemed full of energy, enthusiasm, and a sense of belonging. Why was he the only one who couldn't fit in? Even that guy from the castle, Harper, had already found some friends. He was currently helping the red-haired girl who was in charge of breakfast wash the dishes. Sonny frowned. Something wasn't quite right with Harper. He couldn't put his finger on it, but the gaunt young man seemed a little off somehow. Forgetting all about his bad mood, Sonny concentrated on watching the timid sleeper. Harper seemed to do just what any newcomer would do, helping people, learning their names, and asking questions about how things worked in the Changing Stars party. It seemed as though he wanted very badly to stay in the lodge and become useful, which was understandable. But something was wrong. Sonny's suspicions were confirmed when, about an hour later, Harper left the lodge and went back into the slum. With the shadow stealthily following him from behind, the gaunt young man made sure that no one saw him and hurriedly dove into a secluded alley. Deep in the darkness of that alley, a man was waiting for him. Sonny frowned, recognizing one of the high-ranking guards from the castle. So that's what all this is about. The guard, meanwhile, glared at Harper and asked in a rough, unfriendly tone. Well, Harper looked down, his fear and anxiousness apparent. Yes, sir. I've done what you told me. It wasn't very hard. The guard smiled. Good, it seems that you really do want a return to the castle. Huh? Harper glanced up, a desperate light igniting in his eyes. Really, so I can return, even though I don't have any shards to pay the tribute. The smile disappeared from the guard's face. You will be able to return after you gather all the information that I told you to learn. If you do, I'll invite you inside myself. No need to even worry about the tribute. But remember, I need to know everything about the core members of the cohort, including Saint Nephis herself. Their aspects, their abilities, their flaws. I even want to know what hand they use to wipe. Understand? Harper paled. But sir, things like that, it won't be easy to learn them, especially for a simple servant like me. The guard frowned. Didn't you say that you knew 2 of the cohort members already? This is why I gave you this chance to begin with. Did you lie to me, boy? The gaunt young man flinched. No, I do know them. I actually spoke with Lady Changing Stars Scout already. He is a friend of mine. A wide, menacing smile appeared on the guard's face. What's the problem? Just get that fool talking. Rats like him will tell you everything as long as you pay them a little attention, believe me. I'm willing to bet that this useless freeloader is walking around full of jealousy and delusions of grandeur. Pretend to respect him even a little, and he won't be able to shut up. Ouch. Harper nodded, then suddenly hesitated. After a few moments of silence, he asked in a timid voice. Sir, you won't hurt them, will you? They are good people. The guard stared at him for a second or two, then said in a dark, mocking tone, Why do you ask if you already know the answer? Hearing those words, Harper deflated. His face darkened and he lowered his head as though ashamed to look straight. However, he didn't object. That bastard, just wait and see. Sonny was already planning the beating he was going to give the cowardly young man before throwing him out of the lodge. But at that moment, a voice called out for him. It was Effie. Hey, doofus, are you asleep? Come down, the hunt is starting. Torn away from the shadow's perspective, Sonny threw a dark glance at the tall huntress, called his shadow back, and sighed. "I'll deal with him after we return." But by the time he returned, Sonny was in no state to deal with anything. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 159, Revelation. Despite all his misgivings and unease, Sonny had never expected that this hunt was going to change everything. He was just going through the motions, somewhat on edge because of the scale of this joint operation, but also strangely reassured by the large number of hunters surrounding him. The unusual hunting party left the outer settlement at noon, heading east, to the massive ruin of a collapsed lighthouse that was situated at the edge of the city. There were almost 20 of them gathered together, all carefully making their way through the deadly maze of narrow streets, with Effie serving as the chief pathfinder and Sonny helping her by scouting ahead. The plan was as straightforward and simple as possible. However, nothing was really ever safe in the dark city. Everyone was prepared for the worst. And pretty soon, their fears came true. Halfway to their destination, a sudden sound made Effie freeze in place. Raising a fist to signal everyone to stop, she peered into the fog, a dark and foreboding expression on her face. Feeling that something bad was about to happen, Sonny commanded his shadow to return and moved closer to Cassie. His hand was ready to grasp the hilt of the midnight shard out of the air. For a few moments, everything was quiet. Then Effie's pupils suddenly widened. "Scatter." As soon as the word left her mouth, the experienced hunters dashed in different directions. Sonny himself grabbed Cassie and lunged to the side, dragging her along with him. Then something large and heavy crashed from above into the cobblestones, where the sleepers had been standing just a second ago. Luckily, most of them were already somewhere else due to Effie's timely warning. However, a couple of people were a little late to react. Their screams drowned in the sickening sound of tearing flesh. Sonny cursed. His shadow was nowhere near yet, leaving him with no choice but to fight without its aid. He spun around, summoning the midnight shard, and froze for a fraction of a second, all blood draining from his face. Out there in the middle of the street, a massive, winged creature was standing on the cracked cobblestones, its pale body and black feathers stained by the blood of the unfortunate hunters. Its terrifying beak was open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like fangs. A spire messenger. As Sonny watched, momentarily paralyzed by fear, a long red tongue snaked out of the creature's maw to lick the blood off its face. "Move!" Shaking off the paralysis, Sonny gripped his sword and prepared to fight for his life. His and Cassie's afterthought. Everything happened incredibly fast, but also felt like an eternity. The hunters had a simple choice to make: either separate into smaller groups and retreat into the ruins, risking encountering something equally as or even more terrifying, or stand their ground and try to drive the fallen beast away. Without having to discuss it, everyone chose the second option. No matter how dangerous, a familiar enemy was always better than the unknown. The surviving hunters attacked the abomination with all they had. Even though their memories had no chance of breaking through the skin of the terrible creature, each strike still hurt it. Those who had aspect abilities capable of dealing direct damage immediately used them, hoping to at least disorient the beast. Of course, no ability of a sleeper could ever hope to wound a fallen beast. However, if their assault was ferocious enough, the messenger could retreat to search for easier prey. If it only made the abomination angrier, however, most of them were going to die. More than anything, trying to resist creatures of this rank was nothing but a gamble. For several seconds, it wasn't clear which way the situation would turn. The messenger easily shrugged off the rain of attacks and lashed out with its beak, piercing one of the hunters clean through despite the man's mighty build and heavy armor. Another was almost torn apart by terrifying talons, but at the last second, Castor managed to pull the young man away thanks to his incredible speed. Sonny waited at the back, covering Cassie and praying that his shadow would come back in time to give him a chance of dealing damage to the damned creature. But in the end, it was Effie who dealt the decisive blow. Summoning her weapon, she leaped forward. Sonny could see her lean, powerful muscles moving like wire ropes under the olive skin. As though turning into a spring, her whole body tensed and then exploded with momentum. There was enough force behind her attack to split a mountain apart. Miraculously, the tip of her weapon managed to break the pale hide on the messenger's chest and stab deep, causing a stream of blood to shoot out. The creature screamed and then lashed out with its powerful paws at the huntress. A large round shield appeared on Effie's left hand. Digging the soles of her sandals into the ground, she leaned forward and received the terrifying blow. The cobblestones under her feet cracked, but the huntress remained standing. Spitting a mouthful of blood, she grinned crazily and twisted her weapon, causing more damage and pain to the messenger. It seemed as if the fallen beast did not expect to meet such fierce resistance from a bunch of ants, not to mention actually being hurt by them. Letting out another scream, it waved its wings to send the sleepers flying back, picked up the dead hunters, and jumped into the air. Soon, the abomination turned into a dark spot in the skies. All that remained behind were puddles of blood, broken stones, and the moans of battered humans. Somehow they had survived, well, most of them. Effie straightened, dismissed her shield, and glanced down. Damn, I think my arm is broken. With blood running down her chin, the huntress laughed and leaned on her weapon, visibly exhausted. Sonny wanted to congratulate her on that awesome strike, but then something registered in his mind. Suddenly cold, he stared at Effie's weapon. He had never seen her fight before, so this was the first time Sonny saw what memory the huntress used in battle. It was a spear, an ancient, beautiful spear forged from bronze. Something clicked in his mind, disparate pieces of information connecting together. And then everything exploded. Or at least it felt that way. Because Sonny finally understood the future. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 160, The Future. Hey, doofus, you're okay. Sonny reacted after a second or two, raising his head and staring at Effie with empty eyes. Why, yeah, I'm fine, just thinking about stuff. Effie gave him a strange look, then shrugged and turned away. Everyone was too busy to pay him any attention, not that anyone ever did. Left alone, Sonny staggered and slowly lowered himself to the ground. In his mind, one phrase was repeating itself, over and over, growing louder and louder with each second. A woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monster. A woman with a bronze spear. This was a part of the vision that Cassie had seen back at the beginning of their journey, on the night they had spent atop the giant statue of a headless knight. The one that was so harrowing that she had almost jumped into the dark waters of the cursed sea, just to run away from her terror. It was also the key that connected every little piece of information that Sonny knew into one cohesive picture, and let him understand the true meaning of that terrifying vision. He shuddered, remembering what Cassie had told them on that dark night in stark detail. I saw a human castle again. Only this time it was at night. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. I saw a corpse in a golden armor sitting on a throne, a woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monsters, an archer trying to pierce the falling sky with his arrows. All that time, Sonny was sure, for some reason, that Cassie saw the cataclysm that had devoured this land and turned it into a desolate hell, creating the Forgotten Shore. The first part of the vision was certainly referring to how the curse of the all-consuming darkness had broken free from its 7 seals, so he had just assumed that the other parts of the vision spoke about the past, too. But Effie's spear gave him an epiphany, a terrible revelation that he had been wrong all this time, that the apocalyptic images Cassie had described were not of the past, but of the future. Their future. Trembling, Sonny raised his head and glanced at Nephis, who was using her powers to heal the wounded hunters, her ivory face contorted in a painful grimace. His eyes were wide and full of disbelief. It was all so clear. She was the lonely star that burned in the dark skies above the bright castle, bringing with it fire and rivers of blood. After all, her name was Changing Star. Or, depending on the runes used to write it, Star of Misfortune. The Star of Ruin. Sonny spent so much time fearing what Gunlog was going to do with Nephis, but he should have been scared of what she was going to do to him instead. A corpse in a golden armor sitting on a throne. Why hadn't he realized the truth after seeing the Bright Lord for the first time? It was him. Gunlog was the corpse in Cassie's vision. Effie was the woman drowning in the sea of monsters. The archer Sonny didn't know yet, but he was sure that they would meet soon. maybe only to die together. He had always known that Nephis was guided by some mysterious, overwhelming goal. He didn't know what that goal was, but it was certainly not here, on the Forgotten Shore. To achieve it, Changing Star had to find a way to return to the real world. That's why she had always been so unwavering and relentless in her ambition to move forward, overcome any obstacle, endure any pain. At times, it even seemed as though her conviction was more akin to an obsession. Nephis was willing to do anything to fulfill her dream. The comforting words she had told him on their first day in the dark city suddenly resounded in his mind. Only now, there was another, colder and much darker meaning hiding beneath their surface. We will find a way to return. No matter what has to be done, we will. No matter what has to be done. There was only one way to leave the Forgotten Shore, and it lay in the Crimson Spire. No sleeper could ever hope to reach that gateway in one piece. They would need an army to even try. Maybe then, walking on corpses, one or two survivors would be able to escape from this cursed place. But Nephis didn't have an army. Yet, to gather one, she would need to kill Gunlog, usurp his power and eliminate all opposition, drowning the bright castle in blood. Only then would she be able to rally every single sleeper left in the dark city and lure them into following her on a suicidal crusade, knowing all too well that most of them would die because of it. No sane person would follow her. They won't, right? Sunny remembered the faces of the young men and women that had become part of their group in the last few weeks. The strange light of hope, or maybe faith, burning in their eyes. The almost religious reverence they felt toward Nephis, no, not Nephis, toward Changing Star of the immortal Flame Clan. Their personal angel. Were they sane still? Finally, he understood every part of Neph's plan. Looking at the beautiful young woman with silver hair, Sunny shivered. And then there was the last part of the prophecy. On their way back, Sunny felt as though he was in a feverish dream. The magnitude of the revelation was too much for him. His mind felt weak, unsteady, and on the verge of breaking apart. He had never experienced such a deep feeling of shock. It was as though the very core of his being was violently shaken. He wasn't equipped with the right tools to cope with it. It felt as if he was on the verge of losing it. Sunny was truly horrified. Don't waste time trying to deal with your emotions. This is not the right time for feelings. You need to figure out how all of this affects you personally and what you need to do to turn things to your advantage. After all, what was there to be scared of? That many people would die? What did their lives and deaths have to do with him? Yes. As long as he was the one left standing in the end, this whole thing might actually turn out to be beneficial. Hadn't he spent the last weeks being afraid of what Gunlog was going to do to them? Well, now he knew that Gunlog was going to end up as a corpse. Problem solved. Wasn't he crushed by the news that he would spend the rest of his life in this odious hell? Well, now that wasn't a certainty anymore. That last part of the prophecy. Everything was, well, better than ever. And yet, no matter how much Sunny was trying to be rational, he just couldn't help but be filled with terror. In the crimson light of sunset, he found a reason to leave the lodge and walk to the edge of the stone platform. No one really cared that much about his whereabouts, so it wasn't hard to disappear for a while. No one noticed that something was bothering Sunny, either. They were all accustomed to his moody behavior anyway. Only Cassie seemed to have picked up on something. And Castor, who pretended to be carefree, but actually had a habit of watching anyone close to Nephis like a hawk. The bastard! Reaching the very end of the stone platform, Sunny turned around and looked at the outer settlement and the magnificent castle towering above it, with hundreds of sleepers rushing to find shelter before the coming of night. A cold and harrowing feeling gripped his heart. All these people are going to die. Neph was going to kill them. Was he willing to help her do it? For some reason, Sunny wanted to laugh. This whole situation was so sick and appalling that it was almost ridiculous. He was never an altruistic type, really. More than that, he always prided himself on being a cynical, selfish, and vicious person. But this was too much even for him. Grabbing his head, Sunny moaned. What am I going to do? At that moment, the sound of steps suddenly attracted his attention. A gaunt figure appeared from the slum and walked toward him. Sunny frowned. Oh right, that guy, I have completely forgotten about him. Harper stopped a few paces away and smiled timidly. Sunless, can we talk? Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 161, Rubicon. Harper stared at him with that pathetic, timid smile frozen on his lips. In his eyes, there was fake friendliness, worry, and desperation. For some reason, Sonny felt a violent urge to erase the smile of his face. You scum. In his rattled state, he was having trouble controlling his emotions. Something must have shown on his face because Harper suddenly blinked and took a step back. But in the end, the desire to be allowed back into the bright castle won over his caution. He forced himself to stay still, hesitated for a few moments, and said, I wanted to thank you for inviting me into your home this morning. Sonny looked at the gaunt young man. In the twilight of dusk, his pale face was hidden in deep shadows. Finally, he answered, Yeah, we can talk. Think, Sonny, think. But his mind was refusing to obey. Most of it was drowning in the sea of cold terror that had been summoned by the revelation of the future. What little remained was utterly disoriented. Sonny raised one hand and rubbed his face. He's a spy. He's here to make it easier for Gunlog to kill us. What should be done? In the morning, yes, back before everything changed, Sonny had seen Harper reporting to one of the guards. He wanted to give the cowardly young man a beating and throw him out of the lodge, but that would be a wrong decision. The best thing to do was not to expose the unfortunate spy, but to feign ignorance and feed him false information. Yeah, that was the optimal way to deal with moles. As an aspiring spy himself, Sonny knew these things well. But would he even able to deceive Harper? By accident, the failed informant had chosen a perfect person as his mark. Sonny knew a lot of secrets and was incapable of lying. But he was also a master of deception, so... Sunless. Sonny flinched and glanced at the gaunt young man. Sorry, I'm a bit out of sorts after today's hunt. You wanted to talk. Reassured, Harper smiled again. You see, I wanted to thank you for everything that you had done for me and for all the people here in the settlement. When I left the castle, I brought a very special item with me. I thought of sharing it with you. Sonny frowned. A special item. I should see what his plan is exactly, feed him a couple of little truths along with the lies, and then report to Neff in the morning. Right. Harper, meanwhile, was nodding energetically. It's a bottle of liquor. Every month a few are sold by the artisans working in the garden. Getting one is very hard, but I was lucky. Would you like to come and try? My hut is nearby. Sonny got distracted for a few moments, but then forced Hismeld to concentrate. What was Harper talking about? Artisans, liquor, luck. Why not? Giving Harper a nod, he gestured for the young man to lead the way and followed. As they passed other slum dwellers on their way to Harper's hovel, Sonny couldn't help but feel like they were surrounded by walking corpses. Most of these people were already dead. They just didn't know it yet. But he did. The weight of this knowledge was slowly crushing him. Harper's small hut was even more pathetic than the other hovels in the slum. It was crudely constructed out of rotting pieces of wood, with plenty of cracks to let the cold wind in. Inside, there was nothing except for a pile of seaweed thatch that served as a flimsy mattress and a low wooden table. Sonny could understand why the gaunt sleeper was so desperate to return to the castle. At least there was a door. Once inside, Harper looked around with embarrassment and invited Sonny to sit on the floor in front of the table. Then, he dug a glass jar from beneath the seaweed and placed it in front of him like a rare treasure. Producing a crude iron knife from somewhere, Harper then opened the wax seal of the jar, placed the knife on the table, and poured a milky white liquid into a chipped clay cup. Here. He handed the cup to Sonny and smiled. Sonny received it and smelled the strange liquor. He remembered many people in the outskirts who had drowned themselves in the bottle or killed themselves with cheap stimulants and drugs. Luckily, he was always too paranoid to allow anything to alter his mental state. Plus, for a long time, he couldn't allow himself to die before accomplishing a certain thing. That's why Sonny was not too familiar with alcohol. Bringing the cup to his lips, he held his breath and downed it in one go. A pleasant warmth immediately spread through his body, bringing with it a bit of sweet solace. I can see the appeal. It wasn't too bad, really. Harper hurriedly refilled the cup and asked, I heard about the latest hunt. By gods, you have survived an encounter with a spire messenger. That must have been horrible. Sonny lingered for a bit, then shrugged. I just stood at the back. The gaunt young man shook his head. Still, you are incredible. I hear that you have been with Lady Changing Star from the very beginning, surviving more than 2 months in the labyrinth. Is this true? He was a really bad actor. Even if Sonny didn't know that Harper was a spy already, he would have sensed something strange at this point. But it was easy to pretend not to notice anything. Rats like me will tell you everything as long as you show them a tiny bit of respect, huh? Flushed because of the liquor, Sonny slowly smiled. Oh yes, in fact, if it wasn't for me, she would have been long dead. Do you know how many times I saved her life? This part was entirely planned, aimed to create a false sense that Harper's plan to use pettiness and jealousy to loosen his tongue worked. However, the next words came out of Sonny's mouth on their own. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly paled and whispered, "And for what, huh? For this? This wasn't supposed to happen. How did this happen?" Then Sonny grabbed his head and forced out a dark laugh. This is bad, what am I even saying? Mistaking his terror for the sign of the liquor doing its job, Harper got a little braver. You must have fought side by side with Lady Nephis a lot. Sonny lowered his head, then shrugged. Yeah. The gaunt young man hesitated for a few moments, then cautiously asked, So, you must have seen her aspect ability. Learn your enemy's ability, learn their flaw, learn their vices. That's how you kill them. Staring at Harper, Sonny suddenly remembered his first battle after meeting Nephis. Back then, she asked him if he had ever dissected a dead carapace scavenger to learn its weaknesses. That's what the cowardly sleeper was doing right now, dissecting them, even though they weren't dead yet. Sure, it can be used to heal. Harper's eyes gleamed. So she's a healer, of course. Such an ability suits Lady Changing Star very well. Everyone knows that she's an angel. Good, eh? His first goal was achieved. Sonny had successfully created a misunderstanding, leading Harper to believe that Neff's aspect was limited to healing. There had to be other spies in the slum, of course. With them collaborating on that statement by recounting how she had healed the wounded hunters today, Gunlog and his people would most likely believe that Changing Star had no offensive ability. Who would ever assume that her flames could both heal and destroy? Harper, meanwhile, was pouring more liquor into the cup. By the way, I always wanted to ask, do you know how Lady Nephis received her true name? Maybe because of his terrible state of mind, or maybe because of the liquor, or maybe simply because of a momentary lapse of judgment. Sonny didn't think his next words through well enough before answering. Probably the same way I did. Then he froze. Curse you. He was so preoccupied with creating a false image of Neph in Harper's mind that, for a second, he had forgotten to keep his own true identity a secret. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Not letting the panic show on his face, Sonny tried to salvage the situation by throwing his head back and laughing, creating an impression that his last statement was a joke. Luckily, Harper seemed to believe him. He laughed too, and then glanced at Sonny with humorous sparks in his eyes. However, his next words sent Sonny into a cold embrace of horror. It was as though the gates of hell opened right beneath his feet. Wishing to play along, the gaunt young man grinned and said jokingly, Oh, of course, Lord Sunless. What is your true name, then? Sonny stared at him, the smile frozen on his face. Think, how do you get out of this? But there was no way out, at least none that he could see. He was caught. The familiar pressure appeared in his mind. Slowly, Sonny became deathly pale. Harper was still grinning, waiting for the answer. His face was gaunt, tired, and full of both fear and desperate hope. He was just a weak, pitiful kid after all. The pressure was replaced by blinding pain, sending a tremble running through Sonny's body. Why did he have to ask that question? But it was too late. What happened couldn't be changed. Like a cornered beast, Sonny could think of only one thing. Harper finally sensed that something was wrong. His eyes widened. Son, how to survive? Just a second before the pain overwhelmed his limits and forced out an answer, Sonny suddenly leaned forward, picked up the crude iron knife, and stabbed it through the poor young man's heart. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 162, Lost from Light. Pushing the knife into Harper's weak body, Sonny lunged forward. The flimsy wooden table flew aside and shattered into splinters once it hit the wall. With his other hand, he violently grabbed the young man's face and pressed him onto the floor, making sure that no sound would escape from his lips. Harper's wide eyes were full of pain and terror, staring at Sonny with a silent but deafening question. "Why?" Feeling hot blood streaming down his hand, Sonny finally let the pain of the flaw overwhelm him. His whisper was hoarse and barely audible. "Lost from light. I am lost from light." Harper's trembling fingers found his face and smeared it with blood, which then mixed with tears. He weakly tried to push Sonny away, but there was no strength in his arms anymore. Biting his lips hard enough to break the skin, Sonny held the gaunt young man down and twisted the knife, praying for all of this to be over soon. "Don't look at me, please don't look at me." Finally, Harper's terrified, accusing eyes grew still and lightless. Sonny could feel the beating of his heart stop through the thin fabric of the young man's robe. Making sure that Harper was indeed dead, he finally let go of the knife and crawled away. "Oh gods!" As though summoned by these words, the voice of the spell whispered into his ear. "You have slain Dreamer Harper. Your shadow grows stronger." Contorted in a painful spasm, Sonny bent over and violently threw up. Then he weakly fell on the floor and tried to wipe his face, only to realize that he was spreading blood all over it. "I killed him. I just killed a real human." A strange stillness took hold of Sonny. Sitting on the cold stones, he stared at the corpse of the young man that he had just killed and struggled to form a cohesive thought. After a while, he finally succeeded. "Too much, oh, this is too much." All of this was too much for him. Why did he have to go through all of this? The slave caravan, the forgotten shore, changing star, and now Harper. What sin had he committed to have to go through this nightmare? Was he actually already dead and imprisoned in the depths of hell? Bullshit, he deserved it. Sonny gritted his teeth and forced himself to concentrate on that thought. Why do you even feel guilty? The bastard was going to sell you out to Gunlog. He knew that he was helping to kill you, and not just you alone, Neph too, and Cassie. But no matter how hard he tried to convince himself that he had the right to kill Harper, deep down, he could not accept it. There were a million ways to deal with the timid, pitiful spy. No, there was another reason. Come on now, there's no one else here. Why don't you be honest with yourself for once? Just admit it. Don't you dare become a hypocrite. Sonny grimaced and ground his teeth against each other. "Say it." Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and whispered, "I killed him because I wanted to survive. I killed him because it was easy." And just like that, he suddenly felt better. What's the big deal? He was already a murderer anyway. He was planning to help Nephis kill hundreds of people. Affected by the irony of the situation, Sonny barely stopped himself from laughing. He didn't want to make too much noise. Breaking that table was already a mistake. What if someone comes to check on the commotion? That would be bad. That would be embarrassing. Right, what was he going to do with the body? Instead of coming up with an answer, Sonny leaned forward and threw up again. When he sat straight after a while, the door of the hut was open. And there in the doorframe, his face pale, stood none other than Castor. With a stunned expression on his face, the proud legacy was taking in the sight. The broken table, the smell of alcohol in the air, the bloodied body with a knife sticking out of its chest, and disheveled Sonny kneeling on the floor, his hands and face smeared with fresh blood. Oh no. This is not. However, no words came to his mind. No matter what he would say, the situation was not going to appear any better. Looking him straight in the eyes, Castor asked with horror in his voice, "Sonny, what did you do?" Sonny blinked and stared at the handsome young man. After a few moments, he opened his mouth and said, "What do you think? I killed the bastard." His voice was calm and nonchalant. It didn't matter how Sonny felt inside. In front of Castor, he couldn't show any weakness. He didn't trust the proud scion of the Han Lee clan one bit. There had always been something off about him. So, if there was ever a time for acting, it was now. Especially because, unlike everyone else in the slum, Castor already knew that Sonny wasn't as useless as everyone believed. He had known it ever since that night when the three of them fought a devil together. Why did you kill him? Do you want to read more chapters? Come to WebNovel. Sonny stood up and shrugged. He was asking too many questions. Castor opened his mind, stunned, then closed it again. After a few moments, he suddenly frowned. What kind of questions? It seemed as though he had realized something. Come to think of it, what was he even doing here? Oh, do I know Nephis well, what her ability is, how did she get her true name, stuff like that. Without giving Castor the ability to react, Sonny wiped his hands with a bit of seaweed and added. Actually, this guy, Harper, was sent over to spy on us by Tessie. I caught him making a report to a castle guard officer this morning. Castor remained silent for a while, then asked quietly, Do you have any proof of that? Sonny glared at him and raised an eyebrow. Is my word not proof enough? A wild thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Will I have to kill Castor too? Would he even be able to, if it came to that? Not likely. Why, you don't believe me? Bad, the situation was really bad. Depending on Castor's next words, Sonny could find himself in a sea of trouble, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Anxious and uneasy, he stared at Castor. The proud legacy lingered. After a while, he came inside and closed the door behind him. No, I believe you. Actually, I suspected this kid myself. That's why I came here after hearing that the two of you were seen going somewhere together. But Sonny, the others might not think the same. He smelled the air and grimaced. I am sorry to say that, but you have a reputation for having a bad temper. With alcohol added into the mix and no proof to connect Harper to the castle, you can see how this does not look good. That piece of crap. Sonny scowled, trying to pretend that he was calm. He saw where this was going. So, what are you going to do? Castor gripped his shoulder. Then, in a serious and grave voice, he said, What else? I will help you conceal everything, of course. We are comrades, after all. But, Sonny, no one can ever know what you have done here, especially Lady Nephis. This will be our secret. All right. Saying that, he looked Sonny right in the eyes and smiled. Source WebNovel, updated by WebNovel. Chapter 163, The Past. Sonny stared at Castor with a grim expression. Despite the amiable smile and reassuring voice, he knew what the handsome legacy was doing. He grew up in the outskirts, after all. Castor had said, I will help you. But what he actually meant was, I will own you. Because there was no better leverage than a gruesome secret. This help of his was going to come at a price. But what choice did Sonny have, really? Unless he was ready to fight and kill Castor right there, and then, thus silencing the only witness of his crime forever, he couldn't refuse. Plus, what Castor thought was going to happen, and what would really happen was not as set in stone as it seemed. As long as Sonny was alive, there was hope of turning things around somehow. He just had to get through this, one step at a time. Sonny forced out a smile. Thank you, Castor, I won't forget it. Then he glanced at the dead body lying at his feet and took a step back, escaping the quickly growing puddle of blood. His face remained calm, but a small, almost imperceptible shiver ran through his body. So what do we do now? The proud legacy lingered, then said in a solemn tone. First things first, we can't let anyone see you like this. Wait here for a while, I'll bring something for you to clean yourself. Sonny sighed. He didn't really want to stay anywhere near Harper, but Castor was right. Walking around covered in blood was a bad idea. And what? Castor hesitated. Then we will need to get rid of the body. But it won't be easy to do without being noticed, if not by slum rats, then by guards. Don't worry, though, I'll think of something. Just wait for me to return. Sonny hesitated, wondering if he could trust the legacy. What was going to stop him from returning with a crowd of people? But no. Having Sonny in his pocket would benefit Castor more than getting rid of him completely. Still, he sent the shadow to keep an eye on things after the handsome young man went away. Left alone with the corpse, Sonny sighed and sat on the floor, resting his back against the flimsy wall of the hut. He was so tired. The night was slowly descending on the ruins, drowning everything in comforting darkness. Of course, he could still see the bloodied body lying motionless on the stones beside him. For the first time, Sonny wished that his eyes weren't able to pierce through the shadows. Harper's eyes were still open, staring at him accusingly. I am stuck with you forever, aren't I? Without even looking into the soul sea, Sonny knew that a new shadow had joined the silent ranks of every creature he had ever killed. All he could do was wait. Time slowly crawled. It was taking Castor a long time to gather everything needed without raising any suspicion. He had to avoid prying eyes and waste a lot of time conversing with people who constantly wanted to win his attention. At some point, even Cassie talked to him. "Hey, Castor, have you seen Sonny? Do you want to read more chapters? Come to WebNovel." Away from their lodge, sitting on the floor near the corpse of a young man he had killed, Sonny smiled darkly and listened to what kind of excuse the legacy would come up with to account for his absence. After a while, his thoughts began to wander. He listened to the sound of rain falling on the stones outside and scowled. Rain always put him in a bad mood. Because of it, Sonny was always reminded of the past. Unlike Nephis, whose past was clouded in mystery and screamed of tragedy, he came from a simple background. His story was more mundane than tragic, a trivial story of unfortunate people living hard and bitterly in a dying world. Sonny's parents were both menial workers. They were poor, but not destitute. His dad was employed by one of the numerous maintenance crews that took care of the city's outer barriers. His mom worked in an underground factory that produced air filtration systems. Together, their income was barely enough to afford a small cell in one of the human hives in the outskirts. Several months after his sister, Rain, was born, when Sonny was around 4, his father was killed in a work accident, which was not a rare occurrence among the city maintenance workers. 3 years after that, his mother got sick and eventually passed away. Factory workers like her often got sick and died due to the harsh conditions, so it wasn't a rare outcome either. Sonny and Rain were sent to a government child care facility. His sister was young and cute, so she was eventually adopted. Sonny, however, was older and had behavioral problems, which made him pretty much completely undesirable. After enduring a few years in a series of increasingly vile foster homes, he finally managed to run away and learned how to survive on the streets of the outskirts. Out there on the streets, there were a lot of kids just like him who had to do all sorts of distasteful things every day just to live to see another sunrise. However, even then, most of them didn't last long. It took a very special kind of creature to survive there. Sonny was one such creature. A part of this was pure luck, a part of it was that he was smart, but mostly it was because he had a goal. Sonny refused to die before finding his sister. Somehow, he had convinced himself that she was waiting for him to find and save her. One day, they were going live happily again, like a family together. This misguided goal kept him alive more than anything else. Of course, it didn't end well. Nothing ever did in this damn world. Sitting just a few centimeters away from a puddle of human blood, Sonny chuckled and rubbed his face. Was there even such a thing as a happy ending? What is taking that bastard so long? Granted, he knew exactly where Castor was and what he was doing. Currently, he was raising his hand to open the door of Harper's hut. Sonny tiredly picked himself up from the floor and shook off the weight of reminiscence. What was the point of remembering the past? He had to survive the future. Source: WebNovel, updated by WebNovel. Chapter 164, Farewell. Castor brought him water, strips of cloth, and a crude tunic. While Sonny was washing the blood off his body, the proud legacy carefully moved Harper's corpse into a corner, buried it under the pile of seaweed thatch, and wiped the blood off the floor as much as he could. This way, an accidental glance inside the hut would not reveal too much. Of course, even a little bit of scrutiny, and the signs of what had happened here would become apparent. While doing all this, Castor was speaking. The easiest way to get rid of a corpse is to simply toss it off the platform. With luck, it won't land on the road. But even if it does, no one would pay it a lot of attention. People die all the time out here in the dark city, especially those living in the outer settlement. He paused, then continued. However, we can't do that because Harper isn't just a random slum rat, but someone who is working for the Bright Lord. The guards will become interested in his sudden death, and they'll use it to create trouble for you and Lady Nephis. So we need to make him disappear completely. That won't be easy. Sonny glanced at him and frowned. What's the big deal? I can just carry him down the hill and dump the body somewhere in the ruins. It's night outside. No one will see anything. Castor shook his head. Castle Guard has various types of observers watching the road day and night. You will be noticed, unless someone persuades them to look the other way, of course. He sighed. It won't be cheap, but I can make it happen. Tomorrow after sunset, you will have about an hour to carry the body to the ruins and return. Sorry, but I can't buy you more time. This will wipe what little shards I have left already. His voice sounded as though the handsome young man was genuinely concerned for his comrade. But in reality, he was just reiterating how much Sonny owed him now. And if that message was not enough, he could always threaten to reveal the secret of how Harper died in the future. Castor had him in the palm of his hand. Sonny smiled darkly. And what do I do until then? The legacy shrugged. Just act natural and try not to speak to anyone. You're kind of a loner as it is. No one will suspect anything. After that, he thought for a few moments and added, "Oh, no one should enter this hut for a long while. Harper lived in the castle for these past few months, so people in the slum won't notice his absence yet. Neither will guards, since he made a report recently. We should be fine." Sonny stared at him with a strange expression. "Do you want to read more chapters?" "What?" He shook his head. "No, nothing. I'm just wondering how many bodies did you make disappear already?" Castor frowned. "This is my first, actually. In the Dark City, it is usually more advantageous to leave the body somewhere where everyone can see." Made sense. Why kill someone if not to make others think twice before attacking you in the future? Sonny was a real amateur when it came to murder. He really could not compete with the legacies. Just like that, they left the pitiful hut behind and returned to the lodge. With no one paying him any attention, Sonny returned to his room and sat quietly on his narrow cot. He thought that he wouldn't be able to sleep this night, tormented by both the knowledge of what Nephis was planning and the memories of Harper dying by his hand. But in the end, his exhausted consciousness slipped into oblivion as soon as his head touched the pillow. In the morning, he woke up with a start, expecting a crowd of furious slum dwellers to be rushing inside, all eager to. Well, what could they really do? If push came to shove, very few of them could actually harm him. But no one was there. After hesitating for a while, he decided to act as he would on any other day. Leaving his room, Sonny walked outside to wash his face. Neff's little helpers either greeted or ignored him, just like usual. Their smiles were friendly and fleeting. No one looked at him twice. Strangely disturbed, Sonny escaped the lodge and looked up at the sky. Nothing had changed. Everything was the same as it had been yesterday and every day before that. How could this be? He had violently murdered someone, but no one seemed to care. The world had moved on without Harper, indifferent to the pain and horror that were now frozen forever in the dead eyes of the timid, pitiful young man. Even the guards did not seem to notice the disappearance of their spy. Sonny rubbed his face, hiding a pained grimace. His head hurt with a terrible migraine. If they don't care, why should I? Forget about that fool. But he did care. Irrational as it was, he felt compelled to mourn the death of his victim, even if he was the only one who would. Maybe because this situation was eerily identical to how he had always imagined his own death to happen, utterly unnoticed. Discarded and forgotten, with not a single soul to care that he had ever existed. Pathetic. Returning inside, Sonny entered his room and sat on the cot, staring at the wall. He spent most of the day there, going out only once to pretend to train with the Midnight Shard. While he was repeating the katas, he thought that he caught sight of Nephis observing the movements of his sword with a frown on her face. But a second later, she was distracted and drawn away by the never-ending torrent of tasks required of her. Good riddance, go chat with Castor, see if I care. Come to PNDNOVELCOM. His sudden anger surprised Sonny. Well, at least it was better than the grim apathy that reigned over him this whole day. What's wrong with my mind lately? It's like I'm back on the Ashen Barrow. Frowning, he dismissed the Midnight Shard and returned to his room. However, someone was waiting for him there. It was Cassie. The blind girl stood silently with her back to the door, holding the wooden staff in her hands. Her face was unusually still. It almost looked bleak. Sonny's heart skipped a bit. Did she find out? Forcing out a fake grin, he made his voice sound cheerful and said, "Oh, hey, Cass, do you want something?" She turned to him and after a moment of hesitation, smiled. However, something about her smile was off. It was almost as though it was as forced as his own. The blind girl lingered, then said, "No, nothing in particular." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "What's up with her today?" Meanwhile, Cassie raised her hand and found his shoulder. "No, actually, I have a present for you." He raised his eyebrow. "A present?" She nodded. In the next moment, a spark of energy suddenly traveled from her body into his. Sonny flinched. "You have received a memory endless spring." Wasn't it that pretty glass bottle of hers, one that contained an almost endless amount of water? Why was she giving it to him? Why are you gifting me this all of a sudden? She was silent for a few moments, then gently shook her head. "I just wanted to. Why? Can't I give you something after everything that you have done for us?" Sonny hesitated. "I guess you can, I just didn't expect it." Cassie gripped his shoulder and remained motionless for a weirdly long amount of time. Then she looked away and said, her voice light and even, "We'll meet again soon, Sonny." "Weirdo." He patted her hand and said, a little embarrassed, "Of course we will. Where would I go? This lodge is too small for us not to bump into each other all the time anyway." She slowly removed her hand and chuckled. "Yeah, you're right, of course. I'll go now." With that, she turned away and headed for the door. Sonny stared at her back and shrugged. "All right, bye." What has gotten into her? Reaching the doorway, Cassie froze for a second. Without turning her head and letting him see her face, she lingered for a while, then quietly said, "Goodbye, Sonny." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 165, Power. For the rest of the day, Sonny had nothing to do but count the hours until sunset. When the night descended, he would have to return to the scene of the crime he had committed, retrieve the body of his victim, and carry it into the ruins under the cover of darkness. How did it come to this? Alone in his tiny room, he stared at the wall and waited. Soon, the fear of going into the dark city at night overpowered the bleak and hollow feeling that reigned over his soul. People rarely risked leaving the hill after the dark. In the starless void of the forgotten shore, any source of light was bound to attract the attention of creatures that no human would even want to meet. Countless horrors stalked the streets of the city at night. Only a madman would risk entering the ruins after the sun was gone. Of course, there were plenty of madmen in the dark city. Sonny at least didn't need any light. He also knew the area surrounding the bright castle well enough to avoid most danger. The weeks he had spent learning from Effie didn't go to waste. "I should be fine." With the shadows hiding his every movement, Sonny was sure of his ability to at least run away should something happen. Still, with each passing minute, his heart felt colder and colder. When the shadow of the crimson spire drowned the world and colored his thoughts with the eerie feeling of dread, he gritted his teeth. It's almost time. However, before the sun completely disappeared, another unexpected guest appeared at the doorstep of his room. Looking at Sonny with a scowl, Nephis gestured for him to stand up and said in an even tone, "Come with me." Sonny's heart skipped a bit. What does she want?" Suppressing the sickly fear of being caught, he lingered for a few moments, then slowly stood up and followed Changing Star out of the lodge. Together, the two of them walked to a secluded part of the slum. Neph remained silent, not even looking in his direction. She seemed calm, like always. Sonny, however, struggled to keep himself from panicking. Various thoughts, one darker than the other, found their way into his head. Did that bastard Castor tell her everything? Do you want to read more chapters? Finally, they reached the remote alley where no one would have been able to overhear their conversation. It was filled with nothing but the crimson light of sunset and deep shadows. Turning around, Changing Star looked at him wit. A frown. Sonny met her gaze, his face grim. He felt as though he was staring at his judge and executioner. "I've seen you practicing with the sword today. Your moves were weak and aimless. It was as if you had lost all clarity. What were you thinking about?" Sonny slowly exhaled. So that's what this was about. She didn't know anything. She just picked up on the turmoil raging in his mind. He should have felt relieved, but for some reason, Sonny felt anger rising in his chest instead. With a crooked smile, he looked away and answered, "Murder, I was thinking about murder." Nephis tilted her head, waiting for an explanation. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then said, his voice strangely cold. "You once told me that the essence of combat is murder, didn't you?" She gave him a nod. He stared at her, then said, "Well, how come you know so much about murder, Neph? Huh, I wanted to ask you that since the day you cut off Andel's head without so much as batting an eye. You are out here preaching about how we are all fellow humans, not some beasts. Was Andel not human? Come to Pia Ndnovelcom. She scowled. Is this what it's all about? Sonny gritted his teeth. It's a part of it. Nephis was silent for a long time. At some point, she absent-mindedly raised one arm and rubbed her neck. Finally, she said, "It's not that I have murdered a lot of people. It's that a lot of people have tried to murder me." Sonny blinked. "Why would anyone want to kill you?" She smiled. "Why, all kinds of reasons, really. My family was really powerful once, don't you remember? But power, it's a dangerous thing, Sonny. You can't reach its peak without creating a lot of enemies. And when your power disappears one day, all those enemies remain." Turning her face away, she said with her usual indifferent voice, "I think I was, 5, 6 years old when someone tried to kill me for the first time? It was my nanny. She led me to an empty room, put her hands around my neck, and tried to strangle me. I thought that it was a game, for the first few seconds at least." Neph looked at him with white sparks dancing in her eyes. "That was how I learned what weakness is. And when my teacher, who happened to walk by, rushed inside and used his aspect ability to kill her, that was how I learned what strength is. So yes, I'm not a stranger to severed heads, Sonny. Is that what you wanted to know?" He stared at her, then slowly shook his head. How frightened she must have felt, how powerless. Powerlessness, he knew how it felt all too well. Somehow, Sonny had never imagined that proud and indomitable changing star had tasted it too, was shaped by it. Just like he was. Meanwhile, Nephis smiled, but there was no humor in her eyes. "So then, what did you want to know? Huh, Sonny, what is this all about? Do you think I haven't noticed the way you were staring at me ever since we fought the Spire messenger? Come clean with it. You owe me at least this much." He glared at her for a long time, a storm of emotions written on his pale, grim face. Finally making a decision, Sonny gritted his teeth and said, "I want to know what your real goal is. I want to know if it's all worth it." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 166, Light and Shadows. Changing Star frowned. There was a hint of surprise visible in her cold, gray eyes. "My goal, isn't it obvious?" She gestured to the slum that surrounded them and the magnificent castle towering above it. "I'm trying to help these people. What else?" Sonny sighed. Then turning his face away, he asked, "Hey, have I ever told you about my sister?" Nephis blinked. "No, why bring this up all of a sudden?" He smiled wistfully. "I just was reminded of her recently, so I thought I'd share. You see, our parents died when we were little. She got adopted, but I ended up on the streets. Life wasn't really sweet for me. In fact, it was nothing but unsavory and bitter. So young as I was, I simply imagined that it was the same for her. That's why I got obsessed with the idea of finding her. I had this fantasy in my head, of saving and protecting her, becoming a family again." Sonny grimaced. "But how could a penniless undesirable like me find anyone? You know how the city databases are. Even if they're functional, unsealing anything requires you to be a citizen, and one of a considerable rank, too. However, I was ready to do anything to accomplish my goal. So I saved up money. A street kid can't earn much, but even then I saved up as much as I could." A dark expression appeared on his face. "Even if I had almost nothing to eat, I would keep putting away the pathetic amount of credits I had earned through doing all kinds of horrid crap. And after 4 or 5 years of this, by the time I was nearly 17, I finally had enough to hire a private investigator." He smiled. "You see, there was this detective who sometimes hired us nobodies to gather information for him. His services weren't cheap. But I trusted him, or in him at least, so I gave all my money to that guy and told him to find my sister. And you know what? He did. One day, about a month after we made the deal, he gave me a piece of paper with an address written on it, so I went there." Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a quiet voice, "So what happened? Did you meet your sister?" Sonny rubbed his face, glanced at the sky, and said, "Sort of, I actually met her near the tram terminal. Only at that time I didn't recognize her. You see, despite my lofty ideas of being her savior, I couldn't even really remember what she looked like. There was this girl, around 12 years old, wearing a tidy school uniform. She was walking in the same direction as me. I only realized that it was her after she entered the house from the address." He was silent for a while, then continued, his voice strangely emotionless. "It was already dark. I think it was raining. The house was situated in a really nice district. They actually had the whole house to themselves. Just one family living in it, can you imagine? Well, I guess you can. Anyway, there was even a lawn. And a window, a big window that shined light outside. Watching them through that window was almost like watching a television show." Sonny remembered the splendor of it, his own embarrassing astonishment, and tried to smile. However, he failed. Standing in the shadows just outside the edge of that light, I observed her family for a while. She had parents who loved her and treated her well. She had real food and enough of it to never go hungry. She had pretty clothes and expensive textbooks. She even had cute younger siblings. They were all smiling, laughing, and having a great time together. Neff looked at him and asked, "So what did you do?" Sonny didn't answer immediately. Instead, he remembered how he just stood there watching those happy people. How he looked down at his own frail body, his dirty and ragged clothes, the bruises on his bloodied knuckles, and realized how utterly out of place he was in that picture. After years of dreaming of finding his sister and saving her, he was faced with the simple fact that she never really needed him. She probably didn't even remember that he existed. More than that, returning into her life would not bring anything good to her. He didn't have anything pleasant or beneficial to offer. He could only make things worse. Do you want to read more chapters? Come to WebNovel. Come out there on that dark and rainy night while Sonny was standing in the shadows. Something in his heart was extinguished forever. Something inside him died. No matter what kind of situation he would find himself in after this, nothing would really compare to the darkness he felt in that single moment. After remaining motionless for a long time, he slowly backed away, turned around, and walked into the darkness. A few days after that, he began showing the first symptoms of being infected by the nightmare spell. And the rest was history. Shaking off the unpleasant memories, Sonny pretended to be carefree and shrugged. "I did the only selfless thing that I have ever done. I turned around and went away. Do you know why?" Nephis slowly shook her head. Sonny grinned, the anger finally finding its way into his eyes. "Because even a cretin like me was able to realize that the person he wanted to save didn't need his saving. So please tell me, Neph, why is it that you, with all your intelligence and clarity, can't seem to do the same?" She stared at him, a deep frown appearing on her face. "Are you implying that I lied about my intention to help these people? If so, you are wrong." Sonny clenched his fists. Before he could stop himself, words flew out of his mouth. No, to be completely honest with himself, he had to admit that he simply did not want to stop them. He was too exhausted, hurting, and shaken to keep playing this game with Neph. It was time to bring everything to light. Maybe then he would be able to regain clarity. Glaring at Changing Star, Sonny spat. "Oh, fuck you, Neph." She blinked. "What?" He smiled crookedly. "I said go fuck yourself with that bullshit, Saint Nephis. You might have fooled everyone else, but I know you. I know you better than anyone else, so I don't buy your whole savior act even for a second." Sonny repeated her gesture, pointing at the surrounding hovels. "Help these people, please. What are you going to help them with? Help them turn into corpses. You and I both know how this ends. Cassie already told us. Fire and rivers of blood, right? Is this what you're planning?" Nephis stared at him, a dark expression written on her ivory face. Her cold gray eyes weren't calm anymore. Finally, there was a burning emotion in them. Was it confusion, pain, disappointment? She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Then Changing Star slowly shook her head. Finally, she seemed to find the right words. Looking Sonny right in the eyes, she slightly raised her chin and said, "Fine, you got me." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 167, Unforgivable. Sonny stared at Nephis, stunned by her answer. He didn't expect her to admit it so easily. Meanwhile, she just shrugged. "What, was I supposed to deny it? Why should I? You are the one who is obsessed with lies, Sonny, not me." The corner of Changing Star's mouth twitched. Actually, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have never learned how to deceive people so easily. I had a very sheltered upbringing, for obvious reasons. Communicating with others had always been something I knew very little about. She smiled darkly. How fortunate it was to meet you of all people on this forsaken shore. Lucky me, right? Sonny blinked. What was she talking about? He remembered how, during their journey to the Dark City, Nephis had tried to mimic Cassie and how she spoke to people. Had she been studying him, too? Neph took a step forward and pierced him with an intense, burning gaze. No one survives in the dream realm alone. I knew that I won't be an exception to this rule, so I watched Cassie and you and tried my hardest to learn from you both. That's when I noticed that nothing you ever said or did was true, wasn't it? Crap. Sonny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. She scoffed. No matter what happened, you somehow always managed to keep your real thoughts, desires, and reasons hidden. I've never seen anyone so adept at deception. Congratulations, Sonny. The mind games you played with us were almost as devious as the mental hex of the Soul Devourer. It was nothing short of inspiring. Changing Star paused and shook her head. You can even easily turn truths into lies. How brilliant! I never even knew that such a thing was possible. Silly me. I didn't know a lot of things before I met you. She smiled. So, you see, while you were learning how to use a sword from me, I was learning how to use people from you. So please, Sonny, accept my sincere gratitude. I could not have wished for a better teacher. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Nephis raised her hand and stabbed a finger at him. Then, with anger in her voice, she spat. So where do you get the audacity to blame me for doing the same thing you do to everyone you ever meet? Sonny trembled. Was she telling the truth? Did Neph actually learn how to be this manipulative and vile from him? Oh no. Someone that inexperienced couldn't have found a worse role model even if they tried. What a cruel twist of fate, to be sent into the dream realm together with a damaged, vicious man like him. Sonny gritted his teeth. That's not the same. Changing Star scowled. How is what I am doing different? I haven't told a single lie to these people. I gave them just enough truth to make them deceive themselves, just like you taught me. But what now that it was turned around on you, it is suddenly not fair. Now you won't settle for anything less than the whole truth. She smirked. Fine, I'll tell you. Yes, you are right. There's going to be fire and rivers of blood. That is my plan. So what? How is it worse than this pathetic, hopeless existence? It is. I'm going to kill Gunlog. After he is dead, the Bright Castle will become engulfed in a civil war with each of the 5 lieutenants vying for the throne. I'm going to kill them, too. And when I am the last one standing. Her eyes glistened. I will gather those of us who remain alive and make a road of bones for the lucky few to reach the gateway. That is my promise. That is the salvation I offer to the people of Dark City, a chance to return to the real world or die like a human should, standing tall and with a sword in their hand, instead of living in fear like a rat. I thought that you, of all people, would understand. Do you want to read more chapters? Come to Panda Novel. Calm Sonny stared at her in disbelief. How could she be so nonchalant about the idea of causing the deaths of so many people? Had their lives no value in her eyes? But then he realized that he was looking at it all wrong. He was looking at it from his own perspective, the perspective of someone who was used to surviving at all costs, to putting survival above all else. However, that was how his old self had viewed the world. After coming to the Forgotten Shore, Sonny had learned that there were things more valuable than staying alive, and he learned it from Neph. To her, a life that was not worth living was that much worse than a worthy death. Maybe, in her mind, she really was trying to help these people. But who gave her the right to make that decision on their behalf? Shaking his head, he whispered, Is it really so terrible to live here? Is Gunlog really so bad that you would rather see all of us die than let us remain under his rule? A dark expression appeared on Changing Star's face. With cold contempt ringing in her voice, she said, Gunlog has done many despicable NGS, but I won't judge him for those. Who knows if any of us would have done any better? Keeping 1,000 hopeless people alive in this hell is the kind of task that can turn a saint into a demon. No, there is only one crime he committed that I can never forgive. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Which one? She lowered her chin and gritted her teeth. It's that he gave up. She looked at Sonny and said, her voice full of intensity. It's that he never even tried to reach the gateway. With so many years to prepare and hundreds of powerful fighters under his command, do you really think that there was nothing he could do to enter the Crimson Spire? No, no, he simply changed his mind. Why return if he can live like a king here in the Dark City? He abandoned his duty as an awakened and submitted to the spell. And because of how he reigned, destroying people before they grew powerful enough to threaten his rule, Gunnalug also prevented anyone else from trying. However, Sunny glimpsed something else from what Nephis had said, a hint of her true motivation. The words she chose to condemn Gunnalug were just too peculiar. Despite the fact that the Bright Lord had committed all sorts of atrocious acts and caused the deaths, humiliation, and sorrow of countless people, the thing that enraged Changing Star the most was not his corruption and cruelty, but something entirely different. The fact that he had submitted to the spell and failed to complete his trial, considering which family she hailed from. Was this the key to her mysterious goal? Frowning, Sunny asked, "Don't you think that maybe he just wasn't willing to see hundreds of people die? All these young men and women living in the outer settlement and the Bright Castle. How many of them are you ready to sacrifice to achieve your goal?" He grew silent, afraid that her answer would confirm his suspicion. Neff straightened her back and glanced at him. Once again, her eyes were firm and calm. Without pausing to think, she said, not a shadow of a doubt in her voice. "All of them, of course." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 168, Outside. Sunny grimaced and turned away, feeling a terrible headache. The sun was almost gone, and the night was following in its footsteps. He didn't have much time left. With a desperate smile, Sunny looked in Changing Star and asked, "What can be so damn important? What can be so valuable that you are ready to condemn everyone here to death?" He shook his head, guessing that he already knew. "Don't tell me that it's some stupid crap like bringing the glory of the immortal Flame Clan back. Duty of the Awakened. What, you gave a terrible oath to become the first human to conquer the fourth nightmare, like your father conquered the third and your grandfather the second? Or even worse, is it something even more foolish? Are you planning to save the damn world?" Nephis stared at him for a few moments, and then grinned. Something dangerous and unfamiliar awakened in her eyes. No, not completely unfamiliar. It was the same strange, maniacal glimmer he had seen once before, right after saying the three strange words to her. Aster Song Vale. Back then, for a few moments, Changing Star had turned from a calm and composed young woman into someone he wasn't sure he recognized anymore. With a soft chuckle, Neph shook her head. "Save the world? No, I'm not going to save the world, Sunny." Then the smile disappeared from her face, and white flames suddenly ignited in the depths of her cold, gray eyes. With dark and frightening conviction, she said, "I'm going to destroy it." Her words echoed in the darkness, making Sunny feel an irrational feeling of dread. He stared at her, both failing to comprehend and afraid to believe in what she had just heard. "Destroy the world? What?" Deeply inhaling the cool air, Changing Star looked up at the sky. "This world, Sunny, this cursed place, the dream realm. No, I won't be the first one to conquer the fourth nightmare. I will be the first one to conquer every nightmare. I'll go through them one after another, destroying anything and anyone who stands in my way. And when I get to the heart of the nightmare spell, I'm going to obliterate every part of it. I'm going to rip it to shreds. I'm going to decimate and bring it to ruin." She looked him in the eyes and said, "You think Gunnalug can stop me? You think a fallen terror can stop me? Those three ghouls can stop me? No, Sunny, nothing will stop me. Anyone who dares will die. I'll kill them all." Taking a step back, Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. He shivered, feeling something cold touch the back of his neck. Then he grimaced and asked, a hint of anguish in his voice, Why do you want to destroy the spell so much?" A corner of Changing Star's mouth curled up slightly. After a few moments, she simply said, "Because I hate it." Sunny blinked, stunned by the simplicity of that answer. If it was someone else, he would have thought that they were Lee and G. But Nephis lived in a strange, stark world. She did things simply because she wanted to, and apparently wanted to destroy an eternal, omnipotent existence simply because she hated it. "Why the hell not?" He closed his eyes and whispered, "You are actually insane." Neff smiled. "What does it mean to be insane in a world that has gone mad? I would be wary of anyone who remained perfectly sane in this hell. Then she sighed. So are we done here? Or do you have more questions? The sun is almost gone, so you'd better hurry up and ask them. Sonny shook his head and said, his voice hoarse. Yeah, Neph, I'm done. With that, he slowly turned around and took a step forward. Left behind, Nephis frowned. Where are you going? Come back here. He waved a hand and said in a suppressed tone, refusing to turn his head. Sorry, I have an errand to run. We'll talk some other time. Her frown deepened. Looking at his back, Changing Star gritted her teeth and called. I said come back, Sonny. This conversation isn't over. Come back here right now. But there was no answer. Sonny had already disappeared into the shadows, leaving her standing alone in the alley that was brightly lit by the last light of the dying sunset. Some time later, Sonny was walking through the ruins, Harper's dead body weighing on his shoulder. The young man was very gaunt back before he had been killed, so it wasn't much of a burden. Physically, at least. It was the early hour of the night. Surrounded by nothing but darkness, Sonny was left alone with his thoughts and emotions. But strangely, both his heart and mind were empty. He couldn't be bothered to think or feel anything right now. It was all just too much and too sudden. Plus, he would much rather concentrate on not stumbling on some horrific monster. Ending up eaten by a nightmare creature right now would be very ironic, but still unpleasant. He felt guilty about murdering Harper, but not enough to die while trying to dispose of the body. He would much prefer not to die for his sins. Luckily, the area he was traversing was familiar to Sonny. He knew which streets were comparatively safe and which he needed to avoid, where the really horrible monsters' lives and where he could pass without being sensed by anything. Finally, judging that he was far away into the ruins, he found a partially collapsed house, climbed over the rubble, then hesitated for a few moments and threw the corpse inside. Harper's gaunt body rolled down the rocks and disappeared into the interior of the house, where no one would ever see it. Here done, that part at least was finished. It was time to go back. Sonny turned around and stared at the distant silhouette of the tall hill, with the magnificent castle standing on its top. Right now, hundreds of people were sleeping there, either in the pitiful hovels of the outer settlement or in the safe and warm rooms of the ancient stronghold. Neph, Cassie, and Effie were there. Hyris, Gemma, and Gunlog the Bright Lord were there, too. And many others. And most of them were going to die. Looking at the white marble walls of the castle, Sonny could see his future vividly, watching helplessly as Changing Star builds here sect, helping her defend herself from Gunlog, going on hunts, being invisible once he comes back, afraid to get close to anyone lest the same thing that happened to Harper repeats itself. Up until the moment everything ends in bloodshed and terror. Castor was there, too, waiting to use his leverage over Sonny to make him his obedient minion. Sonny wasn't deceived by the amiable personality of the handsome legacy. He knew that nothing good was going to come of accepting his help. In the end, he just stood in the shadows and looked into the distance, at the tiny human enclave that persevered against all odds in the cursed nightmare of the Forgotten Shore like a lone glimmer of light. After remaining motionless for a long time, Sonny quietly sighed, turned his back to it, and slowly walked into the darkness. Source WebNovel, com, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 169, Back to the Future. 3 months later, Sonny was back at the castle. Well, to be precise, he had returned here once before to buy a few items that were hard to come by in the ruins. However, back then, Nephis and her cohort had been away on a hunt. No such luck today. The moment he had been dreading for so long was finally here. Hearing Changing Stat's voice, Sonny slowly turned around, glanced at her, and forced out a smile. Hey, Neph, long time no see. He tried to sound casual, but a slight tremble betrayed the storm of emotions raging in his heart. Why did she have to be here? The turmoil of their sudden meeting was exasperated by the fact of how different they looked. The past months only made Nephis appear more radiant and splendid. Her white armor was pristine and graceful, her silver hair clean and combed. Sonny, on the other hand, looked like a pile of dirt that had somehow calmed. To life, both he and the puppeteer's shroud had seen better days. He didn't want to see her, but even more than that, he didn't want her to see him in this sorry state. What if Neff gets the ridiculous idea that he was somehow miserable after falling out with her? Nonsense, he was doing better than ever. He lived in a palace, ate delicious food every day, and had even become incredibly wealthy. If anyone should be miserable, it would be her. You do realize that you said that out loud, do you? Sunny blinked, remembered where he was, and stared at Changing Star in shock. Huh, what? She smiled with a corner of her mouth. You just zoned out and mumbled, why did she have to be here under your breath? That was not very polite. Sunny hid his embarrassment behind a grin and said, Yeah, well, I meant it. Neff sighed. I'm glad to see you too, Sunny. It's good that you're alive. Trying to conceal his discomfort, he shrugged. What, you didn't expect me to survive without you? She looked at him for a while and slightly shook her head. No, on the contrary, I knew that you would be fine. Then she paused for a moment and added in a flat tone. After all, a cockroach like you is not easy to kill. Sunny scoffed. Now who's being impolite? Nephis stared at him in confusion for a couple of moments, then chuckled. Oh, sorry, I meant it as a compliment. He was glad to see Neff, too. As much as Sunny wanted to deny it, he had desperately missed her calm presence. Somewhere along the way, without even noticing, he had grown reliant on having her by his side. But meeting her was also a nightmare. After all, nothing had really changed after their bitter quarrel. Even though the intensity of it all diminished, the future that Cassie had foretold was still inevitable. Now that the initial shock of running into Changing Star disappeared, Sunny took a closer look at her. Nephis looked stronger. He didn't know how much soul essence she had been able to absorb while he was gone, but it seemed like it was a lot. Neff was always confident and arresting, but now her presence grew to a completely new level. But then again, he was not the same weak fool either. The Dark City had made him into a fearsome creature as well. The months he had spent hunting monsters in the absolute darkness of the cursed ruins turned him stronger, smarter, and much more deadly. If a little bit insane. Sunny doubted that any human on the Forgotten Shore had killed as many powerful nightmare creatures as he had in the same amount of time. At least not in single combat. Don't go on a tangent and forget where you are again. With a flinch, Sunny realized that he had been silent for a long time. An awkward silence hung between them, threatening to make him look bad. I need to say something like, how have you been? No, that's a stupid question, how about? However, before he could speak, Nephis asked, So what brings you to the Bright Castle? Are you back? Startled, he scratched the back of his head and scrambled to find an answer. Oh, just doing some shopping. She blinked. Shopping? Wait, did that sound weird? Sunny's eyes widened. Wait, did I say that out loud again? He slapped his mouth shut and looked at Changing Star in horror. Goddammit, who knew that a habit of talking to myself would be so detrimental to keeping my dignity intact? On the ground next to him, the shadow was having a swell time basking in his anguish. It was shaking its head and dying laughing. Several seconds later, Sunny was finally able to speak again. Yeah, shopping. I have some soul shards to spare, so I wanted to buy a memory, or few. Nephis looked at him for a while, then said, I see. Then she turned away and asked, her voice calm and even as always, Do you want to go somewhere and talk? Sunny's heart skipped a bit. He gritted his teeth. Sorry, no can do. I'm waiting for someone. Changing Star lingered for a few moments, then asked, You're hiding in that alley because you're waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for, Sunny? He waved a hand. Oh, a friend. Well, more like an associate, really, an acquaintance. Neff remained silent for a few moments, then said in an even tone, You can just say no need to invent some. But right at that moment, an enchanting voice came from the entrance of the alley. Sunny, hey, are you here? Turning around, Sunny saw a beautiful young man with gorgeous auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes enter the alley. He was wearing an armor made out of burnished brown leather and blue silk clothes beneath, all of which fit him perfectly. On his face, there was a bright smile. It was Kai Knight, whatever his name was. Sunny exhaled with relief. What do you mean, invent? See, he's right. However, the words died on his lips. because when he turned to Changing Star, he saw something that he had never seen before. Looking at the young man whom he had set free from the bottom, less dark-well Nephis took a step back. Her face was pale and her eyes were wide and glassy. She seemed to be consumed by absolute, utter horror. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 170 Star-Crossed. Sunny had never seen Nephis show fear before, not to mention being truly horrified. Instantly, every muscle in his body tensed, and a cold shiver ran through it. It can't be, it can't be. She was a person who faced demons and fearsome abominations without even flinching. What could scare her so much? Was he mistaken? Was Kai an incarnation of some primordial evil after all? How could this be? Panicking, he turned back to face the charming young man and outstretched one arm, ready to summon the Midnight Shard. Not that it would help if even Changing Star was scared. But to his surprise, Kai wasn't showing any signs of being an ancient terror. In fact, he was looking at him with a cute expression of confusion. Sonny, who is your friend?" No, it didn't make any sense. Not only was Sunny sure of his judgment, he had also seen multiple people greeting Night as though they knew and liked him. He couldn't be a nightmare creature. Then what was wrong with Nephis? Keeping his shadow's gaze on the charming archer, Sunny slowly turned back and glanced at Changing Star. She was still standing there, seemingly paralyzed by fear. What was going on? Neph. She flinched and tore her eyes away from Kai. After a few seconds, Changing Star cautiously leaned forward and whispered, "Sunny, what is Night doing here?" He frowned. "He's the friend I was telling you about." She lingered, then shook her head. "No, I mean, what is he doing here?" The emphasis was on the word, here. Where else would he be? Completely lost, Sunny struggled to understand what was going on. Maybe she knew something about the kidnapping. That didn't make sense. Finally, he said, "I saved his life in the ruins, so he's doing me a favor in return." Nephis stared at him with desperation, then shook her head again. "No, I mean, what is Night doing here on the Forgotten Shore?" Sunny scowled. "Did you guys know each other in the real world?" Nephis looked at him with a funny expression. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Finally, she forced herself to speak. You don't know who he is." Meanwhile, Kai, who was politely staying silent through this whole weird conversation, smiled dazzlingly and said, "He really doesn't, isn't it wonderful?" Sunny gave him a dark look. "How would I know who he is? Make sense, please." Neph was silent for a while, then loudly whispered, "That's Night, you idiot. Night from Nightingale, the Night." What was she going on about? He had no idea what that meant. Sunny rubbed his face with irritation. "What are you talking about? What is a nightingale?" Nephis looked at Kai, paled even more, and finally said in a small voice, "It's only the best and most famous idol group of the last decade. Triple Orpheus winners, 100 consecutive weeks at the top of all charts, 6 diamond albums. That Nightingale, that Night, the lead vocalist." Sunny simply stared. "Wait, are you telling me?" Was she so out of it because Kai used to be a member of some stupid boy band in the past? Changing Star was not horrified, she was starstruck. He remained silent for a while, and then exploded into laughter. "Gods, oh gods, Nephis is a fangirl. What the spell, that's too funny." Come to think of it, when they first met, she had been wearing headphones the whole time. He should have realized that Neph was into music much earlier. Mighty and stoic Changing Star, brought down by a dainty idle boy. That was just too hilarious. He wasn't even jealous. What were the chances of meeting her bias in the damn dark city? You couldn't come up with that crap. As he was dying from laughter, both Changing Star and Kai glared at him with difficult expressions. However, Sunny just couldn't stop. His laughter only died down after he began wheezing. Sorry, I just didn't expect it. From you? Ha, oh gods, as for your question, Night has been here for about 2.5 years. He lives in the castle." Nephis seemed thoughtful for a few moments, then glanced at Kai with wide eyes. 2.5 years? But I thought that Nightingale was just on hiatus because of Gale's solo project." "Oh, there's a Gale too. I can't even." Kai smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid not. I have indeed spent all this time here in the Dark City. My agency had to come up with some cover story, I guess. With how things are, they can't even spin things and release a posthumous album, poor guys. You know, since I'm not technically dead or even hollow. Just asleep. Neff gave him a shy nod. Oh, I see. Trying to remove the awkward atmosphere, Kai offered her another smile. By the way, it's so nice to meet another friend of Sunny's. What a surprise. I thought that he was a solitary person. I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your N. Aim, was it Neff? Looking at him, Sunny grinned. Then he cleared his throat and said in a relaxed tone, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. Sorry, by bad night, this is Nephis. Although these days she goes by another name. You might have heard it, meet changing star of the immortal Flame clan." Now it was Kai's turn to stare at Neff with horror. The corner of his eye twitched. However, perhaps due to his idle training, he managed to hide his emotions much faster. Blinking a few times, he lingered for a moment, and then said in his smooth, enchanting voice, "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I have heard so much about you. It's an honor." Nephis turned away, trying to hide a hint of blush on her cheeks. Staring at the wall of the alley, she hesitated, then awkwardly said, "So, your friend is already here, Sonny. Can we go have a talk now?" She glanced at him and added after a bit of hesitation, "I have something important to discuss with you. It's a matter of life and death." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 171, Tether. Sunny blinked a couple of times, digesting her words. A matter of life and death. If Nephis used these words, the situation was indeed dire. She was not someone to throw words to the wind. However, she was also not to be trusted. No matter how much Sunny wanted for things between them to go to the way they had been before, he knew that it was impossible. There was no way back for either of them. Sunny knew the true face of Changing Star now. He had seen the endless force of her conviction. In the flaming white inferno of her soul, all things were reduced to ash. Human concepts like loyalty, mercy, and affection had no hope of escaping that annihilation. No matter what bonds connected them, Sunny could not trust Nephis to put them above her boundless obsession. If push came to shove, she would sacrifice anything or anyone to achieve her goal, including him. At least that was what he believed. What's more, despite the fact that she tried to hide it, Sunny could feel that Neff's demeanor toward him had changed as well. He couldn't tell how exactly, but there was something almost imperceptibly different about how she looked at him. Once broken, trust was not easy to put back. Perhaps it was simply impossible. And yet, despite all that, was he really capable of refusing her plea for help? Sunny sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. No, he didn't think he was. Even if things between them became strained, she was still one of the only two people he cared about in this world. The way he felt toward Neff was almost like a second flaw. No matter how much he wanted to, he just couldn't get rid of it. Somewhere along the way, it had taken root in his soul. He had hoped that it will wither and die if they were apart, but instead it just grew stronger. And now there was no escape from it. Sunny could feel himself being pulled back into the mess of humanity once again. Damn it! This was exactly why he had been reluctant to return here. After suffering so much to leave it all behind, why would he ever want to abandon his peaceful, pleasant, delightful life of solitude? Curses! But he just couldn't refuse Neff. However, that didn't mean that he was going to become her compliant sidekick again. Even if they were going to work together, they were going to do it on his terms. Focus, you came here to purchase memories to feed for the Stone Saint. Changing Star was looking at him expectantly. Sunny tried to appear confident and casual as he said, "We can have a talk, but not right now. I'll come find you when I'm done with my business." Whatever it was that she wanted to discuss, it could not be extremely urgent. After all, Nephis had no idea that he was going to return from the ruins today. If there was no time to waste, she would not be wasting it on him, logically. Changing Star was silent for a few moments, her face indifferent. Then finally she answered in a flat tone, "That is fine, you know where to go." Sunny smiled. "Oh, and if you don't mind, I'll bring Night with me." Both of them stared at him with the same doubtful expression. "You will?" Turning to the charming young man, Sunny pretended to be surprised by his question. "Don't you want to meet my other friends? They'll be able to answer all your stupid questions for sure." Knight hesitated. I guess. Wonderful. Sunny gave him a nod and glanced at Nephis, who was clearly wondering if her idol could really be trusted. It's decided then, now if you'll excuse us. Truth be told, he didn't trust the pretty archer that much either. But his ability to detect lies would come in incredibly handy during the conversation with Changing Star. She was the one and only graduate of Sunny's School of Deception and Lies, after all. Pushing Kai away, he waited until they were at an appropriate distance and asked, "So what did you find out about the memories?" Soon enough, they were entering the bright sea. Sunny felt strange returning to this splendid, suffocating place. This time, he came as a guest of a well-regarded resident, not as a slum dweller seeking to exchange a soul shard for a moment of respite from the cold, darkness, and terror. The guards did glance at him with disdain, but remained passive. Walking under the swinging skulls, they entered the familiar hall of beautiful colored glass windows. The opulent desk that Harper used to sit behind was still there. Only now, a similarly downtrodden young woman was scribbling on a piece of parchment instead. The world didn't care about the death of one little human. It just moved on, instantly replacing that which was lost. Forgetting it. Sunny grimaced. So you did find me some memories to buy? What are the prices? Kai smiled, gestured him to follow, and said, I did you one better. I actually managed to get us an invitation to the memory market. Sunny frowned. What? Never heard of it. The charming young man gave him a nod. That's not surprising. It's a place where you can peruse various memories and purchase them for an acceptable price. I say acceptable, but you know who has all the shards in this place. So usually they only let the members of the host in. Made sense. Gunlog would never allow memories to freely circulate among people who did not belong to him. The guards and hunters, though, needed a place to exchange memories that didn't fit their aspects for either shards or something that did. Then how did you get the invitation? Kai shrugged. It's not that hard if you have the shards. Problem is, very few of us free folk do. To Sunny's surprise, they actually entered one of the forbidden areas of the castle. After walking down a few long corridors and going down several flights of stairs, a sturdy wooden door appeared before them. There was a symbol of a sword and shield drawn on it. Winking at him, Knight opened the door and walked inside. Sunny followed. Once he saw the interior of the room, his eyes glistened with excitement. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 172, Memory Market. Behind the door, there was a medium-sized hall that had no windows. It was illuminated by a strange lantern that levitated in its center, radiating a bright and stable glow. Along the walls of the room stood various weapon racks, wooden mannequins dressed in full suits of armor, and tables with a wide assortment of beautiful and intriguing objects placed upon them. All of it, the weapons, the armors, the objects, even the levitating lantern, were memories. Sunny felt a thundering thought explode in his mind. For a few moments, he was only able to think about one thing. Money, that is so much money. Inside this unassuming hall hid a fortune that could rival that of an entire corporation. He was barely stopping himself from drooling. Sunny. Brought back from his covetous stupor, Sunny blinked a couple of times and glanced at Kai. The beautiful archer hesitated for a moment, then said, I was saying this is Stev. He is in charge of this place. Only now did Sunny notice that there was someone else in the room. It was a man that was old by the standards of the Dark City, nearing 25 or so. He had a round face and cheerful eyes, which were currently full of doubt and hints of disgust. His gaze, of course, was aimed at Sunny. Have you looked in the mirror, bastard? Apart from his extremely tall stature, there was one other special thing about Stev's appearance, and it was that he was fat. He was the first obese person that Sunny had met in the Dark City. Having a belly like that in a place like this must have required a lot of work, talent, and dedication. He didn't know whether to be impressed or appalled. In any case, Sunny decided to not get on Stev's bad side. He wouldn't want to get eaten by this ogre, after all. Nice to meet you, Stev. I'm Sunny. The ample giant looked down at him, then glanced at Kai and said in a strange voice, Knight, my dear friend, Are you sure this dirty vagrant is a customer? Sonny frowned. Be civil, be civil. Hey, fat bastard. Are you sure that this dirty vagrant won't break every bone in that fat blob you have for a body? In the dead silence, both Kai and Stev stared at him with wide eyes. Then Stev leaned back and let out a thunderous laugh. This little gremlin is a funny one, Knight. Well, good, very good. If there's one thing I lack in this cave, it's entertainment. Chuckling, he shook his head and said, Still, my goods aren't cheap, my dear friend, Sonny. A good memory will cost you a dozen shards at least. Much more if you want something really useful. Are you sure you have the means to shop here in my emporium? How many shards can a slum rat like you have? Sonny blinked. I think there was a misunderstanding. Have you seen me? Do I look like someone who would ever be able to buy something from you? Of course not. I've never even absorbed a single soul shard. That should tell you how many of them I have. Kai gave him a strange look. Because of how confident Sonny had been while traversing the ruins, he must have assumed that his companion was sufficiently powerful. However, now he suddenly learned that Sonny had never absorbed any soul essence. With his ability to sense lies, the charming archer would know that it was the truth. Well, of course it was. He absorbed plenty of shadow fragments instead. Sonny gave away that misleading secret on purpose. He didn't want Knight to start questioning the amount of soul shards he was about to spend. Letting the archer think that he was too obsessed with wealth to expend any on increasing his power would, hopefully, lessen the impact a bit. Meanwhile, Sonny shook his head. No, Kai here is the one who will be handing you the shards. I'm just here to point him at the right ones. I have an eye for good memories, you see. By which he meant that his eyes were literally capable of peering into the very essence of memories and discerning their true traits. But neither of them needed to know that. Stev scratched the back of his head. Oh, well, in that case, take a look around. Ask me any questions if something catches your eye. Then he glanced at Knight and scoffed. You could have just asked me for advice, you know. It's not like I can lie to you. Kai smiled with embarrassment. Oh, yeah, sorry. When Stev walked away, he leaned to Sonny and whispered, So the favor you wanted from me is to pretend to buy a memory and then give it to you, so that no one knew that you have a hidden ace. Sonny stared at him. Actually, it was a good theory. Having a weapon or tool that no one knew about was a very good advantage. Unfortunately, Kai didn't really know who he was dealing with. Sonny shook his head. No, I don't want you to buy a memory on my behalf. Then, with an earnest smile, he added, I want you to buy around 10. Kai's beautiful green eyes widened. Leaving the charming archer struck dumb and speechless, Sonny walked away and started perusing the various memories on display. There were a lot of them, by his estimations at least 100 if not more. All sorts of weapons immediately attracted his attention. There were straight swords, curved swords, estocks and rapiers, scimitars and sabers. Various daggers and knives called to him, shining in the bright light on the enchanted lanterns. There were a dozen or so of polearms, from spears to glaives to halberds to naginatas. Several battle axes were displayed nearby. Further away, war hammers, maces, and flails radiated a silent feeling of crushing force. A few bows received a dreamy look from Kai. There were suits of armor, too, from leather to metal, light to heavy, scale to plate. Elegant, unrefined, graceful, barbarous, whatever a person could wish for. Some of them were shaped like actual armor, others looked like cloth garments. Placed on tables, various objects begged for his attention. Gods only knew what enchantments they possessed. Well, to be precise, gods and Stev. And Sonny. Walking among the memories, he would periodically place his hand on them. Immediately, the inner weave of the memory would be laid bare to his eyes, which were changed forever by the drop of Weaver's ichor. Studying the logic of the weave, he was able to glimpse its purpose. Of course, there weren't any truly remarkable memories in the hall. Who would want to sell something like that? However, even then, he managed to separate really good ones from simply acceptable, from borderline awful. That last category was what he came here for. Quantity over quality, remember. Sonny was almost done choosing the absolute worst memories out of them all, and his sight suddenly fell on a badly illuminated corner. In that corner, covered in a thick layer of dust, stood a seemingly discarded suit of armor. When Sonny saw it, his hands slightly trembled. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 173, Black Armor. For a moment, Sonny froze. However, a second later he continued to behave just like before, as if nothing had happened. The first rule of haggling: never let the enemy see that you're interested in buying something. And Sonny was dead set on haggling until Stev's ears started to bleed today. Pretending as though he had not noticed the dusty armor, he walked around a bit more, slowly approaching the corner where it was displayed. Judging by the neglect with which the armor was kept, the master of the memory market did not know its true value. Sonny really wanted to keep it that way, because, if he was right, that armor was much more valuable than anything else here. He didn't know for sure, but suspected that it was nothing short of a true treasure. Because he recognized it. The suit of ancient plate armor was jet black in color, its design intricate and solemn. It radiated a feeling of dark resolve and stalwart adamantine grace. All parts of it were perfectly fitted to one anode, creating an almost seamless barrier of impenetrable steel. Or rather stone, because the dusty armor was almost exactly the same as the one the stone saint was wearing. Of course, there were some differences. For starters, this one was somehow more impressive. It felt as though it had once belonged to a creature of higher status than the steadfast Shadow. While Shadow's armor was made out of dark granite, this one was cut out of pure black onyx. Its glossy surface seemed to absorb and devour any light that fell on it. And that was just in its dormant state. Once it was animated like that of the stone saint, who knew how fearsome it would become. Why was this treasure gathering dust in a badly lit corner of the memory market? Sonny frowned. Yes, he was most likely the only person in the dark city who had seen the formidable living statues up close. But still, everything about the onyx armor screamed of how incredible of a memory it was. What was it doing here, neglected and seemingly forgotten? He had a lot of questions. Finally, he managed to reach the armor without showing how interested in it he was. With a false expression of boredom on his face, Sonny raised a hand and absent-mindedly put it on the jet black breastplate. A moment later, his mask of boredom almost cracked. His pupils widened. What he saw beneath the surface of the armor shocked him to the core. The weave of ethereal diamond strings inside it was on a completely another level from anything he had ever seen. It was much more complex and vast than even that of the puppeteer's shroud, which was not surprising, considering that there were no less than 6 glowing embers connecting it all together. And those embers were much larger and brighter than those inside his current memories. Sonny gulped. In front of him, covered in dust, was an ascended memory of the 6th tier, something that only a fallen terror could leave behind. Jackpot! His glee, however, did not last long. Almost instantly, Sonny noticed that there was something wrong with the weave of the onyx armor. It was damaged. Thousands of strings were torn apart, leaving the whole pattern broken and full of disharmony. Instead of flowing seamlessly, they floated in the darkness, untethered from each other and the nexuses. The whole thing was a mess. That's why he couldn't feel any logic or purpose in the weave. It was simply not there anymore. Sonny frowned. How could a memory stay damaged beyond repair? That didn't make any sense. Memories were supposed to repair themselves inside the soul sea as long as they were not completely destroyed. This rule was pretty much universal. It couldn't be broken. Unless a seed of understanding appeared in his mind. However, before Sonny could elaborate on his idea, Stev chuckled and put a giant hand on his shoulder. What an awesome armor, right, my dear friend Sonny? Saying that, he leaned forward and laughed. Throughout Sonny's exploration of the memory market, Stev had approached him several times to describe the most alluring qualities of his wares, or simply to chat. He was obviously bored out of his mind in this windowless hall. Sonny stared at him and blinked a couple of times. If you only knew what kind of a priceless treasure this is, fool. Of all the pieces of crap in this market of yours, this one is by far the most outrageous. I can hardly believe that you had the audacity to show it to people. By which he meant that it was genuinely the best memory in this whole room, if not in the whole castle, except for Gunlog's golden armor, of course. However, if it sounded as though he was blaming Stev for being shameless and trying to sell people an utter piece of crap, well, he couldn't do anything about that, right? Stev sighed. Usually, I would get into an argument and try to defend my inventory, but I can't really disagree this time. This armor, no matter how awesome it looks, is indeed absolutely useless. It has been here from long before I was put in charge of the market, actually. I even consider it to be a sort of mascot. Sonny scratched the back of his head. How come no one ever bought it? He was pretty sure that he knew, but needed to hear what was Stev's explanation to glean how much the giant man understood. Stev shrugged. Why would anyone buy it? Have you not noticed that it's made of stone? Like actual stone? It's so heavy that not even Tessie can move under all the weight. Maybe an awakened would be able to, but to us sleepers, wearing this armor is pretty much like trying to walk around dressed in a mountain. And that stone is not that hard to break, too. He looked at the onyx armor and sighed. Actually, this armor has quite a story. It once belonged to a member of the legendary cohort that conquered this castle. Some even say that it belonged to the First Lord himself. Supposedly, it had an enchantment that made it much lighter back then. He looked at the armor with doubt. But when they were fighting, some ancient terror, maybe the spire messenger who lived here, the armor was seriously damaged. Something went very wrong, the enchantment was broken, and it turned into a piece of stone. It's so damaged that even the spell can't make sense of it, simply describing it as unknown that, unknown this. Sonny had to force himself to not hold his breath. The stone saint was, supposedly, created by one of the unknown. It made sense that the armaments of her kind were too. Regardless, it didn't matter that much. He was now pretty sure that he knew why the onyx armor was remaining in its dormant form and couldn't repair itself. It had to do with the difference between the sleepers and the awakened. Once a sleeper finished his trial by walking through a gateway, they would take the final step to becoming a true awakened. Their way of entering the dream realm would change, their aspect would unlock a second ability, and their core would evolve to the next rank. There was a quantitative jump in power, but most of the difference came from the qualitative one. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 174, Shopping Spree. Just like dreamers gained the ability to perceive and interact with soul cores, awakened were able to interact with soul essence. By channeling it inside their bodies, they were able to utilize it more efficiently and achieve greater results. The ability to channel soul essence was also vital to unlocking the full potential of higher-rank memories. Besides the general rarity of such memories, there was another reason why legacy clans did not just equip their scions with weapons of tremendous power and let them sail to the gateway without meeting any resistance. It was because sleepers simply had no way to activate powerful enchantments. Even Gunlog was mostly using his transcendent armor just for its durability, with a single passive enchantment serving as a nice, but unimportant bonus. In the hand of an awakened with the ability to channel soul essence into it, the golden armor would have been far more formidable. Which is where the paradox that rendered the onyx armor unusable came into play. From his experience dealing with the stone saint, Sonny knew that her armor, just like the strange creature itself, had a very special spellweave. It was, in essence, a living armament. Unlike most memories that could function on their own, it was simply a piece of dead stone when the main enchantment wasn't active. So after the onyx armor was damaged, it had to be awoken with soul essence to assume its true form and repair itself. However, there was no human on the Forgotten Shore capable of channeling soul essence, and so it remained broken, which in turn made it useless to all the humans here. What a shame that I'll be able to buy it for a measly sum of soul shards from these fools, and feed it to my shadow, ha. Sonny didn't really care whether the armor was intact or not. All he cared about was that it had 6 ascended embers that his stone saint could devour. Maybe she'll even gain something extra because of her close affinity with the armor. After all, they came from the same source. For a moment, Sonny considered the idea that his shadow might refuse to destroy the memory for the same reason, but then discarded it. She was just a shadow, after all. His will was her will, right? Now all that remained was to make the purchase. Sonny scoffed. So it's just a decoration, how tacky. Shaking his head, he threw one last glance at the onyx armor, forced himself to turn away, and continued to walk around the memory market. 10 minutes later, he walked over to Kai and silently handed him the rucksack. Then, he named the memories he wanted him to buy. The charming young man blinked a couple of times, then said, Wait, you weren't joking. You really want to buy 10 memories. Sunny frowned at him and hissed. Keep your voice down. We need people to think that you are the one buying them, remember. Kai hesitated, then massaged his temples. Sunny, my friend, don't take it the wrong way, but you do know how much memories cost, right? Instead of answering, Sunny gestured to the rucksack. Open it, you idiot. The archer sighed and opened the clasp of the rucksack. Then he almost dropped it. Inside the crude backpack, dozens of soul shards were softly glowing in the dark. There were around 70 of them in there, at least. Kai's hands trembled. Raising his head, he stared at Sunny with wide eyes and whispered with horror. Sunny, where did you get all these shards? 70 shards was more than most of the people in the Dark City would see in their lifetime. The contents of the unassuming rucksack were enough to start a chain of bloody conflicts that could culminate in a small war. Sunny stared at him and shrugged. What do you mean? They were just gathering dust in my bedroom. I would bring more, but the rest wouldn't fit in the rucksack. Kai looked as though he was on the verge of fainting. He blushed in embarrassment. I bet he's remembering how he was bragging about being rich and tried to bribe me with a promise of 10 whole shards, which, in his words, was a small fortune. Ha! While Sunny was silently gloating, a sudden shadow ran over the beautiful archer's face. In a small voice, he said, Wait, Sunny, did you say bedroom? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Sure, why? Kai shut his eyes. So you actually live in that cathedral? There was no point in denying it anymore, really. That's right. Looking at Sunny with a pleading expression, the charming young man asked, Then what about the fallen devil? Is there really a fallen devil in that cathedral? Sunny looked at him with confusion. That bastard, yup, he's there, what about him? A shaky breath escaped from Kai's mouth. Looking weak and defeated, he shook his head, opened his mouth, then closed it again and simply stared at a wall for some time. He had the look of a man who suddenly realized that nothing in the world made sense anymore. When Kai finally regained his ability to speak, his enchanting voice sounded strangely listless. I'll go buy the memories, I guess. Sunny offered him a bright smile. That'd be great, thanks. Shaking his head, the archer called Stev over and slowly listed the memories that Sunny told him to buy, including the damaged onyx armor. With each next one he named, Stev's expression grew weirder and weirder. By the end, he was almost green. Night, buddy. I really don't want to offend our friend Sunny and your choice of advisors, but you literally chose the 10 worst memories I have in the inventory by far. If it was anyone else, I would have been ecstatic to get rid of them. But, I simply can't do this to you. Please reconsider. Kai glanced at Sunny, asking what to do. It seemed that he didn't want to see his new friend make a terrible mistake. Sunny smiled. Worst, you say? You said it yourself, right? Everyone heard that. I guess you'll give us a big discount then. Stev stared at him with a bizarre expression on his face. Then he said, I don't think you understand. When I say worst, what I mean is that they're trash, complete trash. You do understand what trash means, right? Sunny shrugged. Well, you know what they say, one man's trash is another man's breakfast. Wait, no, another man's a treasure. Yeah, treasure, that's right. Sometime later, in an empty corridor of the bright castle, Kai took Sunny by the hand. A moment later, several sparks of energy traveled between them. Sunny tilted his head and listened to the silence. Soon, he heard the faintly familiar voice of the spell whisper. You have received a memory. You have received a memory. You have received a memory. After the 10th announcement, everything grew quiet again. Sunny grinned. Just like that, he had gained 10 memories to feed to his shadow. He even managed to purchase a Tier 6 Ascended armor for the laughable sum of 7 soul shards. What a bargain! Ah, it's good to be rich. However, soon the grin disappeared from his face. Instead, something dark glistened in his eyes. It was time to have a talk with Nephis. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 175, Reunion. On the way out of the castle, Kai was strangely silent. Sunny didn't mind because he had a lot to think about. Going back to that lodge, there were a lot of things there that he had hoped to never see, feel, or experience again. For a moment, he even thought about rushing straight back to his cathedral without making good on his promise. But why should he? It's not like he asked to be invited back. Nephis was the one who wanted his help with something. Just pretend like you don't care. Also, demand to be compensated for whatever it is they want you to do. You're an outsider now, and your services won't be cheap. Yeah, that was the best option. He wasn't going to agree to anything that didn't serve his own selfish interests. And there were a lot of things that Changing Star, with her thriving hunting party and following, could provide him with. There was this one thing in particular, something he really wanted to do but couldn't on his own. Maybe they would be able to help him with that. As they were approaching the lodge, Kai suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Sonny, why did you want me to come with you, really?" Sonny sighed. Glancing at the charming archer, he hesitated, then said, "I want you to tell me if I'm being lied to." Kai frowned. "I thought that Lady Nephis was your friend. Why are you so wary of her?" Sonny chuckled. Was she a friend? Even he didn't know what exactly the two of them were to each other. Worse yet, he wasn't sure what they would become. She's the kind of friend you don't really want to lower your guard around. He lingered for a moment, then added, "There's also a guy called Castor. He's the one I especially don't trust." The archer raised his eyebrows. "I've heard only good things about Castor. Why him?" "Specifically?" Sonny cast a sideways glance at him and scowled. To be honest, Castor hadn't really done anything to deserve his hostility. But there just was something about the proud legacy that gave Sonny a familiar feeling. He was too perfect. In Sonny's experience, only people with bad intentions were capable of appearing so flawless. Perhaps he was wrong, but the policy of always assuming the worst had too clean of a track record to be abandoned now. "He just gives me the creeps." Seemingly satisfied with this answer, Kai shrugged and followed Sonny into the lodge. The headquarters of Changing Star's hunting party had changed a lot since his last visit. It had already looked pretty presentable back when he was a member, but now the lodge was much more impressive. The first thing that caught the eye was that it had grown much bigger. During the months of his absence, additional structures were built to expand it both horizontally and vertically. Now, it was by far the largest building in the outer settlement, almost starting to resemble a small town hall. It was heavily fortified, too, especially from the side that faced the white road. A couple of lookouts were visible on the roof, observing the ruins below. They were wearing armor-type memories and holding bows in their hands. It was a far cry from how things were before. Inside, a lot of people were busy with various tasks. Sonny froze for a moment, disoriented by all the activity. He almost felt as though he had somehow mistakenly returned to the castle. The reason for it was not the neat and tastefully decorated interior, with warm carpets covering the stone floor and various tapestries hanging on the sturdy stone walls. No, the main difference was in how the people here comported themselves. The rod of hopelessness was almost gone from their eyes, replaced with energy and vigor. Sonny frowned. Why hasn't Gunlog put an end to all this yet? From everything that he saw, Nephis was almost asking to be destroyed. How was all of this possible? His grim thoughts were disrupted by a young woman who greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, can I help you with something?" Sonny stared at the smiling girl, trying to remember if he knew her. No one came to mind. Trying to remove the scowl from his face, he answered in a flat tone. "Neph is expecting me." The young woman blinked. Sorry, who is Neph?" Sonny rolled his eyes. "Sorry, Lady Nephis is expecting me. You know, Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan." The young woman's eyes widened. "Oh, I see. Let me show you the way." Sonny wanted to retorn that he knew the way, but truth be told, he wasn't sure that he did. With all the changes that happened to the lodge, he had no idea where things were. On their way, they passed the tiny room that used to belong to him. Just as they were walking by, Sonny glanced inside and saw that it was now home to someone else. In fact, he recognized a couple of things that the new owner left on the narrow cot. They were casters. A corner of his mouth curled upward. "Figures." It seemed as though he was thoroughly replaced by the scion of the Han Li clan. Well, whatever. The cot was not very comfortable anyway, unlike his luxurious wide bed in the hidden chamber of the cathedral. Finally, the young woman led them to the area that used to be the central hall of the old lodge. Now, it was separated from the rest of it by a thick wall, with a sturdy wooden door barring the way inside. Sonny took a deep breath, then walked in. He had imagined that moment a lot of times in the past. Granted, he never thought that his reunion with the cohort would happen in the presence of an unreasonably attractive, wash-it-out pop star. But still. Inside the room, a wide window opened onto an eerily breathtaking view of the dark city. On the wall beside it, a map of the ruins was littered with various markings that contained valuable information. They seemed to be much denser than before. There was a large wooden table beside the window, around which stood 7 makeshift chairs. Currently, only 2 were occupied. Effie was sitting on one, her feet unceremoniously resting on the table. As always, she looked extremely comfortable and relaxed. On the chair next to her, a beautiful blind girl was cradling a cup in her delicate hands. It was Cassie. Nephis and Castor stood near the map, discussing something with each other. The 4 of them were the core of the immortal flame hunting party. Once Sonny and Kai entered, everyone turned to them. Sonny put on a brave face and forced out a grin. Oh, so many familiar faces. Hi, everyone. No need to say how much you missed me. Anyway, this is Kai. Kai, say hi to everyone. These are Cassie, Castor, and Effie. You already know Nephis. Giving him a strange look, the charming archer smiled dazzlingly and said in his stupidly beautiful voice, Hello, Lady Nephis, Cassie, Castor, Huntress Athena. It's very nice to meet you." Cassie giggled. You W. "Aunt, believe it, guys, I thought I just heard Knight from Nightingale say my name. Crazy, right?" Kai blinked. "Oh, sorry, I'm Knight from Nightingale, actually." Effie leaned forward and extended one arm. Cassie's face, meanwhile, grew deathly pale. An expression of utter terror appeared on it. Her hands trembled and the cup she was holding fell from them. Catching the cup just a moment before it hit the floor, Effie sighed and shook her head. "Every time, this happens every time." Sonny furrowed his brow and glanced at the beautiful archer with disdain. Oh, come on, was that reaction really necessary? Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 176, Coming Clean. The 4 people in the room reacted to his arrival differently. Nephis seemed to be indifferent, as always. However, Sonny knew her well enough to notice a strange tension hiding in the depths of her calm gray eyes. Castor greeted him with an amiable smile, but there was coldness hiding behind it. It seemed as though the handsome scion was not happy about this turn of events. Did he see him as a rival for Neph's attention, or was there more to it? In any case, it was not Sonny's problem. He did not plan on returning to the cohort on a permanent basis. Castor could have all the attention to himself. Effie looked at him with a genuine surprise. "Doofus, you are actually alive." Sonny blinked and stared at her for a few moments, then said in an acrid tone, "Sorry to disappoint." She shook her head. No, just, how the hell did you manage to survive 3 whole months in the ruins?" He grinned. "What can I say? I had a good teacher." Since Effie was the one who taught him how to navigate the dark city, that compliment was directed at her. However, the huntress simply shook her head. "No student of mine would be stupid enough to actually live in the ruins, not to mention returning looking so feral." "Do I look feral?" Sonny took a mental picture of himself. Ragged clothes, dirty hair, a crooked grin, a hint of madness burning in his eyes. No, he couldn't see anything wrong with how he looked. In fact, the thought he looked great. With an offended frown, he glanced at Effie and said, "Yeah, well, you look like you've gained a little weight. In all the right places." "Focus, fool." The huntress glared at him for a few moments, then laughed. "A girl got to eat, but also wanna die." And finally, there was Cassie. Cassie seemed to have changed the most out of all of them. The changes were not instantly apparent, but to Sonny, who knew her so well, they were unmistakable. The blind girl seemed more mature. She looked older somehow. It was as if there was an invisible weight pressing down on her, the kind that people usually accumulated with the flow of years. Her demeanor was calmer, more restrained, almost cold. "Welcome back, Sonny. I'm so happy that you are all right." Giving him a polite smile, she grew silent and turned away. This was exactly the kind of welcome he had expected from her. He had been sure that the blind girl would give him a hug at least. That was how it always happened in his head. Maybe she is shy because of Kai. However, Sonny had a feeling that he already knew the true reason for her subdued attitude. He just didn't want to admit it. It was the vision, that damn vision. Chasing away the feeling of dread, he sat down on one of the chairs and offered another one to Kai. So, what did you guys want to discuss? Nephis and Castor exchanged glances. Before saying anything, Castor walked over to the door and closed it. After that, he summoned a memory that looked like a bone flute and placed it on the table. Immediately, something in the room imperceptibly changed. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What is that thing?" The handsome young man sat on a chair next to Changing Star and said, "This memory has an enchantment that creates a cone of silence. No one outside this room will be able to hear what we're talking about now." This fact alone was already enough to tell Sonny that they were going to discuss something that had to do with the bright Lord, Gunlog himself. Suddenly, he felt an irrational desire to be anywhere else but in this brightly lit room. The wide window began to look very alluring. He sighed. "So the bright Lord is finally ready to obliterate you all? Can't say that I'm surprised. If anything, it's strange that he didn't make a move much earlier." Effie giggled. "Oh, did he ever?" Nephis glanced at her, making the huntress fall silent, and turned to Sonny. "You are right, the bright Lord is indeed about to make a move. We have withstood his previous attacks, but they were just a rehearsal. A few provocations to test out strength. Now he is ready to act in earnest, and that's why I need your help." Sonny raised his eyebrow. "How can a cockroach like me help the great and mighty Changing Star of the immortal Flame clan?" Effie gave him and Nephis a strange look, then cleared her throat. "Don't take it to hear. Princess, but I sort of agree with Sonny. What can this little imp, no offense, Sonny, do that we caw? I mean, he is a decent scout, but—" "Hey, offense taken." Changing Star smiled, then looked at Sonny. "Don't be misled by his act, Effie. Sonny might behave like a cowardly weakling, but in fact, he's the last person in the Dark City I would want to face in combat. He is far more dangerous than anyone thinks he is. Isn't it right, Sonny?" The smile froze on his face. A few moments passed in silence with everyone staring at him. Finally, Sonny sighed. "Oh well, I guess the secret is out of the box. Surprise, everybody, I'm actually not a weakling, who could have thought?" Then he glared at Effie and added in a mocking tone, "Oh, my mistake. Actually, everyone except for you already knew. It seems that you are." However, Neph interrupted him. That's why he was able to survive 3 months in the ruins, just like he had survived 2 in the labyrinth. Sonny is an extremely formidable fighter. Wow, is she trying to flatter me? He's just a bit of a devious asshole, but that's exactly what makes him so dangerous. I guess not. Looking at Effie, Sonny shrugged and smirked. If you don't believe her, just ask Knight. Suddenly dragged into the conversation, Kai coughed, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Yes, I can confirm. He is indeed a bit of an asshole." Sonny's face twitched. "Not that, tell them how I saved you." The charming archer fluttered his eyelashes with an innocent look, then added, "Oh, right. Indeed, Sonny saved me in the ruins last night. He is a very exceptional and resourceful individual." Sonny glanced at Effie with triumph. He didn't really want to provoke the tall huntress any further, but she did call him a little imp. "See, Knight has known me for just 1 night, but even he was able to see how fearsome I am. You and I, on the other hand, had hunted together for an entire month. How come you're so dense?" Whatever, it's not like he would be spending a lot of time with Effie. Let her boil with anger. With a teasing smile on his lips, Sonny turned to Nephis and asked, "Anyway, what exactly do you want me to do?" Changing Star hesitated, then said, "I want you to take Effie to your hideout in the ruins and keep her safe there for about a week." Sonny blinked. "Oh no. I'm dead." Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 177, Cloak and Dagger. Sonny grew silent and tried very hard not to look at the huntress, who was glaring at him with murder in her eyes. Did he hear it right? Excuse me, keep her safe." Nephis gave him a nod, then hesitated for a few moments and sighed. I guess I owe you an explanation. With a frown, she glanced at the map of the dark city. Her gaze was fixed on the symbol of a tower drawn in its center with white paint. The bright castle. After a few moments, she said, "You asked why Gunlog hasn't killed us all yet. This is a good question. However, the answer is complicated." Changing Star turned her head and looked at Sunny. "Partially, it is because I have not challenged him openly yet. I also haven't done anything to justify an intervention. Everything we have accomplished for the benefit of the outer settlement not only fell outside the purview of his reign over the castle, but also strengthened the human position on the Forgotten Shore overall. Officially, he has no grounds to accuse me." Sunny scoffed. "It's not like Gunlog really needs justification. He only needs the pretense of one, and even then just barely." Nephis slightly frowned. "You are right. If he really wanted to escalate the situation and bring about an open conflict, he could have easily created a reason. Alternatively, he could have sent Horus under the cover of night to make me disappear without a trace. But he didn't, and we are not entirely sure why." Sunny blinked. "You do know." Glancing at Castor, Neph shook her head. "There are several possible reasons. Perhaps he is uncertain if Horus will be able to dispose of me. Perhaps he is using the growing status of the outer settlement as a deterrent against his lieutenants' ambitions. Perhaps he is just confident and patient. Whatever the case, Gunlog more or less tolerated our existence for these past 4 months." Castor sighed and added, "Of course, there were still challenges we had to overcome. If we weren't cautious in how we dealt with these provocations, things would have been very different." Changing Star nodded. "Indeed, there were several attempts to taunt us into confrontation already. Nothing too bloody, though. However, things seem to have changed. We received word from the castle that Gunlog is going to act against us soon. This time he is aiming at one of my companions. The attack will be a serious one, and the target is Effie." Sunny glanced at the unruly huntress and raised his eyebrows. He had a lot of questions. "Why hers?" Castor clenched his fists. "It could have been any of us, really, B. Effie, despite all my warnings, got into a rather vulgar argument with a bunch of guards who came into the outer settlement for some entertainment. Coincidentally, some of these guards went missing last night. No one knows what happened to them." Oops. Sunny was pretty sure that he knew exactly what had happened to them, though. After all, he was the one who killed them. But Castor didn't need to know any of this. "Actually, I might know something about that," Kai suddenly said, smiling like an idiot. "Who asked that fool to open his mouth?" He tried to make the archer shut up with a murderous stare, but it was already too late. Kai enthusiastically went on to describe how he was kidnapped, put in the well, and then rescued by a mysterious stranger who turned out to be Sunny. Luckily, he was under the impression that the kidnappers were all slaughtered by the Black Knight, not realizing that Sunny was the one who had lured them into the cathedral in the first place, after personally killing their leader. If Kai knew the full truth, things might have turned rather awkward. After he was done talking, Castor sighed. "Thank you, this is a very valuable piece of information. Sadly, it doesn't change anything. Effie is still in danger. The Bright Lord is going to use her as a hostage and force Lady Nephis to challenge him. If she does, he will kill her. If she doesn't, Effie will die and our reputation will be ruined. Either way, he wins." Sunny cast a sideways glance at Effie, who was still relaxed and seemingly undisturbed by the prospect of dying horribly in the dungeons of the Bright Castle. In fact, she was currently more interested in fishing out a piece of meat that was stuck between her pearly teeth and not paying Castor any attention. What a lunatic, Sunny thought with scorn, making his shadow shake its head at the irony of that statement. Turning to Nephis and Castor, he asked, "How do you know all this?" In fact, this question was moot. He already had the idea. To receive information about Gunlog's plans, they had to have a spy in the castle. More than that, given the nature of that information, it had to be someone of considerable rank, perhaps even someone in the inner circle of the Bright Lord. Was Neph working with one of the lieutenants? Sunny counted the number of chairs in the room. There were 7 chairs, but only 6 people. "Interesting." Castor hesitated, then reluctantly said, "We have an ally." Sunny decided not to press the issue any further. Frankly, he didn't really want to know. There was just one last question he wanted to ask. I see. Well, there is this one thing that I don't really understand. You said to keep Effie safe for a week. What is going to change in a week? I doubt that Gunlog will magically forget everything after a few days. A heavy silence descended on the room. No one seemed to want to speak first. After a few moments passed, Nephis finally broke the silence. Looking in the window, she leaned back and said in her usual even, indifferent tone, "In a week, we will be ready to leave the city." Sonny almost fell from his chair. That was not what he had expected to hear. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 178, Lost Expedition. Soon, another map was spread on the table. This one was drawn on a piece of crude parchment made out of monster hide, and much less detailed than the one hanging on the wall. Well, that was understandable, because the second map did not depict the Dark City but the Forgotten Shore itself. Sonny stared at it in stunned silence. Yeah, Nephis had not wasted any time during these 3 months. He had no idea how she had gathered all this information, but there was a lot more on the map than he could have ever imagined. At the center of it, a straight black light depicted the Crimson Spire. The labyrinth flowed from it, devouring the parchment like an ocean of blood. To the east, a small circle of black ink with a symbol of a white tower inside of it marked the Dark City. The city was perched on the edge of another, much larger circle. It didn't take too much effort to recognize the Cyclopean crater. After all, Sonny had traversed it on a rickety boat once, a lifetime ago. However, only now, looking at it in scale, did he finally realize just how giant the crater was and how vast the Forgotten Shore itself appeared. Back on Earth, it would have been as large as a continent. The Dream Realm was indeed much bigger than their own planet, considering that just one of its numerous regions was this enormous. There were other symbols on the map that he didn't recognize. However, several of them attracted his attention especially. On the other side of the crater, almost exactly opposite the Dark City, a symbol of a tree depicted the Ashen Barrow. Some distance to the east of it, on a straight line, there was a mark in the shape of a red cross. Another red cross was drawn inside the crater, just outside the eastern side of the Dar. City. The third one was about a week's worth of traveling time to the north, near a symbol that looked like a grotesque, misshapen skull. The fourth one was halfway between the ruins and the Crimson Spire. The fifth one lay to the south, about the same distance as the third, drawn atop the symbol of an arching bridge. The last red cross was at the very edge of the parchment, far away to the south, beyond the labyrinth. Near it, 2 symbols were drawn. One was a crown, and the other one was a question mark. Sonny quickly realized what these crosses represented. They were the giant statues of the 7 forgotten heroes, who had given the terrible oath to vanquish the darkness and created the Starlight Legion. The one to the east of the Soul Devourer was the statue of the knight that he had used as a shelter on his first night in the Dream Realm. The one near the walls of the city belonged to the woman whose hand had saved them from drowning in the dark sea on the night of their escape. The other 4 crosses, most likely, marked 4 more headless statues. But where was the 7th? Frowning, Sonny glanced at the map and said, "So let me get this straight. You want to leave the Dark City, cross the labyrinth, reach the edges of the Forgotten Shore, and then return?" Nephis smiled. "Pretty much, yes." He sighed. "If we somehow survive the months of traveling through the labyrinth and actually manage to escape it, why the hell would we return?" The smile on her face withered. Changing Star lingered for a few moments, then pointed to the 3 symbols at the lower edge of the map: the red cross, the question mark, and the crown. The first lord of the castle led an expedition to find the way out of the Forgotten Shore. This is where their trace disappeared. From what we were able to learn, an unassailable mountain chain blocks the path to the south. They ventured into the mountains and never returned. Nothing but death awaits us there. Sonny scratched the back of his head. "So you aren't really looking for a way out. You're looking for the remains of the cohort of sleepers that had conquered the castle 15 years ago." Neff nodded. "There is an item that they took away from the castle. If we find it, we'll have a chance in the fight against Gunlog." Sonny frowned. He felt as though she was not telling him everything. Maybe what little trust remained between them was not enough to share those secrets. Maybe she didn't want someone else in the room to hear them. But then again, he didn't really care. Changing Star's business was her own. Sonny was just here as a potential mercenary, As long as the reward was worth it, he was ready to not ask any questions. Provided that not knowing the answers was not going to get him killed, of course. Feeling his hesitation, Nephis added, "The way to the mountains is not as dangerous as you think. There is a method we can use to reach them comparatively safely, but once we're there, that's where we'll need your talents. Having you with us will make a lot of things easier." Sunny looked at her with doubt. "How do you know all this? It's not like there's anyone in the Dark City who was alive back then." Nephis shrugged. "There isn't, but there are stories, some written evidence. However, most of this we have learned from Cassie's visions." She gave the blind girl a warm look. "Cassie has helped us a lot." Sunny had to think. If Changing Star made this plan, it meant that she had good reasons to believe that it was doable. Of course, there would be danger. Nothing on the Forgotten Shore was ever safe or easy. But there was a rare opportunity in all of this, too. He felt very tempted to leave the ruins for a few months in the company of an extremely formidable cohort. Outside the walls of the Dark City, nightmare creatures were generally of a lower rank than those inside. The efficiency of his hunting would be much higher, which would land him more shadow fragments and memories to feed to the Stone Saint. Especially if powerhouses like Nephis, Effie, and Castor were fighting alongside him. But more importantly, if Cassie was there to warn them of the dangers that they had no business trying to fight. He never forgot how many times her affinity to mysteries and revelations had saved their lives in the past. Like on that awful night when they had summoned a terrifying mimic from the depths of the Dark Sea. With a true seer accompanying them, the most harrowing thing about the labyrinth, the cursed black waters, were not as unknowable and thus deadly anymore. So he was not immediately against the idea, more so because he would be additionally compensated for the efforts. But there was something else that he had to consider. Looking up, Sunny glanced at the people gathered in the room and cleared his throat. I would like to talk to Nephis alone, please." Most of them just stared at him without moving. Castor, especially, did not seem happy about the prospect. "What is it, Abu? Him and Neph, why is he so possessive?" But after Changing Star gave them a look, they reluctantly stood up and left the room one after another. Soon, Sunny and Nephis were left alone. He hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. His voice was raw and hoarse. "Neph, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to pull me back? Don't you know how this all will end?" She watched him silently for a while with an inexorable expression. Then she simply said, "Because there's only two people I trust in this world, Sunny. One is Cassie, the other one is you. I only trust you to have my back." He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Have your back, Neph. You know what awaits the two of us in the future. This story won't have a happy ending. There'll be only sorrow, pain, and rage. Remember." Changing Star lingered for a few moments. Her face was calm and firm. When the silence became almost overwhelming, she finally answered, "Life is not a story, Sunny. It only ends when you die." He smiled crookedly, not knowing how to answer. "So, will you help me?" Sunny sighed and stood up, glancing at the map of the Forgotten Shore one last time. "I don't know. I need some time to think. I'll take Effie and keep her safe for a week. You'll have the answer once we meet again." She nodded, accepting that condition. Turning around, Sunny forced himself to appear nonchalant and left. As soon as the door closed behind him, his expression changed. "Damn, I forgot to discuss my compensation. It would look really silly if he went back now, right?" "Right." The shadow palmed its face, once again lamenting the stupidity of its master. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 179, New Generation. Once outside, Sunny spent some time finding Effie and Kai. The two of them were in the dining area of the lodge, discussing something between themselves. There was no sign of Cassie anywhere, but he did notice Castor observing him from the stairs leading to the second floor. "Is she avoiding me?" Somewhat disappointed, Sunny landed on a chair next to the two locals he had come to know and gave them a dark look. "What, the two of you know each other?" Kai smiled. "Who doesn't know Huntress Athena? We had a few brushes in the past." Deciding not to inquire what type of brushes he was talking about, Sunny sighed and asked, "Does she know about that peculiar flaw of yours?" The charming young man blinked a couple of times, The said with confusion. I guess so. I don't make a secret out of it. Great, of all the people in the world. He got stuck with two weirdos who had no qualms about telling every random stranger about their most hidden vulnerability. Well, if he had a flaw like Kai's, he wouldn't worry about it too much either. Lucky bastard. Since there was no point in pretending anymore, Sonny simply asked, well, was anyone in that room lying? Effie grinned. Ah, so that's why you dragged Knight along, paranoid much. Sonny would love nothing more than to ignore that question, but unfortunately, his own flaw was much more restrictive than Kai's. Not at all. In fact, I think that I'm exactly as paranoid as a person should be, by which I mean extremely, of course. Saying that, he looked at the charming Archer with expectation. Kai hesitated for a few moments. No, no one said a single lie. Your friends are all extremely honest people, Sonny. Oh, you poor lamb. Not knowing how to react to that display of naivete, Sonny shook his head and lowered his voice. Not even Castor. Kai gave him a nod. No, he was honest too. Was Sonny wrong? Was Castor really just an honest and honorable guy? Was his distrust irrational? Somewhat unsure, Sonny lingered for a bit and then turned to Effie. Neph and I agreed to continue our conversation in a week. Until then, you'll be under my protection. The huntress giggled. Wow, that makes me feel real safe. Thanks, Shorty. He grimaced. Don't you worry, I might not look like much, but wait till you see my roommate. Kai suddenly choked on his drink and paled a little. Reminded of something, Sonny patted him on the back and said, Anyway, thanks for your help. Our deal is done. See you around, I guess. He was not going to miss this guy one bit. Sonny wasn't winning any prizes with his looks already, but next to Kai, he seemed downright barely above average. The charming Archer looked at him for a few moments, then forced out a smile. Yeah, it was nice to make your acquaintance, Sonny. I can honestly say that spending time with you is an unforgettable experience. With that, he glanced at Effie with something that resembled pity, rose, and left. The two of them were left alone. The huntress looked around with a weary expression, and then asked in a neutral tone, So, when do we leave? Sonny didn't hesitate. Right now, honestly, I can wait to get back to the ruins. This place, it gives me the creeps. Effie gave him a strange look, then shrugged. Sure, no problem, let's dit. CH this scary place and go hide in the ancient cursed ruins. At least we can feel safe there, right? Sometime later, they were carefully walking through the streets of the dark city. Being here in daylight was not something Sonny was accustomed to, so he was justifiably tense. Luckily, both of them were experienced hunters and worked well together. Sonny fell into the familiar rhythm of cooperating with Effie without skipping a bit, as though 3 whole months had not passed since they last saw each other. It was honestly nothing short of jolly. At some point, the unruly huntress glanced at him and asked, But seriously, how did you survive, Sonny? He gave her a dark look, then shrugged. How do you think? You know that I am very good at hiding in the shadows. I slept during the day and hunted during the night. Observed my prey carefully before striking at their weak spots. If I ever met something I wasn't sure I could kill, I ran. She became thoughtful for a while, then said, It's noticeable, you know, you've changed. You feel like a true hunter now. Sonny grinned. Well, I would hope so. I hunted more nightmare creatures than was reasonable, really. She smirked. How many? That was a good question. Sonny hesitated before answering. Around 60, yeah, no more than that, I think. Together with those terrors he had slain in the labyrinth, his kill count had long ago moved past 100. Effie blinked and looked at him with a dark expression. That many hunts in only 3 months, the number was nothing short of staggering. Actually, it was completely insane. Out in the real world, it was widely known that awakened nightmare creatures were too tough for mere sleepers to fight. Anyone who managed to prevail in a battle against one would earn themselves a proper reputation. Killing a dozen would make a person famous. If Sonny were to return home and claim that he had slaughtered 100, most of them in a cursed ruin populated by fallen abominations, the news of his accomplishment would fly around the whole planet in an instant. He would be hailed as an unparalleled genius and a hope of the entire generation. And yet there were dozens of people just like him in the dark city, many of them even more accomplished. Much more. Effie had several hundred hunts under her belt. There were a couple more hunters in the outer settlement whose track record was just as impressive, even if with the death of Jubei their numbers had shrunk. Inside the bright castle, there was Gunlog himself, his 5 lieutenants, all the pathfinders of the host, more than a few experienced hunters, and even a handful of guards with a lot of battle scars to prove their prowess. All of them were at a level that sleepers simply weren't supposed to ever achieve. The Forgotten Shore was truly an interesting place. If Nephis were to somehow succeed and bring even just several of them back to the real world, how would the world change? Would other things that had been considered impossible before suddenly have their status put under scrutiny? Was it the reason why the spell gave her the name Changing Star? Was Neph destined to not only create change, but also be the catalyst of it? Consumed with these thoughts, Sunny walked through the cursed ruins. Soon, a familiar shape of the cathedral appeared before his eyes. Looking at it, Sunny shuddered. He had been honest when he told Effie about how he managed to survive all this time. However, he had failed to mention how close he came to dying in the process. The memory of his first visit to the cathedral and its consequences was something he really liked to avoid. Source WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 180 Breakpoint. It happened a few weeks after he left the castle behind. Back then, Sunny was just starting to feel confident in the absolute darkness of the cursed night. He stalked the ruins, searching for prey and slaying one monster after another. Looking back, those few victories might have gone to his head a little. Or maybe he was just too sane to survive alone in the dark city. It was the first meeting with the Black Knight that caused him to lose that state of mind. Sunny did not become interested in the ruined cathedral by accident, nor was he led there by empty curiosity. In fact, he had noticed something strange about the ancient temple and decided to explore it after careful consideration. Because the thing he saw was too alluring to ignore. At dawn, for a few short minutes, he could see a weak, ethereal golden glow emanating from the dark cathedral. The same golden glow he had seen twice before. Once deep within the ruby droplets of his own blood after consuming the drop of ichor, and another time exuding from Changing Star's unconscious body after her battle with the horror of the depths. Without having to guess, Sunny knew what this golden shine was. It was the light of divinity, with his own eyes altered by the drop of divine blood, which was left on the talons of the vile, thieving bird after it had stolen Weaver's eye. Sunny was somehow able to perceive it. Considering that both Nephis and he possessed some measure of divine affinity, it wasn't hard to come to this conclusion. More than that, the circumstances surrounding the awakening of his ability to see the golden glow supported it. Thus, hoping to find another treasure equal to the drop of ichor, Sunny entered the ruined cathedral. Then he froze for a second, awed by its grandeur. That second was all it took for the Black Knight to skewer him on his sword. Sunny didn't know how the massive devil managed to avoid being seen by his shadow, nor how he got so close without making any noise. All he knew was that a menacing black giant suddenly stepped forward from the darkness that enveloped the temple and pierced him with a wrathful gaze. There were 2 scarlet flames burning in the impenetrable emptiness behind the visor of the knight's helmet. Looking at them, Sunny felt as though he was staring into the eyes of death itself. However, even though Sunny was caught by surprise, his body moved on its own. Countless hours of practice did not go to waste. In the end, it were the reflexes that Sunny had engraved into his muscles and bones that saved his life, even if only by a hair's breadth. Because of his quick reaction, the massive greatsword of the evil creature did not cut him in two. Instead, it simply disemboweled him. Feeling a blinding pain pierce his abdomen, Sunny staggered and looked down, only to see a river of blood flowing from his stomach, which was cut wide open. The red ropes of his intestines were clearly visible in the terrible wound, already on their way to falling out. The horror of seeing something that should have been inside of him moving to the outside was much more powerful than the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn apart. Pressing one hand against the wound, Sunny fell on his back and weakly tried to crawl away. However, the Black Knight was already moving, rising his greatsword to deliver a finishing blow. For a fraction of a second, everything froze. Sonny didn't have time to come up with an elaborate plan, nor even think things through. All he knew was that he had to buy himself a chance to crawl away somehow. Of all the memories at his disposal, nothing seemed to be of use. Not the austere and razor-sharp midnight shard, not the ominous and powerful puppeteer's shroud. His mighty Tirfiv armor did not even slow the black blade for a moment. Even augmented by the shadow, they were not a match for the terrifying devil of the ruined cathedral. In the end, Sonny simply thrust his hand forward and let a small and ordinary-looking rock fly from it into the depths of the ancient temple. His shadow wrapped itself around the little stone, enhancing its enchantments. In the next moment, the rock suddenly howled, replicating the scream of the last nightmare creature that Sonny had killed. Augmented by the shadow, the howl shook the walls of the cathedral, causing dust to fly into the air. The Black Knight stopped, then looked over his shoulder in the direction where the howl was coming from. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. Not wasting any time, Sonny pressed tight onto his terrible wound, rose to his feet and staggered away, almost slipping in the puddle of his own blood. Groaning from pain, he tried to reach the exit of the old temple. Miraculously, he did. The Black Knight stopped in the doorway, simply following the small figure of the mortally wounded human with the burning flames that served him as eyes. Then it indifferently turned away and slowly returned into the darkness. Some time later, Sonny found himself lying in a ditch somewhere in the depths of the dark city. He had found his way to this ditch and crawled into it, hoping to hide himself from the monsters stalking the ruins at night. He was consumed by pain, fear, and disbelief. Was this how it was all going to end? Was this how he was going to die? He wanted to cry for help, but knew that no one would come. He wanted to simply cry, but for some reason, nothing but laughter escaped from his lips. Funny, it was just too damn funny. An outskirt rat like him, dying in a ditch. What a fitting end. Why wouldn't he laugh? It was all just so hilarious. A laughing fit sent him into an ocean of suffering. Every time he moved, it felt as though invisible blades were cutting into his abdomen, slicing his flesh apart. And yet he couldn't stop laughing. The funniest thing of all was that he couldn't even die. No matter how much he bled, his tenacious blood refused to give up. Guided by blood weave, it desperately tried to repair the damage done to his body. However, the damage was just too extensive. Even augmented by the shadow, the blood weave couldn't contend with it. In the end, he was locked in an endless cycle of excruciating agony, not quite alive, but also unable to die yet. Minute after minute, hour. After hour, nothing but pain and suffering drowned his consciousness, until something inside simply cracked. Who wouldn't have gone mad? Through the fog that clouded his mind, Sonny hazily realized that the sun had come up, then disappeared again. This happened a few times until he finally let out a quiet sigh. Enough was enough. He couldn't take it anymore. It was time to give up. He had a good run, really. But how could anyone endure all this? He wanted to die. He was ready. Are you really ready? Sonny thought for a bit, and then suddenly bared his teeth. Fuck no. He was not ready. Give up. Never, he was never going to give up. He refused to give the world the satisfaction of devouring him, not unless it choked to death on his soul. No, I'm not going to die. I'm going to live. I'm going to thrive. I'll be the last one standing, no matter what. With that thought, he summoned the midnight shard and gripped its hilt with the last bit of strength left in his body. Memory enchantments unbroken. Enchantment description: this blade refuses to be broken, and thus is durable beyond reason. It will greatly enhance the power of its wielder when they are close to death, however only if the wielder is still unwilling to surrender. Responding to his vicious promise, the ancient blade finally opened the gate to the well of power hiding somewhere deep within his soul. Instantly, a torrent of energy filled his body with dark resolve. The power given to Sonny by the Midnight Shard enhanced the healing factor of blood weave, allowing it to just barely keep him from slipping over the edge of death while it slowly began to repair his ravaged body. And as long as he was almost dead, the effect of Unbroken continued to feed blood weave with power, creating another cycle. A virtuous cycle, a cycle of unbroken will to survive. This was how Sonny was able to live through his first encounter with the Black Knight. However, while his body eventually healed, the wound dealt to his mind remained. Days later, after Sonny finally crawled from that ditch, he was never quite the same. And he never forgot the debt he owed to the Black Knight. One day, he was going to kill the bastard, no matter the cost. And now, approaching the cathedral months later in the company of Effie, Sonny felt like that day was drawing closer. Perhaps he really should agree to participate in Neph's expedition, as long as she helps him repay that debt. There was a lot to think about. Effie's voice tore him away from these thoughts. Sonny, are you all right?" He shook off the harrowing memories, hesitated for a bit, and then smiled. "Of course, never been better. Here we are, by the way. Welcome to my humble palace." The huntress looked at the grandiose cathedral with doubt. "Here, you live here?" Sonny remembered his first nightmare and shrugged. "What can I say? I have a weak spot for ancient temples." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 180, One Rules of Hospitality. Effie regarded the cathedral for some time, then glanced at Sonny with doubt. "I know for a fact that nothing comes out alive from that temple. Are you sure that this is where you live?" With a carefree smile, Sonny shrugged. The fact that Effie knew about the danger hiding inside the ruined church did not surprise him. Even if it was situated outside of her usual hunting grounds, she had extensive knowledge of the Dark City, some from her own exploration, some from sharing information with other hunters. Dead tired and longing to return to the peaceful silence of his home, he didn't waste any time and told her about the Black Knight who guarded the cathedral. The unruly huntress scratched the back of her head. "So there's a fallen devil inside. He's the roommate you were talking about." Sonny gave her a nod. "The bastard endlessly patrols the ground floor and kills anything that comes through the doors. However, if we enter through the roof and stay hidden, we can reach my living quarters without any problem. More than that, nothing will bother us once we're there, because the bastard never comes that way and obliterates anything that tries." Effie was silent for a while, then grinned. "So you basically have a devil for a butler. Pretty smart." Sonny chuckled. "Was that a compliment? For a doofus like you?" "Ah, there it is." Once they climbed up to the roof, there was a slight problem. Sonny failed to consider that the hole in the tiles that he used to enter the cathedral, while wide enough for his small frame, would be too tight for the tall and robust huntress to crawl through. Looking at the narrow gap between the massive plates of dark marble, Effie gave him a gloomy look. However, before Sonny could come up with an alternative plan, she simply bent down, grabbed one of the incredibly heavy plates and moved it aside. The words died on his lips. "Strong, so strong. I wonder who is stronger, she or the stone saint." Honestly, he wasn't sure. Before proceeding further, Sonny instructed Effie on how they were going to get her inside the hidden chamber, and watched as the huntress reluctantly dismissed her bronze armor. With only a short white tunic covering her lovely olive skin and abundant figure, she looked very, comely. For a moment, his displeasure of having someone intrude upon the secluded peacefulness of his lair evaporated. But only for a moment. "Don't you get any strange ideas? Your armor is just too much of a risk. We can't allow ourselves to make any noise, that's all." Effie grinned. "Strange ideas? Why are you talking about having strange ideas all of a sudden, Sonny?" He gritted his teeth, turned away to hide his blushing face, and crawled into the hole between tiles. "Damn woman." Once they landed on the support beam of the cathedral, Sonny guided Effie's hands to rest on his shoulders. Although the sun was still high in the sky, there wasn't any sunlight around them. Only the floor of the ancient temple beneath them was bathed in it. But even then, large areas of the grand hall were drowned in deep shadow. Only it wasn't really shadow. It was darkness, not one born from the absence of light, but true darkness, one which even his sight could not pierce. Sonny didn't know if it was summoned here by the Black Knight or simply obeyed him, but this was how the bastard had managed to sneak up on him unnoticed back when they first met. In any case, he had to guide Effie across the beams of the cathedral. One wrong step, and they would plunge to their deaths. "What a bothers?" Feeling rather awkward because of how close their bodies were to each other, Sonny quietly sighed and took a step forward. It was hard to concentrate. Strange ideas. Who's having strange ideas? Not me. A few minutes later, they reached the hidden balcony behind the statue of the unknown goddess. Despite the fact that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Sonny was rather on edge. Something told him that this was going to be a really long week. Once they entered his hidden chamber, Sonny informed Effie that she was free to create light and speak. Not wasting any time, the unruly huntress summoned a radiant memory and looked around with curiosity. The beautiful and spacious room that had once belonged to the priestess of this ancient temple was suddenly flooded with soft light. The intricate engravings on the walls created an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. Here and there stood various pieces of furniture, most made out of opulent pale wood, with a few mismatched pieces that Sonny had scavenged from the ruins. Effie whistled. "Have to give it to you, Sonny. You sure know how to live in style, who would have thought?" He smiled. "Jealous." She sighed. "The important thing is that even if Gunlog tracks us here, none of his people would be able to enter. So we're indeed safe." Slightly disappointed, Sonny shrugged. "Well, make yourself at home. I'll show you the back exit and other stuff later." With that, he furtively glanced around and tried to quickly hide a few things from sight to make his home more presentable. If he had known that there was going to be a guest here, he would have cleaned up the mess a little in advance. Not that Effie paid it much attention. She walked around with curiosity, studying the engravings on the walls and ancient furniture. But then, suddenly, Sonny heard a loud giggle coming from behind. Turning around, he saw Effie standing in front of the wardrobe hidden behind a stone panel. The wardrobe was currently open, showcasing the garments left behind by the priestess. The huntress looked at him with a strange smile. Why is she staring at me?" "What?" Effie shook her head. "No, nothing. It's just, Sonny, when I first saw you, I thought, look at this tiny boy. He's just like a toy. You just want to dress him up like a doll and play with him." Sonny blinked a couple of times, then scowled angrily. "Who are you calling tiny? I'm not tiny in any way, you beanpole." Not paying him any attention, the huntress glanced at the wardrobe and giggled again. Then, suppressing laughter, she said, "Who knew that you are into playing another kind of dress-up, huh?" It took Sonny a couple of seconds to realize what she was implying. When he did, he turned bright red from outrage. "The nerve, the gall, how dare she?" "What are you talking about? Those aren't mine. The priestess who lived here before left them behind." Effie nodded a couple of times. Sure, you just happen to have a wardrobe full of pretty dresses, by accident." "That's the truth, I never lie." She looked at him with a wide smile. "But of course, it must be the truth. I totally believe you, definitely." Sonny stared at her with his mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. Effie, meanwhile, looked around and innocently fluttered her eyelashes. "But Sonny, we have another problem." Gritting his teeth in irritation, he snapped. "What is it?" She lingered for a few moments, then said teasingly, "There's only one bed. Ah, what a predicament, whatever should we do?" Sonny glared at her for a long time, then spat. "You take the damn bed, I'll sleep on the floor." With that, he turned away and tried to take a deep breath. Why did I ever agree to this? Women, damn women, they're the true terror. Indeed, this was going to be a very long week. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 182, Dinner Time. After Sonny calmed down a little and had time to think about it, he realized that things weren't as bad as he had thought. Yes, living this close to the rambunctious huntress was a very special kind of trial, especially due to how much joy she seemed to derive from tormenting him. But there was one redeeming aspect to all of this. Aside from the fact that he would get to constantly feast his eyes on, back to the topic. It was that Sonny was a nocturnal creature. He didn't have to sleep on the cold floor or interact with the vigorous huntress that much, because he would be asleep during the day and out hunting during the night. The window of time when they would both be awake and stuck in the hidden chamber together was not that large. More than that, Effie had brought enough food to satiate her unnatural hunger in that bottomless bag of hers, so he didn't even have to feed her. So hosting her was not going to be as bothersome as he had initially assumed. After showing the huntress around and enduring several more good-natured jabs, he finally had some time to himself. Finally, Sitting down in a remote corner of the chamber, he closed his eyes and dove into the soul sea. As always, the tranquil sea met him with calming darkness and peaceful silence, not paying any attention to motionless shadows that stood at the edge of the visible part of it, not even to gaunt and pitiful Harper. He walked over and stood beneath the black sun of his shadow core. Then Sonny summoned the stone saint. "Hey there, darling, guess what? I brought dinner." Before commanding the memories he had purchased with the help of Kai Down, he quickly glanced at the runes surrounding the taciturn monster. Shadow Stone Saint. Shadow Rank Awakened. Shadow Class Monster. Shadow Attributes Battle Master, Stalwart Spark of Divinity. Shadow Fragment 6200. Only 6 fragments, and she was already so strong. He couldn't wait to see his monster grow even more ferocious. Not wasting any more time, Sonny summoned the first memory, a strange sword with a stupid amount of useless gems embedded into its blade, for some idiotic reason, and handed it to the shadow. She took the sword without showing any emotion and ruthlessly shattered it with her gauntlets. "Your memory has been destroyed." Sonny made a face. "Why, thank you, spell. I wouldn't have guessed if it weren't for you, so helpful." 2 torrents of ethereal sparks entered Stone Saint's body and were absorbed by the dark embers burning in the depths of the living shadow that hid in her body. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Was it just him, or did the spell sound a bit hurt? Well, tough. I didn't hear you complaining when Neph was promising to rip you to shreds. He grinned and glanced at the runes again. Shadow Fragment 7200. Satisfied, Sonny summoned the next memory. The process repeated itself. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. As the number of shadow fragments saturating the core remnants inside his pet monster grew, his mood continued improving. This was the best feeling ever. Shadow Fragments 8200. Shadow Fragments 10200. Shadow Fragments 11200. Finally, after the 9th memory was consumed, the runes describing the number changed to 20 out of 200. The Stone Saint looked considerably stronger already. Remembering the changes that happened to his own body after his first few kills, Sonny could more or less gauge how much her condition has improved. The increment wasn't really that substantial, but in battle, the tiniest advantage could often decide everything, especially considering that it was going to be doubled by the augmenting effect of his indispensable but impudent shadow. All of this was just a prelude anyway. The main event was yet to come. Full of anticipation, Sonny called the onyx armor down. If his calculations were correct, this relic alone should give the Stone Saint 12 shadow fragments, almost as much as the 9 lesser memories combined. The jet-black suit of ancient plate armor appeared in the air in front of him. Surrounded by the lightless vastness of the silent sea, the feeling of dark grace it emanated was even more pronounced. Sonny clicked his tongue. Ah, what a beauty! It was almost a shame to destroy it. Almost. Slightly reluctant to part with the ancient armor yet, Sonny read the runes describing it. Stev was right. Even the spell couldn't make sense of the damaged memory. Memory M's unold. Memory rank. Memory tier. Memory tie. P unknown. Memory description PR. First Army shed own. Memory enchantments. Many of the runes were missing, and those that did appear refused to coalesce into any sort of comprehensible words. However, Sonny did notice a few of the strange runes that made his head hurt, the same ones present whenever the spell mentioned the mysterious unknown. Just as I thought. The armor was clearly connected to the same tribe of nightmare creatures that the Stone Saint had belonged to before becoming a shadow. The origin of the strange living statues was tied to the unknown, so it was logical to assume that the onyx armor had something to do with them too. Well, no matter. He knew that this memory was severely damaged when he bought it. Sonny was never planning on using it anyway, only feeding it to the saint. Time for dessert. With a wide smile, he pushed the beautiful black armor to the stone monster. However, the smile soon froze on his face, because the Stone Saint did not move to take and shatter the armor like she did with all the other memories. Instead, she simply turned her head and looked at it. the hue of the crimson flames burning in her ruby eyes ever so slightly changed. It was almost as though they were filled with the tiniest shadow of sorrow. "Come on, eat it." But no matter how much he tried to get the stone saint to destroy the armor, she refused. The living statue just stood there and did nothing. After a while, disappointed, Sonny stared at the onyx armor and sighed. Well, serves him right. To be honest, he had a slight inkling that this would happen. Nevertheless, Sonny had decided to buy the armor anyway. It's not every day that you stumble upon a Tier 6 fallen memory, even if it's damaged beyond your ability to repair. Perhaps he would don it one day, if Nephis would actually manage to open the path to the gateway, and he would somehow find himself among those lucky few to reach it alive and become awakened. Until then, the awesome black armor was pretty much useless. With a deep frown, he left the Soul Sea and summoned it into existence. Soon, the armor appeared on the floor of the hidden chamber. Effie looked at it with interest. "Wow, what is this?" Sonny lingered for a long time, and then finally answered. "A decoration, I guess." The huntress raised her eyebrows. "Really? Well, what are you staring at me for?" He gritted his teeth. A few awkward moments later, Sonny said, Can you help me move it? It's too heavy for me to lift." Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 183, Learning New Tricks. Your shadow grows stronger. With a rather unpleasant noise, the monster's head fell down. Sonny indifferently bent his arm and wiped the midnight shard on the sleeve of his armor, watching as the massive body slowly toppled over. Standing on the other side of it, the stone saint simply flourished her sword in and stopped it abruptly mid-swing, sending every drop of blood flying to the ground. Then, she just stood there absolutely still, pretending to be a statue. Sonny sighed. "That's a cool trick, I should learn it." Honestly, cleaning his blade on the puppeteer's shroud was not very fair to the Tier 5 armor. He felt guilty. "Watch my back." With the taciturn shadow observing the surroundings, he summoned the prowling thorn and used it to recover the soul shards from the carcass. This was the fourth nightmare creature Sonny had killed this night. With the help of the stone saint, his hunts became much easier than before. Not even mentioning the fact that the shadow was as powerful as most of his marks, the mere fact that he had a partner to draw the enemy's attention away changed a lot of things. Sonny was somewhat capable of, but preferred to avoid engaging in direct battle with these abominations. His way of doing things was to strike from the shadows and, ideally, kill the enemy with a single strike. If everything went smoothly, the prey would never even see its killer. Of course, such a hunting method required a lot of cunning, patience, and preparation. He had to observe the enemy for a long time to learn its behavior and weaknesses. The confrontation itself took just a few seconds, but only because days had been spent in advance to make that immediate resolution possible. After hunting in that meticulous way for 3 months, Sonny felt strange simply overpowering the monsters with brute force. The combination of Stone Saint's indomitable defense and his swift blade was nothing short of miraculous. It was almost like fighting side by side with Neph. Almost. With a sigh, Sonny threw the soul shards into his rucksack and stood up. He was facing a problem that he had never expected to face. It was honestly rather bizarre. He was running out of monsters to kill. Awakened nightmare creatures weren't that abundant in the Dark City to begin with, let alone those whom he had already tracked, studied, and felt confident attacking. After tonight's massacre, pretty much every one of them was dead. Sonny had cleaned the house, but he was so much stronger now, so much more dangerous. With the help of the Stone Saint, maybe there was no need to be so cautious. No, this is how you get yourself killed. This was a dangerous mindset. Despite his recent growth, Sonny was still in no way the apex predator in the ruins. In fact, he was the opposite of that. Of all the creatures stalking these streets, he was the weakest. Pride is the gravest of all sins. Next thing you know, you'll be trying to hunt the fallen ones. Sonny would perhaps survive a confrontation with a fallen beast, maybe. But actually defeating one was a whole other conversation. And if he had the misfortune to stumble on something of a higher class, his chances of making it out alive would not be very high. He could start investigating one of the awakened creatures that he knew of, or simply go home. However, something was bothering Sunny. There was this feeling in his head that he had a seed of an idea, but then got distracted and failed to fully form it. What was I thinking about just now? Whether or not to hunt again, tonight. How powerful he had become with the help of the shadow. How it was not very practical to wipe the blood with the sleeve of the puppeteer's shroud. Oh, right. Back when he saw the stone saint shake off the blood of her sword, he had thought that this would be a cool trick to learn. And at that moment, he got a feeling that he was onto something. I should learn it, I should learn it. Suddenly, Sunny's eyes became bright. If he could learn this trick from the stone saint, what else would he be able to learn from her? This shadow of his had an attribute called Battle Master, which apparently meant that she was proficient in all forms of combat. Was there a better teacher for someone like him? The answer was no. With his technique stagnating because of the lack of guidance, there was no one better than the masterful stone saint to learn from. Suddenly excited, Sunny summoned the taciturn monster back into his shadow and headed home. By the time he returned to his hidden lair, Effie was already awake. Sitting on the bed, she was lazily staring at the ceiling and whistling a cheerful tune. Her long legs were somewhat covered by the blanket, but still, that white chitin of hers was way too revealing. Sunny had to be very careful to look the other way. It was very hard. Oh, you're back, good hunt. Instead of answering, Sunny walked over to his chest, glanced at the huntress with suspicion, and opened it. Then he poured the contents of his rucksack inside. 7 soul shards fell on the pile, which was sadly visibly diminished because of his recent expenses. It was still nothing to scoff at, though. Effie whistled. 7, how many heads is that? Sunny closed the chest and sat on it. 4, 3 monsters and 1 beast. Effie blinked, a bit stunned. 3 monsters. How did you manage to kill 3 monsters in one night? He hesitated, then sighed. Trying to hide the existence of the stone saint would be very bothersome, especially if he was going to venture on an expedition with Neph's cohort. Out there in the labyrinth, chances were that none of them would be able to hold back to hide their aces. That was if he was even going to agree to it, of course. Anyway, there would be not much harm in revealing her now, or rather, the benefits outweighed it. I'll show you, just don't freak out. Effie giggled. I'm pretty sure that nothing you're capable of showing can freak me out. Ignoring her teasing tone, Sunny glared at the huntress and summoned the saint out of his soul sea. Immediately, 2 crimson flames ignited in the depths of his shadow. A moment later, the menacing stone knight stepped from it on the floor of the hidden chamber and turned her head to Effie. Effie recoiled. What the hell is that? Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 184, Value of Humility. The mighty huntress stared at the stone saint, her hand hovering in the air, ready to grasp the shaft of the spear. Her beautiful hazel eyes were full of tension and dark anticipation. The contrast between that fierce pose and the fact that she was still comfortably wrapped in a blanket was so funny that Sunny couldn't help but snicker. Gee, relax, haven't you seen an echo before? Effie blinked. That thing is yours. Wait, you got an echo. He gave her a nod and gestured at the stone saint. Yes, I did meet Saint, ain't she a beauty? The huntress stared at the taciturn creature, then scowled with outrage. You lucky bastard. You do know that I haven't even caught a sniff of an echo after 3 years in this pit. How dare you get one before me, huh? Sunny laughed. Actually, this was my second echo. The first one got killed in the labyrinth. Effie glared at him for a long time, then shook her head with an expression of utter dejection. Finally, she turned to the shadow and studied her. Wait, is she what I think she is? Sunny nodded. Yeah. The huntress stood up from the bed and, leaving the blanket behind, walked barefoot around the stone saint. She studied her from all angles and then said, How the hell did you manage to kill one of those things and survive? Sunny, who had found himself involuntarily studying Effie from all angles as well, blinked a couple of times and shrugged. Actually, they got wiped out by a group of fallen. It was an epic clash, to say the least. I just happened to be there in time to finish one off, and here we are. Effie stared at the shadow with admiration. What class is she? Sunny smiled. Awakened monster, but I watched her kill 2 fallen beasts, so I'd say she's an elite among her peers. Anyway, you can see how it's not impossible to hunt 3 monsters in one night with her by my side. I studied them in advance, of course. That's why we were so fast in dealing with them." The huntress crossed her arms, thought for a bit, then gave Sunny a strange look. "Why are you showing her to me? With how paranoid you are, I'd expect you to keep such a treasure hidden." He stood up, lingered for a moment, then said, "With what I have planned, showing her to you is sort of a requirement." Effie grew silent, then gave him a mischievous smile. "Ah, sorry to disappoint. Don't get me wrong, I'm up for all kinds of fun. But Sunny, nightmare creatures is where I draw the line." He frowned, not quite getting what she was talking about. Then his eyes widened. What kind of a degenerate are you? Training, I wanted to use her for training." The unruly huntress blinked innocently. "Training, Sunny, there's nothing wrong with being a bit inexperienced at your age. In fact, it's quite charming. You don't need to resort to this kind of thing, you know." "Inexperienced? Who are you calling inexperienced? I'm plenty experienced. Wait, crap, what are we even talking about?" Dying from laughter, Effie left Sunny to fume with outrage and walked over to the makeshift kitchen while shaking her head. Soon, the tantalizing smell of roasting meat filled the air. "I'm going to kill her. Should I kill her? It's going to be pure self-defense anyway. A week of this will be the death of me." With a sigh, he tried very hard to calm down. When his thoughts returned to their usual cadence, Sunny stood in front of the stone saint and slowly exhaled. It was time to learn. On his way back to the cathedral, Sunny had made a hard decision. He decided not to augment his body with the power of the shadow during his practice with the stone saint. Even though he knew that this was going to bring him a lot of pain in the future, he was adamant about his choice. There were several reasons why he wanted to face his pet monster with his own physical ability and nothing else. The first and most simple reason was that Sunny knew that the shadow would not always be there when he needed it. Just like during the battle against the Spire messenger, when it had been away scouting, circumstances in which he was going to have to rely on nothing but his own prowess were bound to happen. Not to mention that it had been his own reflexes, and not the shadow, that saved him from being cut in halves by the Black Knight. The second reason was less evident. It had to do with the existing hierarchy of power in the Dark City. At the very top, there were the fallen. Beneath them, those creatures that were merely awakened. And at the very bottom, sleepers. Any fight that a human could face in that cursed place was going to be against an overwhelming force. With time, Sunny had adjusted to this reality and was able, these days, to face the lower classes of the awakened abominations on almost equal terms with the help of the shadow. He was still weaker, but not by that much. However, deep down he knew that, sooner or later, he would be forced to fight against fallen enemies. And he was also almost sure that he would have to cross swords with humans that had saturated their cores to the brim with soul essence, and were thus much stronger than him. For that reason, his experience hunting monsters who were not much stronger than his augmented self was actually an impediment. It dulled his edge, and made him forget what it actually meant to struggle against an enemy who was leagues above him, the knowledge and mindset that he desperately needed to retain to have a chance of surviving the future. He had to keep himself humble. And lastly, there was one truth that he had learned during these 6 months on the Forgotten Shore, and it was that nothing was more beneficial to one's growth than fighting against a superior opponent, especially if that fight ended in your loss. One defeat taught a person more than a dozen victories against weaker enemies would. The problem was that, in this cursed place, any defeat meant death. So Sunny actually had little experience losing to someone. From start to finish, he tasted loss only 3 times once in a bat. Against the Carapace Centurion, once when he had faced Nephis under the branches of the Soul Tree, and once in this very cathedral when the Black Knight's sword had sliced his stomach open. Each of those defeats taught him more than anything else did. So, having the opportunity to fight with a monster who was much more powerful than him, and yet had no desire to kill him, was an extremely rare and precious opportunity. That's why Sunny steeled himself and let the shadow rest on the floor while he faced the stone saint. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the midnight shard, assumed a defensive stance, and looked the menacing stone knight right in the eyes. "Attack me." Not wasting even a second, she did just as she was told. Oh crap. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 185 Battle Master. The shadow attacked with the vicious strength of a true monster. Knowing perfectly well that his strength was not enough to block her sword, Sunny desperately moved the midnight shard to deflect the strike to the side. The countless hours of practice, and hundreds of thousands of times he had repeated his katas had not been in vain. His body moved with lightning speed, placing the blade in the path of the stone saint's weapon at just the right angle. Feeling the impact reverberate in his bones, Sunny gasped from the pain and stood his ground. Guided by the midnight shard, the shadow's sword glided to the side and missed his body by a wide margin. However, before Sunny had time to congratulate himself, the saint simply continued moving forward and slammed into him. Being hit by her shield felt like crashing into a stone wall at high speed. Flying back, Sunny impacted against an actual wall and rolled to the floor. A small yelp escaped from his lips. Getting distracted from her food for a moment, Effie glanced at him and called, "Sunny, you're alive." He weakly raised a hand and brought his thumb and index finger together in the shape of a circle. "Yeah." The huntress smiled. "Good, don't die yet, all right? It's going to be really inconvenient for me to get out of here without your help." Sunny gritted his teeth. "Is that all you care about?" "I'll try." Slowly rising to his feet, he staggered and had to lean on the wall for balance. The stone saint returned to her spot and stood there indifferently, not paying any attention to his furious glare. With a heavy sigh, Sunny walked back to stand in front of her, raised the midnight shard and spat. Again. Over the course of the next few days, Sunny often wondered if he had really gone mad. Otherwise, why would he willingly subject himself to this torture? Pa and Da. Novel his life now consisted of only three things: spending time with Effie, practicing with the stone saint, and exploring the cursed ruins. Out of the three, the time he was spending in the deadly maze of the dark city was by far the least dreadful. He even found himself enjoying it a great deal. Once you begin thinking about a cursed ancient ruin teeming with abominable creatures as a comforting place, you should really start thinking about your life choices. And yet Sunny knew that he was on the right track. Painful as they were, his training sessions with the menacing shadow had turned out to be even more advantageous than he imagined. Every bruise, every cut, every drop of blood that he spilled was making him stronger. After a long period of stagnation, his technique was finally improving again, and it was doing so with noticeable speed. The best thing about it was that he had not even scratched the surface of the immense didactic potential of the Battle Master attribute. For someone like him, who had never received a formal education in combat, it was simply a boon. It was a hidden treasure. Back when he had observed the shadow in the fight against a carapace centurion, he had noted her distinct battle style. The taciturn creature fought with the firmness of stone, combining flawless defense with devastating offense. Each action was efficient and perfectly calculated, with blocks, dodges, and deflections leading into deadly ripostes. It was solid, indomitable, and inevitable. However, this was not the only battle style that the Stone Saint was perfectly proficient in. Rather, it was something that she used based on her current weapons and opponents. Back when her original fought against two harrowing fallen beasts, her style was reckless and brutal, disregarding any form of defense in favor of an endless onslaught of vicious attacks. Although there were some foundational similarities between them, these two techniques were vastly different. It seemed as though she was able to switch between countless styles to suit the situation. Sunny couldn't wish for a better sparring partner. His own style, or rather, the kernel of one that had been given him by Nephis, was flowing and unpredictable. It focused on adaptability and making it impossible for the enemy to anticipate your next move. The more Sun Why fought against the Stone Saint, the more he realized how extraordinary it actually was. However, it didn't mean that this style couldn't be improved. In fact, Sunny suspected that it was actually designed with the intention of being able to incorporate various elements from other sources. If so, it was a perfect foundational style to learn. All of this made him wonder where this strange style had come from, and if Changing Star had taught him its basics for a reason. In any case, he was determined to make sense of it, improve his mastery of the things he had already learned, and begin to incorporate elements of Stone Saint's stark technique into his own. However, this was easier said than done. At first, fighting against the menacing shadow appeared to be almost impossible. Every time he gave her the command to attack, he would inevitably end up on the floor in mere moments, groaning and consumed with pain. His whole body was bruised black and hurting terribly. If not for the tenacious enhancement of the blood weave, Sonny did not know if he would have been able to continue. Or at least continue at an acceptable rate. With its help, however, the speed of his recovery was considerably faster. It was almost inhuman. Because of that, he was able to train more intensely and for longer periods of time. Just as he had expected, every defeat taught him something new. Losing to a superior opponent was the best way to improve, indeed. Back in the real world, many people were foolishly obsessed with their pride and lived for nothing but to achieve victories against others. Not Sonny, though. He was perfectly content with losing time after time, as long as he continued to become stronger with each loss. The only person he wanted to defeat was the version of himself from the last fight, over and over again. Just like that, he had slowly begun to put up at least some resistance to the Stone Saint. At first, he was happy with being able to deflect one attack, then two, then several. Before too long, he stopped counting the number of attacks and started counting the number of seconds he remained on his feet. It was just a couple at first, then 4 or 5, then a dozen. Finally, he was able to fight with the menacing Stone Knight for vast amounts of time, sometimes even up to a minute. Even Effie seemed to be impressed. She usually paid little attention to his training, but after some time, Sonny noticed her glancing in his direction more and more. At first, he thought that the unruly huntress simply enjoyed watching him suffer in his suffering, but then he realized that she was actually trying to learn from his mistakes, too. Sonny didn't mind. His movements slowly became more confident, purposeful, and precise. His body, while damaged and bruised, was brimming with strength and agility. He was maturing. It was then, when his spars with the shadow turned less one-sided, that Sonny noticed something strange. And when he did, everything changed. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 186, Eureka. It took Sonny a long time to perceive the anomaly for several reasons. To begin with, it was so subtle that it was almost impossible to notice. His whole mind was concentrated on the thoughts of battle technique and styles, and still, he only saw it by accident. The second reason had to do with his decision to face the Stone Saint without the augmentation of his aspect ability. Because of it, the shadow had nothing to do. It returned to acting as a proper shadow and obediently repeated his every movement while he fought. The last reason was Effie, or, more specifically, the fact that she had brought a source of light into the hidden lair, making the shadow actually visible. Because of this unlikely combination of events, Sonny was able to see it. He was in the middle of a fierce battle against the Stone Saint, sweat and blood trickling down his battered body. The clamor of swords clashing against each other permeated the chamber, drowning the raspy sound of his laborious breathing. Deflecting another blow, Sonny swiftly crouched and let the edge of the creature's shield whistle through the air above his head. His rather clumsy attempt to imitate one of the Stone Saint's explosive ripostes was easily blocked, and the two of them continued the duel. This time, it lasted for an especially long time. Sonny was pretty sure that he had already withstood the oppressive assault of the monster for 1.5 minutes. If true, this was his personal best. After countless spars like this, he would sometimes enter a special state of flow. In it, his mind was calm and clear, operating at a tremendous speed. When Sonny entered this state, his attention became simultaneously sharp like a blade and strangely unfocused. Normally, he would have to concentrate on specific details, like watching the enemy's footwork to predict where the next blow would come from. Sonny was even able to split his mind in two, with one part of it absorbing the information that came through his eyes, while the other was preoccupied with what the shadow saw. In this way, he could either concentrate on two enemies at the same time or have a full view of his surroundings, so that no one could sneak up on him from behind. However, with his attention not focused on anything, he was somehow capable of perceiving everything. Every detail, be it the enemy's footwork, the direction of their gaze, or the slight change in the environment, simply became a part of the all-encompassing tapestry that he perceived as a whole. Needless to say, this ability to see everything simultaneously and think with sufficient speed to act on it dramatically boosted his combat performance. It was consonant with, and felt like a natural continuation of the strange sense of clarity that he had achieved after almost dying in the battle against his first carapace centurion. Right then, Sonny entered this state of flow once again. After a few more exchanges, he suddenly noticed that there was something strange about his shadow. Instinctively, he paid it more attention while continuing to fight. It was then that he realized that his shadow's movements, while almost exactly like his, were actually not the same. There was a very slight, almost imperceptible difference, pas nda. Novel, but he could feel something vast and profound hiding in this tiny divergence. Stunned, he slowed down and stared at the shadow. What did I just see? Sonny was so stunned, in fact, that for a moment he completely forgot where he was. In the next second, the rim of the stone saint's shield hit him in the chest, sending him flying at the wall once again. Sonny crashed into the cold stones, fell to the floor, and weakly groaned. Ouch, that one hurt. However, he immediately forgot about the pain. Sitting up, Sonny stared at his shadow with wide eyes. This is. What did he see? The shadow's movements, while exactly like his own, were also different. It was. As though a light ignited in his head, or rather became drowned in shadows, Sonny suddenly had an epiphany. This revelation was so astonishing that he almost cried out loud. The divergence between him and his shadow was not random, nor was it chaotic. It was consistent and harmonious, hinting at a deeper meaning. And that meaning was that his shadow had a battle style of its own. Sonny only saw a glimpse of it through the slight discrepancy in their movements. If someone didn't know the shadow as well as he did, they would never notice anything. Even he only saw it by accident. What he saw wasn't enough to discern anything about that battle style except for the fact that it existed. He was also able to sense its essence. It was flowing and insidious, shapeless and ever-changing like the shadow itself. This description was so close to its nature that Sonny felt it was safe to assume that the movements of the battle style were not something the shadow performed on purpose, but rather a manifestation of its innate quality. Did his shadow have a battle art fused into its very being? It is an invaluable helper, he whispered. If this was true, then Sonny had just found the answer to the question that had been tormenting him for the last few days. While the battle style entrusted to him by Nephis was versatile and deadly, and the technique of the stone saint was indomitable and oppressive, they were not his own. No matter how much he practiced them, he felt that there was something missing. Individuality. Only by creating a style of his own would Sonny be able to become equal to the best fighters out there. Until then, he would always be just an imitator. Of course, creating a true battle style was not something that a novice like him was capable of doing. More than that, there was a difference between knowing that the mysterious shadow style existed and actually understanding what it was. But still, it was a beginning. If he learned the secret hiding inside his shadow and combined it with the flowing adaptability of his current style, what would the result be? Standing up, Sonny spat a mouthful of blood, wiped the sweat off his brow, and walked over to his tormentor, the stone saint. Raising the midnight shard, he gritted his teeth and said, "Again." Soon, the clangor of swords resounded in the hidden chamber once more. Only this time, Sonny paid close attention to his shadow. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 187, Trial of Strength. Trying to learn the secrets of the shadow was a very slow process. Sonny could only see glimpses of the mysterious battle style while fighting against the stone saint, and doing so usually required his full attention. As long as he wasn't fully concentrated on his opponent, their clashes ended in mere seconds, making so that there was nothing to observe. But when he concentrated on the battle at hand, he couldn't really pay any attention to the shadow, which in turn eliminated the possibility of observing it. Finding the right balance between the two tasks was not easy, not to mention painful. Every time he failed, a new bruise appeared on his body. And yet there was progress. Although Sonny was still unable to peer into the depths of the battle art, he was slowly beginning to get a feel for it. His shadow was more treacherous, fluid, and malleable than he was. There was a hint of a graceful cadence to its movements that lacked in his. It was as though it was performing a dance, a shadow dance. Frustrated by the lack of a breakthrough, Sonny wanted to push himself harder, but had to stop himself. Even considering the tenacious effects of the blood weave, his training regimen had already brought his body to its limits. He needed to preserve its condition if he was going to join Nephis on her long expedition. Unless he wanted to enter the labyrinth while crippled with exhaustion and injuries, of course. What Sonny failed to realize due to the lack of experience, and the fact that he had been mostly self-taught, was that this accomplishment had already made him an outlier as far as humans went. Most novices weren't even able to master the superficial aspects of different battle styles, let alone recognize their fundamental traits for what they were. They simply followed the rules without understanding them, regarding styles as something indubitable and rigid. Only the most experienced fighters had enough understanding of the essence of a battle art to attempt to manipulate it. So he was already far ahead of the curve. But since Sonny never had a proper mentor, he had no idea that he was trying to accomplish something that an average human would never be able to do. His only point of reference was Nephis, who was an absolute outlier herself. If renowned masters of combat arts were to learn that a self-taught youth from the outskirts had managed to dismantle two incredibly complex battle styles into basic elements and assemble them together to better suit his tastes, while also trying to learn a third one from his shadow, they would be stunned. However, Sonny just thought that he was unsuccessful and incredibly slow. Maybe I'm just stupid. Picking himself up from the floor, Sonny sighed and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then he glanced at the stone saint and leaned on the wall. You're done for today. Effie was nearby, dying from boredom. Watching Sonny torture himself was her only way to entertain herself in this dark room. Well, that and torturing him herself, among other things. Whatever. He gave her a tired nod. Yeah, I think so. It's already dusk, so I'll probably rest for a bit and go out. The huntress narrowed her eyes. By the way, I wanted to ask, how do you even know what time of day it is? There's no windows here and we can't hear the sea yet. He glanced at her with a gloomy expression and reluctantly answered. The shadow of the crimson spire, I can feel it. Effie blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. Pa nda. Novel, I see. Anyway, since you're done, can I have a turn with your girlfriend? Sonny gritted his teeth and answered without even thinking. She's not my girlfriend. Only then did he realize what Effie was asking. She had never shown interest in sparring with the stone saint before. Why now? Not that it mattered. And no, you can't. The huntress titled her head. What, why? Sonny scoffed. Do I need to explain it? It's too dangerous. What if something happens to you? Effie giggled. So let me get this straight. You can train with her all day every day, but you think that for me, she's too tough. He shook his head. Don't misunderstand. It's just that if something happens to me, the worst outcome is that I die. If something happens to you, however, I'm going to get killed by Nephis. The end result is the same, but one way is vastly better than the other. Get it? She crossed her arms. Oh, come on. I just want to see which one of us is stronger. Sonny scowled. No way, don't even think about it. Effie silently glared at him. I said no, okay? There's no way I'm letting you fight her. The huntress grinned. All right, that's not going to be a problem. A few minutes later, Sonny was staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How did it come to this? Leaning over the opulent wooden table stood Effie and the stone saint. The elbows of their right hands rested on the table, while their palms were pressed against each other. The shadow was taciturn and indifferent, while the huntress was full of enthusiasm. They were preparing to arm wrestle. Effie glanced at him and grinned. Wanna bet who's going to win? If I overpower your girlfriend, you'll owe me a shard, no, 10 shards. Sonny sighed. What if you lose? The unruly huntress winked at him. You know what, I don't even want to know. I don't gamble, so forget about it. Effie sighed. So boring, anyway, let's do this. She gripped the stone saint's hand and prepared to wrestle. Let's go. Instantly, both the shadow and huntress tried to bring the opponent's arm down. The table groaned, subjected to a crushing amount of pressure. For a moment, it seemed that the stone saint was on the losing side, but in the end, her hand only moved by a millimeter. The monster stared at the young woman with her ruby eyes, her face hidden behind the visor of the helmet. There was no emotion in her gaze. Effie's hazel eyes, on the contrary, were full of mirth. There was a relaxed smile frozen on her face. However, Sunny could see that she was putting her all into this struggle. The lean muscles tautened under the olive skin of her back. Her whole body was like a loaded spring, brimming with strength and overwhelming power. And yet the shadow's hand did not move. It seemed as though neither of them could overpower the other. I wonder who will give up first. A second after second passed in silence, but nothing changed. Both Effie and the stone saint were persisting, not giving up even a tiny bit of ground. The amount of strength they were exerting to keep this volatile balance made Sunny sweat a little. They're both monsters. In the end, the first one to give up was the table. Not able to withstand the pressure anymore, it simply exploded. Covering his face to protect it from the flying splinters, Sunny froze for a moment, then stared at the pile of tiny debris. A feeling of deep sorrow and indignation pierced his heart. Oh no, my table. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 188 of Heaven and Hell. Just like that, a week had passed. Miraculously, Sunny had survived. Even more miraculously, he had somehow managed not to kill Effie, which was a big accomplishment in and of itself. In fact, by the end of it, their forced cohabitation had turned rather pleasant. They were both solitary hunters, after all. There was an instinctive understanding between the two of them. His overall combat skill and particularly comprehension of both his own battle style and that of the Stone Saint had improved by leaps and bounds. He felt faster, stronger, and better prepared to face the horrors of the dream realm. Although he had yet to reach the same level of physical power that he had possessed before sacrificing 100 shadow fragments to create the Shadow Saint, Sunny felt that the current him was far deadlier of an opponent. Which was good, considering how fast the grim future was approaching. Currently, Sunny and Effie were sitting on the support beam of the main hall of the cathedral, looking down from the head-spinning height. Far below and away from them, the Black Knight walked through the patches of light and darkness, continuing his never-ending patrol. Effie scowled, then whispered, "So this is the bastard." Sunny gave her a gloomy nod. "Yeah, in the flesh, or whatever he has instead of it." The unruly huntress gave him a long look. "How the hell did you manage to live through a fight with that fiend?" He grimaced. "Barely, also calling it a fight is giving me too much credit. I just got myself gutted and crawled outside. He never leaves the cathedral, so I got away." She shivered. "Are you sure that he won't hear us?" Sunny pointed down. "As long as he doesn't walk past that column, and as long as we're not too loud and keep our voice down, we're safe. Trust me. I've been studying that bastard for 2 whole months." Effie suddenly grinned. "So how loud are we talking about? Because I can promise to." Sunny rolled his eyes. "Can you stop? We're in a temple, for God's sake." He didn't need to hear the end of the phrase to know that it was going to be highly suggestive and very inappropriate. She quietly giggled. Fine, fine." After a couple of minutes passed in silence, Sunny looked down and saw that the pale light of dawn was slowly turning brighter. It was almost time for the two of them to leave the cathedral. He had yet to come to the final decision regarding Neph's request. Depending on his choice, he and Effie would, perhaps, never see each other again. Sunny quietly sighed. Then, turning to the huntress, he said, "Hey, Effie, can I ask you something?" She looked at him with a silent question in her eyes and shrugged. "Sure, go ahead, doofus." Sunny hesitated, feeling the somber mood of the situation. Then, looking away, he said, "Tell me honestly, were you dropped on your head a lot when you were a kid?" Effie blinked a couple of times, then suddenly pressed both hands against her mouth to suppress a laugh. In the process, she almost fell down from the support beam. "Heavens, Sunny, do you want me to laugh out loud and get us both killed? What's up with that question?" "No, I was not." He looked at her with a dubious expression. "Then why are you so damn cheerful all the time? It's not normal. You're like a crazy person, and I know a thing or two about that, mind you." The huntress smiled. "Oh, that." Then she shrugged. "It's simple, really." Sunny waited for the explanation, not. icing an unfamiliar air of melancholy around the vigorous young woman. Her usual infectious vitality somehow felt lessened. Pa NDA. Novel, it's because I don't think that this place is as bad as all of you seem to believe. Everyone in this dark city is convinced that this is hell. She hesitated. But to me, it's a paradise. Sonny glanced at her and frowned. How so? Effie sighed. You wouldn't understand, but for some of us, the real world was more of a hell than the dream realm. Sonny turned away, thinking about his one life in the outskirts. The reason he was able to adapt so well to the ruthless terror of the nightmare spell was because, at its core, it was that different from his own reality. Still, what kind of a paradise is this? A sad smile appeared on the young woman's face. The only kind we deserve, I guess. Then she looked at Sonny and asked, Say, Sonny, you're from the outskirts, right? So you didn't receive a lot of education, I bet. He shook his head. She chuckled. Well, not like it would have changed anything. The schools are basically propaganda camps anyway. They teach kids some useful stuff, but also turn them unable to ask questions and blind to the truth. Sonny raised an eyebrow. The truth. Effie gave him a nod. The truth that our world is dying. Well, not the world, really. Just the part of the ecosystem that we need to survive. Something moved in his memory. A year or so before Sonny was born, a whole continent was lost because a Category 5 gate had opened on its coast. But the Huntress quickly overturned his expectations. And I'm not talking about the nightmare spell. I'm talking about what we humans have done to our planet without anyone's help. There were more than 10 billion people on Earth a couple of 100 years ago, did you know? But now, there's barely 3. And half of them only have food and shelter because of us awakened and the powers we possess, which were given to us by the spell. She wasn't wrong. Sonny remembered the poisonous, acrid air of the outskirts, the inhuman conditions in the underground factory where his mother had worked, the towering barriers protecting the city from the deadly winds of the wasteland outside. He knew, of course, that the planet was not in a good shape compared to the past. But he never really thought about it that much. To him, this was simply how life always worked. Effie shrugged. Who knows how many of us would still be alive without the spell? I honestly don't know. But if you ask me, I think that one day in the future, more people will believe that this realm is a paradise, just like me. On that ominous note, she stood up and stretched her whole body, making Sonny hurriedly look away. Damn pure thoughts, Sonny. Anyway, it's already morning. Time to meet up with Princess and the others. Let's go. Soon, they were standing in front of the cathedral. The morning sun was slowly crawling through the sky, washing the ancient city in its pale light. Sonny and Effie did not have to wait long before Nephis and her companions appeared from the ruins. Sonny blinked. There was Changing Star herself, Castor, Cassie, and Kai. What the hell was he doing here? Once the 4 sleepers approached and greeted them, Sonny immediately stared at the beautiful young man. Knight, why are you here, buddy? The archer smiled. I'm very happy to see you too, Sonny, my friend. Lady Nephis has asked me to join her on this expedition, and after careful consideration, I have decided to agree. Sonny blinked a couple of times. All right, I know that I'm crazy, but when did you lose your mind too? Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Wait, crazy? What do you mean you're crazy? Sonny sighed. Never mind. Then he turned to Neph. About your request, I'm ready to join the expedition, but on one condition. I will not become a part of your cohort. Rather, you can provide sufficient compensation to acquire my services. Nephis looked at him for a while, an inexorable expression on her face. Then she said in an even tone, Do you have something in mind? Sonny grinned. As a matter of fact, I do. Behind us you can see a magnificent ancient cathedral. Inside that cathedral lives a creature which is called the Black Knight. He's a fallen devil. In return for my help during the expedition, I want your help after it is concluded, once we return. He paused for a moment and then added, I want you to help me kill it. A dead silence fell on the small square. After a while, Castor finally spoke, an expression of subtle shock on his face. Sonny, did you perhaps misspoke? We are only sleepers, after all. How are we supposed to kill that Black Knight of yours, a nightmare creature of his rank and class? Sonny's grin widened. Then, with an immense feeling of vindication, he looked at Castor and said, "It's just a fallen devil." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 189, Sonny's Brilliant Emporium. The expressions on the faces of Casper, Effie, and Kai were simply priceless. Sonny had to stop himself from laughing out loud. His shadow, however, did not. Luckily, it had no vocal cords, so all it could do was hold its stomach and shudder silently. "Hey, you, behave yourself." Meanwhile, Nephis just looked at him, the corner of her mouth slightly curled upward. After a while, Castor was finally able to answer. "Just a fallen devil, did you say, Jay?" However, Changing Star interrupted him. Glancing at the cathedral, she simply shrugged and said, "This is acceptable." Everyone became silent. They simply stared at Neph with bewildered expressions. With some satisfaction, Sonny nodded and said, "Don't be so quick to judge. We won't be going into that battle unprepared. I spent months studying the bastard. I know his every ability, every trick, and every weakness. More than that, if you can't even handle someone like him, how are you going to challenge Gunnalug? Isn't that what this expedition is all about?" Actually, he debated for a long time whether he should demand that they attack the Black Knight now or after the expedition was over. In the end, he decided that they were all too weak to face the devil for now. But after months spent in the labyrinth, things were bound to change. There were more nightmare creatures out there, and most of them were not impossible to kill. By the end of the expedition, every member of the cohort was going to have much more soul essence in their cores than they had now. They would also have a wider arsenal of memories at their disposal. More importantly, they would have time to hone and perfect their teamwork. If they wanted to have a chance in a fight against the Black Knight, this was the most important part. Nephis nodded. "Sonny is right. It's not like it's impossible to kill a fallen creature. In fact, both Gemma and Tessie had done so in the past, not to mention Gunnalug himself. It just takes a lot of preparation and a little bit of luck. By the end of this, we should be able to take on a single devil and win, provided that we learn its secrets in advance." Sonny smiled. "Exactly, oh right, speaking of preparations." While everyone was looking at him with confusion, well, except Cassie, of course, he took the rucksack off his shoulders and placed it on the ground. Then he opened it, revealing the soft shine of numerous soul shards. "Welcome to Sonny's Brilliant Emporium. This here is around 50 soul shards, each of them of the awakened rank. Since we will be venturing into the labyrinth, I've decided to give you guys an opportunity to empower yourself a bit before facing the terrible dangers of that ghastly place. Of course, I'll give you a family discount. Pa and D.A. Novel, he had emptied his treasure chest before leaving the hidden chamber. Currently, all of his remaining shards were inside the rucksack. Of course, he hadn't done so out of the kindness of his heart. Sonny never had any money and so, understandably, didn't know a lot about how to handle it. But one thing he did know was that rich folk never allowed their riches to sit idly. Even money had to work to create more money once it fell into the hands of the wealthy. In the language of rich people, this was called an investment. By investing his shards into the cohort, Sonny was increasing his own chances of making it back alive. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine a worthier cause. Plus, he wasn't going to just give the shards away for free. The rules of the Emporium are rather simple. You give me memories, I give you shards. I don't care about how powerful or useful the memories are. In fact, the worse the better. Any useless junk you have gathering dust in your soul sea will do. If you don't have any, no problem. You can just promise to give me a memory in the future once you receive one in the labyrinth." He smiled at the members of Neph's cohort. "Not bad, right? No need to thank me, really." Kai stared at the shards, then raised his eyes and looked at Sonny. "Sonny, buddy, please forgive my bluntness, but why do you need all these memories?" "What a good question," Sonny grinned. You see, how should I put this? Let's just say that there's a beauty I know who just can't get enough of them, if you know what I mean." Saying that, he winked at the pretty archer. With a strange expression, Kai turned away and shook his head. However, after this performance, no one else asked any questions. In the end, Sonny was able to exchange his shards for 5 memories. Nephis distributed the shards between the 5 members of the cohort, with each of them getting 10. This was a boon equal to slaying 10 awakened beasts. After absorbing the shards, All 5 of them were going to receive a significant boost to their power. As far as deadly expeditions went, this was the best start possible. Without wasting any time, Neph, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Castor absorbed the soul essence from the shards. While they were busy doing Sunny silently dove into the soul sea and fed the memories he had received to the Stone Saint. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Satisfied, he summoned the runes and glanced at them. Shadow Stone Saint. Shadow Fragments 27-200. Then he looked at his own. Name Sunless. True name lost from light. Rank Dreamer. Shadow Core Dormant. Shadow Fragments 318-1000. Not bad. Looking south, he smiled darkly and wondered. How much would these numbers increase by the time he returned to the Dark City? It had to be by a lot. When everyone was done absorbing their shards and getting accustomed to the changes caused by the sudden influx of soul essence, the cohort was ready to move out. The 6 of them headed south, cautiously traversing the cursed city. Nephis was walking in the front of the party. Her stark black and white plate armor contrasted sharply against the gray stones of the ancient ruins. A step behind her, and to the right was Castor, clad in a polished scale mail that glistened in the morning light like the skin of a silver dragon. To her left was tall and powerful Effie, clad in the archaic bronze armor with a white chiton beneath. A few steps away, wearing his elegant lamellar armor made out of burnished brown leather, walked Kai. On his back there was a quiver full of heavy arrows. Cassie was walking beside him, her light tunic and bright cloak just the same as before. However, now there was a sheath with a graceful rapier attached to her belt. At the very back, with an unhappy expression on his face, was a pale young man with messy black hair and a ragged light armor made out of dark gray fabric and black, lusterless leather. He was periodically lowering his gaze and grimacing, as though unaccustomed to being in the sun. Of course, it was sunny. Their journey to the edges of the Forgotten Shore had begun. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 190. Point of No Return. Sunny was walking at the back of the cohort, but his shadow was scouting ahead. Without it by his side, he was rather uncomfortable. I wonder if I can summon the Stone Saint while it is away. How have I never thought to check it? Without both his shadow and his shadow, Sunny felt almost knacked. At least he had other people with him, including 3 powerhouses, Nephis, Castor, and Effie. Come to think of it, he had never seen Kai in action. The beautiful archer didn't look like someone extremely dangerous, but Sunny wasn't deceived. Weak people did not survive on the Forgotten Shore for years, especially not if their aspect ability made them the perfect person to venture outside the Dark City. With his unique aspect ability, Kai had to fight against the type of terrifying creatures that Sunny knew very little about, too, the flying abominations that lived in the clouds, like the Spire messengers. Scary. Speaking of Kai, Sunny hastened his steps and caught up to the charming young man. Glancing at Cassie, who did not seem like she wanted to say anything to him, he frowned for a moment and then turned to Nightingale. Hey there, Knight, how's life? The archer looked at him with a friendly smile. Oh hey, good I guess. I mean the weather is nice. Sunny blinked a couple of times. The weather was never nice on the Forgotten Shore. It was either too cold, too damp, or too hot. Honestly, he even missed the Black Mountain sometimes. At least it was consistent. Not one to make polite talk, Sunny went straight to the question he really wanted to ask. So really, what are you doing here? Kai glanced at him with a bit of confusion. What do you mean? Sunny sighed. From what you told me, your life in the castle was nothing short of peaceful. You have enough shards to stay there for a long time. Everyone likes you, and even the host treats you nicely because of how useful your ability is. Why would you risk it all to go with us into the labyrinth? The beautiful archer lingered for a bit. Well, actually I landed in a bit of trouble, I think. The deaths of those guards who locked me in the well are being used to frame Effie, are they not? Well, what if someone knows that I am connected to their disappearance? Won't I be in danger? Sunny thought about it for a bit, then reluctantly agreed. Makes sense, but won't the danger you will face in this expedition be much worse than the one you are escaping from? Kai smiled. It certainly will, But Sunny, there is something else that you failed to consider. Sunny frowned. What's that, please? Please don't tell me that you became one of Neff's converts. The charming young man chuckled. Converts? No, I don't think so, at least not in the way you think. He was silent for a long time, then sighed. Actually, I don't think that many people see things clearly, but really, it's not that hard to understand. Turning to Sunny with a somber expression on his usually carefree face, Kai suddenly asked, I came to the Forgot. 10 Shore 31 months ago. Do you know how many of us reached the Dark City that year? Sunny shook his head. The archer grimaced. Almost 400, and do you know how many are still alive? Less than 2. He was silent for a while, pa nda. Novel, which means that in just 2 years more than half of us perished. People die all the time in the Dark City, you see. The castle may seem safe, but actually the host is constantly bleeding people. Every week, a few hunters don't return from the hunt. Every couple of weeks, a nightmare creature attacks the walls and kills several guards before they manage to drive it away or destroy it. Kai sighed. But most often of all, something comes into the outer settlement and simply drags away people. That's not even mentioning those who die of hunger, desperation, or by another human's hand. Do you see where I am going with this? Sunny scowled, a new understanding dawning on him. Seeing his expression, Kai looked away. Indeed, every year hundreds of people die in the Dark City, and every year hundreds more come to take their place. But Sunny, this year there were only 4, not 400, but just 4 people. How had he not thought about it before? Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Meanwhile, Kai continued. Which means that the Bright Castle never got the chance to recoup its losses. What happens if that spell cycle theory that people have is true, and 5 months from now, when the winter solstice comes, the same thing repeats itself? He shook his head, a dark expression on his face. It means that a year from now, there will be maybe 600 humans left in the Dark City. And 2 years from now, there will be only a dozen or 2. It takes a lot of people to maintain the semblance of civilization we have going on here, Sunny. Once we pass the point of no return, it will all come crashing down. The beautiful archer glanced at him and added in a heavy tone. Every non-combatant will die. Every fighter who is not powerful enough will die. Eventually, only a few strongest ones will be left. Am I strong enough to be among those few? I'm not sure. And even if I am, who would want to live in a situation like that? He turned away and stared at Nephis, who was walking ahead of them. So no, Sunny, I am not a convert, but I will follow Lady Nephis to the edges of the labyrinth and back, because it's better to die trying to do something than to live on hiding your head in the sand. Don't you think? Just like that, their conversation ended. Sunny walked on in silence, thinking about what Kai had said. If the archer was right, then the future was, indeed, nothing short of disturbing. Of course, no one knew for sure how many sleepers were going to arrive here during the winter solstice. But now that he thought about it, Sunny felt that people who believed in the cyclic nature of the arrivals were almost right. He also believed that there would not be hundreds of new faces arriving on the Forgotten Shore in 5 months. However, while others expected that there would be a few dozen after a year and 100 after that, he did not. For some reason, Sunny felt that there won't be anyone else coming to the Dark City at all. He felt that the 3 of them, and Castor, were the last people to ever be sent to this hell by the spell. Gee, what's up with people today? First Effie and her doomsday talk, now this. I'm already an extremely pessimistic person. I don't need anyone's help to feel terrible about the future. But as it turned out, he did need help. These 2 conversations had opened Sunny's eyes to a serious problem. He was too short-sighted. He concentrated too much on the problems at hand and failed to see the bigger picture. Was it because both Effie and Kai had spent more time on the Forgotten Shore, or was it because he had simply not paid enough attention to the details? Would things be different if he had? Just as Sunny glanced at Nephis, Cassie suddenly turned her head in his direction. Sunny frowned. What is it? She has been ignoring me this whole time, but now she wants to talk. Huh. The blind girl hesitated for a moment, and then quietly said, Something is following us. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 191 Pursuer. Something is following us. Sunny's frown deepened. Not wasting any time, he moved forward and caught up to Nephis, Castor, and Effie. The huntress glanced at him and slightly tensed. "Did your shadow notice an enemy?" The shadow was currently a few hundred meters ahead of the cohort, scouting for any signs of danger. He shook his head. "Cassie felt that we are being followed. I'm going to withdraw the shadow and sent it back to take a look. Stay vigilant." Effie gave him a nod. Of course, as the pathfinder of the party, she was always vigilant. He was just warning her so that she could adjust her approach. The two of them were well accustomed to working together, so there was no need to was. Words. Sonny commanded the shadow to return and fell back to the rear of the party. Once there, he concentrated on the shadows that surrounded them, trying to feel if there was something there that could not be seen. But there was nothing. Ahead of him, the rest of the cohort was silently preparing for the worst. Not wishing to let the unknown pursuer know that they were ready to act, no one summoned their weapons yet. No one had even turned their head. However, Sonny could see from the tension in their muscles that this peacefulness could explode into a storm of movement at any moment. Changing Star and her hunting party did not earn their fearsome reputation by mistake. Finally, the shadow was back. Not letting it rest even for a second, Sonny immediately sent it to observe the streets that they had just left. His perception was split between its vision and his own. The feeling of vulnerability he experienced when the shadow was away heightened. Sonny sighed with grim resignation. The fact that he was at the back of the cohort, and as such, would be attacked first if anything happened did not help one bit. "Calm down, you don't even know what is tracking the cohort." A few moments later, the shadow was safely hidden in the darkness of a ruined building, observing the crossroad that one would have to pass to follow them. Sonny continued walking, pretending to not know anything. A few seconds passed in tense silence, then a few more. "Where are you? What are you?" Depending on the nature of the mysterious pursuer, their response would be different. If it was a nightmare creature, they would either have to fight it or try to throw it off their scent. However, if the creature turned out to be one of the truly horrifying existences that stalked the ancient ruins, then things would get really tricky. There was also another possibility, and that was that they were not being pursued by a monster, but by humans instead. A team of hunters might have been sent by Gunlog to ambush Changing Star and her people. If that was the case, honestly, Sonny didn't know what would happen. However, he was sure of their ability to withstand an attack from the host, even if the enemy held a numerical advantage. The others seemed to share the same thought. After a few minutes passed, the shadow finally noticed movement. Someone was slowly walking in the middle of the street, not even trying to hide their presence. At first, Sonny thought that it was one of the revenants that populated the dark city. The figure, while human in appearance, was strangely crooked, with a dark, unadorned cloak hiding its limbs and features. But then, Sonny suddenly felt cold fear grip his heart. He recognized those glassy, lifeless eyes, the hideous pale face that terrified so many people. It was Harris, the murderous butcher who had torn Jubei apart with his bare hands, Gunalug's cruel executioner and hidden blade. Novel walking through the cursed ruins with the same bored expression that he had in the grand hall of the Bright Castle on the day of Jubei's execution. Harris was following in their footsteps. Gunlog did not send dozens of hunters to ambush Changing Star. Instead, he sent just one man. Sonny shivered. Damn it, why am I so afraid of that guy? But he knew why. It was because, deep down, he felt that they were alike. Harris was the personification of everything that Sonny was afraid to become. Trying to shake off his fear, Sonny walked forward and glanced at Nephis. Then he said in a raspy voice, "It's that damn hunchback. He's following us." A sudden tension permeated the air. Without having to look, Sonny knew that everyone's faces grew dark. Harris was a mystery. No one knew what his aspect ability was, let alone his flaw. All that was known about this terrifying man was that he was very powerful and that not a single victim of his had survived. Neff frowned. "Is he alone?" Sonny nodded. "Yeah." To his right, Castor quietly scoffed. What is Gunlog thinking, sending one man against a 6? However, Neff did not share his disdain. Turning to her left, she glanced at Effie. There was a grim expression on her face. "What do you think?" The huntress hesitated for a few moments. Then, looking down from her considerable height, she simply said, "I think we need to run." Castor scowled. "Run? Why? Surely, no matter how strong Horus is, we can take him down. None of us are weak either, even if we can't defeat him one-on-one." Effie shook her head. "You don't get it, do you? We can't fight Horus. No one can. Many people have tried, and they're all dead now." She gritted her teeth. "He is a monster in human flesh, Castor. He is insanely powerful. But that's not even the problem. The problem is that no one knows his aspect. All we know is that once Horus comes for you, you die." She sighed. "I've seen many people try to resist once they caught wind that Gunlog is going to send Horus to get rid of them. Strong people, Eek people, some tried to fight him alone, others recruited fearsome allies. Come the next morning, all of them were dead. No matter how powerful they were or how many of them gathered to give him a fight, no one ever survived. All that was left was blood and corpses." Source: WebNovel, updated by Wuxiaworld. Chapter 192, Lighthouse. As somber silence settled among the cohort, Effie grimaced. "The weirdest part is, no one has even seen him come and go. Every time Horus was sent into the outer settlement, we only learned that people were dead in the morning. Doors, locks, and barricades can't seem to stop him either. Once Horus is ordered to kill you, you just die. It is as though fate itself abandons you." Castor frowned. "So are you telling us that we stand no chance?" The huntress shook her head. "I'm saying that fighting him right now would be stupid. Not unless we learn how he is able to seemingly turn his victims, no matter how many of them there are, completely powerless." With that, she glanced at Nephis, who lingered for a moment and then shook her head. "Our friend in the castle doesn't know either." Effie grinned. "Ah, so that mysterious friend of yours is not omniscient after all. Well, in that case, my advice stands. We should run." At that moment, Sunny finally spoke up. "But Effie, can we even run away from him?" The smile disappeared from her face. Suddenly grim, she hesitated for a while and then said, "I know of a way, but it's going to be dangerous, very dangerous. However, I don't know how else to shake him off our trail. So you decide, Princess." Neph was silent for a bit, and then simply nodded. "We will face Horus some other day. Right now, reaching the resting place of the first cohort is the priority." The unruly huntress exhales, almost as if relieved. Then she said, "Then follow me and prepare yourself." After that disturbing discussion, Effie changed their course slightly. Instead of moving straight south, they were now traversing the ancient city heading for its eastern border. Sunny wasn't too familiar with this part of the ruins. During the past few months, he mostly stayed north of the Bright Castle, sometimes venturing northeast. He stayed away from the western areas because they were closer to the Crimson Spire, and had not explored much of the south because it was too far away from his cathedral. The last time he had been here was on the day of the bloody fight against the Spire Messenger. Back then, they were headed for the ruins of the lighthouse that had once stood near the impregnable wall of the Dark City. Not that he had a lot of time to observe the surroundings. Pretty much all of his attention was concentrated on Horus, who was following them like a hound. He didn't like having to stare at the menacing hunchback at all. "Why don't you go fight some fallen creature and die, bastard?" However, Horus seemed to know the ruins just as well as Effie. He somehow avoided the worst creatures on his path while never losing the scent of Changing Star's cohort. At one point, a lone blood fiend attacked him from the deep shadows of a dilapidated building. Gunlog's executioner simply raised a hand and shattered the skull of the nightmare creature with one lazy punch. He didn't even blink. "Big deal, I killed plenty of those too, In Oval, however, Sunny had to admit that he was deeply unnerved by the power of the murderous hunchback. Maybe because he couldn't get rid of the feeling that by the end of it all, only one of them would remain alive. And he wasn't sure which one. Soon, they were nearing the tall expanse of the city wall. Not too far away, the remnant of a giant tower lay broken on its side, stretching far away into the distance. The buildings that the tower had fallen on thousands of years ago were shattered and turned into dust. The ancient lighthouse might have been proud and magnificent once. Perhaps it had even served as a symbol of the defiant will of the people of the ancient city, burning as a shining beacon in the eternal darkness of the cursed night. But it had fallen a long time ago, just like the people that built it. At least its ruin remained. The ancient inhabitants of the Dark City had just vanished, not even leaving bones behind. Sunny sighed. Where to now? Effie gestured at the massive ruin. Inside. They were currently hiding in a collapsed building near the collapsed tower. This area was populated by an especially vile tribe of monsters, and attracting their attention would spell trouble for the entire cohort. Call your shadow back and keep it close. When we enter the lighthouse, we will have to act quick. Somewhat relieved, Sunny did just that. Not having to look at Horace anymore was a reason for celebration. Staying low to the ground, the six of them dashed from their hiding spot to the broken lighthouse. Without wasting any time, they found a breach in its wall and climbed inside. Effie summoned her radiant memory, bathing the interior of the ruined tower in light. Due to the fact that it was currently lying on its side, they found themselves in a massive, echoing tunnel. Looking around, Effie found her bearings and led them deeper into the tunnel, extreme tension apparent in her every move. While walking, she began to speak. Listen to me very carefully and do as I say. Once we're inside, don't separate from the group. Stay together and keep your weapons at hand. The place we're going to is full of nightmare creatures. They're not too strong, but they're special. She bit her lip. Don't even try to kill them. Just defend yourself and keep moving. If you stop, you'll most probably die. Same thing if you slow down and get yourself surrounded. But if we can preserve our formation, we might survive, I hope. You hope? What do you mean you hope? Before Sunny could voice his outrage, they reached their destination. Right in front of him, the floor of the tunnel was broken, forming a narrow crevice. It was filled with darkness, leading deep down into the ground, and then deeper still. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see what was at the bottom. The huntress glanced at him. What are you waiting for, doofus? Jump. Sunny gulped. You want me to jump into that? By his side, Kai sighed and looked down on his freshly cleaned, stylish armor. An expression of pure sadness appeared on his beautiful face. Oh well, here we go again. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 193, The Catacombs. Without wasting any time, Nephis silently jumped into the crevice. Just before she did, white flames ignited in her eyes. The darkness swallowed her lithe figure whole, like the maw of some unknown creature. Damn it all. With a resentful expression on his face, Sunny stepped forward. However, before he could approach the crevice, Castor inadvertently blocked his path. A moment later, the proud legacy was gone, too. Sunny lingered for a moment and then looked back. He wanted to check if Cassie needed help going down, but he didn't have to worry. Kai was already gently holding her in his arms. The charming archer softly rose into the air, hovered there for a second, and then glided into the darkness. Sunny blinked a couple of times and shook his head. Show off. Effie soon followed the rest of the party, taking her radiant memory with her. Left alone in the darkness, Sunny shivered, wrapped himself in the shadow, and jumped down. He fell for a few seconds and then landed on hard stone, the impact sending a painful tremor through his bones. Standing up, Sunny found himself in a narrow tunnel. Its walls were made out of weathered stone, clearly put there by human hands. The rest of the cohort was already there, preparing for battle. Nephis had summoned her silver longsword. Because the tunnel was not wide enough to freely use it, she was holding it with both hands. One armored gauntlet rested on the hilt, while the other was on the blade itself, halfway to its tip. Castor was wielding a sword, too. However, his was a graceful giant with beautiful patterns etched on its blade, with a triangular guard carved out of green jade. Sunny didn't know what was the tier of that memory, but he knew that it was extremely powerful. He had seen it cut through flesh, bone, and steel alike. Currently, the giant was emanating a ghostly green light. Effie had summoned her large round shield, but chose to leave the ancient bronze spear in the Soul Sea. While she was skilled enough to make use of it even in this narrow space, the shield would be much more formidable, especially considering her Herculean strength. Kai looked rather gloomy. Casting a mournful look over his shoulder on the fletching of his heavy arrows, he sighed and outstretched his hand. Instead of a bow, an elegant falcata appeared in it. The beautiful curve of its blade glinted, reflecting the light. The last one to draw her weapon was Cassie. Unexpectedly, she unsheathed a slender rapier from the scabbard that was attached to her belt and let go of it. To Sunny's surprise, the rapier did not fall to the ground, but rather stayed floating in the air, as if attached to the blind girl by an invisible string. Then it rotated slightly and hovered in front of her, with its tip pointing straight at Sunny. Panda. Novel, what? Cassie smiled and turned her head to him. Ah, please forgive quiet dancer. She is shy around strangers. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Sensing his confusion, Cassie explained. Dancer is an echo and a partner of mine. We work well together. As if answering her words, the rapier suddenly circled around the blind girl and returned to its previous position. It was still pointing at Sunny in a rather unfriendly way, though. All right. Interrupting their conversation, Effie called out to him. Hey, Sunny, now would be the perfect time to invite your girlfriend to join us. The rest of the cohort stared at them with confused expressions. Sunny grit. His teeth. How many times do I have to tell you, she's not my girlfriend? Noticing the weird stares that people were giving him, he sighed. Effie, tell them. The huntress did not even continue to tease him. Just this fact alone told Sunny how dire their situation really was. Sunny also has an echo and a powerful one at that. Go on, summon her. He did, and a moment later, the stone saint stepped into the tunnel out of his shadow. Her ruby eyes were burning with crimson flames from behind the visor of the helmet. The taciturn monster briefly glanced at the people gathered around it, and then indifferently turned away to peer into the darkness. Just like that, their group of 6 had turned into a group of 8. Well, if a moody flying rapier could be counted to be a member. Suddenly, a distant noise made everyone freeze for a moment. With a dark expression, Effie looked in the direction it came from inside. Right, we've wasted enough time already. Follow me and be ready. With that, she took a step forward and headed deeper into the tunnel. Sunny followed, commanding the stone saint to stay close to Kai and Cassie. After a while, something crunched under his foot. Looking down, he saw a bone, a human bone. What is this place? The huntress glanced back, and then answered in a somber tone. The catacombs. He frowned. Since when are there catacombs beneath the dark city? Why have I never heard you mention them? Effie lingered before answering. The catacombs were always here. They span beneath the whole city. It's just that most of the tunnels had collapsed a long time ago. As to why hunters don't like to mention them, it's because very few are crazy enough to explore what little remains of the catacombs, and even fewer return to tell the tale. Then she added, no matter how powerful Horus is, a person can only survive here if they know their way around. And only a couple of us outer settlement hunters do, so we should be able to lose him. Meanwhile, Sunny noticed more and more bones littering the ground. All of them looked like they had once belonged to humans. I don't like this. Looking up, he asked, can we get back to that thing you said about how very few people manage to escape from here alive? Why is that? The huntress grimaced. That's because. However, before she was done speaking, something appeared out of the darkness and barred their way. Sunny opened his eyes wide. Right there in front of them, a corpse was standing on the edge between light and darkness, staring at the 6 humans with the black chasms of its empty eyes sockets. No, not really a corpse, a skeleton. Defying all laws of logic and physics, a creature made of nothing but human bones suddenly lunged forward, baring its teeth in a hungry grin. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 194, Aching Bones. How the hell is this thing even moving? Defying all logic, the skeleton lunged at Effie with a speed that even Sunny himself wasn't capable of. With no muscle tissue connecting the bones together, the strange creature was still able to stand upright, run, and attack with vicious strength. A moment before the undead monster closed the distance between them, Effie screamed, "Stay together." Then she turned her torso and slammed her shield against the lunging monstrosity. With a thunderous crack, the skeleton was thrown back. Its skull and ribcage shattered, showering the tunnel with sharp bone splinters. Like a broken marionette, it fell to the ground in a shapeless pile. Sunny stared at the mess of broken bones within confusion. Wait, that's it. The huntress yelled, tearing him away from these thoughts. Don't stop, move. The cohort rushed forward, following Effie into the depths of the catacombs. When Sonny was approaching the remains of the reanimated skeleton, he noticed something that made a cold chill run down his spine. The bones were still moving, slowly assembling themselves back into the shape that resembled a human. Just as he stepped past the creature, one skeletal hand suddenly thrust in his direction, trying to claw at his leg. If not for Sonny's quick reaction, it might have succeeded in injuring him. With one slash of the midnight shard, he crushed the clawing hand and threw it away. Falling on the stones a few meters back, the hand remained motionless for a moment, and then began crawling back to the quickly recovering skeleton. The monster was being rebuilt by some terrifying, invisible force. Drawn by its unseen pull, the bones were putting themselves back together one after another. Those too damaged to be of use were simply replaced by one of the bones scattered on the floor of the tunnel. Soon, the skeleton would inevitably rise again. A disturbing thought entered Sonny's mind. He finally realized why Effie had told them to keep moving instead of trying to kill the nightmare creatures populating the catacombs. Was it because these creatures were immortal? Or rather undying? Sonny felt a sickening premonition that he was right. If so, things were going to turn from bad to harrowing pretty fast. It was at that moment that his ears caught a distant rustle coming from the darkness ahead of them. For a moment, he felt fear grip his heart, thinking that the dark sea had somehow found its way into the catacombs. But no, this wasn't the cursed sea. Instead, it was dozens, no, hundreds of skeletal feet scraping against the cold stones of the catacombs. Maybe even thousands of them. The hordes of undead monsters populating the catacombs were coming to rip the 6 humans apart. With a grimace of dark resentment on his face, Sonny gripped the midnight shard tighter and hurried after the other members of the cohort. Come and get it, bastards. Pretty soon, the undead creatures were upon them. First in ones and pairs, then in small groups, the bloodthirsty skeletons assaulted them in a constant stream. Appearing from the darkness of the catacombs, they lunged at the cohort in a whirlwind of bony claws and teeth, each bearing the same eerie skeletal grin. Effie and Nephis, who were at the front of the group, faced the brunt of the attacks. The huntress exerted her inhuman strength, bulldozing through the skeletons like an incarnation of ancient fury. Her round shield acted as a wrecking ball, shattering the undead monsters left and right. Nephis fought with the elegant fluidity of water, but also with the crushing force of a devastating flood. She was holding the longsword by the blade, using its crossguard and pommel as an improvised mace. With white flames dancing in her eyes, she moved from one skeleton to another, skillfully deflecting their blows and crushing one skull after another. If anything got past them, Castor was there to deliver the finishing blow. His sword shone with a ghostly green light, slicing through bones as if without meeting any resistance. The proud legacy fought with graceful precision, always managing to immobilize the enemy with just one clean strike. The skeletons fell to his sword before even having a chance to retaliate. The 3 powerhouses made paving the path through the horde of monsters seem almost easy. However, Sonny knew that it was anything but. Each skeleton was stronger and faster than a human could ever be. It took incredible skill, resolve, and coordination to cut through their ranks without slowing down even for a second. Soon, he was forced to taste the true menace of these undead abominations for himself. Sonny, Cassie, and Kai were relatively safe at first, but with each passing minute, their situation worsened. The catacombs were a real maze. More and more often, the tunnels they were taking began to open into complicated crossroads and connect with other branching paths. When that happened, undead creatures could lunge at the cohort from the side, bypassing the impenetrable barrier of Changing Star and her 2 champions. More than that, as the number of skeletons destroyed by them increased and several minutes passed, the abominable monsters began rising back from the ground and dashing in pursuit of the party, soon attacking it from the rear. Eventually, the cohort was constantly assaulted from all sides. When Sonny first had to raise his sword to repel a straggler that lunged at him from the side tunnel, he acted with calm precision engraved into him by countless hours of practice. Slashing with the midnight shard, he cleanly beheaded the undead creature. Augmented by the shadow, his takai managed to cut through solid bone without that much effort. Sonny knew that losing its head won't kill the skeleton, so he instantly shifted his balance and kicked the monster in the chest, throwing it back. Although he expected that this would happen, The lack of the familiar voice whispering into his ear still unnerved him. Usually, he would have heard the announcement of the kill already. But these abominations were immortal, so the spell remained silent. Lamenting the fact that he would not be getting any shadow fragments today, Sonny moved away from the decapitated skeleton and sighed. Well, at least this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. But just a few minutes later, he bitterly regretted thinking those words aloud. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 195, Rolling Battle. Once the cohort was surrounded from every side, Sonny, Cassie, and Kai had to join the battle in earnest. Sonny wasn't too worried for the blind girl and the archer, because they were protected by both the stone saint and the quiet dancer. His shadow was possibly the worst enemy the bloodthirsty skeletons could face. Moving with the cold precision of an emotionless battle machine, she used both her sword and shield to deflect and destroy any enemy that dared to approach them from the sides. The graceful and devastating dance she was performing was a true sight to behold. The quiet dancer zipped through the air, supporting the shadow and covering any lap. She left in the barrier of steel created by her. If something got past the two of them, Kai was there, using the curved blade of his falcata to crush the undead monsters, almost as if felling them with an axe. He was holding hands with Cassie, guiding the blind girl through the dark maze of the catacombs. However, it seemed as though her ability to orient herself in space had seen a considerable improvement in the past 3 months, perhaps due to the connection she shared with the flying rapier. She was now able to move quickly without using her wooden staff for support, at least. Looking at the two of them, Sonny grew somewhat sullen. Both Kai and Cassie were incredibly beautiful people. Holding hands and surrounded by nothing but darkness and monsters, with the charming young man gripping an elegant sword, they looked like an image from a book cover. They looked perfect together. Sonny, on the other hand, well, at least he had his shadow to keep him company, and the ordinary rock. However, he didn't have a lot of time to wallow in self-pity, because his was the second most important role in this furious moving battle, holding the rear of the cohort all by himself. Let me show you what I'm capable of. As more and more skeletons rose from the ground and attacked the party from behind, Sonny had to really exert himself. At first, he only had to fight one undead monster at a time. Despite their tremendous speed and strength, the skeletal creatures were not that hard to defeat. They seemed almost mindless, always attacking in the most straightforward way possible. Of course, a less prepared person would have been torn apart by these fierce creatures a long time ago. But Sonny was not the same weak and inexperienced kid he had been 7 months ago. The harrowing trials of the Forgotten Shore, as well as his tenacious will and grim resolve, had turned him into a fearsome creature, too. In fact, in terms of pure viciousness, the skeletons had nothing on him at all. Wrapping the midnight shard into the shadow to slice through the tough bones of the undead monsters easier, Sonny employed every bit of battle prowess he had learned from his practice with the stone saint to destroy his enemies. Seamlessly weaving the firm and unassailable movements that he had learned from the taciturn stone creature into the flowing style taught to him by Nephis, he made short work of one skeleton after another. His blade sliced, slashed, and pierced through monster after monster, sending broken bones flying and cluttering to the ground. Of course, maintaining this state without falling behind the cohort was not easy. Sonny had never practiced fighting while on the run, especially not while moving backward. However, remembering Effie's words, he knew that being separated from the group and surrounded meant death, and thus made sure to never get too far away from his companions. At first, the situation was, if not easy, then at least within the scope of his capability. Sonny even thought that this was an excellent opportunity to put everything that he had learned in the past week to practice. Despite the fact that this battle was completely different from the way he had hunted monsters before, he was doing fine. Back on the streets of the Dark City, he hunted at night, always attacking the enemy from the shadows and aiming to finish the fight with one strike. The initiative was on his side, and so he was the one dictating the flow of the combat. However, right now, things were completely reversed. Sonny was the one being attacked, with enemies suddenly appearing from the darkness and instantly lunging at him. Put on the defensive, he had to react to the enemy attacks as opposed to being the one attacking. And yet he was managing. He had anticipated that a situation like that would inevitably happen and put enough flexibility into his technique to withstand any type of peril. He was indeed putting his lessons to practice, cementing them in his muscles and bones. After all, just like Nephis had said, 1,000 hours of training was not as impactful as one real fight. But then, slowly, things began to change. After he had ruthlessly cut down a handful of undead abominations, suddenly, two attacked him at the same time. Sonny cursed and ducked to the side, narrowly avoiding having his head crushed by one of the skeletons. His sword blocked the vicious strike from the other one, and being pushed back a couple of steps by the force of the impact, he struggled to keep his balance. Not letting the monsters continue their assault unobstructed, Sonny dashed forward and twisted his body. Kicking one creature in the chest, he used it to propel himself toward the other one and put all that weight into a devastating downward slash. The skeleton crumbled into a pile of broken bones, and the edge of the midnight shard scraped against the stones, causing sparks to fly into the air. Knowing that his momentum was too strong to stop now, Sonny and D went with it, rolled over his shoulder, and got back to his feet just in time to meet the attack of the remaining monster face to face. His sword cut a sharp arc, severing both arms of the skeleton. Sonny instantly sidestepped the undead creature and delivered a low horizontal slash, breaking its legs. Making sure that the monster wouldn't be standing up anytime soon by piercing its skull with the tip of the midnight shard, he hurried to catch up with the cohort. Briefly glancing at the rest of his companions, he made sure that they were not dead yet and swiftly turned around, ready to face the next monster. Then his heart skipped a beat. Curses! 3 skeletons were rushing at him, menacing grins frozen on their skinless faces. Source WebNovel, updated by World. Chapter 196, Divine L Intervention. After that, things became hectic. Sonny had to push himself to the limit to fight against multiple opponents while maintaining the pace with the rest of the group. Knowing that slowing down meant death, he slashed, dodged, blocked, and moved back without allowing himself even a moment of respite. Slowly but surely, countless wounds began accumulating on his body. But even then, it wasn't enough. So he pushed himself past his limit. After all, this was the exact situation he had been preparing himself for by enduring the ruthless onslaught of the Stone Saint day after day. The inevitability of having to fight against an overwhelming force. Dark, vehement fury ignited in his chest, washing away pain and fear. Come and get me, I'm right here. Who did they think they were trying to kill? Noticing 4 new abominations answer his call, Sonny couldn't help but laugh. Good. Their assault came fast and without mercy, not leaving him any room to breathe, but Sonny welcomed it. Dodging one of the skeletons, he dashed forward and positioned himself behind another one, so that its body blocked the path of the third. He couldn't do anything about the fourth one for the moment, but its attack was accounted for. It was going to hurt like hell, but not to the point of killing him. Blood Weave was going to take care of the rest. The midnight shard cut through the air and severed the undead creature's knee, causing it to clumsily fall to the ground. At the same time, cold fingers tore into Sonny's side. He had already shifted his body to make sure that they were not going to damage any vital organs. With Puppeteer's shroud taking most of the damage, Sonny only ended up receiving 5 deep scratches, which then instantly welled with blood. "Aw, crap, that hurts." But he didn't regret it. The only thing he regretted was the fact that, with the shadow wrapped around the midnight shard, he couldn't observe its movement during this long and arduous fight. Just imagining the kind of insight he could have gleaned from it filled him with avarice. Turning around and reversing his grip on the sword, Sonny commanded the shadow to move onto his body. Almost instantly, he felt a rush of power fill his muscles. In the same fluid movement, Sonny took a step toward the monster that had just wounded him and delivered a crushing blow with the pommel of the takai. The skeleton's jaw flew away in a rain of broken teeth. Taking another quick step, Sonny circled around the disoriented creature, hooked his hand around its damaged skull, and tore it clean off the spine. Then he pushed the decapitated creature into the 2 remaining ones, briefly slowing down their approach. By the time the undead abominations regained their balance, Sonny was already upon them. The midnight shard flashed 3 times, turning the 3 skeletons into 3 piles of bones. Taking a step back, he narrowly avoided the claws of the last remaining skeleton, the one whose leg he had chopped off at the start of the skirmish. Sonny glanced at the creature that was madly crawling toward him and finished it off with one powerful thrust. Then he groaned. "Oh crap, I think I overdid it." Sonny was bruised, hurting all over, and covered in blood. What's worse, he was exhausted. This moving battle was too intense and had lasted for too long. Even with his endurance enhanced by the blood weave, he was nearing the point where his performance would start dropping rapidly. Once that happened, he would die, because the damn undead creatures were not only immortal but also tireless. Just as this thought appeared in Sonny's mind, a new wave of skeletons lunged at him from the depths of the tunnel. Tiredly raising his sword, he gritted his teeth. Time for Plan B. At some point, the tunnel they were currently in was briefly drowned in a brilliant wave of pure white light. Glancing over his shoulder, Sonny noticed that Nephis had finally summoned her flames, channeling them into the blade of her sword, just like on the day they had fought against the carapace demon. Faced with the blinding radiance of the incandescent blade, the skeletons almost seemed to melt. Perfect timing. Using the momentary disorientation of his own opponents, Sonny dashed back and commanded the stone saint to switch places with him. As they passed each other, he sent the shadow from his own body onto that of the taciturn stone knight. Almost immediately, the shadow saint's eyes blazed with menacing carmine fire. Her skin shone with dark radiance, and wisps of ghostly gray fog appeared from beneath her stone-like armor like dancing flames. The impenetrable darkness of the catacombs suddenly seemed to become even deeper, embracing her like a vast black mantle. "Yeah, I have some tricks up my sleeve, too." A second later, the shadow crashed into the undead creatures, sending splinters of bones and severed limbs flying through the air. She proceeded to massacre them, moving from one to another in a graceful storm of darkness and destruction. Taking her place near Kai and Cassie, Sonny was finally able to rest for a few seconds. His battered body was screaming with pain, and the gray fabric of the puppeteer's shroud had turned heavy with blood. With two wielders of divine aspects activating their hidden cards almost simultaneously, the cohort got a chance to catch their breaths for a few short moments. However, it was clear that this calm wouldn't last long. Sonny didn't really want to show all his cards yet, but the situation left him little choice. He doubted he could continue this mad dash for much longer. Plus, chances were that the rest of the party, preoccupied as they were with their own share of the undead monsters, would either fail to notice the sudden alteration happening to the stone saint or assume that it was just an ability of hers. Using the opportunity, Sonny took a look at the condition of his companions. It was not good. Changing Star's armor was battered and torn, with blood seeping down her right side. Effie's shield looked like it was on the verge of coming apart, while her white chiton was painted red. Castor managed to preserve some semblance of a collected look. However, there was a deep gash under one of his eyes, his face bloodied and grim. Kai was doing not much better. He was pale and visibly exhausted, his auburn hair disheveled and soaked with sweat. Sonny didn't even want to think about his own sorry appearance. Only Cassie, whose Tier 6 armor made her less likely to be attacked by an enemy, looked more or less fine. However, her flying rapier had several visible nicks on its slender blade, and looked tired and dispirited overall, as much as a flying weapon could look like anything. In short, one thing was painfully apparent from their state. If things didn't change soon, all of them were going to die. Skillfully using his sword to cut down a skeleton that had suddenly lunged at him from a side passage, Sonny strained his lungs and shouted, "Hey, Effie, how far are we from the exit from this damned place? When is this going to end?" Swatting away an undead monster of her own, the huntress briefly glanced back and grinned. "What do you mean, end? What does she mean, what do I mean? Isn't it obvious?" Turning back to concentrate on the horde of enemies in front of them, Effie yelled, "What end? This was just a warm-up." Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 197, Ultimate Test. Chapter 197, Ultimate Test. Sonny cursed and prepared himself for the worst. A few moments later, the short respite they had gotten was over. With a sound that reminded him of rushing water, a terrifying wave of undead monsters crashed into their formation, threatening to break it apart. Effie braced for the impact and withstood the furious onslaught, somehow managing to split the wave in two. From one side, Changing Star dove into the torrent of skeletal wraiths, her incandescent sword cutting through them like a ray of pure sunlight piercing the darkness. From the other, Castor's enchanted blade was doing the same. The scion of the Hanli clan moved with astonishing speed, turning into a blurry whirlwind of ghostly green steel. Everything that touched it turned to dust. Sunny glanced at Kai and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare yourself." In the next moment, the wave of monsters was upon them. Left without the comforting protection of his shadow, Sunny could only rely on his own ability, cunning, and technique. Dashing forward, he clashed with the first skeleton. His sword flashed through the air with lightning speed, and a headless corpse instantly fell to his feet, blindly clawing at the stones in front of it. Sunny had never fought like this. From the first day on the Forgotten Shore, he always had something helping him resist the horrors of the dream realm, be it his shadow, cover of darkness, Changing Star, or the Stone Saint. Now he had to face the torrent of nightmare creature with nothing but his own frail human body and resolve. This was the ultimate test of pure skill. Gritting his teeth, Sunny tried to remember the feeling of clarity he had experienced after the car. A pace centurion had crushed his ribcage with one strike of its terrifying bone scythe. All unnecessary thoughts were obliterated by his will, leaving only two. Kill your enemy. Prevent the enemy from killing you. Using this clarity, he entered the state of flow. His perception expanded, absorbing every detail and aspect of what was happening in the dark tunnel. His thinking accelerated, turning the mayhem that surrounded them into a stark and streamlined pattern of cause and effect. Connected to the underlying law of it all, Sunny was able to react to the actions of his enemies faster and predict them better. SSSS Shimum. With a hissing sound, the midnight shard cut the air and slashed the next monster across the chest, splitting the skeleton diagonally in two. Without paying the defeated creature any attention, Sunny instantly lunged at the next one. His movements were fluid and unpredictable, but also grounded and firm. Every strike, every step was calculated and efficient, focused on delivering the maximum amount of damage while preserving as much of his strength as possible. It was a perfect combination of the two seemingly contradictory battle styles that he had learned. Just like that, Sunny danced between the countless undead monsters, his sword cutting one after another down. The midnight shard wasn't unimaginably sharp like Castor's giant, nor filled with annihilating white flame like Neph's radiant longsword. However, it refused to give in and remained unbroken. No matter how many tough bones the Takai cut, not a single dent appeared on its blade. With blood streaming down his body and sweat biting his eyes, his muscles on the verge of breaking apart and his lungs desperately burning for air, Sunny somehow kept up this mad tempo and fought. At some point, he heard a furious roar from somewhere ahead and briefly looked up, noticing that Effie had dismissed her battered round shield and finally summoned the beautiful bronze spear. With it in her hands, the huntress became even more deadly. Multiple skeletons burst into a shower of broken bones, cut apart by a wide arc of the ancient weapon. However, at the same time, more and more wounds started accumulating on Effie's body. Despite everything, things weren't going well for the cohort. Or at least, it seemed that way for a while. At some point, however, Sunny noticed that the number of skeletons attacking the cohort from the front had begun to diminish. Pretty soon, Nephis, Effie, and Castor were getting a few moments to catch their breaths from time to time. The pressure on himself had also lessened. Letter 1C0D, the Stone Saint, on the other hand, had to hold off an ever-increasing number of undead creatures attacking the party from the rear. When the balance of the rolling battle noticeably shifted, Changing Star gave a command to change the formation of the cohort. She quickly dashed back to reinforce the taciturn shadow, while Sunny moved forward to support Castor and Effie at the head of the group. Once he got there, the huntress gave him a tired smile. "Hey, doofus, you look like shit." Sunny glanced down and had to agree with her. With his armor torn in a dozen places and soaked through and through with blood, he looked pretty much exactly as dead as the nightmare creatures they were fighting. However, Effie's state wasn't any better. He smiled crookedly. "Thanks, you're quite a looker yourself, you know." The huntress scoffed, and then turned away to face another of the undead abominations. "Hold fast, we're almost there." She told the truth. After several more minutes of furious fighting, The tunnel they were moving through suddenly opened into a large cavern. A few meters in front of them, the floor of the catacombs was broken, collapsing into a vast, seemingly bottomless chasm. That terrifying abyss was filled with darkness that even Sunny's sight couldn't pierce. The chasm was no less than 40 meters across and stretched far into the distance to both left and right, like a dark border separating the world of the living from the world of the dead. A rickety rope bridge was drawn across it, connecting to a similar-looking tunnel at the other end of the abyssal chasm. The rope bridge looked like a derelict of ancient times. It was flimsy, slippery, and rotten through and through. She doesn't expect us to actually use it, does she? It's so obvious that this thing will collapse as soon as we step on it. Has she not seen any Sajuk? Even if others somehow survive, there's no chance that I, with that damn fated attribute, will make it to the other end. Sunny turned to Effie and scowled, really hoping to be surprised by her answer. So what now? The huntress looked at him in confusion. What else we cross the bridge? Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 198 Last Stand. Chapter 198 Last Stand. Sunny sighed. Of course they had to cross the bridge. Why had he even bothered to ask? Great. At least the damn thing was empty of the skeletons. The path to the other side of the chasm was clear. What is clear is that I'm going to die. While Sunny was consumed by these unhappy ruminations, Effie and Castor quickly threw the few undead creatures remaining in front of them over the edge of the chasm. Finally safe from their constant attacks, most of the cohort took a chance to quickly catch their breaths. Only Nephis and the Stone Saint were still fighting. In fact, the overwhelming pressure of the pursuing horde had grown so heavy that they were barely holding on. Two figures, one shrouded in shadows, the other bathed in pure white light, were slowly buckling under the furious onslaught of the army of the dead. Sunny gritted his teeth. If nothing changed, they were going to be the ones being thrown into the dark abyss very soon. With a grim expression on his face, he glanced at Effie and said, "Go." Leaning on her spear, the huntress weakly shook her head. Someone will have to hold them off long enough for everyone to get to the other side. You should. Sunny interrupted her. I'll be the last one to cross. Don't worry, I have a plan. A crazy plan, but what else was new? Giving him a long look, Effie hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, stay alive, Sunny. He quietly chuckled. Oh, I didn't know you cared. She stared at him for a bit, and then calmly said, No, it's just that if you die, pretty soon I'll have to fight your scrawny corpse. So don't do that, okay? With that, Effie beckoned others to follow her and stepped on the rickety bridge. Sunny blinked a couple of times, watched her go, then turned his back to the chasm and sighed. Right, what else did I expect? In any case, there was no way back now. Brandishing the midnight shard, he dashed forward and joined Changing Star and the Shadow Saint in their desperate fight. Dispatching a couple of skeletons, Sunny briefly turned to Nephis and said, Retreat to the bridge. Saint and I will hold them off. Letter 1C0D, her eyes shone with white flames through the visor of the Starlight Legion armor's helmet. A moment later, he heard a hoarse voice. Are you sure? He dodged the claws of an especially menacing monster, bashed it away with the pommel of the takai, and yelled. Yes, but... Another undead creature fell to the midnight shard. When you get to the other side, you need to destroy the supports of the bridge. Do you understand? Changing Star hesitated, almost missing the timing of her attack. Then she asked, What about you? Sunny laughed. Don't worry about it. I have a way to get across. Neph didn't answer for a while. Finally, she simply said, All right. Not one to waste words, Changing Star didn't say anything else. When the opportunity presented itself, she silently retreated, letting Sunny take her place. Now for the hardest part. With Nephis gone, all the monsters of the catacombs descended upon the Stone Saint and him. Sunny cursed, feeling that the tiniest mistake would spell his doom. The onslaught of the undead horde was beyond anything he had expected. Desperately trying not to drown in the torrent of ferocious abominations, Sunny fought with everything he had left. Damn it all! How the hell was she able to hold this position for so long? Not prone to heroic displays, Sunny used the shadow as a stone shield, and hid behind her from time to time, emerging from the cover of the taciturn monster only to deliver a strike or two and disappear again. The two of them worked beautifully together, almost as if sharing one mind. Well, what else did he expect? She was his shadow, after all, and his shadow was currently wrapped around her stone body. The armor of the menacing knight was still mostly intact. However, even it was battered and broken in several places. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny noticed a stream of ruby dust pouring from one of the breaches. The stone saint was wounded. This needs to end fast. Feeling his own endurance running out, Sunny wanted nothing more than to fall to the ground and rest, even if it meant dying. But instead, he doubled the intensity of his attacks. There was no need to hold anything back and preserve his strength anymore. He just had to last for a bit more, a dozen seconds at most. But even a dozen seconds seemed like an impossible dream. Impossible. He knew someone who was in the habit of making impossible things happen. With a furious growl, Sunny cut another skeleton apart, received a glancing blow to his already wounded side, and stumbled back. The shadow appeared in front of him, enduring a rain of attacks with the help of her already battered shield. Her feet slid on the stones, but the taciturn knight stubbornly held. Got him it when, this chapter is updated by. As if answering his silent cry, and loud rattle followed by a thunderous boom informed him that the bridge had been brought down. Now there was nothing connecting the two sides of the terrifying Cha. Sunny was left alone against the horde of immortal monsters, with no way to retreat. Finally, turning his back to the undead creatures, Sunny peered into the darkness. Seeing the cohort waiting for him on the other side of the dark abyss, he lingered for a moment, sighed, and ran to its edge. The shadow slipped from the body of the stone saint and wrapped itself around his own. Suddenly weakened, the taciturn monster held the entire horde back by herself for a split second, and then dissolved into darkness, returning to the tranquil expanse of the Soul Sea. With no obstacles to slow them down anymore, the flood of skeletons lunged forward. They were just a meter or two behind Sunny, stretching their deadly claws to tear him apart. Too close. Approaching the abyssal chasm, Sunny briefly glanced into the impenetrable darkness that filled it, and without pausing even for a second, jumped off the edge. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 199 Cliffhanger. Crap. Jumping into the bottomless, dark abyss, Sunny briefly regretted every decision he had ever made in his life. How did he end up in this situation? Where did he go wrong? However, there was no time for self-reflection. He wasn't ready to see his whole life flash before his eyes yet. There were more pressing matters. Before the momentum of his jump waned, Sunny summoned the prowling thorn. By the time the triangular dagger materialized in his hand, he was already beginning to fall. Not wasting any time, Sunny threw it with as much power as he could while simultaneously sending the shadow from his hand onto the blade of the kunai. The throwing dagger flashed in the darkness of the underground cavern, streaked the wide chasm, and embedded itself into the hard rock on the other side of it. Because of the enhancement of the shadow, it got deeply lodged in the stone. Yes. A moment later, the invisible string connecting the prowling thorn to Sunny's wrist drew tight. Instantly, his hand was violently jerked forward. Holding on for his dear life, Sunny swung through the darkness with incredible speed. Behind him, dozens of skeletons plummeted into the chasm, with more being pushed down with each second. However, he was already far away. Bite it, you bastards. A couple of seconds later, all humor was smashed out of him by the hard impact against the opposite wall of the crevice. Sunny tried to soften the blow a little, but it still hurt like crazy. His bones groaned, on the verge of breaking apart. A couple of them probably did. Sunny blacked out for a moment or two. When he came back to his senses, his wrist was in agony, with the invisible string of the prowling thorn slowly cutting deep into its skin. Hissing, Sunny gripped the thin string with his other hand and relieved a part of the pressure. Then he looked up. 10 or so meters above him, 5 pale faces hovered above the edge of the cliff. On them were written expressions of horror, shock, and astonishment. Oh, right, I guess they don't know about this memory of mine. To the cohort, his desperate trick must have looked like simple suicide. From the perspective of people who didn't know about the secret enchantment of the prowling thorn, Sunny just took a running start and jumped into the abyss, only to disappear into its darkness without a trace. It was as though he had chosen to sacrifice his life to give the others a chance to escape, like some sort of a stupid hero would. Do they even know me, like I'd ever do something like that? Swinging on the invisible string, Sunny strained his aching chest and yelled, "Hey, idiots, I'm down here." Slowly, 4 of the 5 faces turned to look straight down. Their expressions were rather comical. Cassie simply tilted her head, but her expression was priceless as well. Grinning, Sunny began to climb up. Since the string of the prowling thorn could change its length at will, he commanded it to shorten and rode comfortably all the way up, stepping lightly on the vertical wall of the chasm from time to make the process faster. Soon, he climbed over the edge of the cliff and sprawled on the cold ground, breathing heavily. The rest of the cohort just stared at him. "What?" Effie was the first to speak. Glad you're alive, Sunny, but also, what the hell, how did you do that?" He simply threw her the kunai. Once the huntress bent down to pick it up, Sunny pulled on the invisible string and made the dagger fly back into his hand. Oh, that was a piece of cake. Nothing that a knife and a piece of string can't solve, more or less. He decided to omit the fact that he had almost soiled his pants in the few short moments between jumping off the edge of the chasm and successfully embedding the prowling thorn into the rocks on the other side of it. Effie blinked a couple of times, then slowly straightened herself up. "Cool memory, where did you get it?" Sunny dismissed the kunai and tiredly waved his hand. "You know those poor Cupine monsters back in the city, I got it off one of those." With that, the others left him alone. They were all hurt and dead tired, too. Everyone needed to rest and patch up their wounds. Nephis made a move to try and heal them, but was stopped by Effie. The huntress darkly shook her head. "Not yet. There's one last hurdle to overcome. We'll need you to be at the top of your game." Changing Star glanced at her, lingered for a few moments, but then sat back down. Out here, the word of the Pathfinder was the law. If Effie said that Nephis needed to save her strength, then she had to obey. Sunny was too exhausted to care. He knew that he was not going to bleed out thanks to the blood weave, and that was enough for now. He just wanted to rest. Sometime later, he heard a shuffling sound and looked up to see Kai sitting down near him. The charming archer looked way too pretty and put together for a person who had just lived through the same mayhem as them. But Sunny was starting to suspect that this infuriating trait was just something he would have to come to terms with. Maybe Kai had some weird attribute that made him look good no matter the circumstance. Looking at the beautiful young man, Sunny sighed and said, "Hey, Knight, how are you doing?" Kai scratched the back of his head and answered, "Oh, all right, I guess. That was intense back there, huh?" Sunny nodded. "Yeah, so what's up?" The charming archer hesitated for a bit. "Nothing, really. I just wanted to say 3 things to you." "What a strange guy." "Oh, it's all right, go on." Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said, "Well, first of all, I now fully understand what you meant when you said that you are crazy. Because that jump of yours, that was really crazy." Sunny chuckled. "I guess so. I'm alive, though, are I?" The archer gave him a nod and smiled. "Another thing I wanted to say is that I also understood how you managed to survive all those months in the ruins. Your swordsmanship, I've never seen anything like it. I think that very few people in the Dark City would survive a clash against you. So everything makes more sense now." Sunny didn't know how to feel about that praise. On one hand, it was nice to be acknowledged for something he worked so hard on. On the other hand, he still preferred being considered a cowardly weakling. It made killing fools far easier. He shrugged. "Thanks, I guess. What is the third thing?" Kai was silent for a long time, as though trying to find the right words. Finally, he shook his head and cautiously said, "Right, about that jump of yours, you do remember that I can fly, right? So I could have carried you over the chasm, no problem. So, why did you do it?" Sunny stared at him silently for a while, an inexorable expression on his face. "Got him it." To be honest, in the chaos of it all, he did forget about this crucial detail. After a long stretch of awkward silence, Sunny opened his mouth and said in a flat tone, "Oh, you know, it just seemed like a good idea at the moment." Kai blinked and gave him a strange look. A good idea. Sonny cleared his throat, then glared at the charming young man. It worked, didn't it? So let's not talk about it again ever, okay? Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld. Chapter 200 Descent. After a while, Sonny regained enough of his senses to warily look around. The tunnel they were currently in was somewhat different from those they had traversed while fighting the horde of undead monsters. It looked more weathered and decrepit, with its walls and floor smoothed and uneven, as though eroded by something over the course of countless years. What's worse, it was wet. With a cold shiver, Sonny realized that they were surrounded by puddles of black water. The smell of sea salt permeated the air. Looking up, he found the tall figure of the boisterous huntress and asked in a raspy voice, "Where are we?" Effie glanced at him and gestured up. 100 meters or so below the surface, pretty much exactly under the city wall. He stared at her blankly, slowly comprehending the meaning of these words. The huntress gave him a nod. "Yeah, you guessed correctly. Come night, this place is going to be full of seawater. That chasm behind us is what prevents the catacombs from being flooded by the dark sea." She sighed tiredly. "So, unless we want to drown or be eaten by some depth dweller, we need to get out of here as soon as possible." Sonny closed his eyes, imagining a roaring torrent of black water erupting from the mouths of countless tunnels and falling into the abyssal chasm like waterfalls made of pure darkness. Yeah, if they were still underground when that happened, sea monsters would be the least of their problems. The sea itself would kill them. Luckily, the day was still young. Effie's words served as a signal. A few moments later, Nephis rose to her feet and glanced at the members of the cohort. Her pale face was calm and composed. "Time to go, gather your strength." With sighs, and groans of pain, everyone stood up. Sonny was the last one to follow suit. "Ouch, that hurts. I'm really starting to wonder if fighting Horus was a better choice." But no, it was. Terrible as it might have been, the battle with the skeletons was at least predictable. The damned hunchback, on the other hand, was a complete unknown. There was nothing worse than facing an enemy that you knew nothing about. As the cohort headed deeper into the tunnel, Sonny caught up with Effie and asked with a hint of idle curiosity in his voice, "By the way, how do you even know your way around the catacombs?" It wasn't like she could have leisurely explored these deadly tunnels alone. The huntress gave him a dubious look and shrugged. "This knowledge is sort of passed down between the outer settlement hunters. I've been here a couple of times before, trying to escape from especially terrible nightmare creatures. Although, to be honest, I only descended this deep into the catacombs once." Effie shivered. "I was new in the Dark City at that time. Back then, the strongest hunter in the outer settlement sort of took me under her wing. We went down here with an entire party." Sonny scratched the back of his head and grimaced when his battered body protested against the sudden movement. "Yeah, that party must have been very strong to return from this place alive." The huntress glanced at him and smiled darkly. "Who said anything about returning alive? Actually, they all died. I was the only one to survive." Sonny stared at her for a long time and then asked, "If they all died, then why the hell did you bring us here?" Effie shrugged. "Because no matter how strong that party was, they weren't even close to this one. Do you even realize how powerful the 6 of us are all put together? God damn, I wouldn't want to be our enemy." Then she hesitated for a few moments and added, "Plus, this time I know what we're going to face. We'll get out of here in one piece, trust me." Sonny wasn't a particularly trusting person, but at this point, he didn't really have a choice. Leaving the tall huntress alone, he walked in silence for a while. The tunnels were now strongly angled down. With each minute, the cohort was descending deeper and deeper underground. Slowly, his curiosity awakened. Now that the harrowing battle against the army of the dead was behind them, Sonny began to wonder about something peculiar. Where exactly did all those human skeletons come from? There were hundreds, if not thousands of them down here in the catacombs. Even if every hunter that had ever lived in the outer settlement died in these tunnels, their number wouldn't account for that much. Not to mention that people who perished in the Dark City tended to end up eaten by some terrible monster, their bones pulverized into dust by its teeth. His pointless pondering was interrupted by Effie, who suddenly gestured for the cohort to stop. After discussing something with Nephis, she gave her a nod and turned to the rest of them. Listen up, we're close to the central chamber of this maze. The exit to the surface is right ahead. However, getting to it won't be easy. The tall huntress hesitated and then said, "If we want to make it outside, we will have to act fast. There's a big fat bastard of a nightmare creature that lives in that chamber. However, it takes time for it to fully wake up. So, don't stop to look at it, don't panic, don't lose your cool. It might look scary, but if you follow Neph and do what she tells you to do, you should be all right." She waited for a bit to make sure that everyone understood her meaning, and then grinned. "All right, if everyone is ready, let's go meet the Lord of the Dead." Wah, Lord of the Dead. Not liking the sound of this name one bit, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard and reluctantly followed after Effie. Soon, they entered a giant underground chamber. Once Sunny saw what was inside of it, his eyes grew wide. He finally understood where all those skeletal wraiths came from. He also understood where the inhabitants of the ancient city had disappeared to. They were all here. Source WebNovel, updated by WuxiaWorld.